Waking up, he found a talking Airou standing next to him. What a divine start. Wake up, Lan. Wake up, Lan Xing. In his daze, Xie Wen felt someone calling him and pushing him persistently. He wanted to open his eyes, but couldn't move at all. What the hell is this sleep paralysis? But he lives alone. Where is the voice coming from? Then he heard a cry with a cat-like tone. Wake up, meow. San Lan Xing. The force holding him down suddenly vanished. With a whoosh, Xie Wen sat up from the sandy ground. He looked beside him. A light yellow Airou, standing upright, wearing a chef's outfit and a chef's hat, was staring at him. Xie Wen's eyes widened like saucers. Holy crap. Did I just wake up to an Airou calling me out of bed? As a seasoned Monster Hunter player, how could he not recognize this furry character? But isn't this only in the game? Xie Wen thought he was still dreaming or had just woken up from a stupor. He tilted his head back, planning to go back to sleep. Why are you going back to sleep again, meow? The Airou panicked and began to hit his face with tiny paws. Bang, bang, bang. Ouch, ouch, ouch. This isn't a dream. The real sensation of being hit and the dampness on his back were crazily reminding Xie Wen that this was not a dream. Were you confused by the seawater, meow? Of course it's not a dream. The Airou crossed its arms, its small face full of disdain. Only then did Xie Wen realize he had most likely traversed to another world. After all, who would randomly appear by the seaside with a talking Airou nearby? Xie Wen stood up, brushing off the sand while looking around. Surrounded by a beach and the sea, behind him was a dense jungle. Am I on an island? Did I cross over to the world of MH3? But soon, he overturned his own thoughts. The companions in the third generation weren't A-list, but the feline tribe, and this Airou called him San Lan Xing, a title for Monster Hunter world. Could it be a combined version of a game worlds? The urgent matter was to figure out where he was. Oh, you know where we are? How do I get to the nearest village? Xie Wen asked the Airou. The Airou shook its head like a rattle drum. I don't know, meow. As soon as I regained consciousness, I saw us lying here. It shook its ears, looking puzzled. Strange, meow. Why do I feel like you are San Lan Xing? We obviously met for the first time, and you don't look like him. Xie Wen's mouth twitched as he awkwardly explained. Maybe because I once held the title of San Lan Xing. Of course, it was only in the game. The Airou examined him from head to toe with a doubtful expression. Just you? How old are you, meow? Only then did Xie Wen realize that, standing up, he wasn't much taller than the Airou. Looking down, he saw a smooth chin and tiny arms and legs. He was only a head taller than the Airou. Assuming the Airou was about 1 meter tall, he was now around 130 centimeter. Holy crap. How did I turn into a child? Xie Wen then noticed that his pajamas had transformed into a Monster Hunter-style linen outfit. It was exactly what he wore when creating a character in the game. If it were normal, he'd be quite pleased with a smaller body, getting to live a few more years. But now, being in a Monster Hunter world with nothing but jungle around him, what would he do if he encountered a monster with this small frame? What do you think he should do next? How to survive in this strange world? And can he find his way back home? Starting off with a fish knife. This crossover benefit is too outrageous. With my 130 centimeter small frame, I can't even handle a female or male fire dragon. Even a blue velociraptor could turn me in a mush. He turned to the Airou. Can you fight? The little guy got riled up. Aren't you, San Lan Xing, meow? Though it was tough talking, it still nodded. I can catch ingredients, but don't expect me to deal with large monsters, meow. Xie Wen sighed in relief. Enough, enough, I don't have the guts to go looking for trouble with monsters. This doesn't look like San Lan Xing at all, meow. The Airou shot him a disdainful glance. Just as he was worried about having no weapons or equipment, a flood of memories suddenly surged into his mind. Outdoor survival knowledge, weapon usage skills, hunter common sense. He felt like downloading a data package. Looking down, he saw an ancient waist pouch hanging at his waist. Isn't this the hunter's backpack from the game with a mental probe? Wow, the space equipment is confirmed, but there was no game panel, only intuitive perception. He quickly rummaged through it. 0.2 bottles of recovery medicine, lifesavers. 0.3 pieces of portable grilled meat. Not much use with a chef cat around. One hunter's manual, best to hold on to it. Fishing rod, grill, small knife, infinite whetstone, paralysis trap, 5 die balls, 1 sonic bomb, 2 pieces of raw meat, flame sack, and 1 large skin of yellow. Velociraptor. Xie Wen was stunned. Why is this bag full of random stuff? It wasn't a newbie setup, nor a pro configuration. IT looked like a character that had just started playing not long ago. And this was definitely a combined version world. The latest version doesn't even use die balls. Early whetstones can't be used infinitely either. What's frustrating is, where's the wire bug? My universal wire bug. They even gave me a grill, but not a wire bug. A launcher would work too. Just receive combat skills, and there's even the iron wire bug technique. Finally, he found a weapon. Pulling it out, Xie Wen's face darkened. Why is it the fresh knife, white nagi? This thing looked just like a knife fish with a handle sticking out of its mouth. The Airou was excited, meow. This weapon is pretty good, meow. Nice taste. Xie Wen rolled his eyes. Of course you like it. It's a fish. Fortunately, it didn't smell fishy. But the problem is it's a great sword. No matter how strong the fresh knife white Nagi is, it's still a great sword. He can't handle it all. What do you think this terrible start means? Holding a fish-shaped great sword, a child, and an Airou that can only catch ingredients. How long can he survive on an island full of monsters? A 1.3-meter child swinging a 2-meter greatsword, and doesn't even feel heavy. This greatsword is almost as tall as I am. I thought it would weigh 1,000 pounds, but when I held it, I found it ridiculously light that I swung it a couple of times to try. Except for feeling a bit awkward, I could actually move it around. Has my physique been secretly enhanced? Now, I don't have to rely entirely on the Airou for protection. I'm good to go. Hanging the sword horizontally at my waist, I casually scratched the Ayla's chin. Let's find a safe place to settle down first. The little guy squinted its eyes in enjoyment. Puffing out its chest, it assured him, "Leave this to me, meow. I might not be great at fighting, but you can always trust Airou when it comes to exploration. Song Lan Xing, you just rest nearby for a bit. I'll come back to notify you once I find a suitable place, meow." Stop calling me Song Lan Xing. My name is Xie Wen. I'm Sanji, meow. Wait a minute, Sanji. Getting closer, I was shocked. The light yellow fur was the same color as Sanji's hair. The leg fur was pure black, looking like it was wearing black boots. Isn't this black leg? The tuft of black fur at the tips of its ears was actually curly, exactly the same as Sanji's iconic eyebrows. This isn't just a coincidence. This is clearly Sanji from One Piece transformed into Airou, right? That combat power. It must be off the charts. I instantly felt that survival on this deserted island was secured. Sanji dived into the jungle to explore that I drew my katana and started practicing. Techniques in my mind were pouring out wildly. Charging with the great sword, dual wielding with demonization, thrusting with the spear. I could actually apply them all to the katana. Even the shield axe's super move could be unleashed using energy. Incredible. Unfortunately, there are no flying bugs. The iron bug silk technique was mostly wasted that I couldn't use the insect staff or gun lance. But it's not a big deal. Once I find a village and earn some money, I'll immediately return to the Blade Breaker sect. You guys think this Sanji cat might suddenly pull out a devil fruit wind kick with this setup? Sweeping the island monsters shouldn't be a dream, right? Swinging the salted fish katana with great force? The next second, I might just collapse. After finishing a set of moves, I was only slightly sweating. Xie Wen thudded the sword into the ground. Sat down with a POPMY body wasn't that tired. Just feeling a bit lazy. No, my life is important. After resting for a bit, I picked up the sword again and continued practicing. The moves are becoming more fluid, but Xie Wen knew deep down that this practice was completely different from actual combat. With a small frame, even fighting a blue bear would be a stretch, if he got nervous. Even bumping into a wild boar could be fatal, and there would be no one to save him. The more he thought, the more afraid he became, and the harder he practiced, until he was exhausted, lying on the beach. Huff. Overdid it, if a scythe crab or shield crab popped out now. He could only wait to die, he shivered and forced himself up, leaning on the sword as he moved toward the jungle. Wait, I have grill meat. I took it out and sniffed. It smelled quite good, I gulped it down in a few bites. What the hell, the effect is so good. I immediately felt better. I could walk normally again. This item is more useful than I imagined. I sat down at the edge of the jungle, put the katana beside me, and took out the hunting knife. Nothing special. Fishing rod. Just sturdy. I used an infinite whetstone to sharpen the knife, but couldn't see any changes. Finally, I pulled out the hunter's manual, about the size of my palm, with a cover featuring male and female fire dragons. Opening up, the front page read, "May the azure star that guides the way shine for you." I could understand the unfamiliar characters. Xie Wen pouted. I end the game. Azure star sounds impressive, but to put it bluntly, it's just manual labor. Now he was doing well that he hadn't seen the azure star, but the ominous star above his head was shining brightly. Was there a dynamic map hidden in the manual? Could it track Airou in real time? Flipping to the front page. Wow, it really was that kind of map from the game. And it moved. You could zoom in with your mind, but most of it was covered in black fog. Only a small section in the lower left was bright. The beach, the jungle edge, and an arrow pointing at me. Next to it, a small yellow cat icon was darting in the fog. Taking a closer look. Sanji, the exploration rate was only 0.7. Are you kidding me? Do I have to run all over the island to unlock it? Or do I have to defeat bosses? Flipping back. Several pages were locked. Only the weapon list page had a faintly visible tree diagram that I already had the fresh knife, white Nagi. Why was it still locked? Do I have to talk to blacksmith? I couldn't be bothered to think anymore. The map was good enough that I took out the grill to TRY as soon as I put raw meat on it. It ignited with a whoosh. Familiar music started playing. Stop. Meat grilled like that has no soul, meow. A sharp scream, a shadow flew over, I was directly kicked away. My head buried in the sand, spitting out sand. I looked up. Sanji was inspecting the raw meat. Luckily, the ingredients are fine, meow. You don't know anything? My grilling skills are top-notch. Hunter grilling can only be eaten, meow. Sanji rolled his eyes at me. He grabbed a piece of raw meat bigger than his head and stuffed it at his waist. Gone. He actually had a little claw bag. So this thing is for everyone? Then what's there for me to be proud of with my space equipment? TSK. Airou actually found a beast cave as a base. That's incredible. Found a place? Of course, meow. You can absolutely trust our Airou's outdoor survival skills, meow. Xie Wen reached out and rubbed Sanji's head. The little guy squinted his eyes in comfort, purring like a little motor, following Sanji into the forest. We twisted and turned, and surprisingly didn't encounter any dangerous creatures. The most dangerous moment was when a big creature passed by in the distance. Sanji quickly pulled him aside, and they weren't discovered, clearing away a bunch of weeds. A cave appeared. This is the den of a solitary beast, meow. The scent is very faint. It seems something went wrong, meow. Upon entering the cave, the space was super large. Dry and clean, not smelly at all. Sanji, you're amazing. Xie Wen picked him up for a hug. Let go of me, meow. Sanji waved his little paw to hit his face. I just want to hug the pretty Airou's sister, meow. That little expression was surprisingly a bit lewd. Xie Wen's mouth twitched. This is too realistic. Aren't you going to show off your skills? Mentioning cooking. Sanji immediately perked up. Watch closely. I guarantee you'll swallow your tongue, meow. He dashed out of the cave, pulling out a bunch of cooking tools from his claw bag. Pots, bowls, utensils, and spice bottles. Everything was there. Xie Wen felt sour. Why do I only have a salted fish katana? Before long, the island wild vegetable and fruit grilled meat was served. The aroma rushed into my nose after one bite. Xie Wen's eyes lit up. His stamina instantly returned to full. He felt a bit stronger. Tea really was a godly meal that boosted attributes after eating and drinking enough to practice the sword. Xie Wen let out a low shout. His skin flushed slightly. Veins bulging, huff. Demonization can only last 5 seconds at most. This small frame was too disadvantageous. In a real fight, he wouldn't be enough, you guys think. The original owner of this cave might suddenly come back. Could Sanji's cooking skills attract powerful monsters? A wild boar with a rat's head? The creatures on this island are too absurd. After staying on the island for over a month, the map exploration rate was only 7. Incredible. Sanji's solo explorations didn't count. He had already figured out 1/3 of the island. But many places were the territory of ferocious beasts. He could make it through. But taking Xie Wen along would be risky. Xie Wen could only wander near the cave, practicing his body and sword skills every day. Gathering and cooking all relied on Sanji. In short, Xie Wen was now being taken care of by the cat. Once a shootin'. Now I can actually endure the tedious training. Isn't it because this damn place has no internet or mobile phone? There's nothing else to do if I don't train. People really are pushed to their limits. Xie Wen, look. New ingredients. Sanji ran back holding a beast that was half his size. Xie Wen patted its head. Once it started purring, he looked at that ingredient. He pulled out the travel manual and flipped it open. This page was already unlocked. Small monster encyclopedia. You have to see or touch it to automatically generate data. It's similar to the hunter notes in the game that if you haven't seen it, you have to name it yourself. With a temporary name at the end, the creature in front of him looked like a wild boar but had a mouse's head. It had wild boar tusks. Its forelimbs had mole-like sharp claws, but its hind legs looked like hooves. Xie Wen casually named it mole boar. The more he looked, the more wrong it felt. The strange creatures Sanji had brought back before were weird, but at least they had some scientific basis. The creatures on this island seemed like a random assembly of animal parts. The art style was completely off. Could it not be the Monster Hunter world? Or has a new flop been released? Xie Wen stared at the mole boar, pondering. Sanji, have you seen this thing before? Airou actually forced people to train crazily just to see her big sister. We might have drifted to another continent. Sanji lay down on the ground after hearing this. I don't want to. I can't see the beautiful Airou big sister anymore. Xie Wen was bewildered. Is this the main point? The next day, Xie Wen, get up and train. A pair of green glowing eyes swayed in front of him. Xie Wen pinched Sanji's face. You didn't wake me up early, did you? This little guy started urging him to train just so he could see the big sister sooner. He even volunteered for sparring. Sanji stood with hands on hips, chest out. I made a special, invigorating soup. Xie Wen rubbed its head with annoyance. He crawled out of the cave to look at the sky. The starlight hadn't faded. As expected, Sanji is the first productivity. After drinking the hot soup, his mind instantly cleared up. His whole body came alive. Why didn't you bring this good stuff out earlier? There's not much mint. You can only eat it again after 10 days. Xie Wen's mouth twitched. Mint works on people too? It didn't originally, but what I made does. Sanji licked the bowl and pot several times. IT really didn't want to waste a mint. It'll help you practice combat. Looking at the overly eager Sanji, Xie Wen rolled his eyes. This little yellow cat was really working hard for Airou big sister. With this kind of spirit, it probably wouldn't take long before it could run all over the island, right? Airou actually got him all worked up like this. This little yellow cat used to either sunbathe on a tree or chase bugs around. Most, it would cling to Xie Wen for some petting. Now, to see Airou big sister, it was like it had turned into a different cat. There's a flaw. First strike. Sanji seized the opportunity and pounced over. It executed a backflip kick aimed at Xie Wen's chin. Xie Wen quickly retreated and unsheathed his sword, slapping it towards Sanji. The little guy twisted in midair and easily dodged. It landed and pounced again. They started to exchange blows. The cat was really agile. Xie Wen had the advantage in strength and speed, yet he still got scratched several times. Sanji couldn't win and ran away to, I am not fighting anymore. I'm going to explore. It dashed into the forest, afraid that Xie Wen would catch it and start petting and rubbing it. It was comfortable, but the little kitty also had some dignity. Xie Wen originally planned to stay safe and develop around the cave. He wanted to explore when he grew a bit bigger. After all, with his current small body, many things were inconvenient that he thought he would wait until he was 2 or 3 years older, gain better physical attributes, and then do big things. The plan was set well. But then, this is truly the worst situation. Xie Wen looked at the monster in front of him and smiled wryly. Just as he was training to exhaustion, a monster with a goat's face and a rhino's body barged in. Its eyes were bloodshot, and it was panting heavily that IT looked like it had bad intentions. Fortunately, Xie Wen was prepared. He had Sanji make meatballs, which could replenish energy at critical moments. He quickly took out 2 and stuffed them in his mouth. The monster didn't take the chance to attack, which was lucky. After recovering his energy, Xie Wen gripped his sword tightly. He didn't think about running away. The hunter's memory said that fleeing from monsters was the dumbest thing to do. In reality, you couldn't just cut the map to hide. What exactly was this big monster? Could Xie Wen defeat it? A goat that barked like a dog. This monster was too ridiculous. Xie Wen stood in front of the monster, his mind filled with hunting experiences. But when it came to real combat, he froze up, his whole body stiffened like a rock, that if he got flipped by this thing, there wouldn't be any kitty to save him. Here it comes. The goat monster roared and charged at him. Xie Wen executed a rolling dodge just in time that he followed up with a spinning slash, hitting its hind leg. Woof! The creature actually let out a bark. You're way slower than the rapid dragon. While Xie Wen taunted to boost his spirits, he continued to roll and dodge. Having the rapid dragon as a reference made him suddenly unafraid. His movements and thoughts became fluid. Thrusts, slashes, and energy blade cuts. The first rule of Monster Hunter: don't be greedy for hits. He patiently pulled it and looked for opportunities to strike it. And no matter how little damage it did, accumulating hits would eventually lead to victory. He spotted a flaw. Charging thrust, jump, dragon slash. With a fresh blade, he cut through the monster's left shoulder and forelimb. Roar. The monster howled and fell to the ground. Now's the time. Xie Wen unsheathed his sword and activated demonization. Aiming for its neck, he executed a ki slash. Ha! Xie Wen slumped to the ground, looking at the monster's severed head and body. He laughed heartily. He had rarely fought before, and now he actually soloed such a big monster. He hurriedly took out some jerky to chew on. Who knows if another one would come? While chewing, he smacked his head. He actually forgot to replenish his energy during the battle. Sure enough, he was still a half-baked hunter. Were these actions considered impressive or pathetic? Still, it's all about real combat. Xie Wen felt that the growth he gained from this battle was several times, even dozens of times more than from normal training. Plus, having dealt with a large monster without taking damage helped him build some initial confidence. He no longer hesitated as much about combat as before. After all, one can't always rely on the cat, and others have crossed over. If I still live as aimlessly as before crossing over, wouldn't that be a waste of the experience? At this moment, Xie Wen felt a sense of vastness in his mind. Meow. What is this meow situation? Just as Xie Wen was feeling inspired, Sanji the cat returned from outside. He was momentarily stunned, then pounced into Xie Wen's arms, who was sitting next to the corpse of the goat monster, covered in blood, and began to anxiously check him over. Xie Wen, are you okay, meow? Are you hurt anywhere, meow? I'm fine. I didn't get hurt at all. Don't be fooled by this guy's large size. He's much clumsier than you and didn't land a single blow on me. Upon receiving the concerned message from the cat, Xie Wen instantly forgot about his grand ambitions and, with a beaming smile, began to scratch Sanji Cat's head, gently comforting him. Oof. I'm only worried that no one will take me to find Sister Airou. Hearing that Xie Wen was fine, Sanji Cat immediately returned to his previous aloof attitude, crossing his little paws over his chest and turning away with a huff. Yet he didn't shake off Xie Wen's hand that was scratching him. Yes, yes, yes. Xie Wen maintained his smile. I will definitely help you find Sister Airou. Although these days, Tsundere girls are no longer in vogue, Tsundere cats, regardless of gender, are still so adorable. As for Sanji Cat's flirtatiousness, it has been said, food and sex are nature. Xie Wen also likes to look at beautiful women, and it's quite normal for Sanji Cat, as a little male, to like little females, right? By the way, meow, after enjoying Xie Wen's service for a while, Sanji Cat suddenly jumped out his arms. We need to quickly process this corpse, or the quality of the ingredients will decline, meow. I'll help too. Xie Wen stood up and picked up the salted fish katana he had thrown aside earlier. With such a large goat, who knows how long it would take if Sanji Cat handled it alone. Under Sanji Cat's direction, Xie Wen swung the salted fish katana and quickly dismembered the huge corpse into several pieces. But then he couldn't help anymore. This was because Sanji Cat found his hands clumsy, not even cutting the corpse in the right places, so he unhesitatingly pushed him aside. TSK. It seemed that Xie Wen still had to keep eating this bowl of rice. With nothing to do, Xie Wen thought for a moment and finally remembered his high-tech hunter manual. Now that he had not only seen and interacted with this goat monster, but had even taken it down, the large monster encyclopedia should be unlocked, right? With this in mind, Xie Wen found a stone to sit on and took out the hunter manual from his waist bag. Flipping to the page below the small creature encyclopedia, it was indeed unlocked. The layout of the entire page was not much different from the previous one. Most of the page was about the goat monster, along with its illustrations. However, the monster list on the left side was not as crowded as the previous page and even required scrolling to view the entire content, with only a solitary entry, unnamed. Calling it a goat monster seemed a bit inappropriate, and it didn't actually live in the mountains. After some hesitation, due to his naming difficulties, Xie Wen finally decided to name the first large monster he had taken down Forest Goat King, following the naming conventions of the Monster Hunter series. This type of lower-tier, 13-star large monster would most likely have similar small monsters, so he followed the naming style from Monster Hunter. He could always change it later anyway. However, when he entered the name Forest Goat King into the Hunter Manual, the page of the large monster encyclopedia suddenly lit up with a faint white light. As the light grew brighter, the page slowly stood up. At the same time, the Hunter Manual floated away from Xie Wen's hand and hovered in front of him. This sudden change caught Xie Wen off guard. Sanji Cat, who was processing the Forest Goat King's corpse, was also attracted to it. What's happening, meow? I don't know. I just unlocked the large monster encyclopedia, and then it started glowing. Xie Wen shook his head and asked in return, haven't you heard of this situation before? Of course not, meow. Sanji Cat rolled his eyes at him. I've never heard of any hunter having such a magical manual. What should we do now? Close it, meow. No, let's see what changes will happen next. Xie Wen thought for a moment and decided to maintain his course, observing the situation before taking action. Fortunately, this hunter's manual, which seemed to be his true golden finger, did not keep him and Sanji waiting too long. When the page reached a brightness similar to that of a regular energy-saving lamp, the glowing page slowly detached from the manual and floated into the air. At the point where the page broke off, another page that emitted white light grew out. Immediately, the newly grown page's brightness quickly faded, and the content remained a large biological encyclopedia. Then, the floating hunter's manual suddenly lost its momentum, was recaptured by Newton, and fell from the air. Xie Wen quickly reached out to catch it, but his eyes continued to fixate on the large monster encyclopedia page that was still floating and glowing in the sky. Under his gaze, the page began to shrink little by little, and when it became slightly narrower than a sticky note, the light faded, and it gently fell from the air. Xie Wen reached out again to catch it, and before he could carefully observe its changes, a message suddenly came from the piece of paper. Attendant summoning ticket 13. Xie Wen, in the game, there's a follower ticket, but that thing is used to craft equipment for cats, and as far as Xie Wen remembers, there has never been anything like a follower summoning ticket. After all, recruiting cats in the game is done directly by spending money, so there is no need for such fancy items. Could it be that? Xie Wen stared at the piece of follower summoning ticket in his hand, and an unpleasant suspicion arose in his mind. Could it be that Monster Hunter has released a mobile game? Fragments, gacha, half-hearted monster designs, and collaborations with other popular IPs. This mobile game element is all maxed out, right? Especially considering the last 2 points. This is likely one of those heartless mobile games that relies on IPs to milk money from players. But wait, I hadn't heard anything about MH releasing a mobile version before I crossed over. Moreover, according to the basic rules of crossing over. Those who end up in mobile games or acquire mobile game systems should be seasoned players, whale players, cheaters, or even designers, right? A decent start would give you a V18 account, daily salaries, and at least 1,000 or 800 diamonds to splurge. Why did they choose someone like me, completely unfamiliar with it, and who hasn't even heard of it, to cross over with a rookie account? A rookie account is one thing. But where's my rookie gift package? Where's my sign-in rewards? Where did they all go? You guys better watch out for me, using a lawyer's letter to warn you for not following the basic rules of crossing over. While Xie Wen was brainstorming alone, Sanji Cat was getting a bit impatient. Xie Wen, what is going on? Sanji Cat tugged at his clothes with his little paw, his big black eyes filled with curiosity. Xie Wen thought for a moment and really didn't know how to explain it to Sanji Cat. So he simply told him what he was interested in. Simply put, even if this continent doesn't have other Airou, you don't have to worry about not seeing Airou big sister. Meow. Upon hearing this news, Sanji Cat's eyes lit up. Quick, tell me more. Cough. This thing is called a follower summoning ticket. As the name implies, you can use it to summon other Airou. Xie Wen held out the summoning ticket fragment in front of Sanji Cat, but it was only 1/3 of the ticket. They needed to collect the remaining 2 fragments to proceed with the summoning. Then what are we waiting for? Sanji Cat, uninterested in the summoning ticket itself, didn't even look at the small piece of paper in front of him, but urged Xie Wen anxiously, already imagining the scene of meeting Airou big sister, and his smile became more radiant. The problem is I don't know where to collect the next 2 pieces. Xie Wen shrugged and explained. Although this piece appeared after unlocking the large monster encyclopedia, there was nothing similar when unlocking the small monster encyclopedia. And I also don't know how to unlock those remaining pages. Meow. The sudden rise and fall of hope was too stimulating. Just when Sanji Cat saw a glimmer of hope, he was instantly crushed by reality, his face switching to a look of despair in a second. Seeing the cat in such a disheartened state, Xie Wen found it half amusing and half pitiful as he rubbed his head. Don't be so down. What I just said is just the worst-case scenario. Maybe the remaining fragments only need us to defeat 2 more monsters to obtain. Or maybe we'll suddenly unlock other pages at some point. Since you could defeat this kind of monster, can't you go map opening with me, meow? The revived Sanji Cat and Xie Wen thought of the same thing, although their original intentions were different. Of course, Xie Wen naturally wouldn't mind these details. He smiled and scratched Sanji Cat's chin, replying, but before that, shouldn't you deal with that meat? Didn't you say that if you leave it for too long, the quality will decline? Meow. My ingredients. Reminded by him, Sanji Cat hurriedly ran towards the remaining Lin Yang Wang meat. Meanwhile, Xie Wen sat back on the stone and began to carefully examine the summoning ticket fragment that he hadn't had the chance to look at properly before being interrupted by Sanji Cat. The summoning ticket was overall off-white, and aside from some light gray patterns and borders drawn in the style of Monster Hunter, there were only 2 black characters that read follower, just like the phrase on the cover page of the Hunter's Manual. These 2 characters were also written in that strange yet understandable Monster Hunter script, and at the bottom edge of the character, there was a classic torn, irregular, serrated edge. Xie Wen imagined the complete form of the summoning ticket, feeling it resembled a Monster Hunter-themed bookmark. He carefully placed the summoning ticket fragments into his bag and opened the Hunter's Manual, intending to study whether there were any other items or functions he had yet to discover. However, unfortunately, despite flipping through the manual several times, he did not find anything special like the follower summoning ticket. On that day, Sanji Cat did not use the newly acquired forest sheep king meat for cooking, but instead used the food he had collected himself. It's definitely more cost-effective to save such high-quality ingredients for tomorrow when we go hunt other monsters. Sanji Cat explained earnestly. That makes sense. Xie Wen, who only had to worry about eating, had no objections. The next morning, Xie Wen, still lost in dreams, was quickly awakened by a rich and enticing aroma. He hurriedly crawled out of the cave and immediately saw Sanji Cat roasting an entire hind leg of the forest sheep king. He was flipping the leg, which was several sizes larger than himself, while sprinkling various spices on it and occasionally making a few cuts with a chef's knife. Golden fat dripped from the roasted leg onto the ground, sizzling in the fire pit. Eating something so greasy so early in the morning isn't very good, is it? Xie Wen's throat rolled slightly as he muttered under his breath. He had long known that Sanji the cat wasn't in a good mood while cooking. So, Xie Wen didn't approach to create discomfort. Instead, he obediently found a stone to sit on, watching the cat prepare a top-notch meal for him, occasionally wiping the sweat that trickled from the corner of his mouth. There was no helping it. The bonfire Sanji had set up was simply too large, and even just standing nearby made Xie Wen feel hot. Finally, when Sanji took the leg of lamb off the bonfire and placed it onto a huge leaf that had been prepared as a plate, Xie Wen rushed over immediately. "Thank you for your hard work," he expressed verbally, but his hand instinctively reached for the leg of lamb. However, his hand was swatted away by a fluffy little paw. "Don't rush. It's not ready yet." After saying that, Sanji took out a few dried leaves, crushed them, and sprinkled them over the leg of lamb. "Now you can eat." After handing Xie Wen a set of cutlery, Sanji proudly placed his hands on his hips and said, "The meat of this forest lamb king is really special. Among all the meats I've seen, it ranks at least in the top 5. However, at that moment, Xie Wen had no time to care about the quality of monster meat. He quickly cut a piece from the leg of lamb and stuffed it into his mouth, burning his tongue and making noises of pain, but he couldn't bear to spit it out. After chewing through the pain and pleasure for a while, he finally swallowed the roasted meat. This roasted leg of lamb truly lived up to the reputation of food made from a large monster. Just one bite, and Xie Wen felt a slight boost in his strength. The most crucial part was that this roasted lamb was much more delicious than anything he had eaten before. If only he had crossed over earlier, according to the basic rules of early crossings. This leg of lamb roasted by Sanji would have attracted at least a holy beast or a giant dragon. There were definitely no divine beasts that could be lured away by a piece of roasted meat on this island. However, one of the former novice instructors of the Monster Hunter, which could even lead experienced hunters to their doom, the Wild Boar King, definitely existed. And there were 2 of them. When I was exploring earlier, I had seen those 2 Wild Boar Kings confronting the Forest Lamb King, but they didn't end up fighting. So their strengths should be about equal. Having grasped nearly half of the situation on this island, Sanji the cat didn't hesitate much and set the target for Xie Wen's first hunting trip on this pair of Wild Boar Kings. Xie Wen had no objections to Sanji's choice. Compared to other familiar or unfamiliar monsters, the Wild Boar Kings were much simpler in terms of attack patterns. From both a gaming and a real-life perspective, they were the most suitable targets for breaking ground. If they could find a blacksmith, with the materials obtained from the 2 Wild Boar Kings, they could at least gather enough for a half set of wild boar gear. Xie Wen felt quite regretful. There was no way around it. In this real world where any injury could affect his physical condition, he felt no sense of security without any protective gear. If he couldn't find a village soon, Xie Wen hoped he could summon a forging-type Airou. Although it seemed that forging in the game could only create equipment for cats and dogs, Xie Wen thought that with a little modification, he could also use it. Thus, the situation returned to square one. To summon a new cat, he first had to try to hunt other large monsters. After deciding on the target for the day, Xie Wen followed behind Sanji Meow, heading towards the territory of the 2 Wild Boar Kings, while also collecting some ingredients along the way. After all, food for Xie Wen was not just about filling his stomach. It could also be used as items to restore and enhance attributes. Besides that TSK, he still hadn't unlocked the Environmental Creature Encyclopedia. On the way, Xie Wen opened the Hunter's Manual several times, but unfortunately, the gray pages showed no sign of wanting to unlock. In the game, besides the large and small monsters that could be hunted, many neutral or even friendly units also had their own specific encyclopedias, classified by the game designers as environmental creatures. However, previously, Sanji Meow had brought back some ingredients that weren't even considered small monsters, yet he couldn't unlock this encyclopedia. Xie Wen had guessed that, like in the game, he might need to go to their refresh locations to unlock it. As a result, he had been moving in the woods for over 10 minutes, even increasing the exploration percentage of the map by 1%, but the Environmental Creature Encyclopedia still didn't appear. But thinking about it, the environmental creatures in the game either provided temporary status effects or were collection items for hunting gear and points. The key point was that although they were called creatures, they all stayed in fixed positions and didn't move around. Rather than being a part of the Hunter World's ecosystem, it was more like a mechanism to add fun to the game. So, it was actually normal for the Hunter's Manual not to display this type of encyclopedia. Having figured this out, Xie Wen smirked and finally gave up on trying in this regard. Still no luck, Meow. Seeing Xie Wen put away the Hunter's Manual, Sanji Meow also showed a disappointed expression. Compared to Xie Wen, this little yellow cat was actually the most concerned about whether the manual could unlock new pages. Alright, there are many ways to unlock it. At least, the page for weapons is already confirmed, and it will eventually be collected. Xie Wen rubbed Sanji Meow's little head and smiled to comfort him. Of course, he couldn't determine whether the summoned creature would be a female or male, and he deliberately hadn't mentioned this issue to Sanji Meow. He was genuinely looking forward to seeing the wonderful expression on Sanji Meow's face when he summoned yet another male. Meow. Just as Sanji Meow was enjoying Xie Wen's petting, he suddenly felt a chill and stood up alertly. Looking around, but found nothing unusual. What's wrong? Xie Wen thought he had discovered some danger and tensed up, one hand gripping the hilt of the knife behind him, ready to draw the katana. Sanji Miao shook his ears and then his head, awkwardly replying, "Maybe I made a mistake. Let's continue on our way." Wait a minute. Although his recent attempt to unlock a new page had failed, Xie Wen suddenly thought of a new direction to try. Take out a few of the small animals we killed before. I have something I want to experiment with. Meow? Sanji Miao tilted his head in confusion, but obediently took out 2 rabbit corpses and 1 wild bird from his pouch. Xie Wen then took out the primitive-style hunting knife. When he thought about environmental creatures being used as materials, he instinctively associated it with the hunting knife used by hunters to skin materials. Since the hunter's manual, barbecue grill, and even whetstone and fishing rod all had their special features, it didn't make sense for the hunting knife, which had a similar usage rate and status as a weapon, to be just an ordinary dagger. Of course, it was also possible that its special feature was like that of the whetstone and fishing rod, having unlimited durability. But trying it out wouldn't hurt. What do you want to do, Meow? Sanji Miao, seeing Xie Wen take out the hunting knife, protested. I can handle the ingredients myself. It's better for you to focus on combat. You clumsy Meow? Saying this, he tried to stuff the ingredients back into his pouch. When it came to cooking-related matters, Sanji Miao was always particularly serious. Even after Xie Wen explained his purpose, Sanji Miao still seemed a bit reluctant. So, he carefully selected from the ingredients in his pouch and finally handed over the smallest and most damaged wild bird corpse to Xie Wen. For an experiment. You don't need such good materials, Meow, the little cat said earnestly. Xie Wen didn't mind, casually tossing the corpse of the wild bird to the ground, then gripping the hunting knife in his hand, mimicking how hunters in the game extracted materials, and fiercely stabbed down at the corpse. Meow. Seeing Xie Wen's actions, Sanji Miao felt a prickly sensation all over. However, the next second, he was shocked to the point that all his fur stood on end. What the meow is this? At that moment, Sanji Miao didn't even care that it might attract the fierce beasts on the island, and shouted loudly. Because as Xie Wen stabbed down and made a harsh cut, a standard-shaped bird leg suddenly popped out from the corpse of the wild bird. Even with Sanji Miao's strict eye for ingredients, the processing of this bird leg was perfect, belonging to the category of excellent ingredients that could be used directly. What amazed him even more was that even after popping out this bird leg, the corpse of the wild bird still maintained its previous appearance. And even the spot where Xie Wen had stabbed showed no signs of damage. It's just extracting materials. Xie Wen scratched his head. Aren't other hunters like this? Although the hunters in the inherited memories didn't seem to have such a peculiar ability. But hunters in the game definitely did it this way. He wasn't lying. Unfortunately, Sanji Miao clearly didn't think so. No way, Meow. What kind of hunter acts so strangely like this idiot? TSK. As time spent together increased, Xie Wen felt that this little yellow cat was becoming more and more audacious. However, while eating, he really didn't have the confidence to argue with Sanji Miao. Moreover, the cat was so cute. Let be a little audacious. After all, he wouldn't lose a piece of meat. Xie Wen reached out his hand and scratched Sanji Cat's chin in a show of kindness for past grievances, successfully making him squint his eyes and reveal a comfortable expression. Silly little kitty. My petting skills are revered in the industry as the divine technique known as Kato's hand. Watching the little kitty getting into the groove, Xie Wen suddenly withdrew his hand. Meow. The Sanji cat, who had just started to enjoy it, felt quite uncomfortable. But he couldn't bring himself to ask Xie Wen to continue, so he could only glare at him angrily, his tail behind him swishing loudly, even breaking a few branches of nearby plants. However, Xie Wen pretended not to see any of this and picked up the hunting knife again, plunging it into the corpse of the wild bird. This time, the hunting knife successfully damaged the bird's body, and a small amount of blood seeped out from the wound Xie Wen had made. As expected, Xie Wen drew out his hunting knife and nodded. In the game, small creatures like this, even those small monsters that are about the same size as hunters, can only yield materials once. Only large neutral creatures like Bobo and the drooping dragon can be harvested twice. As for large boss monsters, they can be harvested 3 times. If there is a severed tail, an additional harvest can be done from the tail. After telling Sanji Cat about the capabilities of this hunting knife, this little yellow cat, who ranked cooking as its second favorite interest, immediately forgot Xie Wen's outrageous behavior and quickly rummaged through the ingredients in its bag. Quick, give them all a slice. Any chef would not refuse the chance to obtain an extra portion of perfectly processed ingredients for free. Xie Wen, wanting to conduct more tests, was naturally eager for this. They then obtained various meats, bones, feathers, skins, and other extra materials. Xie Wen even extracted a scent gland from a weasel's corpse, leaving him with a stinky hand. There was no way around it. Just like in the game, the harvested materials were completely random. In the end, Sanji Cat took out the largest piece of forest sheep king meat and let Xie Wen try to harvest it. As Xie Wen expected, the harvesting failed. He then purposely damaged an unprocessed wild rabbit corpse, but again, he couldn't successfully harvest. It seemed that the ingredients needed to retain a certain level of integrity to allow for material harvesting. Xie Wen put away the hunting knife, looked up at the sky, and said to Sanji Cat, "We've tested enough. We need to speed up. Who knows how long I'll have to fight those two wild boar kings? Don't worry, we're not far now, and I remember their scent. We'll find them soon," Sanji Cat replied cheerfully. With many new ingredients, Sanji Cat was in a great mood, even walking more lightly as it led the way, its tail held high and playfully swaying back and forth as if it had a mind of its own. Sanji Cat didn't boast, and soon, under its guidance, Xie Wen arrived near the two giant wild boars. In terms of size, these two wild boar kings were slightly smaller than the forest sheep king. However, even the smaller one was definitely much larger than a normal wild boar. They were currently rooting around in the ground for plant roots, seemingly unaware of Xie Wen's presence. But Sanji Cat informed Xie Wen that this was only because they had not yet entered their alert range. In reality, they had already been detected. Once we get a bit closer, they'll issue a warning. If we don't leave quickly then, they'll attack. During its previous explorations, Sanji Cat did not just familiarize itself with the terrain. It had also been collecting information on Xie Wen's future targets, even though Xie Wen had not asked it to do so. What did sunder a little cat? Xie Wen had a kind smile on his face, like a loving father. "Why are you smiling so grossly, Meow? And why are you getting so close, Meow?" Sanji, with a look of disdain, pushed Xie Wen away with his little paw as he leaned in to nuzzle against him. "Xie Wen, the timing is just not right. Once I deal with those two wild boars, I'll turn you into a sphinx." With his head forced back, Xie Wen cursed in his heart, but said out loud, "You just stay here, leave the rest to me. Although I'm just a chef." Sanji Meow pulled out a frying pan and waved it a couple of times. "But I can fight too. Don't worry." Xie Wen reached out to pat his little head and advised again, "I've already taken down the Lin Yang King, which is about their level, without any injuries, so you don't need to bother. If you get hurt, who will cook for me?" If Sanji Meow had the same strength as the original Sanji, or was a combat-oriented companion, Xie Wen wouldn't refuse his goodwill. But since he's not good at fighting, there's no need to put him in danger. Fortunately, Sanji Meow still fits his character, as long as it doesn't involve the beautiful Airou elder sister. This little yellow cat can think calmly. So, although somewhat reluctant, he was persuaded by Xie Wen. "Then I'm off." Xie Wen first popped a meatball to restore his stamina, then gripped the handle of the fresh knife by Nagi and charged at the smaller wild boar king. Just as Sanji Meow said, before Xie Wen had taken 5 steps, the two wild boars that were happily eating immediately stopped and looked in his direction, letting out low growls as a warning. According to the hunter inheritance Xie Wen received, even early bosses like the wild boar kings would pause and observe for a moment when encountering an enemy. After all, being at the top of the food chain in an area, few creatures dare to attack them proactively. Even when encountering another boss-type monster, they usually face off first, assessing whether it's worth it to engage in battle. This habit of theirs provides hunters with an excellent opportunity to attack, especially for those proficient in dual wielding. They can unleash a full combo before these monsters react. With the experience from those seasoned hunters in his memory, Xie Wen naturally wouldn't miss this chance. So while charging, he also activated his demon mode. However, the situation didn't develop as it did in the inherited memories. Both wild boar kings didn't show any signs of hesitation. Instead, they charged at him as soon as they spotted Xie Wen. TSK, what terrible luck I have. Although this situation is rare, those old hunters in the inherited memories had encountered it before. Just like everyone's personality is different, even the same type of monster can have different temperaments. Even among the relatively cowardly white rabbit beasts, there have been individuals more irritable than the golden lion, let alone the inherently reckless wild boar kings. Xie Wen decided to at the first opportunity. Without a good offensive space, staying in would just be wasting stamina. However, there was still time for a strike. Just before colliding with the smaller wild boar king, Xie Wen sidestepped to avoid the attack while drawing his knife, the fresh blade by Na, from his back. With both hands gripping the knife and twisting his waist, he executed a. This was a hunter's ultimate technique, foot-cutting knife method. Since hunters often face monsters that are much larger than themselves, almost every hunter has developed the habit of cutting the legs first to make the opponent fall. Then chop, chop. Xie Wen directly severed both legs of the wild boar king on its right side. was the Wild Boar King this week. The unexpected result left Xie Wen momentarily stunned. He instinctively stopped, leaning on his saltfish greatsword as he looked at the Wild Boar King, which was still lying on the ground, wailing with its severed legs. Although he had activated and used, leveraging the Wild Boar King's own charging power. And his fresh blade by Na was also a final form greatsword. Directly cutting off the Wild Boar King's legs was something only those legendary greatsword heroes from his memories had accomplished. So, this was indeed not a monster hunter's world. Xie Wen's heart became increasingly certain of this. What are you doing, you idiot? There's another Wild Boar King. Just as Xie Wen was lost in thought, Sanji's anxious voice suddenly came from not far away. Huh? By the time Xie Wen reacted, another Wild Boar King was already right in front of him. Damn! There was no time to raise his salted fish katana in front of him. Xie Wen could only curl up as much as possible, using his arms and legs to brace against the Wild Boar King's impact. Bang! As expected, Xie Wen was sent flying. Fortunately, due to its size, the Wild Boar King's tusks did not penetrate his body, only leaving a not-so-serious wound on his shoulder. Additionally, although he was in a lot of pain, Xie Wen realized that the damage he sustained wasn't as severe as he had imagined. In the inherited memories, those hunters could even withstand a few hits from the red-black dragon's tail. But that was under the premise that they were all wearing gear made from high-level monster materials. If it were someone like him, who wore no equipment at all, even a Bobo could deal significant damage to a hunter. Moreover, his current body was still that of a child. So, is this the result of Sanji's cooking? Or did the benefits of crossing over also enhance my body strength? However, now is not the time to dwell on these questions. After Xie Wen fell to the ground, he immediately rolled over and, enduring the pain, got back up. He then grabbed a branch he didn't know where he had picked up from and assumed a stance to face the Wild Boar King. Where's my knife? A qualified Azure Star wound dropped their weapon just because they were hit by a monster. However, Xie Wen's Azure Star was only a half-finished product, and he couldn't keep his weapon in hand under any circumstances. In fact, even a true Azure Star might lose their weapon during battle. After all, the real world isn't like a game where, even if you're knocked around by a monster, your weapon stays firmly in your hand or automatically returns to its sheath. The Wild Boar King certainly wouldn't adhere to any martial ethics, waiting patiently for Xie Wen to pick up his weapon before continuing the fight. So, Xie Wen didn't even have time to search for Bai Na's whereabouts before the second charge came at him. Xie Wen dropped the wooden stick in his hand, leaped to avoid the charge of the Wild Boar King, and quickly searched the ground nearby. Although the area was overgrown with weeds, the fresh knife and white nagi were quite eye-catching in terms of size, color, and shape. Therefore, Xie Wen quickly found his weapon. Fortunately, this time the opponent was the Wild Boar King. Xie Wen was dodging the attacks of the Wild Boar King while running towards Bai Na, feeling secretly relieved. The nature of wild boars meant that their attack methods were quite singular. As long as he had enough speed and reflexes, avoiding their attacks was relatively easy. Therefore, Xie Wen quickly retrieved his weapon and turned back to slash at the Wild Boar King's foot. However, this time the damage caused by the attack was much less, and the Wild Boar King's movements were hardly affected. Was it because this one was bigger and tougher, or was there some other reason? Xie Wen was calmly negotiating with the Wild Boar King, while also analyzing the reason for the significant difference in the two attacks. Speaking of which, when he took down the Forest Sheep King yesterday, it seemed that besides the dragon's slaying strike, only the final shocking sword technique had caused the cutting effect. And the common point between the two is, Xie Wen has entered the demonization state. Is the increase in attack power from demonization really that exaggerated? Xie Wen planned to test the Wild Boar King in front of him thoroughly. So he first stuffed a meatball into his mouth. There was no choice. With his current physical condition, even the few seconds of demon transformation he had just activated had already consumed nearly a third of his stamina. To be safe, he needed to recover a bit first. After swallowing a meatball, Xie Wen immediately felt his stamina replenished, so he quickly activated the demon transformation again. Naturally, the next step was the favorite part of hunters, cutting off the feet. However, after several strikes, the Wild Boar King's forelegs were still firmly attached, at most just limping a bit. It seemed that demon transformation alone was not enough. Xie Wen continued to analyze calmly. After all, besides the demonization, he had also used techniques like the Chi Blade Slash and the Divine Might Airou. However, from the battle with the Forest Sheep King, it seemed that a simple Chi Blade Slash wouldn't be sufficient. The Dragon Slash had some effect. But at that time, the feeling of cutting was far from as effortless as when he had just severed the Wild Boar King's legs. The correct answer was basically clear, but Xie Wen still wanted to test it. He wanted to see if the power of divine, might Airou, or even ordinary Airou, was enough to make a decisive impact in a battle of this level without the demonization. So after releasing the demonization, Xie Wen stuffed 2 pieces of smoked meat into his mouth. Well, that's how hunters with short stamina are. However, on the other hand, it was also the first time Xie Wen had frequently used food to replenish his stamina. The recovery speed didn't seem to show any signs of decline, but it felt a bit too much. Xie Wen let out a long breath, slightly alleviating the feeling of fullness in his stomach, and then sheathed the blade by Na. The wild boar king in front of him had sustained significant injuries to all 4 legs, greatly reducing its mobility. Therefore, Xie Wen didn't need to continue to struggle with it, as there were weaknesses everywhere. Moreover, the main objective now was to test the lethality of his techniques, so there was no need to specifically aim for its legs. Xie Wen stepped aside and took a couple of steps, slightly aimed, and then suddenly drew his sword, delivering a plain, yet unremarkable Airou slash to the side of the wild boar king. Blood splattered, and the wild boar king let out a tragic howl, its body swaying and falling to the ground. The sensation in his hand was a bit dull. However, Xie Wen was not very concerned about the outcome of this attack. He was feeling the feedback from the slash he just made and observing the wounds on the wild boar king's body. It seemed that he hadn't hit any bones. Although the power of a standard Airou was somewhat higher than that of a chi blade slash, it still couldn't achieve a clean cut. So, Xie Wen continued to sheath his sword, and this time, it was the divine might Airou. The wild boar king, which had just struggled to get up, was hit hard again. This slash directly struck its head, not only cutting off one of its tusks, but also splitting its skull open. Thus, the wild boar king immediately fell back down, but this time could not get up again. It was completely dead. Well, although it wasn't as easy as when he entered the demonization state, the divine might Airou was still sufficient to deal with these large monsters with relatively weak defenses. This was quite important for Xie Wen, whose stamina bar was not very long at the moment. After sheathing his sword, Xie Wen looked at the other wild boar king he had taken down at the beginning. Having lost 2 legs, it could not stand up at all. And with the massive loss of blood, even if it wasn't dead, it had very little life left. Xie Wen, are you okay, Meow? Sanji Meow jumped down from the tree where it had been hiding and rushed to Xie Wen's side after seeing that both wild boar kings had been dealt with. Don't worry, just a little scratch, Xie Wen said with a smile, patting its head. I seem to be sturdier than I thought. You idiot. You almost scare me to death, Meow. Seeing that Xie Wen was fine, Sanji Meow finally got angry with him. How did you even get the title of the Azure Star? You actually spaced out during the battle, Meow. As Sanji Meow grew angrier, it jumped onto Xie Wen's body and started giving him a flurry of cat punches with its little paws on his head. If you die, it will take me to find the beautiful Airou big sister, Meow. Faced with this unique concern from the little cat, Xie Wen could only smile wryly and plead for mercy. By the way, speaking of Airou big sister, don't you want to know if there are any new changes in the Hunter's Handbook? Xie Wen suddenly thought of something and said to the still stubborn Sanji Meow. Sanji Meow immediately jumped down from Xie Wen's body. Hurry up and take it out to sea, Meow. TSK. Although he had achieved his goal, Xie Wen couldn't help but feel a bit unsatisfied. However, he still took out the Hunter's Handbook, and sure enough, the information about the Wild Boar King had been updated in the large monster compendium. And then there was nothing else. Meow. With no new summoning ticket fragments appearing, Sanji Meow's tail and ears instantly drooped down. Looking at the cat's disappointed and frustrated expression, Xie Wen's mood instantly improved. Just like the original Sanji, Sanji Meow's spirit was still very resilient. After a brief moment of disappointment, it quickly recovered, then cheerfully approached the corpses of the 2 wild boar kings, evaluating the newly acquired ingredients. Just like yesterday, you've damaged the ingredients too much, Meow. After looking around, Sanji Meow shook its little head regretfully. The smaller one is preserved quite well, but it bled too much and has been left for a while, so the dish made from it will be a bit tough. Meow. So, the little yellow cat waved at Xie Wen. Hurry up and use your magical little knife to dig it out, Meow. Even if Sanji Meow hadn't said it, Xie Wen was planning to do just that. He took out his hunting knife and first went to the larger wild boar king nearby, casually stabbing and slicing. Wild boar tooth 1. Not very lucky. If there were a blacksmith, that wild boar tooth might be usable as a material. But the current situation was that even if he really found other humans in the future, it was very likely that they wouldn't be able to forge the genuine hunter equipment. Xie Wen smacked his lips and plunged the knife down again. Hoochie. The sound of the blade piercing flesh was clearly audible. Xie Wen focused his gaze and saw that the hunting knife in his hand had indeed stabbed into the body of the wild boar king. So in this unknown world, even the boss can only be harvested for materials once. Xie Wen immediately understood the situation and didn't feel much regret. After all, it didn't really matter whether the hunter blacksmith was still around or not. The ability to extract materials didn't seem that important anymore. Moreover, the extra extraction this time was essentially free, and the monster's materials wouldn't disappear. Drawing out his hunting knife, Xie Wen performed a beautiful flourish before approaching the slightly smaller wild boar king to extract from it. Wild boar skin 1. Xie Wen, Sanji Miao. It seems that today's luck is indeed not very good. Xie Wen quietly put away the hunting knife and casually stowed the wild boar hide in his bag. Neither he nor Sanji Miao knew how to process leather. In the past, they either cooked the animal hides to eat or simply threw them away. Now, having a complete and well-prepared hide was a rare opportunity that could be used as a mattress when taken back. Moreover, given the current situation, it was highly likely that there were no other intelligent beings on this island. So if they wanted to leave in the future, this hide could also be used to make a sail. In fact, long ago, when Xie Wen realized that this might be a deserted island, he began to think about leaving. After confirming that this was not the world of monster hunters, the idea of leaving became even more imperative. To be honest, if possible, Xie Wen actually did not want to go out to sea, as the sea was much more dangerous than this resource-rich island. However, to expect Xie Wen to stay on this island for a lifetime was out of the question. Not only would Sanji Miao not agree to look for a female cat, but Xie Wen himself couldn't bear it either. However, this matter was not urgent for the time being. Xie Wen felt that he should at least wait until he grew another 2 or 3 years older and improve his strength, and ideally, he could summon 1 or 2 more cats, so they would have more helpers when going out to sea. During this time, Xie Wen could take his time to prepare. Moreover, after carefully analyzing his advantages, Xie Wen felt that even if they set sail now, it wouldn't be a big problem. The dynamic map in the Hunter's Handbook could ensure they wouldn't get lost, and the existence of the dimensional waste bag relieved them of excessive worries about supplies. Even Sanji Miao understood a little bit about sailing knowledge. It was hard to tell if it was a restoration of the character or if Airou was just that versatile. After all, whether it was the early cat hot air balloon or the later stealth team and trading ship, Airou's had shown extremely professional capabilities when going far away. So it was quite normal for Sanji Miao to know a bit about sailing, right? Of course, it would be even better if they could summon a Nami Miao or a Jack Sparrow Miao in the future. Xie Wen was dreaming beautifully while tidying up the 2 spoils with Sanji. Afterward, they didn't rush back, but wandered around the area, pushing the exploration progress on the map. It wasn't until the sky began to darken that they returned to their temporary camp with a large amount of ingredients and some materials that might come in handy. Sanji, can you make a tent? Xie Wen asked while sorting through the various materials in his hands, as Sanji was preparing dinner. I know the general method, but I haven't made one myself, Sanji replied nonchalantly. Hearing Sanji's casual response, Xie Wen's cheeks twitched slightly. He realized that this group of Airou had their own special skills. Even a chef like Sanji could do handicrafts. However, such a good thing was naturally more than welcome for Xie Wen. So he didn't dwell on it too much and explained, it's to advance the map progress, of course. Their current base wasn't far from the beach where they initially woke up, situated at the edge of the island. If they wanted to continue exploring the central area of the island later, a portable tent would be necessary for either temporary stops or moving to a new base. He hadn't considered this matter before because, until yesterday, Xie Wen was still planning to become a sword god on the 10-mile slope, leveling up before thinking about exploration. Additionally, they didn't have suitable animal skins to make a tent before discovering the special ability of the hunting knife. What you said makes sense, Sanji said, suddenly becoming serious. Even though we don't need to move quickly, it wouldn't hurt to spend some time practicing how to make a tent. After finishing dinner, Sanji detailed the tent-making method he knew to Xie Wen. Based on what he said, Xie Wen organized all the required materials. We need to chop some flexible branches for the frame. It's a pity there are no bamboo on this island, and we might not have enough animal skins. Given that neither of them had lit up their sewing skills, the issue of animal skin consumption had to be considered, and the wild boar skin originally planned for a mattress, and sail had to be put into the tent-making process first. For the next few days, Xie Wen added tent-making practice to his hunting and training tasks. The frame of the tent wasn't difficult. Finding suitable wood and roasting it to shape was enough. With Sanji, a chef skilled at controlling the fire, they only failed once while roasting the first wooden stick. Afterward, they succeeded on the first try every time. Then they tied the prepared wooden sticks together with vines, completing the entire frame. The real trouble lay in sewing the animal skins. Just as Xie Wen had worried at the start, he only vaguely remembered some simple stitching methods from his elementary school craft class. So initially, the consumption of animal skins while sewing was quite severe. After a long period of practice, The animal skins Xie, when sewed, were barely acceptable, but there was still no guarantee of sturdiness and sealing. Therefore, he could only use some small pieces of animal skins to practice. During this time, Sanji also tried to help, but his sewing talent was even worse than Xie Wen's. Moreover, while sewing animal skins, his claws often accidentally poked out, making several holes in the animal skins he was working on. Although there was finally something that allowed Xie Wen to tease Sanji for being clumsy, he still hoped to summon a Maki, Chiyo, or Ishida Yuryu to free him from this task. Additionally, aside from sewing, Xie Wen wanted to summon a craftsman with shipbuilding skills. Thinking about it, the current 1/3 of a follower summoning ticket was simply not enough. Crack! Accompanied by a clean cutting sound, a large amount of blood and a huge rat head fell from the air. Sure enough, after switching back to Shirike's, he didn't even need to draw his sword. Just using the air blade was enough. With a calm expression, Xie Wen sheathed his knife and muttered somewhat disinterestedly before taking out his hunting knife and stabbing the oversized rat he had just taken down. A simple stab and pull left a complete rat hide covering the rat's corpse. Well, we don't really need animal skins right now. Xie Wen curled his lips and casually put away the rat's skin, while Sanji Cat, who had been waiting nearby, immediately sprang over. As usual, he skillfully handled this prey. By now, it had been a long time since they had taken down the Four Sheep King and the Wild Boar King. Unlike many dramas, Xie Wen did not mark the days on stones or trees. He only knew that he had grown taller and no longer needed to carry his katana horizontally. He could now use the traditional diagonal carry of a katana warrior. Additionally, since his villager set had no adaptive system, it had long since turned into a crop top, and the pants had become increasingly tight, leading Xie Wen to simply discard them and sew himself a pair of leather pants using the sewing skill he had unlocked while making the tent. After finishing the tent, they began a life of moving and exploring the map. By now, Xie Wen and Sanji Cat had changed bases several times, and their map exploration progress had reached 36.3, essentially covering the southern part of the island. During this time, they naturally engaged in battles with the large monsters on the island. However, as Xie Wen's strength grew day by day, he rarely encountered monsters that could threaten him. In fact, to sharpen his combat skills, he hadn't used his fresh knife, Shirike's, for a long time, opting instead for a rough homemade bone knife and occasionally playing with the Boar King's tusks as dual blades. The reason he switched back to Shirike's today wasn't because the large rat was particularly strong, but simply because its lair was suitable as a new base. And the rat's aggressive nature meant it couldn't be tamed like some large monsters to serve as a training partner. So, Xie Wen swiftly ended its life, also as a way to validate his current strength. While Sanji Cat was preparing the ingredients, Xie Wen took out his hunter's manual from his bag. Although he had added another entry, bringing the total number of large monster data to 10, it remained silent, just like before, and did not reward Xie Wen with a new summoning ticket fragment, despite the number reaching double digits. TSK. Xie Wen clicked his tongue in annoyance, casually naming the new guidebook Mouse King before flipping to the first page that displayed the map. After this deployment, there wouldn't be a need to change bases for a short while. Looking at their current location, Xie Wen said to Sanji Cat, "It doesn't matter. Still no summoning tickets?" Sanji Cat, who had already gathered all the ingredients, suddenly appeared next to Xie Wen, pawing at his arm that was holding the manual and pressing his fluffy head against it. "No, and I don't know how many monster data entries we need to collect before the second fragment appears." Xie Wen shrugged helplessly and replied, "Maybe there's only this one, and the rest need to unlock other pages?" "Impossible. Absolutely impossible." Sanji Cat shook his little head vigorously like a fan on high speed, clearly unwilling to accept such a terrible possibility. At the very least, completing the island exploration will give us one. Otherwise, why would there be a progress bar? Although this was Sanji Cat's excuse to escape reality, it must be said that there was some truth to it. In fact, Xie Wen also felt that once the progress bar reached 100, the Hunter's Manual would definitely reveal something more. Whether it would be a summoning ticket fragment was uncertain. Moreover, even if what was given after reaching 100 was a summoning ticket fragment, it would only be 2/3 of one, still not enough to make a complete ticket. As Xie Wen stroked Sanji Cat, he teased, there is also a possibility that it would directly give one summoning ticket. Sanji Cat weakly retorted, after all, the stinginess of this manual is evident. Xie Wen has unlocked so many things, and so far it has only given 1/3 of a follower summoning ticket. Then don't you think it's possible, Xie Wen continued to tease, that when I first arrived on this island and unlocked the map page, I used the first summoning ticket to summon you? This was one of Xie Wen's guesses when he was bored, just right to tease the cat. As for the truth, it was no longer important. I was T summoned. Sanji Cat first retorted angrily, then added uncertainly, it shouldn't T be, right? Because he actually didn't T quite remember how he came to this island. And when he first saw Xie Wen, he instinctively knew that the other party was his employer. So there really is that possibility. Sanji Cat was startled by his own guess, hugging his little head with his paws and shaking it in disbelief. No, not that. Cough cough, this is just my guess. It doesn't have to be that way. All right, don't be so agitated. There are still many locked pages. Sooner or later you'll be able to summon new partners. Seeing Sanji Cat's distressed look, Xie Wen felt a bit sorry for him and quickly picked him up, softly comforting him. Xie Wen comforted the frantically upset Sanji for quite a while before finally calming him down. The first thing the cat did once he settled was to grab Xie Wen's hand and bite down hard as revenge. Hey, easy there. Easy. You're going to break the skin. You're not that easy to hurt. Sanji continued to bite Xie Wen's hand, glaring at him while mumbling, "Who told you to scare me?" Xie Wen quickly begged for mercy, and only then did Sanji Miao reluctantly release his mouth, rubbing the bite mark on the back of his hand. Xie Wen pondered for a moment before suddenly asking, "Speaking of which, I still don't know about your past experiences. Can you tell me about them?" With the speculation that Sanji Miao might have been summoned, Xie Wen was curious whether he was conjured out of thin air by a golden finger or if he was really summoned from the Monster Hunter world. However, after thinking it over carefully, he felt that there didn't seem to be much difference between the two, because for Xie Wen, the world of Monster Hunter was also fabricated by game designers. Nevertheless, Xie Wen was still somewhat curious about Sanji Miao's past experiences. "Miao? My past experiences aren't anything special." Sanji Miao tilted his head in confusion and replied, "I lived with other Airou in Melu. Then my grandma took me to the village to train in cooking, and then..." He raised his head and tried hard to recall, suddenly hitting his paw down. "That's right, Miao. I suddenly lost consciousness while fishing in the water. When I woke up, I was already on this island, Miao. You were lying next to me too. Miao." So, it seems that Sanji Miao really could have been summoned, although it's very likely that I didn't summon him personally. Just like the original Sanji. Sanji Miao is an excellent swimmer, and it's hard to imagine that he could suddenly drown and lose consciousness just from fishing in the water. Xie Wen thought for a moment, but still did not voice his speculation to provoke the cat. Instead, he went along with what Sanji Cat said and made up a story. "I'm about the same, just soaking a hot spring, and while I was soaking, I fainted. After you woke me up, my body shrank." Sure enough, after hearing Xie Wen say this, Sanji Cat immediately perked up. He wasn't actually averse to being summoned. The Airous didn't care about that. Mainly, if he wasn't summoned, then when the map progress reached 100, Xie Wen would have a greater chance of obtaining a complete summoning ticket. Then, Xie Wen chatted with Sanji Cat for a while about topics from before they crossed over. And it was at this moment he learned that Sanji Cat was actually still underage. Although Airous are cats, they don't have a short lifespan like ordinary cats. Instead, they belong to a race that lives longer than humans. Their concept of adulthood is similar to that of humans, around 18 years old. However, they don't primarily base it on years, but rather judge it by their own growth conditions. Therefore, there's a considerable fluctuation, but it won't exceed 5 years at most. When Sanji Cat appeared on this island with Xie Wen, he was actually only 8 years old, the same age he was when he escaped from the Vinsmoke family. It's unclear if this is a coincidence. In the following period, feeling that continuing to fight these large monsters wouldn't yield much improvement, Xie Wen got lazy and stopped using bone knives or wild boar tusks for practical training. When encountering relatively docile large monsters, he would use the fresh knife with the sheath to open the monster's data, and when he encountered ones that couldn't be communicated with, he would directly draw the knife and solve the battle with a gust blade slash. This significantly improved the efficiency of map exploration within less than a month. The exploration rate had nearly doubled, approaching 70. Their base had also migrated from the southern coast to the northern region of the island. At this rate, in another half a month, they could explore the entire island. While Xie Wen was looking at the map in the manual, considering where to set up the next outpost, Sanji Cat, who had returned from foraging, suddenly leaped into his arms. Xie Wen, I found something strange today." While enjoying Xie Wen's petting, Sanji Cat stretched out his little paw and took out a strange fruit that was about the same size as his head, but looked a bit like a dragon fruit. Looking at the familiar spiral pattern on the fruit, as well as its flame-shaped skin and stem, Xie Wen's heart immediately surged with excitement. It was actually a dogwood fruit. The dogwood fruit, also known as the burn fruit, is a natural-type devil fruit that some extreme netizens mock as the smallest clown. Of course, the key point is that this thing is a specialty of the One Piece world. although there is a possibility of mobile game systems linking with other anime. The probability is really low, especially since this burn fruit was brought back by his own cat. Where did you find this fruit? Xie Wen still asked, not willing to give up. Then, Sanji Cat excitedly recounted his experience of finding the fruit. I was collecting some fruits, planning to make a fruit platter, and suddenly one of the fruits turned into this strange shape. It must be from the world of One Piece. Hearing how this fruit appeared, Xie Wen finally gave up struggling. In fact, he had speculated about crossing over to the One Piece world. After all, starting in the ocean with various strange creatures on the island and having a companion named Sanji, it would be abnormal not to think of One Piece. However, after staying on this island for so long without seeing a pirate ship, it didn't quite fit the situation of the great pirate era, and since he hadn't encountered sea kings, which are also specialties of the pirate world, he gradually stopped such speculation. But today, a burn fruit suddenly popped up, giving him a big surprise. However, after accepting this setting, Xie Wen felt that this situation seemed to be a bit better, compared to an entirely unknown other world, and a Monster Hunter world with a plot so simple that there was almost no real content. He had a general understanding of the plot direction in the One Piece world, even if he had temporarily forgotten some details. As long as he came across something related, he could mostly awaken his memory in that regard. For Xie Wen, the real trouble was that the power levels in the One Piece world were higher than those in the Monster Hunter world, and those strange devil fruit abilities were hard to guard against. What was even more troubling was that this world had celestial dragons, which was definitely not good news for Xie Wen, who had an Airou and would have more Airous in the future. He also didn't know where this island they were on was located. After clarifying the world he was in and the possible situations they might encounter in the future, Xie Wen considered their current circumstances. The best starting location would naturally be the East Blue. As the weakest sea, the enemies they might encounter there wouldn't be too strong, and they wouldn't run into celestial dragons. Instead, there's a hope of getting close to powerful figures like Carp or Shanks. Additionally, Xie Wen was most familiar with the East Blue since the manga didn't depict the other three seas at all. On the other hand, the worst-case scenario would naturally be starting in the Grand Line, specifically in the latter half of the Grand Line. Not only would there be many strong enemies, but the probability of running into celestial dragons would also increase significantly, with Xie Wen being just a little Karami without any awakened haki. He would just be delivering food in a Grand Line. No, wait. Xie Wen suddenly had a moment of inspiration. His ghost transformation and gas blade state might have already touched the threshold of armament haki. Moreover, he still had a natural type Mera no Mi, flame fruit, in his hands. Although the Mera no Mi has been mocked by many netizens as something even dogs wouldn't eat, its abilities are actually quite impressive, even strong. As one of the top offensive natural type fruits, it's sufficient for the first half of the Grand Line, as evidenced by Ace's bounty of over 500 million back in the day. However, now that the Mera no Mi is in my hands, what time period is it exactly? Is it before Ace set sail, after he died in the Marineford War, or has he not even been born yet? During the pre-pirate era, before Roger reached Raftel? Of course, regardless of the situation, Xie Wen would never give the Mera no Mi to anyone else. As for what would happen to future Ace or Sabo, that's none of his concern. Xie Wen, do you know this fruit? Seeing Xie Wen staring intently at the strange fruit with a constantly changing expression, Sanji couldn't contain his curiosity any longer and kept pawing at him. However, Xie Wen, lost in his own world, failed to react. Little cat lowered her ears and let out a threatening huff at the foolish, upright ape. Yet Xie Wen still didn't respond. Xie Wen, you idiot, what are you dazed for? Unable to hold back any longer, Sanji jumped up and gave Xie Wen a swift kick to the face. Ouch! Finally jolted out of his brainstorming, Xie Wen looked at Sanji, who had inexplicably kicked him. With a confused expression, the cat glared at him for a while before repeating the earlier question. Do you know this fruit? Oh, this thing is called a devil fruit. It's a very magical item. Once he regained his composure, Xie Wen briefly introduced the concept of devil fruits to Sanji, and also provided some background information about the world of One Piece. Naturally, he took the time to explain the concept of another world as well. So there are no other Airou big sisters here. Sanji didn't care at all about things like One Piece, the Grand Line, or the Four Seas. He only cared about his Airou big sister. Knowing Sanji's character well, Xie Wen had anticipated this response. Thus, he leisurely said, although this world lacks Airou and Melu, there is a race called the Fur Tribe, which includes not only various kinds of people, but also leopard people, tiger people, lion people, and other types of Fur Tribe members. Sanji, who had just looked gray and white, instantly revived, jumped onto Xie Wen's shoulder, eyes sparkling with excitement, and exclaimed, "Where can I find the fur tribe, big sister? I want to meet them." Cough. Most of the fur tribe are in the latter half of the Grand Line. With our current strength, we probably won't make it there. Xie Wen immediately doused Sanji with cold water, explaining that even though the island we're on is in the Grand Line, it's still very difficult to encounter them here, as there are many more bad people than in the original world. Additionally, the fur tribe's homeland is always moving, and without special locating methods, it's hard to find it. Didn't you say this fruit is very powerful? Then hurry up and eat it whenever it involves Big Sister Mia. Sanji's little head spins especially fast. He quickly held the Mera Nomi up in front of Xie Wen and urged him eagerly. "I can't eat this. At least not right now." Xie Wen waved his hand. He wasn't disdainful of the burning fruit. After all, it was a Logia-type fruit. From the perspective of quickly increasing strength, this was definitely the most effective and straightforward method. However, considering their current situation, Xie Wen felt that it wasn't appropriate for him to consume any devil fruit right now. Let's not forget that they were currently on a deserted island. Excluding the unlikely scenario of a ship passing by and the captain kindly offering them a ride, they would most likely have to set sail on their own. Without skilled shipbuilders, the chances of falling into the water after setting sail were quite high. Xie Wen didn't have Luffy's protagonist halo, which allowed him to row a small canoe out to sea and be safely rescued from the water. Speaking of which, don't you want to give it a try? Xie Wen pushed the Mera no Mi, flame fruit, in front of Sanji. After all, with Nami's physique, even if she fell into the water, it would be much easier for her to rescue him. Moreover, the Mera no Mi was originally discovered by Sanji. Besides, this fruit allows you to control fire at will, which should be very tempting for a chef, right? Sure enough, a hint of longing appeared on Sanji's little furry face, but quickly disappeared. The little cat said, a bit shyly shaking her body, and then asked with an expectant expression, "Is there a devil fruit that can make you invisible?" Xie Wen, what do you want that thing for? Xie Wen was taken aback for a moment and asked with a wry smile. Yes, the original Sanji had always wanted the transparent fruit, but everyone understood the reason behind his desire for it. However, this made no sense for Sanji Cat. As an Airou, even though Sanji Cat usually wore a chef's outfit, it didn't matter to him whether he wore clothes or not. After all, essentially he was just a cat, and even without clothes, he had a thick layer of fur covering him. So, Xie Wen couldn't understand why Sanji Cat wanted the transparent fruit. It couldn't be just to maintain his character, could it? In response to Xie Wen's question, Sanji Cat's furry little face broke into a playful smile. After I become invisible, I can openly run over and snuggle and lick the air of big sisters. Xie Wen, this open and aboveboard inma are really well used. Although the reasons are slightly different, in essence, the demands of the two Sanjis are not much different. But you cats must have good hearing and smell, right? Can invisibility really keep you from being exposed? All right. Sanji suddenly realized, then visibly fell into a dejected state. However, he quickly rallied and stubbornly asked, "Is there a fruit that can both make you invisible and mask sounds and smells?" Xie Wen replied with a black line on his forehead, "I think there shouldn't be. Ahem, I was just asking casually." Seemingly feeling a bit uneasy under Xie Wen's disdainful gaze and realizing that his reasoning was somewhat improper, Sanji adjusted his expression and forcibly explained, giving a relatively serious reason. "Besides, I'm not fighting. The ability of this Mera no Mi is very strong, right? It would be too wasteful for a chef like me." Xie Wen nodded. This statement does make sense. Although he inferred from Sanji Cat's character restoration that the cat's combat talent would definitely not be lacking, and that transforming into a fighter would be easy, if the cat itself is not very willing to fight, then Xie Wen naturally has no reason to force it. As for encountering slave traders, or even celestial dragons in the future, as long as he becomes strong enough, that's all that matters. One should not underestimate the willpower of a seasoned slave. Moreover, who knows, he might even be able to summon powerful cats like Saitama Cat, Kakuro Cat, or Kaneshi Natsume Cat in the future. Xie Wen is optimistically daydreaming. Speaking of this, Xie Wen suddenly had a flash of inspiration. At the same time, Sanji, who was in sync with his thoughts, shouted first, "Xie Wen, quick, check the Hunter's Handbook. Isn't the devil fruit a specialty of this world? It should unlock a page, right? You and I are on the same wavelength." Xie Wen smiled and rubbed Sanji Cat's head, then took out the Hunter's Manual. Sure enough, the manual had unlocked a page called the Devil Fruit Encyclopedia, which recorded information related to the Mera no Mi. As Xie Wen flipped to this page, a flash of white light appeared, and a long strip-shaped bookmark appeared in the crevice between the pages. There was only a complete cutscene the first time, right? Xie Wen complained in his heart, then picked up the obviously much larger and complete note. Perhaps it was because the devil fruit is a relatively special existence in the pirate world, so this time the summoning ticket was not a fragment, but a complete one. This golden finger of mine is surprisingly quite considerate. Xie Wenjia smacked his lips and carefully examined the summoning ticket in his hand. He then realized that the text on the summoning ticket was not the follower summoning ticket he had previously thought, but rather it had a claw pattern following the words follower summoning ticket. In addition, this complete summoning ticket also differed in color from the previous summoning ticket fragments. The earlier fragments had a cream-colored background with light gray patterns. In contrast, this summoning ticket had a fiery red background with orange-red patterns, evoking thoughts of flames at first glance. Even the shapes of those patterns incorporated elements reminiscent of fire. Xie Wen subconsciously glanced at the burning fruit placed aside. He didn't believe that there was no connection between the two. So, after using this summoning ticket, would it summon Ace Meow or Sabo Meow? Isn't the intensity of this crossover a bit too much? Xie Wen scratched his head, not feeling any dissatisfaction, but Sanji might be a bit disappointed. However, these are all secondary. The priority is to quickly summon new cats. So, Xie Wen held the summoning ticket in his hand and raised it high. Speaking of which, how is this thing used? Xie Wen lowered his raised hand and awkwardly looked at Sanji Cat beside him. How would I know, Meow? Sanji Cat, who had just been so nervous that he was almost suffocating, grabbed Xie Wen's hand and took a bite. Do I have to shout it out loud? That feels a bit shameful. However, after hesitating for a moment, Xie Wen still softly called out to the summoning ticket in his hand, follower, summon. As his voice fell, the summoning ticket immediately started to burn automatically. It really is voice activated. Did I not consider the possibility of encountering a mute with this golden finger? Xie Wen mumbled to himself while quickly releasing his hand and stepping back a few paces to give enough space to the newly arrived cat. The summoning ticket just hovered in the air, and in a moment, it burned completely, dissipating into a puff of green smoke in the wind. So, where's Sister Airou? Sanji Meow looked around and then hooked Xie Wen's clothing with his little paw, demanding sharply, "Didn't you say you could summon a new Airou? Where is she now, Meow?" "I don't know." Xie Wen spread his hands, also looking around, trying to find the summoned cat. Could it be that the summoning system of his golden finger hasn't been implemented yet? That wouldn't be so unfortunate, right? Just as he was puzzled, a sudden flash of fire lit up in the distant forest, followed by a loud bang that startled a flock of birds into the sky. What happened? Sanji, startled, had his tail for bristle up, pressing his ears down, and looked uncertainly towards the source of the sound. Then, he pointed at the startled birds in the sky and shouted, "Ah, it's a new Airou cat." Xie Wen looked in the direction of his little paw, but only saw a small black dot representing a bird, completely unable to recognize which of the new cats he was referring to. However, soon Xie Wen didn't have to worry anymore, because one of the small black dots was rapidly enlarging, almost appearing in front of him in the blink of an eye. This method of summoning was a bit too explosive, wasn't it? Xie Wen was quickly adjusting his posture while complaining, preparing to catch the cat that was flying straight towards him. Ah, the experiment failed again. The fluffy little ball in his arms let out a cute lament, then shook its body, lifted its head, and looked at Xie Wen with eyes as red as rubies, exclaiming in surprise, "Yay, it's Brother Kanglangsing." The Airou in front of him had very obvious juvenile features, seemingly around 1 to 2 months old by normal comparison. The 8-year-old Sanji cat was one thing, but this cat's actual age was probably only 3 or 4 years at most, definitely not over 5. Additionally, its long fur and plush toy-like appearance suggested it was a ragdoll. Although the eye color was slightly off, it was undoubtedly a ragdoll. After all, the characteristics of ragdolls are so distinct that anyone with a bit of knowledge would not mistake them. Not to mention that Xie Wen had volunteered at a pet rescue center for a while. Upon recognizing Xie Wen as Kanglangsing, the little ragdoll suddenly became excited, twisting its body and jumping down from Xie Wen's arms. At this point, it was clear that this new Airou was indeed a juvenile, its size noticeably smaller than the Sanji cat. After landing, the little ragdoll first placed the hat it had been holding in its paws onto its fluffy little head, then carefully patted off the smoke dust left from the explosion, and finally licked its paw to wash its face before formally introducing itself. "West Wind Knights, Spark Knight, Klee. Reporting for duty, Meow. What was the rest again?" Klee can't remember, Meow. The little ragdoll scratched its ear with its paw, showing a confused yet adorable expression. Xie Wen, who had already recognized her identity, thought, "There's no way. Even though I had given up all mobile games before my transmigration, I couldn't possibly not know her. Whether it was her red beret and dress, the small backpack on her back with a doo-doo hanging from it, or that iconic four-leaf clover pattern. They all indicated to Xie Wen that this Airou corresponded to the strongest combat power in Mondstadt, a frequent visitor to the confinement room. A killer of the fish in the fruit wine lake, the legendary True Red, the Running Sun, the infamous fire starter Xie Wen. The fact that the fiery red summon ticket ultimately summoned Xie was somewhat unexpected for Xie Wen, but also made sense. After all, as the notorious fire starter Xie Wen, she was inherently related to the fire element, and the original Xie's vision was also fire element. So, did that fiery red summon ticket actually represent a fire element character up? Or was it simply locking onto the fire element character pool? With so few cases to reference, Xie Wen could only stay in the guessing phase regarding the function of the summon ticket. So, it turns out to be a little lady, meow. Just as Xie Wen was secretly speculating and analyzing, he heard Sanji Cat's emotionally complex voice beside him. Xie Wen looked over in response to the sound and found that the other person's expression and voice were equally complex. And they were also looking at Kelly with the same complicated gaze. "Hello, big brother." Kelly greeted with a big smile, her cheerful personality shining through. "Kelly is just too cute." Sanji's complicated expression instantly disappeared, and then he took out a dessert he had made from his bag and eagerly offered it. "Would you like some fruitcake?" Xie Wen calmly stood between the two cats, casting a disdainful glance at Sanji Meow while introducing him to Klee Meow. "This is Sanji, the chef responsible for cooking. Klee, it's best to stay away from him." "What kind of look is that?" Sanji Meow instantly fluffed up in anger. "I'm not a pervert. I like big sister Airou, not Klee." "Is that so?" Xie Wen's eyes were filled with distrust. Frustrated, Sanji Meow wished he could smash the cake in Xie Wen's face. Fortunately, at that moment, Klee Meow tugged at Xie Wen's clothes and asked in a sweet voice, "Brother Kang Langsing, can Klee have a piece of cake?" "Of course, no problem." Sanji Meow pushed Xie Wen aside and handed the cake over. "Klee can have as much as she wants. Big brother Sanji will make it for you." "Thank you, big brother Sanji." After thanking him, Klee Meow didn't immediately take the cake, but turned her gaze towards Xie Wen. "That's right. If you want to eat anything in the future, just find Sanji. We're all partners. No need to be so polite." Xie Wen gently patted Klee Meow's little head and added, "And just call me Xie Wen." "Okay, brother Xie Wen, Klee knows." Klee Meow squinted her eyes and nodded before finally taking the cake from Sanji Meow and happily starting to eat. At this moment, Sanji Meow leaned closer to Xie Wen and nudged him a couple of times, whispering, "Klee is still so small. You don't want her to participate in battles, do you?" Before Xie Wen could answer, Klee Meow, with a mouthful of cake, lifted her head and retorted loudly, "Don't underestimate Klee. Klee is really strong. Don't worry." Xie Wen had already thought about Klee's safety. He pointed to the Mera no Mi beside him, saying that with it, Klee's safety would be fundamentally guaranteed. Although it wouldn't be wrong to protect Klee from fighting, it wouldn't make her happy, given her personality. Moreover, based on the original Klee's talents, Klee Meow, as a follower, is definitely among the top tier as an explosive. Xie Wen had no reason to waste her talent, thus giving Klee Meow a natural type fruit that was well suited for her. Like the Mera no Mi, was the best solution. Of course, the premise was that Klee Meow was willing to eat it. "Meow, this strange fruit is for Klee to eat?" Klee Meow, having finished her cake, approached the Mera no Mi and curiously sniffed it, then exclaimed in surprise, "This fruit actually smells like flames." After saying that, she opened her mouth to bite into the Mera no Mi, but was stopped by Xie Wen's hand. "Meow?" Klee Meow looked at Xie Wen in confusion, asking pitifully, "Isn't it for Klee to eat?" "Of course it's for you." Xie Wen smiled and scratched the little plush's chin. Only after she let out a comfortable purr did he explain, "But there's something I need to tell you beforehand. This fruit is really hard to eat. Although the devil fruit takes effect as soon as you take the first bite, who knows what happens if you eat it and spit it out." Klee Meow currently knew nothing about the taste of devil fruits, so he needed to give her a warning. If she hesitated because of the taste, Xie Wen could accept that. After all, she was still young, and he didn't intend to force her in any way. So, Xie Wen shared all the information he knew about devil fruits with Klee Meow. "So, do you still want to eat this fruit?" Xie Wen continued to scratch Klee Meow's chin, gently asking. Klee Meow's face showed a troubled expression. "After eating it, I can control and turn into flames? That sounds so interesting." Klee Meow was clearly very interested in the Mera no Mi's abilities, but is it really that bad tasting? Klee Meow looked at Xie Wen with sad eyes, seemingly wanting to hear a negative answer from him. "Actually, I haven't eaten it either," Xie Wen shrugged and said honestly. "But everyone who has eaten a devil fruit says so." He rubbed his chin, trying to remember. Maybe it's not the same for animals? In the original manga, Chopper never mentioned that devil fruits taste bad, but considering his situation at the time, it didn't seem very convincing. Unsure, Xie Wen suddenly turned to Sanji Miao. Sanji, can you make the devil fruit taste good? Sanji Miao rolled his eyes and replied, I haven't tried a devil fruit, so I have no direction for seasoning it. TSK. Looks like your cooking skills are pretty average, Xie Wen said, standing there without a care. What do you know, you outsider, who has to cheat just to roast meat? Sanji Miao angrily kicked Xie Wen's calf. Just as the two were bickering, Kli Miao ultimately couldn't resist her curiosity and cautiously took a bite of the Mera Nomi Miao. It's really bad. Kli Miao's adorable little face instantly scrunched up. But fortunately, she remembered Xie Wen's earlier words and didn't spit out the indescribably awful fruit flesh. Instead, she tried hard to swallow it. Kli doesn't want to eat a second bite. After struggling to swallow the fruit flesh, Kli Miao continued to scrunch her little face, her eyes brimming with tears as she said to Xie Wen, if you don't want to eat it, then don't. Xie Wen kicked the remaining Mera Nomi far away and, feeling sorry for the little plush, picked her up, gently stroking her fur while softly comforting her. Devil fruits are meant to give you abilities with just one bite. It's okay to take your time mastering it. Anyway, we still have to stay on this island for a while. Under Xie Wen's excellent petting skills, Kli Miao's expression quickly relaxed, and she let out a happy purr. By the way, I just heard you mention the Knights of Favonius. What is that? Xie Wen asked while petting her. He had asked about Sanji Miao's experiences before crossing over, and while the character was the same, the backgrounds were completely different, just an ordinary chef. However, Kli Miao's lines upon her appearance seemed different from Sanji Miao's. The Knights of Favonius is a super powerful organization that only the most elite followers of Mondstadt can join. Kli is the youngest knight there, the little plush proudly told Xie Wen. Mondstadt? After hearing Kli Miao's description, Xie Wen was momentarily at a loss for words. Your captain wouldn't be named Jean, would she? Miao? Of course, the captain is Granny. Kli Miao tilted her head, looking puzzled. However, she then shook her ears and muttered thoughtfully, but everyone seems to always call her Granny. Kli hasn't heard of Granny's specific name. Speaking of which, it seems like our village's Granny is the same. Sanji Miao suddenly interjected. Your village wouldn't be called Germa, would it? Xie Wen couldn't help but ask. What kind of strange name is that? Sanji Miao rolled his eyes. I'm from Keket village. Oh, the village from the first generation, finally hearing a familiar name. Xie Wen let out a sigh of relief, although he didn't know why he felt this way. After thoroughly enjoying Xie Wen's service, Kli Miao finally jumped out of his embrace and began to try to master the abilities of the fire fruit. A small flame appeared on Kli Miao's little paw, and after twisting it a few times, it quickly transformed into her own shape. Then, this flame successively turned into Dudu Ku, Xie Wen, and Sanji Miao. Finally, she even created a life-sized male fire dragon above their heads, with every scale and claw clearly visible. The wings that flapped continuously and the occasionally moving eyes made it easy to overlook that it was actually made of flames. It seemed, after all, not that difficult, Miao. Kli Miao tilted her head and looked at Xie Wen with an innocent expression. Xie Wen said, I can only say that it's no surprise that Kli, a 5-star character who has obtained the gods' eye at such a young age, has the terrifying talent of the Burning Mountain True Monarch. Our Kli is really amazing. Xie Wen generously praised her while gently scratching Kli's chin and cheeks. However, he felt that while he was complimenting her, he still needed to remind this exceptionally talented Kli to prevent her from going down the path of the clown like Ace in the comics. He certainly didn't believe in the absurd notion that the Mera no Mi, flame fruit, is a lower-tier fruit compared to the Magu no Mi, magma fruit. What is the maximum temperature of magma? Even naturally occurring flames usually have temperatures that are not below magma. Flames fueled by pure oxygen can easily exceed twice that temperature. Not to mention artificially created flames that can reach temperatures above that of the sun. Therefore, the claim that Ace was killed by Akainu's haki is much more believable than that he died due to the fruit's abilities being countered. Of course, from a purely comic perspective, this is just a lack of knowledge on the author's part, a sort of creative bug. Or, using a more emotionally intelligent phrase, the rules of the two worlds are different. In the world of pirates, magma is indeed more powerful than fire. After all, even in some slice-of-life anime set on Earth, there are ridiculous scenarios like killing with tennis or kicking satellites, so being killed by magma is not that surprising in comparison. However, even so, Xie Wen still planned to have Kli try to develop her abilities related to the temperature of fire, even if she would still be countered by the Mera no Mi. But increasing temperature itself is not a problem. Moreover, even the superhuman Mera no me, can achieve the effect of boiling the sea. So there is no reason the Mera no me shouldn't be able to do the same. As for whether Klee can achieve this, putting aside her talent that makes Xie Wen doubt who among them really has the cheat ability, the worldview of One Piece is enough to support Xie Wen's speculation. After all, this is a world where even the Niku no Mi, meat fruit, can bounce away injuries and fatigue, and the Ito no Mi, string fruit, can create a version of Spider-Man. So, in Xie Wen's opinion, imagination is the most important factor determining the upper limit of devil fruit abilities. Thus, while petting Klee, he reminded her, controlling the shape of flames is impressive. But if you want to increase their power, raising their temperature is the way to go. Meow. Klee blinked and once again created a small fireball in her palm. Then Xie Wen watched as the fireball quickly changed from orange to white, then to blue, and was even transitioning to purple. Stop. Feeling waves of heat hitting him, Xie Wen hurriedly shouted, "It's too hot. The surrounding trees are going to catch fire." Sanji, who was more sensitive to fire, had already darted far away, not daring to come closer, fearing that his fur would catch fire. However, this time, Klee did not obediently listen. She continued to maintain the blue-purple flame in her hand, while the temperature around her rapidly decreased, quickly returning to normal levels. In contrast, the flame that had some blue in it had now completely turned purple. Xie Wen swallowed hard. Instead of feeling reassured, he cautiously took 2 steps back. In his perception, the fireball in Kelly's hand, which seemed to have lost its warmth, felt much more dangerous than before. Moreover, Xie Wen was certain that this was not just his illusion, as Sanji, who had been observing from a distance, had completely disappeared. Clearly, Kelly had compressed all the heat into that small purple fireball, especially considering the various glorious deeds of the original Kelly. Xie Wen swallowed hard again. He still hadn't mastered the armed color hockey for the fruit's special attack. If Klee didn't manage to control it, his journey through time and space would definitely come to an end. That Klee? Not wanting to say GG, Xie Wen trembled as he advised. "Can you extinguish that fireball first?" "No problem, meow." Klee shook her ears, and with a gentle pinch of her little paw, the purple fireball was immediately extinguished, or rather, returned to Klee's body. Phew! Xie Wen let out a long sigh of relief, then reached up to wipe the sweat from his forehead, unsure if it was caused by the heat or by being scared. I really shouldn't have reminded Kelly about this. The dangerous yet alive Xie Wen felt a sense of lingering fear in his heart, so he decided to make amends. Ahem! Xie Wen cleared his throat, organized his thoughts, and said, "Kelly, that purple flame is a bit too dangerous. It's better if you don't use it lightly, as it could easily hurt others." Kelly understood and lowered her head, her fluffy ears drooping as she asked, "Brother Xie Wen, did I cause trouble again?" "Of course not." Sanji, who had disappeared without a trace earlier, had somehow snuck back in and shouted before Xie Wen could respond. "It's all Xie Wen's fault. Kelly didn't do anything wrong." Xie Wen glared fiercely at the little brat, then picked up Klee and comforted her, saying, "Sanji is right. It was me who encouraged Klee to train her abilities just now, so it's not your fault. I underestimated your talent, Klee. Anyway, the cat can never be wrong. Except that little brat Sanji. Of course, I still need to remind you." So, Xie Wen continued, "Training abilities is something we need to keep doing, but we should be more careful with this level of training in the future. Klee understands, meow." The innocent Klee was easy to soothe. She instantly perked up and licked Xie Wen's cheek with her pink little tongue, comforting him in return. "Don't worry, brother Xie Wen. Klee has experience in this, meow." On this point, Xie Wen was 1000% confident. Moreover, after eating the pyro fruit, Klee had definitely made significant progress in handling things. At least, setting the mountain on fire shouldn't happen again. At most, it would just be a change in the landscape. Well, that didn't seem to be much better either. But overall, Xie Wen was still quite relieved. The original Klee caused various troubles, but never harmed innocent people. So he figured that the Klee who inherited her character design would be fine too. At worst, he would just need to pay a bit more attention in the future. So, he needed to clarify some important points. Thinking of this, Xie Wen continued to hold Klee in his arms, petting her, and said, "There's something I must make clear to you, Klee. You need to be mentally prepared that we are no longer in our original world." Xie Wen was explaining some concepts of the other world and the world of One Piece to Kelly Meow, while carefully observing her condition. He originally thought that Kelly Meow would feel sad about leaving her friends and family from her original world, but he found that the little cat's eyes were getting brighter and brighter, and her excitement was almost overflowing. Adventuring in another world? That sounds so interesting, Meow. Kelly Meow cheered with sparkling eyes. And it's a world dominated by the ocean. There must be a lot of fish, Meow. Alright, considering that the original version of Kelly inherited her mother's personality and her hobby of using bombs to catch fish, such a reaction doesn't seem surprising, right? Xie Wen couldn't help but chuckle. This isn't too bad. At least I don't have to spend effort to coax the kids. However, he still reminded her once again, of course, it's fine to blow up fish or other small animals occasionally, but we need to live on this island for a long time. So you must be mindful of the power of the explosions. If you accidentally blow them all up or destroy their habitat, we won't have a food source later on. Don't worry. Klee confidently patted her chest. Klee had created a special type of explosive for fishing, which was a safe version of Boom Boom that she had experimented with several times. And it would definitely be fine. Well, let's hope so. Xie Wen prayed silently, feeling uncertain after almost causing a game over just now. Boom! Listening to the distant explosion, Xie Wen continued his physical training without blinking an eye. It had been more than a week since he summoned Klee, and during this time, there had been explosions almost every day. He, along with Sanji and even the other creatures on the island, had gotten used to the noise. For instance, this time, hardly any birds were startled, although this was partly because most of the nearby birds had moved away. Ahem! In any case, even though the noise sounded quite loud. Just as Klee said, she was very experienced in this matter. Except for the first day, when she was a bit unsure about controlling the flames. The subsequent explosions and fires were all kept within acceptable limits. In fact, the later explosions were mostly related to her experimenting with various explosives rather than her training. And just as Xie Wen had previously guessed, after eating the pyro fruit, Klee was fully capable of handling the aftermath by herself. Even if she accidentally ignited nearby trees, she could control the fire immediately. So, what's the harm in letting the little kitty play with some bombs? Xie Wen put down the gigantic stone that far exceeded his size, wiped the sweat off his forehead, and planned to take a break for a while. Ever since he found out that this was the world of One Piece, he had started to align his training intensity with Zoro. However, it wasn't realistic to raise the intensity so high all at once. He still needed some time to adapt. For this reason, he even paused his work on exploring the islands. At the very least, he needed to master armament hockey, which Xie Wen had set as the minimum prerequisite for going out to sea. After all, without knowing the area where this island was located. To ensure the safety of the cats, mastering hockey, a power that became commonplace in the second half of the Grand Line, was essential for Xie Wen. As for training hockey, Xie Wen wasn't completely clueless. As mentioned before, the combination of demon transformation and air slash seemed to touch upon some aspects of armament hockey. After several attempts, Xie Wen confirmed that this direction was generally correct. Even charge attacks with a big sword, hammer, and spear, as well as the super release of the shield axe, helped him grasp armament hockey. Regarding the awakening of observation hockey, skills like the cutting slash and shield counter could also provide insights. As for Conqueror's hockey, Xie Wen, who had a good sense of self-awareness, almost immediately chose to give up. Of course, he didn't completely abandon the possibility. After all, in the later chapters of the manga, characters with Conqueror's hockey were everywhere. And in various fan works, the protagonists all had the qualities of a king, even if they were previously just lazy characters who seemed unlikely to be kings. Thus, as a fellow transmigrator, Xie Wen felt that there was still a slight possibility for him to awaken Conqueror's hockey. But its awakening and training had nothing to do with effort. It was entirely about luck. So Xie Wen didn't bother wasting his energy on this, and decided to maintain a relaxed mindset and go with the flow. Besides Xie Wen pushing himself hard, Sanji, who originally just wanted to be a happy cook, also joined the training ranks. In his own words, "You said this world is dangerous, meow. As a gentleman, how can I watch little Klee fight without doing anything, meow? TSK. He clearly didn't have such awareness when he saw me fighting alone before. Although he said that, it was actually Xie Wen who asked Sanji to take care of himself and not join the fight. And he couldn't compare himself to the adorable Klee. So Xie Wen couldn't really blame Sanji for anything. He could only grab him and give him a good RUA, which served as a way to vent his frustration. While intensifying his training, Xie Wen also had a rough plan for his goals after going to sea. For him personally, the simplest option would be to run to Windmill Village in the East Blue, find a place to settle down, and wait until Luffy finds the great treasure and his dad overthrows the world government before going out to have fun. But such a thing could only be thought about. First, he couldn't determine what time it was now. What if Roger was still alive? That would be a disaster. Secondly, Sanji, who wanted to visit Zou to see the Fur Tribe sisters, and Klee, who loved to adventure, wouldn't agree to that either. Joining the Marines was a good choice. Although the Marines were essentially the dogs of the Celestial Dragons, and not as righteous as they claimed, they were still much better than the pirates, who were mostly made up of scum. Moreover, the Marines had a more systematic training method. For most transmigrators, it was a very good place to go. If Xie Wen didn't have 2 cats who wanted to run around, he would probably choose to join the Marines for development. However, with 2 cats, especially one named Xie, who wanted to run everywhere, if one day there was a sudden explosion at the Marine base, Xie Wen wouldn't be surprised at all. Additionally, Xie Wen's golden finger didn't allow him to stay in one place for too long. After becoming a Marine, he would likely be stationed at some base. And even if he went to sea, his targets and routes would mostly not be decided by him, which was clearly unacceptable for Xie Wen, who wanted to unlock more pages. As for becoming a pirate, Xie Wen had absolutely no interest in that. Even being an adventure-focused pirate like Luffy was not an option. If he wanted to adventure around, why did he have to fly the pirate flag? It would only attract the attention of the Marines and bring no benefits at all. Xie Wen, who had never thought about becoming the Pirate King, couldn't understand those like Luffy, who didn't like burning, killing, and looting. It still regarded being a pirate as their dream. Since his golden finger was related to Monster Hunter, why not simply form an investigation team? This was currently Xie Wen's positioning for himself and the cats. As for the main business of the investigation team, it would naturally be to appreciate the scenery of various places, hunt various prey, and occasionally act as bounty hunters. Xie Wen also had a preliminary plan for the sailing route after going to sea. No matter where they were now, he planned to head to the East Blue first. Besides the reason that the East Blue was the weakest in strength, there were also many opportunities there. Firstly, for the unlocking of the golden finger pages. If nothing unexpected happened, the page about weapons would likely require him to collect famous swords like the Great Grade 21 and Good Grade 50. And in Low Town in the East Blue, there were 2 easily obtainable famous swords, the Yubashiri and the Sandai Kitetsu. Since he had already snatched Ace and Sabo's Flame Fruit, he naturally wouldn't miss Zoro's 2 swords. As for the Ichimonji, Xie Wen didn't dare to hope for that. But he could look forward to the Akushi, although it seemed a bit excessive to take advantage of Zoro. But who asked the manga to only explain how to obtain his swords? Anyway, as a member of the main character group, Zoro would never lack swords. Secondly, Xie Wen planned to go to Frostmoon Village to systematically learn swordsmanship from Kayashiro. Although the sword techniques in Monster Hunter were quite useful, they were primarily meant for dealing with large monsters, and there was a difference in the power system compared to pirates. Therefore, understanding the swordsmanship of this world should still provide considerable help in enhancing his own strength. Although it seemed a bit unethical to flaunt in front of Zoro after snatching his swords, the thick-skinned Xie Wen didn't care, especially since he was still unclear about the exact timeline. Perhaps those 2 swords, or even the Akushui, had already been taken by Zoro. Of course, Xie Wen still hoped that Luffy hadn't set sail yet, because in addition to the 2 famous swords in Low Town, he was also eyeing the sea chart drawn by Nami. Although he was unsure whether relying on someone else's sea chart could directly advance the map progress in the Hunter S manual, having those sea charts would at least save a lot of effort when exploring the East Blue. Lastly, Xie Wen was quite curious about what interesting things would happen when Sanji met the original Sanji. Xie Wen held the fresh knife, White Nagi, in his hand, eyes tightly closed, slowly adjusting his breathing. As he opened his eyes, a streak of black quickly spread over the entire blade of White Nagi, or rather, over the whole fish. With black fish in hand, Xie Wen performed a set of hunter's knife techniques, and the black gradually faded away. After sheathing White Nagi, a slight smile appeared at the corner of Xie Wen's mouth. He had finally mastered the use of armament haki. In fact, awakening armament haki didn't take too much time for Xie Wen, but the process of mastering it was quite challenging. Although Xie Wen relied on the skills from Monster Hunter to touch the threshold of armament haki in advance. This also meant that he had to activate Berserk mode, or use specific moves like Airou, Super Release, or Charge Slash in order to trigger armament haki. However, when not facing a Devil Fruit user, whether these moves included Conqueror's haki or not didn't make much difference. Because whether it was the moves in Monster Hunter or the addition of armament haki, the biggest feature was to enhance one's own attack power. In fact, from this aspect, the moves in Monster Hunter might even be stronger. Moreover, Xie Wen's original intention to master armament haki was to deal with those Devil Fruit users, especially the Logia-type users. The inability to maintain armament haki for long periods was like a chicken rib to him. He later realized that by using Monster Hunter skills to awaken armament haki early, he was essentially skipping class while playing a game. Although he could directly skip ahead to fight the boss, if his strength was insufficient to defeat the boss. Skipping class was no different from not skipping. He would still have to make up for the missed lessons in the end. After understanding this, Xie Wen had to abandon the skills from Monster Hunter and tried to practice armament hockey in a normal state. However, the previous skipping of class was not without benefits. At least when he retrained armament hockey, he could avoid a lot of detours. Thus, Xie Wen spent quite some time and finally fully mastered armament hockey today. Next, he needed to complete the map of this island and prepare to build a ship to set sail. He was about to start a new journey, and Xie Wen felt a bit excited. Unfortunately, Klee and Sanji were not around, and he couldn't find anyone to share this good news with. Just as Xie Wen was hesitating between continuing his training or going to find the two cats, Klee's voice suddenly came from not far away. Xie Wen Gidge. Klee found a super big monster. A small red figure dashed out from the bushes and climbed onto Xie Wen's back, one hand on his shoulder and the other pointing towards the direction from which it came, quickly explaining. Klee was just fishing by the sea when suddenly a creature that looked a bit like a mud dragon popped out of the water. But it's much bigger than a mud dragon. Klee thinks it might be the Sea King you mentioned, Xie Wen Gidge. Is it still by the sea now? Xie Wen was confirming with Kelly Meow while running in the direction she pointed. As one of the specialties of the world of One Piece, the Sea Kings should definitely have a dedicated page in the Hunter's Handbook, right? Of course they do. Kelly Meow, who was lying on Xie Wen's back, shook its little head proudly. It had been knocked out by Kelly's bomb, and it definitely wouldn't wake up anytime soon. Plus, Brother Sanji was watching from the side. Well done. Xie Wen reached back and gently patted her little head, praising her loudly. Hee hee. Kelly Meow, who was flattered by the praise, rubbed her head against Xie Wen's neck and then eagerly asked, Are we going to get new companions again, Meow? Regarding the matter of the Hunter's Manual, Xie Wen had naturally informed Kelly Meow early on, which was also the main reason she chose to knock out that Sea King rather than burn it directly. I'm not too sure, Xie Wen honestly replied, but at least getting 1/3 of the fragments shouldn't be a problem. As he spoke, he carried Kelly Meow to the coast, where indeed lay a gigantic Sea King. However, rather than looking like a Mudong dragon, it resembled a Plesiosaurus more. But what it looked like wasn't important. The moment Xie Wen saw it, he took out the Hunter's Manual. Well, even if he hadn't done so, Sanji Meow, who had been guarding the Sea King, would have urged him to check the manual. The subsequent developments weren't surprising, just as Xie Wen had previously guessed. Unlocking the Sea King page in the manual also granted him a second fragment of the companion summoning ticket, which was also primarily cream-colored like the first fragment. When Xie Wen took out the first fragment, the two fragments automatically combined into a companion summoning ticket, 23. Great, Meow. Upon seeing this, Sanji Meow was extremely excited, imagining, maybe once you finish exploring this island, Xie Wen, you can gather enough for the second summoning ticket, Meow. Yeah, I was just about to tell you about that. Xie Wen ruffled Sanji Meow's fur and shared good news. I've successfully mastered my armament hockey, so I'll be focusing on pushing through the maps. And I can also start preparing the ship for going out to sea. Hearing this news, Sanji Meow was overjoyed, patting his chest and saying, pushing through maps is easy. Meow, I've already run all over the entire island, Meow. Sanji Meow, who had also undergone rigorous training, had significantly improved his strength. Although he wasn't as strong as Sanji in the manga, exploring areas he previously dared not approach was no problem, if it weren't for the requirement of Xie Wen. The player being present to unlock the maps, the exploration level of this island would have been 100 long ago. Brother Xie Wen, what should we do about this Sea King, Meow? Kelly Meow obediently lay on Xie Wen's shoulder and asked in a soft voice after he finished talking with Sanji Meow. Xie Wen pondered for a moment, then drew out his white blade and walked towards the Sea King, planning to take it down and have Sanji cook a big meal for them. Initially, he wanted to see if he could tame the Sea King and have it take him out to sea, but he vaguely remembered that Sea Kings only obeyed the commands of mermaid princesses who had awakened Sea King abilities, and others couldn't tame them, so he abandoned that idea. Of course, the main reason was that the little cat on his shoulder, Kelly, was almost drooling onto his neck, and he naturally didn't want to disappoint her. Moreover, he was quite interested in the meat of the Sea King. The taste was secondary, but according to some sea enthusiasts and fan authors' analyses, the meat of Sea Kings often had the effect of enhancing physical fitness, a notion that Xie Wen himself agreed with. After all, how else could one explain why the local inhabitants here had such strong vitality? Even some commoners who hadn't exercised much were the same. So it was absurd that Guena would die from the Supreme Grand Staircase. Xie Wen complained about the plot in the comic while he poked the already blackened shirikes into the head of the Sea King class creature. Then he took out his hunting knife and stabbed its corpse. After obtaining a quality piece of Sea King tenderloin, he tried to stab it again. After all, with such a large size, maybe he could extract a second piece? TSK. After the failed attempt, Xie Wen reluctantly retracted his hunting knife and helped Sanji Meow process the big guy. There was no choice. Both he and Alou's dimensional backpack had limited internal space. And if they didn't process it, they wouldn't be able to fit such a large Sea King class creature. That night, Xie Wen and the two cats enjoyed a lavish Sea King feast. Whether it would enhance their physical strength was still uncertain. Anyway, the taste was really great. Even Kelly Meow stuffed herself and lay in Xie Wen's arms, letting out meow meow moans. You little glutton. Xie Wen rubbed Kelly Meow's belly while shaking his head in amusement and pointed at her little nose, wondering if she would dare to eat like this again. Brother Xie Wen, don't say that, Meow. Kelly Meow shyly covered her face with her little paw, her small head burrowing vigorously into Xie Wen's belly, making Sanji Meow very envious. Xie Wen moved Kelly Meow in his arms to the side and then waved at him with a smile. I don't really want you to pet me, Meow. Sanji Meow, who squeezed into Xie Wen's arms, said while exposing his soft belly to the sky and humming. Yes, this is my way of thanking you for the big dinner you made tonight, and I voluntarily offered to massage you, Sanji. Xie Wen didn't expose this contradictory Sundara cat and devoted himself wholeheartedly to his cat-petting career. Sigh, if I summon more cats in the future, my 2 hands probably won't be enough. Besides the flower fruit, I wonder if there are any cloned fruits or human fruits, or even mythical Zoan-type devil fruits like the 1,000-armed Avalokiteshvara that can give me more hands. With 1 cat in each hand, Xie Wen was happily troubled. Just a little bit left. Xie Wen held the hunter's manual in his hands, looking at the nearly fully illuminated map, and murmured softly. After mastering the armament hockey, the entire island felt like his backyard, especially with Sanji, who had already figured out the map, guiding them. Therefore, they completed what was left of the map progress, which was less than 30 in just a few days. As Xie Wen stepped onto an inconspicuous little dirt slope, the progress bar on the map finally jumped to 100, followed by the familiar flash of white light, and a fragment of a follower summoning ticket appeared again in the crack of the manual. Something seems a bit off. Xie Wen picked up the fragment and noticed that its color was different again, with a base color of ocean blue and a deep blue pattern. The key point was that the 2 characters on it still read follower. So, the summoning ticket fragments obtained from the Monster Encyclopedia were not from the same pool as those obtained from opening the map. Having witnessed various card-drawing tricks before crossing over, Xie Wen quickly understood the situation. He glanced at the hunter's manual in his hand. Indeed, the small island they were on had shrunk to the size of a fingernail, surrounded once again by black mist, and the progress bar at the bottom of the map had also changed to 0. 1. He had no idea how large an area they would need to explore to reach 100 this time. Judging by the current situation, there seemed to be no hope in the short term. However, there was some good news. As the small island they were on was lit up, a large area of the surrounding sea was also illuminated simultaneously. It seemed that they likely only needed to visit all the islands rather than circle the entire sea area. Having understood the situation, Xie Wen turned his head to look at the 2 cats at his feet, who were eagerly anticipating, and helplessly shrugged. It seemed that their new companions couldn't join them so quickly. Meow. Kelly Meow slightly drooped her ears in disappointment, but she quickly perked up again. Whoosh. She climbed onto Xie Wen's back. So, when are we going to set sail? Kelly can't wait. As for Sanji Meow, he seemed to be hit harder by the situation. No. Xiao Huang thudded to the ground, howling heart-wrenchingly. My Airou big sister is gone. Xie Wen helplessly rolled his eyes, stretched out his foot, and lightly kicked him. Be careful, Kelly is still here. The Sanji cat, who was cosplaying as Yuan Hua, instantly stopped wailing. He raised his head and found Kelly Cat lying on Xie Wen's shoulder. Tilting her head to look at him, her big ruby-like eyes filled with confusion. The Sanji cat quickly got up from the ground, swiftly changed to a serious expression, and proactively changed the topic before Kelly Cat could ask, by the way, Kelly sister, what do you want to eat for lunch today? Kelly exclaimed, I want to eat fish. Although the fish that Sanji brother makes is delicious, today I would like to drink mint fish soup. Okay? Of course, no problem. The Sanji cat seemed to be invigorated, lifting his leg to rush off to make food for Kelly Cat. Then he was abruptly pulled back by Xie Wen. It's still early for lunch, he reminded irritably. We still have important things to do. The serious matter that Xie Wen mentioned is naturally the wooden raft needed for going out to sea. Well, with their current skills, making a wooden raft is already the limit. They were originally hoping to summon an Airou who could build ships, but it turned out that this frustrating hunter's manual opened several pools instead. However, following this logic, the weapon unlock page will most likely also be a new pool, and it's highly probable that it will be a cutting-type combat-up pool. Xie Wen rubbed his chin, looking forward to the cat from the pool. After all, in various anime works, The number of kendo masters is quite large. If he could summon this type of cat, not only could they spar and improve together, but he might also learn sword techniques from other anime through these cats. However, these are all matters for the future. The immediate priority is to build a sturdy enough raft to set sail. The entire process of making the raft is not difficult, as rafts themselves are not particularly complex, especially now that Xie Wen has greatly increased his strength, making many tasks much simpler. He found about 10 trees of similar thickness on the island, chopped them down, and tied them together with sturdy vines. To be on the safe side, Xie Wen also drilled a few holes horizontally and inserted some thinner wooden strips for reinforcement. Then, he inserted a simple sail made from the skin of a wild boar king in the middle of the raft, and their boat was complete. After finishing the raft, Xie Wen and the others did not rush to set sail. Instead, they first placed the raft in a lake on the island for a few days for a simple test, while also organizing the items in their dimensional bag, clearing out some things that were temporarily unnecessary and replacing them with fresh water and food, which are essential resources for sailing. By the way, Kelly's bag is the backpack she carries on her back, and it surprisingly has the largest space. So, who really has the golden finger here? Sanji, can you spare a bit of mint for Kelly? While organizing her treasures, Kelly suddenly looked up, sniffed, and then jumped over to Sanji, eyeing a small jar in his hand filled with dried mint. These were all collected by Sanji during his exploration of the island, and to avoid overharvesting. He always picked about 2/3 of the leaves, and even when cooking, he was reluctant to use too much. Now that they were leaving the island, Sanji finally felt okay to pick the remaining mint. And no problem, Sanji said, a bit pained as he took out 2 mint leaves from the jar and handed them to Kelly. Thank you, Sanji, Kelly cheered, grabbing the mint and quickly stuffing it into her mouth to chew happily. Watching such a wasteful use of the mint made Sanji's eye twitch. However, he couldn't bring himself to scold the adorable Kelly and could only turn his head away to avoid seeing it. Seeing all of this, Xie Wen did not intervene. Because Airou was ultimately different from ordinary cats, they wouldn't experience the high for mint, but rather treated it as a delicious snack. Moreover, like ordinary cats, the level of interest Airou had in mint varied. For Kelly, the attraction of mint was even less than her 2 major hobbies, catching fish and making bombs. While Sanji was more addicted to mint, Xie Wen often saw him take out his jar of mint, open the lid, and take a deep breath. But he wouldn't actually eat it, just indulging in the scent. Xie Wen had always felt that Sanji seemed to be missing something, but upon seeing this scene, he immediately realized that the original Sanji was a heavy smoker. However, on this island, there wasn't even a single sheet of regular paper, let alone specialized rolling papers. Besides, Xie Wen had no intention of reminding Sanji. After all, he was just a kid. What business did he have smoking? A few days later, the raft that passed the test was pushed into the sea by Xie Wen. Immediately after, he, fully prepared, took the 2 cats aboard the raft. With the help of a sea breeze and waves, the raft gradually drifted away from the island where they had lived for a long time. As the island grew smaller, the only one with sailing knowledge, Sanji, turned to Xie Wen and asked, "Where should we go next?" Theoretically, the East Sea should be to the east. But on the seas of the One Piece world, especially in the waters of the Grand Line, there are all sorts of inexplicable weather patterns and currents. Without knowing their current position, heading east might not be the right choice. So why not ask the magical Kelly? Xie Wen picked up the bewildered little Klee and said in the incredulous gaze of Sanji, "Klee, you decide which direction to go, and we'll sail in that direction." This wasn't Xie Wen acting crazy. After all, little Klee's zodiac sign represents luck, the 4-leaf clover. Moreover, previously, Xie Wen couldn't even touch the Sea Kings, but Klee went to the beach and caught fish, which shows that Klee is a true lucky charm. So, relying on Klee's good luck in the absence of clues is only natural. Although Klee didn't quite understand what Brother Xie Wen meant, she thought it was great that she could help. Right? Klee shook her ears, raised her little paw, and pointed in a random direction based on her intuition, saying, "Let's go that way." Sanji? Xie Wen looked at Sanji, who was steering the raft. "It's up to you." Sanji helplessly covered his face with his little paw and resignedly turned the raft in the direction Klee pointed. Wow, so many flying fish. Klee stood on Xie Wen's shoulder, resting her little paws on his head, laughing joyfully against the sea breeze. Not far from the raft they were on, schools of flying fish leapt out of the water, gliding across the surface. At first, the directions they were heading were not the same, but after encountering Xie Wen and the others, the flying fish quickly changed their course and started following the raft closely, probably considering it a racing target or something else. Seeing the behavior of the flying fish, Xie Wen couldn't help but cast a sympathetic glance at them. Sanji, meanwhile, skillfully took out a barbecue grill from his bag, along with jars and bottles of seasonings. After cheering for a while perched on Xie Wen's head, Klee pulled out a round, cute-looking bomb from her backpack. Heave-ho! Klee threw the bomb at the group of reckless flying fish, and with a bang, a large area of stunned flying fish appeared on the sea surface. Initially, Klee's bombs would blow them up into Klee-grilled fish, but after tasting Sanji's cooking, Klee's bomb for frying fish was immediately upgraded. After disassembling the sonic bomb in Xie Wen's hand and referencing it, Klee's bomb for frying fish could now stun them without damaging the quality of the fish meat. Knowing this would be the outcome, Xie Wen, at the same time, Klee pulled out the bomb, took out a long fishing net from his bag, and scooped up all the stunned flying fish, handing them over to the already prepared Sanji. In no time, the smell of grilled fish wafted from the raft. After finishing the grilled fish, both cats lay in Xie Wen's arms, enjoying his petting. Xie Wen, while petting the cat in his arms, squinted at the distant horizon. Their drift at sea had lasted for several days, although the fresh water and food in their bag were still plentiful, and having two cats around kept boredom at bay. The lack of any islands or ships had made Xie Wen feel somewhat irritated and uneasy. However, he was relieved that they hadn't encountered any bad weather over the past few days. Even the only rainy day they experienced didn't reach the level of a downpour. The wind wasn't strong, the waves weren't high, and the rain didn't last long. Just as he began to feel tense, the wind died down and the rain stopped. From this perspective, it was likely that they were not on the Grand Line, but he had no idea which sea they were in among the four seas. Just as Xie Wen was lost in thought, the two little cats in his arms suddenly perked up their ears and looked up at the sky in unison. What's wrong? Xie Wen followed their gaze and saw a huge seagull flying towards their wooden raft. Interestingly, this seagull was wearing a white sailor hat, had a dark small bag hanging around its neck, and was carrying a light-colored large striped bag on its side. Newsbird. Having seen comics, Xie Wen was not unfamiliar with such peculiar birds, and the newspaper in the newsbird's hand was exactly what Xie Wen urgently needed due to the lack of information. The problem was he didn't have a single berry in his hand. As for killing a bird for a newspaper, Xie Wen hadn't even thought about it. He would be crazy to offend the media tycoon of this world for a newspaper worth 100 berries. However, he didn't need a newspaper to understand the current situation. Just as Xie Wen was worried about what to do, the newsbird flapped its wings and landed on their mast, watching the two cats in Xie Wen's arms with a vigilant gaze. Xie Wen looked down and saw two pairs of eager eyes, their tails already wagging. He quickly spoke up to stop them, saying, "You can't eat this." Quack! It turned out that it wasn't an illusion. The newsbird on the mast was startled and then let out an unhappy cry, flapping its wings and preparing to take off. Although the two fur tribes were stopped by that human, who knows if they would launch a surprise attack? It was just selling a newspaper. It wasn't worth risking one's life. Wait. Seeing the newsbird about to leave, Xie Wen hurriedly called out to keep it and pushed the two cats behind him. The newsbird's professional ethics were still guaranteed. Although it was somewhat concerned about the two fur tribes, seeing that Xie Wen had blocked them behind him, the newsbird hesitated for a moment and chose to stay. With no money in hand, Xie Wen was not in a hurry to mention buying the newspaper. He first took out a small dried fish from his bag, marinated by Sanji cat, and threw it to the newsbird on the mast. The newsbird caught the small fish with its mouth and tilted its neck to swallow in one bite. Quack! The newsbird let out a joyful cry, clearly satisfied with the small fish. So Xie Wen took out a few more small fish and waved them at the newsbird, asking, "Can I trade some dried fish for a newspaper? We can negotiate how many I need." This was the method Xie Wen came up with, an ancient barter system. Quack! The newsbird tilted its head, showing a distressed expression. It had never encountered such a situation. Even if others faced a shipwreck and had no berries, they wouldn't be eager to get a newspaper, let alone trade precious food for it. Only someone like Xie Wen, who was completely oblivious to the current era and situation, and who didn't have to worry about food, would engage in such a losing deal. In the end, the newsbird succumbed to its own appetite and allowed Xie Wen to exchange 10 small fish for a newspaper. Unfolding the newspaper, Xie Wen first looked at the date, which showed the year of the Sea Circle calendar 1515, without a month or day. Of course, this wasn't important to Xie Wen. Having the year was enough. However, which year did the plot start in? Without a photographic memory, Xie Wen couldn't remember such specific details like the exact year. So even knowing the time still left him clueless. Forget it. Let's see if he can extract some useful information from the news. He turned his attention to the front page headline. The 100 Bees pirates clashed with the Whitebeard pirates, and it was actually because of him. Xie Wen, sure enough. Media people from any world love sensational headlines. After complaining about the title, Xie Wen looked at the main text. The specific content wasn't particularly surprising. It just roughly described the cause, process, and outcome of a conflict between two pirate crews. If the protagonists of the event weren't Kaido and Whitebeard, this news would definitely not qualify as a front-page headline. However, Xie Wen extracted two important pieces of information from it. First, Whitebeard is still alive, and the Marineford War has not yet occurred. Second, in the text, Kaido and Whitebeard were referred to either by their nicknames or as the Great Pirates of a New World. Not once did the terms Four Emperors or Sea Emperors appear. So, I arrived quite early, huh? Luffy definitely hasn't set sail yet, and the Mera Mera Nomi has been eaten by Kohli. So Ace should also not have set sail, or he has just recently done so. But I still have no clue about the specific timeline. However, knowing this much is enough. At least he still has time to obtain the Snow Walk and the Sandai Katetsu. After reading the front page headline, Xie Wen flipped through the other pages. However, there wasn't much useful information. At most, it just indirectly confirmed that the title of Four Emperors has not been proclaimed yet. However, the Shichibukai system has already been established, as one news article mentioned the pirate Jinbe. It seems there haven't been any major events happening recently. After carefully reading the ads in the corner, Xie Wen closed the newspaper, a bit frustrated. Although a relatively calm situation is a good thing for most people, it's not favorable for Xie Wen, who wants to gather more information. Fortunately, he had just asked the newsbird about the recent location of land, and the other party kindly informed him. It was in the direction Kohli pointed out when they first set sail. After sailing for another 2 days, land still hasn't been seen, but the newsbird has visited once again. Xie Wen. Does that mean Morgan's doesn't allow payment with dried fish? So that newsbird came back to find me for a supplement a couple of days ago? This one is different from the previous bird. Sanji, who guessed Xie Wen's thoughts, crossed his arms and gave him a disdainful look. The smell is a bit different. Oh, Xie Wen understood. So what's the situation now? What major event happened in just 2 days? Or is the frequency of updates from the World Economic News that diligent? Goo, it's indeed not the same one. Even the call is different. After landing on the mast, the newsbird immediately stretched its wings and gestured to Xie Wen. After a series of guesses, Xie Wen finally understood its intention. It had heard about the dried fish from the previous newsbird and specially came to ask for a couple of tastes. In exchange, it would lead Xie Wen to the nearest ship. This deal is doable. After all, the newsbird can deliver news across the vast ocean, so it must have some special means to locate ships. Compared to the uncertainty of how far they are of the situation on land, taking a ride on a ship toward a human-inhabited island is clearly a better choice. Even if the destination isn't suitable for Xie Wen and the others to land, they can at least inquire about the nearby sea conditions, and if necessary, they can disembark early. Deal. Xie Wen took out 2 pieces of dried fish and threw them to the newsbird, promising to give it 3 more once they found the ship. Goo. After swallowing the 2 pieces of dried fish, the newsbird's enthusiasm clearly increased, instead of just staying on the mast to guide. It flapped its wings a few times and flew ahead to lead the way. Xie Wen also took out the rudimentary paddle he made earlier and began to row vigorously. Under the guidance of the newsbird, a small black soon appeared on the surface of the sea ahead, and it seemed to be heading in the direction that Kelly had pointed out before. Well, encountering people in advance is a good thing. Feeling a bit of a loss, Xie Wen comforted himself internally. Kelly, can you see what kind of ship that is? Xie Wen continued to wave the paddle in his hand, while asking Kelly Meow, who had climbed to the top of the mast. It's a big ship. Kelly Meow said something trivial, then added, Kelly hasn't seen the pirate flag. It seemed their luck was quite good, although with their current strength, they wouldn't be too afraid even if they encountered pirates. As Xie Wen and the others gradually approached, the unknown ship also noticed them. Perhaps thinking that Xie Wen's raft posed no threat, or out of goodwill, the other party not only did not continue forward, but instead turned the ship's head towards Xie Wen and the others. Thank you for your hard work. Having confirmed that they could board, Xie Wen threw the remaining 3 small fish snacks to the newsbird. The newsbird caught the fish snacks, gave a coo, and then flapped its wings and flew away. Soon, the big ship reached the side of Xie Wen's small raft, and a rope ladder was thrown down from the ship's side. Come on up. A head peeked out from above and shouted at Xie Wen and the others. Let's go. Xie Wen Zhao waved to his 2 cats, Sanji Meow and Kelly Meow, who skillfully climbed onto his shoulders. After boarding the ship with the 2 Iluris, Xie Wen Zhao had no intention of showing off and obediently climbed up the rope ladder. Who are you? Upon reaching the deck, Xie Wen Zhao was immediately surrounded by a group of sailors wielding swords and knives, all looking at him and his 2 cats with a mix of caution and curiosity. Xie Wen felt there was nothing wrong with this situation. In a world rampant with pirates, it was completely normal to be wary of strangers. Moreover, the fact that the captain of this ship chose to save people under such circumstances meant he was a good person. After giving a good person card to the yet-to-be-met captain, Xie Wen raised his hands and half-truthfully said, "I'm just an ordinary person in trouble. My previous ship met with disaster, and I lived on an uninhabited island for a long time. I only recently escaped from that island." To avoid conflict as much as possible, Xie Wen had stored his bloody knife, Bai Na, in his dimensional waist pouch as soon as he spotted the ship from afar. So he looked completely non-threatening now. A burly man, who seemed to be the first mate, carefully examined Xie Wen, probably convinced by the animal skin he was wrapped in. After pondering for a moment, he raised his hand, signaling the other sailors to lower their weapons. "You're lucky. Our boss is a well-known good person in these waters. If you had encountered other merchant ships, they probably wouldn't have let you aboard." A smile finally appeared on the burly man's face. And then he turned his gaze to the two cats on Xie Wen's shoulders. "They must be from the fur tribe, right? I've heard some old sailors mention them. They're said to be a rare race, even in the Grand Line." "Maybe," Xie Wen continued to half-truthfully mislead, "I encountered them on the deserted island. They call themselves Ailuris." He originally thought about having the Ailuris pretend to be from the fur tribe, but considering he would summon more Ailuris in the future, having one or two fur tribe members wouldn't be strange. However, having only fur tribe members would be odd, and since there were some differences between the Ailuris and the fur tribe, he decided not to hide it. Anyway, there are plenty of strange races in this world. Adding one more Ailuris wasn't a big deal. The burly man didn't mind this, and said, "You must be thirsty and hungry after drifting at sea for so long. Let me take you to get something to eat." Thank you." Although that wasn't the case, Xie Wen didn't refuse the man's kindness and followed him with the two cats. After eating some dry and hard bread, Xie Wen learned some information from the burly man. This was a merchant ship that ran between several nearby islands, and the owner was named Cody, a somewhat well-known merchant in the area. Despite only seeing one merchant ship in front of him, Mr. Cody actually owned a fleet. However, his true fame came from being a rare good person, as the burly man had just mentioned. The burly man was not the first mate Xie Wen had guessed, but rather Cody's steward, named Barks. Given his sturdy build and the weapon hanging at his waist, this steward likely also served as a bodyguard. As for the sea area they were in, Xie Wen learned through some indirect questioning that it was the Western Blue, also known as the West Sea. Xie Wen didn't know much about the West Sea, only recalling that it was Shank's hometown and the location of O'Hara. He wondered if the Demon Slayer Order incident had occurred yet. Xie Wen was secretly mumbling to himself, but he wasn't very interested in Nico Robin. Although many fanfiction protagonists liked to bring her on board, Xie Wen had no intention of becoming a pirate and wasn't interested in the historical text either. Moreover, his special ability dictated that he had to run around the world with his cats. Bringing along a Nico Robin who could translate ancient texts would only attract the attention of the world government. Xie Wen wanted to know the reason why O'Hara was destroyed by the Buster Call. The reason was simple. He remembered that Robin was 8 years old at that time, which allowed him to estimate her current age and, therefore, roughly determine the current time point. After all, it was quite frustrating to know many things, but be completely in the dark due to uncertainty about the timeline. Just as Xie Wen was planning to extract more information for Baku's, Kelly meowed and tugged at his sleeve, saying she wanted to go out and play. The cat's matters are more important." Xie Wen nodded without hesitation, then turned to Barks and said, "Sorry, can I accompany Kelly to the deck for a stroll? It shouldn't affect you, right?" Barks was taken aback for a moment, then smiled and waved his hand. "Of course, no problem. As long as you don't disturb the helmsman and Mr. Cody. Then we'll take our leave." Xie Wen slightly bowed his body, then picked up Kelly Meow with one hand and held Sanji Meow's hand with the other, walking outside. After they had walked a short distance from the room, Sanji Meow saw that there were no other sailors nearby and immediately shook off Xie Wen's hand, then said with a disdainful expression in a low voice, "Luckily Kelly's sister interrupted you just now, otherwise that big guy would have started to suspect." "Huh?" Xie Wen awkwardly rubbed his nose and asked in a low voice, "Was my performance that obvious? What do you think?" Sanji Meow flicked his tail. "You were just about to directly ask that big guy where this place is and what year it is." "Ah ha ha ha." Xie Wen chuckled awkwardly and scratched his head, not feeling that Sanji Meow was talking nonsense. Before crossing over, he was the type who was not very sensitive to other people's emotions, and after crossing over, he lived alone on an island for several years. Although he had Airou accompanying him, the cat's thoughts were not that complicated, so it was only natural that his social skills were a bit lacking now. "What are you talking about, Meow?" Kelly can't understand, Meow. Kelly Meow curiously scanned between Xie Wen and Sanji Meow, her big eyes full of questions. In any case, Kelly, you just made a great contribution, Xie Wen said, giving Kelly Meow a kiss on the face to explain. Really, Meow? Ehe. Kelly Meow shook her ears and then wrapped her arms around Xie Wen's neck, rubbing her head against his chin. The two of them whispered to each other as they moved from the cabin to the deck. Xie Wen set Kelly Meow down and quietly instructed, "You can play around here, but remember not to pull out any bombs or start fire." "Got it, Meow." The little plushie cheered in response and then began to run around crazily on the deck. Meow. Huh. What a big ship, Meow. While running, Kelly Meow let out lively laughter and occasionally approached the sailors who were working, curiously asking them what they were doing. The disturbed sailors did not find her noisy at all. Instead, they quietly explained to Kelly Meow. Sanji Meow, who was yawning beside Xie Wen, shook his ears and also approached those sailors, even deliberately raising his voice. EW. Seeing Sanji Meow's behavior that was completely out of character, Xie Wen instinctively shivered, and goosebumps instantly appeared on his body. Although he knew that Sanji Meow was actually gathering information for him, the sudden shift from the usually mature and sometimes shape-shifting Sanji Meow to a chatterbox was just too strong a sense of incongruity. They are really two very cute little ones. A strange voice suddenly sounded behind Xie Wen. Xie Wen turned around and saw a middle-aged man in a well-tailored suit standing there. The man was slightly plump, sporting a small mustache reminiscent of Detective Conan, wearing a dark round top hat, and his face appeared very friendly. "Mr. Cody? That's me." The middle-aged man smiled and nodded, walked up to Xie Wen, adjusted his expression, and pointed to Kelly Meow, who was frolicking on the deck, reminding him, "Furry tribes are quite valuable in the underground world, especially such adorable furry ones. Even if some slave traders don't recognize them, they wouldn't easily overlook such high-quality goods. For your safety, it's best to have them disguise themselves as ordinary cats." It seemed that Barkus wasn't lying. This Mr. Cody truly was a good person. Xie Wen thinks this way not only because of the other person's proactive reminder, but also because the world of One Piece is quite reflective of one's heart. Excluding those characters with undercover roles, most villains, while having their unique features, all share the common trait of looking bad at first glance. On the other hand, someone with a kind and gentle appearance like Mr. Cody is likely a good person. "Thank you for your reminder." Xie Wen first thanked the other person for their kindness and then smiled confidently, saying that his strength should be enough to protect them. Although he also felt that Mr. Cody's method was the most foolproof, considering the feelings of the two cats, especially Kelly Meow, he couldn't do that. Not to mention that hockey, this high-grade commodity, is rarer than devil fruits outside the Grand Line. It can be said that except for the North Blue with the Don Quixote family in Germa 66, in the other three seas, as long as Xie Wen doesn't act recklessly or have particularly bad luck, he shouldn't encounter much danger. Moreover, in his impression, besides Shanks, there haven't been any strong characters from the West Sea. Even Shanks isn't truly a West Sea native, but a descendant of celestial dragons who ended up here. One could say that the West Sea is the weakest sea in the true sense. Seeing Xie Wen's brazen demeanor, Cody couldn't help but frown. There's no way around it. The clearly youthful Xie Wen and Elu's cute appearance are too misleading. Don't think I'm being alarmist. This good-natured person advised again. The color paper town we are about to land in has several gangs entrenched there, and among them, the highest bounty exceeds 10 million. 10 million is indeed quite impressive. Having gotten used to bounties in the later parts of the manga, reaching tens of billions, Xie Wen said it was impressive, but anyone could see his indifference from his expression. But indeed, it is the weakest East Sea. When Luffy set sail, the highest bounty in the East Sea seemed to be only around 20 million. In comparison, a random gang member from the West Sea can have a bounty over 10 million. Speaking of gangs, it seems that among the supernovae of Luffy's generation, there is a pirate modeled after the Italian mafia Al Capone. Could it be that he was also born in the West Sea? Xie Wen recalled that the other party seemed to be called something like Capone, who had eaten a kanjin fruit that allowed him to store crew members and weapons inside his body. In simple terms, it was like a personal dimensional backpack. Based on the other members of the worst generation, when they arrived at Sabaody Archipelago, he wouldn't have mastered hockey either, so it wasn't worth worrying about. Cody noticed that Xie Wen had only been serious for a moment before immediately returning to his nonchalant demeanor, and he shook his head helplessly, thinking, forget it. Young people just don't know how high the sky is. He didn't plan to advise him any further. After all, this was their first meeting, and as someone who had seen a lot, Cody knew very well that young people like Xie Wen couldn't be made to recognize their mistakes through words alone. It could even provoke their rebellious spirit. However, as a well-known good guy in the area, Cody wouldn't completely ignore Xie Wen. Moreover, he genuinely liked those two innocent and adorable fur tribes and didn't want them to encounter any misfortune. It would be better to let Bacchus keep an eye on them for a while, and it wouldn't hurt for the young man to suffer a little. Xie Wen was still unaware that Cody, this old good guy, had already decided to secretly arrange for someone to protect him. Seeing that Cody was silent, Xie Wen also lost the desire to continue the conversation and redirected his attention back to his cat. Meanwhile, Mr. Cody, having made his decision, quietly turned to leave and went to find Bucks to discuss the matter of taking care of Xie Wen and his group. It must be said that the adorable cat had a talent for gathering information. By the time Kelly Meow got tired of playing, Sanji Meow had basically extracted all the information he could. Unfortunately, most of the news was only related to Mr. Cody and a few islands he frequently traded with, which was not very useful to Xie Wen. The only two pieces of information that truly caught Xie Wen's attention were, first, the destruction of O'Hara happened over 10 years ago, which meant that Robin was now in her 20s and might have already entered the Grand Line, possibly working under Crocodile. However, he was still unclear about how many years it would be until the start of the plot. The second piece of information was that 2 years ago, a sheriff nicknamed Devil Sheriff was expelled from the West Sea for excessive use of violence. So Lafayette is also from the West Sea. Although this information surprised Xie Wen a bit, he didn't take it too seriously. It was still uncertain how strong Lafayette was at that time. Moreover, since he had already been expelled from the West Sea, he was probably already in the Grand Line now. TSK, it seemed he still needed to continue gathering intelligence. Xie Wen gently stroked the two cats lying on him and gradually fell into a dream. Color Paper Town, as the name suggests, is primarily engaged in the production of various colored paper, which is the main industry of its residents. The paper they make is not only beautiful and durable, but also highly waterproof, making it particularly popular in the pirate world dominated by the sea. As a result, the paper from Color Paper Town has gained some fame throughout the West Sea, with many merchant ships coming here each year to take the town's paper to other islands in the West Sea. This has led to the town, although not large, to earn considerable profits, naturally attracting many gangs to come to the town. In addition to collecting protection fees locally, they also aim to profit from the merchants coming here to do business. Why go into such detail about Color Paper Town? That's because when Xie Wen woke up in the morning, Cody's merchant ship had already docked at the town's port. This means that even if they didn't take Cody's ship, they could still reach Color Paper Town by drifting on a raft for about a day along the previous route. Damn it, tricked by the newsbird. Although it was only the price of chopper, he still felt cheated. The key point is that there are so many newsbirds, and they all look similar, making it impossible for him to get back at them. Well, at least he got some intel in advance and received a set of clothes for free. Xie Wen could only comfort himself while changing into the clothes provided for free by Cody. Wow, this town is so interesting. Kelly, as usual, climbed onto Xie Wen's shoulder and stretched her neck to excitedly look at the town before them. As a town famous for its paper industry, most of the decorations in Color Paper Town are made from their own colorful paper. Under the eaves of every household hang various small paper crafts. And even the streetlights are primarily paper lanterns, making the entire town look vibrant and distinctive. Xie Wen Gidge, Kelly wants to play in this town, okay? Kelly tugged on Xie Wen's ear, playfully whining in a childish voice. All right. Xie Wen had always been defenseless against Kelly's antics, but he still needed to remind her. Playing is fine, but the old rules must be followed. No taking out bombs and no starting fires. If Kelly were to start a fire in a place full of paper products, Xie Wen couldn't imagine how hot the scene would be. Got it. Kelly isn't stupid, the little puppet said huffily. It felt like he had to emphasize it every time, making her seem particularly disobedient. Growing more frustrated, Kelly nipped at Xie Wen's ear. However, she only gave a light bite to express her dissatisfaction. After biting, the little puppet even extended her paw to gently rub Xie Wen's ear. Don't worry, Xie Wen is thick-skinned. Even if you bite a little harder, he'll be fine. Unlike the obedient Kelly, Sanji was becoming more trouble for himself. Xie Wen, feeling annoyed, gave the little rascal a smack on the head, then grabbed him by the scruff of his neck, lifting the squirming little creature into his hand. After saying goodbye to Kadi and the sailors on the ship, Xie Wen disembarked in a posture of carrying one in his hand and one over his shoulder, walking towards the town of Caiji. Once they exited the port, Sanji Meow finally settled down, and Xie Wen let him down, allowing him to take a bite to vent his frustration. Someone is secretly following us, Meow. Sanji Meow said, shaking his ears after getting a bite in, feeling like he had regained some face. The cat's sensitivity was a double-edged sword. It made him subconsciously less attentive to the awakening of his observation hockey. Xie Wen was making excuses for himself, while quietly asking, "Can you tell who it is?" "It should be that big Uncle Barkus." The one answering him was Kelly Meow, who was resting on his shoulder. She twitched her cute little nose and said, "That uncle smells strongly of alcohol." "Barkus, huh?" Xie Wen frowned and murmured. Could it be that Cody is actually not a good person? He didn't know that Cody, out of kindness, had subconsciously thought the other party was trying to steal his cats. But thinking it over, it didn't quite make sense. Clearly, when he was on the ship, he was even more at the mercy of others. If he really had bad intentions, why would he go through the extra trouble? Unable to understand, Xie Wen simply decided to act as if he didn't know someone was following them. After all, with his and the cat's abilities, they weren't afraid of anyone causing trouble. So he boldly strolled around the town with the two cats. Along the way, Kelly Meow, who was shouting and running around, successfully attracted everyone's attention, both friendly and hostile. "How's it going?" Xie Wen quietly asked Sanji Meow beside him. Sanji Meow shook his ears, raised his little paw to make an okay gesture, and said, "Looks like more of our guys have joined us." Xie Wen nodded in satisfaction, waved to call back Kelly Meow, who was rummaging through decorations under someone else's eaves, and began to try to squeeze into less crowded areas. Counter-ambushing the robbers and getting the first pot of gold from them is one of the conventional operations for traversers. Although Xie Wen might find something valuable to sell by rummaging through his bag, he was reluctant to expose the space equipment too soon, and at the same time, he could observe what Cody and Bacchus were really up to while doing this risk-free business. It was unclear whether people in the pirate world were generally carefree, or if those gangsters were particularly bold. But Xie Wen's almost blatant attempt to lure them out not only did not deter the followers, but according to Sanji Meow, the number of pursuers actually increased. Even before they reached a completely deserted area, someone could no longer contain themselves and jumped out. "Ha ha ha ha! Kid, hand over those two cats beside you. Maybe we can let you go." This was quite a typical villain statement, and the few blocking the way certainly had the appearance of classic antagonists. Moreover, the gangsters truly embodied the unique industry of the West Sea, as these guys were all dressed similarly to the members of the Black Organization in Detective Conan. Xie Wenjung was about to say something when a group of people appeared behind them, blocking their way. "Sorry, Renal, but we from the Castor family have our eyes on these two cats as well." The newcomers were clearly not from the same faction as those in front, but their outfits were similar, consisting of very stylish black suits. So, did they never hit the wrong target during their usual shootouts? Just as Xie Wenjung was pondering this absurd thought, a third group appeared. "Unfortunately, our boss also ordered us to bring them back." Then, members from the three gangs pulled out their weapons and confronted each other, while the main targets, Xie Wenjung and the two Airou, were splendidly forgotten on the side. "Brother Xie, can Kelly use a bomb to blow them up?" Kelly tugged at Xie Wenjung's sleeve, her eyes shining with excitement. The little puppet hadn't set off any firecrackers for several days, and she was itching to do so. Let us not rush. Let us see what happens first." Xie Wen gently rubbed Kelly Meow's head and softly reassured her. "Don't forget, there's still a Bacchus lurking in the shadows. It's better to wait until everyone jumps out and deal with it all at once." Just as he thought this, he saw Bacchus swaggering out from his hiding place. The previously somewhat clumsy-looking strong man now exuded an imposing presence, instantly capturing everyone's attention. "This young man is a guest of Mr. Cody. I wonder if you all could give me some face? Is it that you people from the West Sea like to talk like this?" Yes, Bacchus. How could he be here? Mr. Nice Guy Cody's ship seems to have just arrived today." The gang members instantly fell into chaos. Although Xie Wen mocked him for speaking like red-haired Shanks, this sturdy uncle seemed to have quite a reputation, at least around this area. Because after a moment of panic, the gang members, who were originally in a standoff, all aimed their weapons at him, clearly believing that he alone would be more troublesome than the other two rival factions combined. "What? You guys, with just this many, want to take me on?" Bacchus narrowed his eyes and slowly scanned the room. To be honest, if one didn't consider who he was warning, he did have a bit of that red-haired flair. "You're just a stray dog driven from your hometown by the devil sheriff. Don't think our caste family would be afraid of you. No, that's right. You're all alone, while we have the advantage in numbers." If their voices hadn't shaken so much, these words might have been more convincing. However, the fact that Bacchus managed to escape with his life under the future Blackbeard Pirates members shows that his strength is impressive. Xie Wen looked at him with newfound respect. Although Lafayette's current strength might not be as strong as it was at the start of the plot, he was unlikely to be a weakling. After all, he was someone remembered by Admiral Crane and recognized by Blackbeard, Someone with poor strength wouldn't be able to achieve these things. Moreover, he hadn't been hammered by Teacher Kai, so it was unlikely that his strength had improved dramatically. Not everyone possesses the talent and perseverance of a hardworking general. I'll say it again, either leave now, or come and try my swordsmanship to see which side has the advantage. Perhaps hit by a sore spot, Barkis's expression instantly turned ugly. As he drew the rapier hanging at his waist, he gritted his teeth and made threatening remarks. The gang members all took a step back, clearly lacking the confidence they had just displayed. Brother Xie Wen, Kelly meowed, tugging at Xie Wen's sleeve with a pitiful expression. It was a rare opportunity to set off firecrackers, but it seemed like Uncle Barkis was about to ruin it, making the little doll feel somewhat downcast. Since Barkis didn't seem to be looking for trouble, but rather was helping, Xie Wen decided to wait and see. Let's watch a bit more. So he gently patted Kelly's little head and softly reassured her. At worst, I'll accompany you to the beach to catch fish afterward. All right then. Kelly pouted, but obediently stopped being difficult. While the two were whispering, Barkis had already engaged with the gang. Although Barkis said the famous line, "Give me some face," he wasn't red-haired Shanks, and his face wasn't as significant as he thought. However, while his face might not carry much weight, Barkis's own strength was enough to back up the threats he had just made. A group of gang members armed with guns couldn't do anything to him. A melee fighter, Barkis easily blocked the bullets flying toward him with his sword. In fact, while protecting Xie Wen and the others, he even had the energy to launch a counterattack. With such strength, it was no wonder he could escape from Raphael's men. Additionally, contrary to Barkis's sturdy physique, his swordsmanship was surprisingly agile, primarily focused on thrusting techniques, which explained why he was using a rapier. It was unclear, however, what level Barkis's strength was at in the world of One Piece. Xie Wen watched intently from the side, using Barkis as a reference to evaluate his own swordsmanship and strength. In terms of the intricacy of sword techniques, Xie Wen's hunter-style swordsmanship, mainly used for cutting down large monsters, was no match for Barkis. However, when it came to killing power, Uncle Barkis's swordsmanship fell far short. It's important to note that the combat techniques developed by hunters to hunt those large and even giant monsters have always pursued greater destructive power and more efficient instant output. Although the pirate world also has sea kings, they are not the main combat targets for humans in this world. Of course, if a fight broke out, Barkis would definitely not be Xie Wen's opponent. Even without using haki, his sheer strength and speed would easily overpower the other. However, if both were to engage in a one-on-one duel with similar attributes, Xie Wen's chances of winning might be slightly lower, depending on whether he could seize the opportunity to hit Barkis hard. While Xie Wen was comparing himself with Barkis in various aspects, the gang on the other side was gradually showing signs of defeat. In fact, if Barkis hadn't wanted to avoid trouble for Mr. Cody and hadn't dealt harshly with the gang, this battle might have ended long ago. As it seemed that the wallets were about to be beaten by Uncle Barkis and fleeing, both Xie Wen and Kelly Meow beside him displayed frustrated expressions. Kelly Meow was upset about not being able to blow up the bad guys, while Xie Wen was naturally frustrated that his plan of black eating black, rather, white eating black, seemed to be on the verge of failure. However, just when the useless gang was preparing to flee, Sanji Meow, who had been mostly silent, suddenly moved his ears and reminded, "More people are coming." Following that, a large number of footsteps could be heard, and a crowd of people in black suits suddenly surged into the remote alley, blocking both ends completely. This was bad. Barkis, with a grim expression, pushed back the opponent in front of him with a sword and quickly retreated to Xie Wen's side. "Wait, stick close to me. I'll find a way to break out." Actually, it wouldn't be that troublesome to just take them all down. It seemed that Uncle Barkis was struggling, and seeing that the other side was genuinely there to protect him, Xie Wen decided not to wait any longer and chose to lay his cards on the table. "What nonsense are you talking about?" Barkis clearly thought Xie Wen was just being stubborn and couldn't help but scold. "Do you know how terrible the situation would be for Kelly and Sanji if they fell into these people's hands? This is not the time for you to show off." Xie Wen didn't argue with him, turned around and patted Kelly's little head, smiling lightly. "Kelly, it's up to you. Be careful to control it." "Okay." Kelly will work hard. The little plush toy, who had long been eager to try, didn't wait for Xie Wen to finish speaking. She cheered and pulled out various types of bang-bang bombs she usually made from her backpack, throwing them all at the group of men in black. Her little paws creating after-images. What was Brother Xie Wen about to say? Kelly turned around, puzzled, after throwing out dozens of bombs in the blink of an eye. "Oh, I want to say, be careful to control the power of the bombs. Don't go too far." Looking at the countless bombs that had already been thrown into the air, Xie Wen replied in a calm tone, his expression blank. Kelly, yee. Boom, 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 boom. Just as Kelly was tapping her head and acting cute, the bombs she threw were detonated. In an instant, the sound of explosions filled the air, and Xie Wen and the others' eardrums were ringing, their vision completely occupied by the bright red flames and thick black smoke. After a moment, the explosions ceased, the smoke cleared, and what came into view was a small alley that had been leveled to the ground, with gang members scattered all over. Well, the people in the pirate world are indeed tough. I didn't find anyone missing an arm or leg. Of course, this was also related to the fact that Kelly only used the most basic bang-bang bombs. Clang. Due to the shock, the sword in Box's hand fell to the ground. However, at this moment, Xie Wen had no time to chat with him. Looking at the chaos caused by Kelly, he covered his forehead and sighed, then said to the two cats beside him, "Let's quickly check these guys' pockets. Let's try to minimize the losses." Saying this, he took the lead and walked towards the gang members lying on the ground. The original Kelly would always try to compensate after causing trouble. While chatting with Kelly, she also mentioned similar situations. Therefore, Xie Wen did not intend to change her good habit. Although this would likely make things much harder for him, Xie Wen did not find it troublesome. Raising her, while enjoying the healing that the cat provided, he naturally had to take responsibility for the trouble the cat caused. Xie Wen and the two cats moved quickly, clearing out the gang in no time. However, what a bunch of broke losers, probably used to bullying people in the town. These guys didn't carry much money on them at all. After searching around, Xie Wen only found a little over 70,000 berries. He couldn't even afford a decent knife. Zoro had to spend 100,000 berries just to buy 2 lousy knives in Road Town. Well, although Xie Wen already had the fresh knife, Shironagi, and it was quite handy, using a salted fish to fight against people just felt a bit off. So he was still thinking about getting a more normal knife. But this gang really was useless. Xie Wen, while expressing his disdain, picked 2 pirate sabers that he found somewhat decent from the hands of the gang members and tucked them into his waist. The weapons on the western seaside seemed to be more European in style, and he couldn't find a suitable wild katana. Using dual swords to act as a bathhouse worker would have to do. However, the primary issue now was how to deal with the compensation problem for the small town, given that this group of gangsters was so poor. Xie Wen surveyed the black suits scattered on the ground. Should he let these gangs pay to ransom their people? But he really had no confidence in the loyalty and integrity of gang organizations. "Brother Xie Wen, did Klee get into trouble again, meow?" The little doll asked with a pitiful expression. How could that be? Unlike Captain Sheen, Xie Wen was quite indulgent towards Klee. They were all big bad guys wanting to do evil, and Klee was eliminating harm for the people. Well, her methods were a bit extreme. Next time, if something like this happens again, let's not use so many bombs. Considering his own wallet, Xie Wen still reminded Klee a little. In fact, Klee knew this too. She was just too excited earlier and accidentally threw too many bombs. Klee touched the back of her head, a bit embarrassed, and stuck out her tongue. What could Xie Wen say to that? He could only pat Klee's head and say, "It's okay, just be careful next time." That little brat Sanji was still making sarcastic remarks on the side. "Klee is really amazing, meow. If it were Xie Wen, he would have to chop for a long time with so many people, but you solve it in one go. Even if there were a few mistakes, it's understandable, meow." Ahem, I didn't expect that, Mr. Cody, and I underestimated you, Uncle Bark said as he picked up the fallen rapier and came to Xie Wen's side, frequently casting surprised and wary glances at Klee and her little backpack. "Still, thank you for your kindness, Uncle." Xie Wen first thanked him and then pointed at the group of gangsters, asking, "Do these guys have a bounty? Where's the nearest naval base?" Right now, Xie Wen just wanted to make money. However, Barks shook his head and replied, "They're just small fry, no bounty, and the Navy basically doesn't manage gang affairs. But you don't need to worry. The residents here won't ask you for compensation." Barks clearly guessed what Xie Wen was troubled about and continued to explain. The gangs in the West Sea were actually quite similar to those big pirates occupying territories in the New World. Although they exploit the civilians in their territories, they also provide protection for them and even fight against pirates who come to plunder. And for civilians affected by gang conflicts like this, the responsible gang would also provide some assistance, of course, just enough to barely help the victims survive, in addition to help from other civilians in the town. So even if Xie Wen couldn't afford compensation, it wasn't a big deal. This is also why the Navy in the West Sea doesn't really manage the gangs. Compared to pirates who are more likely to cause chaos, the existence of gangs, to some extent, actually helps stabilize the situation. Truly a distorted society. Xie Wen sighed helplessly. However, considering that there are some countries on Earth where gangs are legalized, and that this is a pirate world much more chaotic than Earth, it's not surprising for such a social structure to form. In fact, for places without gangs, their situation might be even worse without some form of armed protection. For a moment, Xie Wen even felt a surge of impulse to join the revolutionary army, but he quickly suppressed it. Such decisions cannot be made on a whim, and his circumstances are not suitable for deep involvement in the activities of the revolutionary army. Nevertheless, Xie Wen still plans to provide some compensation to the affected civilians. If before it was merely to care for Kelly Miao's feelings and childhood education, as well as his basic moral code that wouldn't allow him to simply run away, now it is Xie Wen's sincere desire to compensate for their losses. As for how much he can compensate, about 70,000 berries for helping with reconstruction is roughly the limit he can bear. He is not a saint, and any compensation within his means is already a fulfillment of the education he received before his transmigration. However, Xie Wen's plans ultimately did not come to fruition, because Mr. Cody, upon learning of his intentions, waved his hand and took over the matter of compensation. Xie Wen certainly did not intend to refuse such a good deed, and the other party also proposed corresponding requests to protect Cody's fleet to participate in a trade fair. After thinking for a moment, Xie Wen agreed. Of course, he understood that Mr. Cody was hiring him mainly to help with compensation. After all, Kelly Miao was just throwing bombs. No one would hire a big explosive as a bodyguard, but Xie Wen knew he had the capability. Anyway, Cody, this nice guy, treated him well. Whether he really needed Xie Wen's help or not, spending some time escorting him was no big deal. Additionally, Xie Wen wanted to collect as much intelligence as possible, and events like trading fairs were definitely good places for that. He might even buy a good knife at the fair and unlock the weapons page in a manual. After briefly discussing the escort job with Cody, Xie Wen took his huge sum of 70,000 berries and continued wandering around town with the two cats. Although he couldn't buy weapons, getting some small toys for the cats, a sea char of the West Sea, and a few old newspapers should be enough. The two Ailu's requests were not high. Kelly Miao wanted some snacks and small toys unique to the town, while Sanji Miao requested some seasoning. My cats are so understanding. Feeling touched, Xie Wen noticed he hadn't spent much of his money yet. So he took the two cats to the town's clothing store and bought 2 new outfits for each of them and himself. Although the outfits that Ailu came with were very sturdy, and Sanji Miao's chef uniform hadn't been damaged at all, Xie Wen still decided to buy a few more clothes for the cats to change into. If Cody's ship wasn't leaving tomorrow, Xie Wen would have even considered having custom clothes made for them. After all, human children's clothing didn't quite fit Ailu in some places. After spending most of the 70,000 berries he had earned, Xie Wen and his group finally arrived at the tavern in Color Paper Town, where he used the remaining money to buy a map of the West Sea and a few old newspapers from the owner. Xie Wen also didn't understand why these things were being sold by the tavern owner. Anyway, it was Uncle Bacchus who pointed him here. Upon thinking carefully, although Xie Wen wasn't very clear about the map, he seemed to have seen situations in comics where taverns sold newspapers. Perhaps it was because the pirate world didn't have the business of newsstands. Xie Wen, with such speculation, first opened the map of the West Sea, while also taking out the hunter's manual to see if he could use an ordinary map to advance the exploration of the dynamic map. As soon as he opened the map, he was dumbfounded. This thing can actually be called a map. In Xie Wen's understanding, the characteristics of a map should be based on strict mathematical foundations, a symbolic system, and written annotations, allowing one to intuitively understand the terrain and landforms of a certain area. However, the thing in front of him had drawn a few circles to represent islands, and the scale on it was clearly problematic. Moreover, the distance between the islands was not indicated in kilometers or nautical miles, but described as needing to sail for 23 days or something similar. Xie Wen didn't even need to open the hunter's manual to know that this useless thing couldn't help with the progress of the dynamic map. No wonder it was sold so cheaply. Xie Wen's mouth twitched, but he didn't just discard the map in his hand. Although it wasn't precise, one could say it had nothing to do with precision at all. It could at least help him find the direction of those islands. Moreover, he might be able to awaken some memories based on the islands and countries marked on the map. For example, was the Flower Country also in the West Sea? As a member of the 8 Treasure Navy, which had a style that leaned more towards Chinese aesthetics in one piece, Xie Wen had quite a deep impression of them, although that so-called Chinese style was somewhat out of place. Unfortunately, the fighting techniques similar to martial arts, the 8-burst fist, seemed to require joining the 8 Treasure Navy to learn. Otherwise, Xie Wen would have been quite interested in learning it. After putting away this disappointing map of the West Sea, Xie Wen flipped through a few expired newspapers. Some of the events reported were indeed quite interesting, but unfortunately, they didn't help Xie Wen much. However, he didn't have high hopes for these newspapers, so after flipping through them, he casually tossed them aside. After finishing his shopping, it was about time for dinner, and Xie Wen immediately took his 2 cats toward the restaurant in the town center. As a guard hired by Cody, meals were Of course, provided. Before parting ways with Baku's, he had already informed Xie Wen where dinner would be. Upon entering the restaurant, they were quickly led to Uncle Baku's. Mr. Cody has business to discuss, so we can eat by ourselves, Baku's explained while pulling Xie Wen to the dining table. Is it okay for you not to be by Mr. Cody's side? Xie Wen asked, somewhat surprised. Baku's laughed heartily. Mr. Cody is a nice guy. Can make a name for himself in the gang-infested West, not just by the money he earns. From this, it seemed that Mr. Cody's strength might be greater than that of Baku's, the steward and bodyguard. Indeed, one should not judge a book by its cover. Xie Wen was a bit surprised and clicked his tongue, but then he thought it made sense. If Mr. Cody didn't have enough capability, how would he dare to leave his fleet like this, with only the somewhat capable guard, Barks, by his side? This information was not revealed to him by Barks yesterday. Perhaps it was because he only started to treat them as his own people after hiring them. Xie Wen speculated this, and then tried to continue asking Uncle Bacchus for more information during the meal. It seemed that things were indeed as Xie Wen had guessed. This time, Bacchus even took the initiative to add some details while answering questions. For example, regarding the nautical charts that had previously misled Xie Wen. It turned out that accurate nautical charts did exist, but most people had no use for them. For commoners who either never went to sea or only fished in coastal waters, they might never need a nautical chart in their lifetime. As for pirates, knowing the general area was sufficient. Instead of spending time drawing nautical charts, it was better to find a more reliable navigator. Even merchants like Cody generally only followed a few fixed routes, so whether or not they had nautical charts made little difference. They would only prepare more detailed nautical charts if they planned to expand their business. Xie Wen recalled carefully, and it does seem to be the case. In the comics, aside from the beginning when Nami drew sea charts for the dragon and the occasional treasure map that popped up, it seems there haven't been many sea charts at all. Especially after entering the Grand Line, they relied entirely on eternal log poses, rendering sea charts useless. So, what use does the dragon have for a sea chart of the East Blue? Moreover, he is a fisherman, making the usefulness of sea charts even less obvious. Besides the issue of sea charts, the well-informed Bacchus also shared a lot of things that weren't mentioned in the comics with Xie Wen. For example, good swords in this world are not limited to the so-called 12 crafts or 21 crafts. There might only be 12 supreme great swords. However, there are still quite a few weapons of the great sword and good sword level. The so-called 21 crafts and 50 crafts are just the more famous swords among these levels. Xie Wen understood this point well, as after all, no matter how powerful a famous sword is, it is forged by swordsmiths. As long as there are swordsmiths, new good swords will inevitably appear. It's not possible for all the swordsmiths in the world to die overnight, and for the forging techniques to be lost, right? What he didn't know was whether the page in his hunter's manual about weapons required it to be a famous sword, or if any good sword that reached the level of a quick sword would suffice. Another thing that surprised Xie Wen was that Bacchus could actually relate to Brook. To be precise, he and Brook are from the same country, and he learned his swordsmanship after joining the guard of that country. However, when Bacchus joined the guard, Brook had already set sail, and he had only heard the legend of the nose-singing Santino. Let us have a duel, Uncle Bacchus. After learning that Bacchus's swordsmanship and Brook's were from the same source, Xie Wen instantly became interested. Oh, sure. Bacchus stroked his chin and readily agreed. Although Kelly Meow had performed impressively before, she used powerful explosives, and aside from her speed when throwing the explosives, she hadn't shown much else. Xie Wen hadn't laid a finger on anyone from start to finish. Although Bacchus knew that someone who could tame Kelly Meow must not be weak. The fact that Xie Wen claimed to be a swordsman, but didn't even have a decent sword, and had to pick up those from gang members, coupled with his obviously youthful face, made Bacchus look down on him. After dinner, Xie Wen and Bacchus arrived at an open space outside the town, surrounded by a group of sailors. Go for it, brother Xie Wen. Kelly Meow waved her little paws on the side, cheering for Xie Wen. Boss, Xie Wen is still a kid, so you have to go easy on him. Xie Wen, I'm counting on you to teach Boss Bacchus a lesson. The other sailors laughed and shouted loudly, and some even took the opportunity to place bets. But those who supported Xie Wen said nice things, but didn't actually bet on him to win. Just when the betting was about to go nowhere, a furry little paw reached out in front of the sailors. I bet 100 berries that Xie Wen will win. Sanji Meow took out all the pocket money Xie Wen had given him earlier. Here are 1,000 berries. Kelly also bets on brother Xie Wen to win. Girls should be well taken care of. This is wisdom passed down from our ancestors, not favoritism from Xie Wen. The commotion from the onlookers did not affect the two who were about to duel. Bacchus didn't even draw the sword from his waist, just beckoned to Xie Wen with one hand. Two-sword style? More weapons aren't necessarily better, kid. That was somewhat dismissive. Originally wanting to have a good spar with the opponent, Xie Wen was silent for a moment, then drew the 2 pirate sabers he had just picked up today, holding them high and across. Devil transformation, activate. Bacchus was still wondering why Xie Wen was making such a strange gesture when he suddenly saw the other S figure disappear from his line of sight, followed by a cold, sharp sensation at his neck. At the same time, Xie Wen's somewhat teasing voice rang in his ear. Uncle Bacchus, I think it's better if you take this seriously. The sailors who had been cheering on the side instantly quieted down, and the unlucky dealer who had just taken Kelly Meow's bets felt like crying. However, they felt a bit relieved when they saw that, after teasing Bacchus, Xie Wen voluntarily withdrew the blade from his neck, clearly wanting to have another round. Little brother Xie Wen is right. Boss, you need to take this seriously. My salary for this month is all riding on you, boss. Go for it, boss. Losing to a kid would be too embarrassing. This time, the sailors sincerely cheered Bacchus on. However, Bacchus couldn't help but smile bitterly in his heart. He didn't believe that taking it seriously would allow him to defeat Xie Wen. He hadn't even been able to react to the previous speed, and being serious wouldn't change that. However, admitting defeat wasn't Bacchus' style. He drew the sword from his waist, fully focused, and stared at the seemingly youthful boy in front of him, saying in a deep voice, I did underestimate you just now, so now I'm coming. This time, Bacchus didn't dare let Xie Wen take the first strike. Instead, he took the initiative to attack. His swift thrust was unexpectedly blocked by Xie Wen, and Bacchus sidestepped to avoid Xie Wen's counterattack, feeling somewhat surprised. Has the speed slowed down? Am I being let off easy? A hint of humiliating anger rose in Bacchus's heart, but he quickly suppressed it with a bitter smile. If it were when he was younger, he might have been relentless, but now his spirit had mostly been crushed by Lafayette. Besides, he was the one who looked down on his opponent first and had no standing to criticize Xie Wen. Quickly adjusting his mindset, Bacchus twisted his wrist, and the sword thrust out faster than before. Although he already knew his chances of winning were low, Bacchus didn't want to lose too embarrassingly. On the other hand, Xie Wen was swinging his blades with great ease. The dual swords were addictive. Often, he would get carried away while swinging, especially after activating the devil transformation. He couldn't stop once he started. However, earlier on the island, when Xie Wen used the 2 wild boar tusks to make dual swords, the beasts on the island couldn't withstand even 1 round of his output. Plus, at that time, Xie Wen didn't even know he had crossed into the world of One Piece. So he still tried to adhere to the principle of not being greedy while hunting. Therefore, he couldn't enjoy cutting loose, leading him to quickly abandon the wild boar tusks. Now, however, Bacchus was the most suitable opponent for dual swords. Not only did he use swordsmanship that excelled in speed, but his strength was just right, able to block Xie Wen's attacks while not causing too much trouble with his counterattacks. As mentioned before, Xie Wen's combat skills were meant for dealing with large monsters. The moves are bold and vigorous. Although there has been some improvement during the practice sessions with Sanji, he is still just a chef, and his strength is limited. Moreover, as a heavy addict, Xie Wen primarily focuses on defense and evasion when practicing with the cat. So the training effect mainly reflects these 2 aspects. Now that someone like Barks has appeared, who can help him improve his offensive skills, Xie Wen naturally cannot unleash his full power and take him down in one move. The key point is that after a few rounds of engagement with Xie Wen, Barks gradually noticed his intentions, or rather, he saw Xie Wen's current weaknesses through his moves. So as the fight progressed, Barks silently changed his strategy, shifting from back-and-forth exchanges to a primarily defensive approach, only counterattacking when Xie Wen exposed significant openings. Xie Wen naturally noticed Barks' change in strategy. Although his attacks remained fierce, he had lightened his efforts considerably. No more. After nearly an hour of back-and-forth fighting, Barks took the initiative to sheath his knife and stepped out of the fighting circle. I'm not as young as you guys and don't have such good stamina. He waved his hand while walking towards the dock, muttering, the young people these days are really something. If we keep going, I'm going to embarrass myself. Xie Wen rolled his eyes, thinking that the average stamina of pirates was just ridiculous. Moreover, they hadn't even exerted much effort most of the time. As for Bucks, even now, he hadn't broken a sweat, and his breathing hadn't changed much either. The reason he stopped fighting was that Xie Wen had gradually adjusted his fighting style. His muttering behind was not entirely wrong. If they continued, not only would Buck's basic attributes like strength and speed be inferior to Xie Wen's, but even in terms of combat skills, he would be surpassed by Xie Wen. Xie Wen's noticeable improvement was not only because his own strength was already quite formidable, but also due to the invaluable experience passed down from those hunters. Another possibility was, could it be that I'm actually a somewhat talented fighter? Just as Xie Wen was lost in thought, staring at his hands, amazed by his own talent, Kelly the cat came bouncing over with a large stack of berries. Brother Xie Wen, Kelly earned a lot of money. The little plush doll proudly held the berries up to Xie Wen's face. Kelly is so awesome. Xie Wen immediately stopped his inexplicable self-admiration and praised her at once. Then he reached out to ruffle Kelly's little head and pushed the stack of berries back to her. Since Kelly earned it herself, she should keep it for herself to spend. Although he had very little money left on him at the moment, in the following period, Kadi would cover their food and drink, and there would also be extra rewards for escorting, so there was naturally no need to spend Kelly's money. Besides, Kelly was indeed a good child, voluntarily handing her money over to him. Xie Wen originally wanted to say something about how kids shouldn't gamble, but seeing how thoughtful Kelly was, he wouldn't foolishly ruin the atmosphere by saying it out loud. There would be plenty of time to educate her later. So, he picked up the little plush doll and gave her 2 big kisses, then cast a sidelong glance at the silent Sanji. What's up? Little Huang nervously covered his pouch, thinking that he needed to save this money to buy ingredients. TSK. No wonder they say daughters are the most considerate little cotton jackets. Although he hadn't planned to take Sanji's money, the disparity in behavior between the 2 cats was just too stark. I didn't expect you to be so amazing. Brother Xie Wen, even Bucks ISN your opponent. It seemed that Mr. Kadi really had good insight. Otherwise, how would he be the boss? At this moment, the sailors who had lost money surrounded them. Instead of resenting Xie Wen for making them lose money, they looked happy and even eager to please. While it was quite normal for them to act this way in this world where strength was paramount, Xie Wen felt there must be other reasons. Before he could figure out how to ask, the sailors revealed the reason themselves. The trading conference that Kadi was going to attend was actually organized by a group of gangsters. Although the underworld in the West Sea had a bit of a bottom line, everyone understood how flexible that line could be. Given Kadi's character, he wouldn't have been interested in attending such a trading conference, even if it could make money. However, the invitation from the organizer was delivered directly to him, making it impossible for him to refuse. The reason Kadi recruited Xie Wen and the others was not only to help out, but also in case the gangsters had any schemes. He planned to use the powerful bombs Kelly had to create chaos and then escape with his people. He didn't even intend to take Xie Wen and the others to the trading conference, but rather planned to buy some of the bombs Kelly used and then drop Xie Wen and the others off at a safer island. But now, with Brother Xie Wen around, the probability of a successful escape has increased significantly. One sailor patted Xie Wen on the back, excitedly saying something rather unambitious. After defeating Uncle Bucks in a one-on-one battle, when Xie Wen met Mr. Kadi again, the latter's attitude became even more enthusiastic, even offering to raise the reward for Xie Wen's guards. If the previous reward was essentially money for buying bombs, this time it was genuinely acknowledging Xie Wen's strength. Kadi also knew that Xie Wen was currently short on money, so he proactively paid him half of the reward up front as a deposit. Xie Wen certainly wouldn't refuse such a good deal. He planned to use this trading conference to find a good weapon to try opening the weapon page, preferably a famous sword. However, Xie Wen also knew that even if Kadi paid the full reward, it wouldn't be enough to buy a famous sword. As for other fast blade level weapons, even though he wasn't familiar with the prices in the pirate world, he assumed it wouldn't be enough either. Moreover, to summon more Airous, aside from collecting various excellent weapons, he also couldn't overlook the devil fruits. It seemed that he would still have many places to spend money in the future. Before crossing over, he worried about money, and after crossing over, he still had to worry about money. Indeed, the basic rules of the world never change. Xie Wen sighed and set aside these annoying matters, deciding to take a break and change his mood. Kelly, come over here. Brother is going to continue telling you the story of Naruto today. Initially, Xie Wen started by telling the little doll some Andersen fairy tales or stories from 1001 Nights, but Kelly wasn't interested in those mild stories at all. She preferred battle stories where heroes defeated demons, and it would be even better if there were elements like flames and explosions. After careful consideration, Xie Wen tried telling her a condensed version of Naruto featuring Airou as the main character, and the child loved it, so he kept telling it. As for the possibility of summoning characters like Naruto or Sasuke in the future, Xie Wen wasn't worried at all. First, the probability of summoning a Naruto-themed Airou among a bunch of anime characters isn't high. Secondly, even if he did summon one, it wouldn't matter. There are plenty of people with the same name and gender, not to mention their cats. Moreover, the lives of the cats are quite different from their prototypes. There's also Sanji waiting for Cat Sanji to meet him in the East Sea. That's great, Meow. Kelly, who was drawing on the table, rushed over holding her drawing paper. Brother Xie Wen, look. This is Kelly's drawing of Cat Sasuke. Well, considering that Deidara and Conan haven't appeared yet, Kelly's current favorite character is Sasuke, who is skilled in fire techniques and whose eyes turn red. Xie Wen was initially a bit worried that Kelly might turn into just a typical cat, but fortunately, there don't seem to be any signs of that so far. Kelly draws exceptionally well. After taking a look at the drawing in the cat's hand, Xie Wen sincerely complimented her, saying that Kelly has quite a talent for drawing. Moreover, her art style is exactly the same as the picture from the Kelly PV he watched before he crossed over. Kelly, who was pleased with the praise, quickly burrowed into Xie Wen's arms, rubbed her little head against his chin, and then urged, Xie Wen Gij, hurry up and tell me. Last time we talked about Naruto successfully summoning the big frog, and Kelly is still waiting for him to defeat that bad guy named Gaara. Although Sanji, who was tinkering with something nearby, didn't come over, his ears were perked up and quietly turned towards Xie Wen. Xie Wen gently scratched Kelly Meow's chin, slightly raising his voice, and continued with the story from last time. The next day, Cody's ship was loaded with cargo early and slowly departed from the port of Color Paper Town after gathering the crew. Damn it, I messed up. As he watched Color Paper Town shrink further away, Xie Wen suddenly slapped his thigh and exclaimed in frustration. What's wrong? Fox asked curiously. Nothing. I just suddenly remembered that I forgot to buy something. Xie Wen's expression stiffened as he casually made up an excuse to brush it off. In fact, he wasn't completely lying. He was genuinely frustrated because he suddenly remembered that he had forgotten to do something. As for what it was, you idiot must have forgotten to open the map. Meow. Sanji Meow said gleefully from the side. Xie Wen shot him a cold glance. Why are you so happy? I haven't opened the map yet, so summoning Sister Airou has to be postponed. The cat was shocked. JPG, the mood of both became less beautiful, and they looked towards the direction of the already vanished colorful paper town, both with a sense of melancholy. Map? Bacchus, who had been listening vaguely, was slightly taken aback and suddenly remembered that Xie Wen had been scammed while buying a map yesterday. It's just a map, right? Xie Wen, wait for me. Bacchus patted his chest, turned, and ran towards the captain's room. Soon, he came back holding a roll of paper that looked a bit old. Here, the complete map of the West Sea is only available with the Navy. But we have collected maps of the surrounding areas of the nearby seas and the islands we often visit, which are probably more accurate than what Mr. Cody has. Bacchus handed the map to Xie Wen, adding, I'm not giving this to you. It's just for you to take a look. You can copy it if you want, but you must return in the end. No need to go through all that trouble. I just need to take a look. Thank you, Uncle. Xie Wen quickly expressed his gratitude. I have to say, in the pirate world, encountering good people like Cody and the others first is really lucky. My luck is much better now, unlike before my reincarnation when I had such bad luck. Xie Wen shamelessly took the map from Barks while attributing the credit of a certain plush toy to himself. Of course, he had his reasons. Although it was Kelly Meow who pointed the direction initially, it was Xie Wen who summoned Kelly Meow. So if we trace it back, wasn't he it just because of his good luck? While justifying himself, Xie Wen also flipped through the map in his hands. I mean, in this ocean-dominated world, even with more convenient navigation tools like record pointers and permanent pointers, the mapping shouldn't be that terrible. Sure enough, there were accurate sea charts, though they still couldn't compare to the maps on Earth that had been printed after repeated measurements. There were no elevation or latitude and longitude details, and they couldn't be compared to electronic maps, but at least they looked like proper maps. After returning the map to Barks, Xie Wen took out the hunter's manual. This time, the map page finally showed some changes. First, aside from the areas Xie Wen had already unlocked, a small phantom area appeared on the map. Basically the region he had just viewed combined together, and the progress bar at the bottom also had a small translucent segment added. If it was just an additional pre-render, then viewing these maps wouldn't mean much to Xie Wen. However, after studying it carefully, he found that it wasn't just that. After obtaining the pre-render effect, Xie Wen's vision also became enormous. To give a simple example, before the pre-render, while sailing on the sea, the area illuminated on the map was about the width of a finger. Now, it was about the width of a palm. It felt like learning advanced reconnaissance in Heroes of Might and Magic. Moreover, the colorful paper town he had previously visited no longer required him to return, as the entire island had already been illuminated. Although he was clear on the specific reasons, this indeed relieved Xie Wen greatly. If the method of illuminating the map had remained the same as before, who knows how long it would take to complete the new progress. Not to mention that he would likely have to illuminate the entire world map in the future. Without the pre-render, Xie Wen would have had to defeat the yellow ape or the great bear and then find a newly born shining fruit and meatball fruit to use their abilities to fly around the world to achieve that. However, speaking of seizing devil fruit abilities, a sudden idea popped up in Xie Wen's mind. When it comes to seizing the powers of devil fruits, anyone who has read the manga will immediately think of the Yami Yami no Mi, dark fruit. Xie Wen initially considered this special Logia-type fruit, but he quickly dismissed it. Not to mention that the Yami Yami no Mi is a trophy of Whitebeard's, and on the very night it was obtained, Blackbeard killed to seize the treasure and eat the fruit, leaving Xie Wen with no opportunity to act. Even if he tried to find a way to join the Whitebeard pirates now, he couldn't compete with the more experienced and stronger Blackbeard. Furthermore, even if he were incredibly lucky and obtained the Yami Yami no Mi, he would have to face both Whitebeard's hostility and Blackbeard's covetousness. To take it a step further, even if he managed to find the Yami Yami no Mi before Whitebeard's subordinates, Blackbeard, who had endured for most of his life for this fruit, would likely not let him off easily. Most importantly, Xie Wen wasn't that interested in the Yami Yami no Mi, or rather, he didn't have a strong desire for any specific fruit ability. If a powerful fruit were placed in front of him, he would eat it, but he didn't have any particular ambition to pursue a certain ability. For him, the main purpose of collecting devil fruits was to unlock the encyclopedia. After that, it would be for himself, to feed to his cat, or even to sell later. Those were considerations for the future. The only aspect of the Yami Yami no Mi that slightly attracted him was the ability to steal powers from others. But this wasn't something exclusive to the Yami Yami no Mi. In the original work, didn't Vegapunk develop the Seraphim, which can replicate others' abilities? Of course, whether it was the Seraphim or the green blood they used, it held no significance for Xie Wen. Instead, the artificial Securidite fruit might be included in the hunter's manual. As for Caesar's unfinished smile fruits, the chances of them being included are much lower. For Xie Wen, besides the Yami Yami no Mi and artificial fruits, there might be another method, which is the hunting knife in his hand that has the ability of material extraction. During the Marineford War, Blackbeard was able to extract the powers of the Gura no Mi, Quake fruit, using the Yami Yami no Mi after Whitebeard had been dead for some time, indicating that the powers of devil fruit users do not immediately regenerate upon their death, but instead remain within the original host for a considerable amount of time. The hunting knife in Xie Wen's hand can extract a thing from the corpse of a creature, although in most cases, it is usually biological tissues like scales, claws, bones, teeth, skin, blood, fur, and feathers. However, in the game, it can also yield materials that represent the monster's abilities, such as dragon gems, fire pouches, and paralysis pouches. While these are technically part of the monster's body, they still present a possibility. Moreover, from humanoid monsters like the Odd-Face tribe and Airou, one can also extract external items such as ores, gems, and proof of courage. Therefore, extracting a devil fruit from a person with abilities is not just a pipe dream for Xie Wen. After all, if he fails, it's not a big deal. But if he succeeds, he would have another channel to obtain a devil fruit. All he has to do is stab the body with the hunting knife after taking down those with fruit powers, which seems like a surefire way to profit. Unfortunately, before entering the Grand Line, fruit users are still quite rare. Otherwise, he would really want to find a pirate who has eaten a devil fruit to give a try. Cody's ship sailed for 2 days before finally reuniting with his fleet. Although the total number of ships in the fleet is not large, only 5. Each one is a large sailing ship, and the main ship is 2 or 3 sizes larger than the one Xie Wen and the others are on. At this moment, including the main ship, the other vessels are docked at a port larger than the one in Color Paper Town. However, this port is built next to a small village that is far less significant than Color Paper Town. According to Uncle Barkis' introduction, this is actually Mr. Cody's hometown and their base of operations. More than half of the sailors in Cody's fleet are villagers from this village, meaning that if Cody and the others had become pirates, this place could be called a water stronghold. Additionally, don't be fooled by the fact that this is just a small village. In reality, it is safer than Color Paper Town because there is a naval base on the other side of the island. Therefore, no gangs or pirates dare to cause trouble here. The reason Cody's fleet did not turn to pirates is likely due not only to Cody's personality as the leader, but also to the nearby naval base. I thought to myself, wouldn't Uncle Cody have been in the Navy? After listening to Barkis' introduction, this thought suddenly crossed Xie Wen's mind. Then he saw Barkis' wide-eyed expression, as if he had seen a ghost, indicating that he had guessed correctly. Xie Wen curled his lips. Isn't it normal to have such speculation? However, in the world of One Piece, there are plenty of clowns and fools, and while it's fine to have such reactions, he still isn't quite used to it. Although a sense of intellectual superiority arose within him, Xie Wen also worried about when he might be assimilated by the clowns here. It was just like Trafalgar Law in the manga. When he first appeared, he was clearly a wise strategist, but after spending too much time with Luffy, he gradually began to turn into a clown as well. Since the trade fair wouldn't start for a few days, Cody would stay in his hometown for a while, which was just right for Xie Wen to take this time to explore the island and open up the map. However, just as Xie Wen was about to start exploring with his cat, Cody came over first and gifted him 2 curved swords. "You are my hired guard. You can't have weapons that are too weak." To prevent Xie Wen from refusing, Cody said while handing over the swords, "And these 2 aren't exactly special swords, but they're sturdier than the weapons usually used by common thugs and pirates. Actually, if you could give me 2 famous swords, I wouldn't refuse." Although Xie Wen muttered this in his heart, he did not take the curved swords. For him, who had mastered armament hockey, the quality of the sword wasn't particularly important in a place like the West Sea, unless it was a famous sword that could help him unlock pages. However, Xie Wen knew that it was obviously impossible to receive a famous sword just for escorting someone. So after pondering for a moment, he pushed the 2 swords back while saying, "If possible, could you give me a wild katana? That's actually the weapon I'm most skilled with." "Huh. So, does that mean that during our previous match, you weren't even using your most comfortable weapon?" Before Mr. Cody could react, Bucks had already jumped up. Xie Wen shrugged, feeling helpless. The gang members who were knocked out by Kelly didn't have any wild sabers in their hands, so I could only pick 2 random ones to make do. Bucks's eyes twitched sharply twice, and he didn't say anything more. Originally planning to take a good rest for 2 days, he secretly decided to train hard. On the other hand, Mr. Cody was somewhat surprised, but more so delighted, because for him, the stronger Xie Wen's strength, the better. So he not only agreed to help Xie Wen find a wild saber, but also decided not to take back the pair of curved blades. Xie Wen thought for a moment and did not refuse the other party's kindness any longer, accepting the pair of curved blades. After switching to the new weapon and temporarily parting ways with Cody and Barks, Xie Wen took the 2 cats and began wandering around the village, while also keeping the hunter's manual open in hand, constantly monitoring the changes on it. Even with the expanded view, Xie Wen could not fully uncover the island where Saiji Town was located, but the map showed that it was completely lit up. So there must be some rules that he had not figured out yet. Sure enough, after Xie Wen took the cats and toured the entire village, the dynamic map in the manual displayed a new change. A huge circular area centered around the village was instantly illuminated, and even part of the nearby sea area was lit up. However, this circle was not complete. In the northwestern edge, there was still a small section that had not been illuminated. That unlit area was also circular. Specifically, it was a circle that had been cut by another circle, somewhat resembling the Apple logo, and its area was much smaller than the already lit circle. In the very center of this small circle, there was a seagull-shaped symbol representing the Navy. This situation should be familiar to those who often play games. It is a lookout tower system found in many games. Once you occupy or reach a certain landmark, a large surrounding area gets illuminated, such as in Heroes of Might and Magic, The Legend of Zelda, etc., which all have similar systems. Even when Xie Wen filled the progress bar of the initial island before, the surrounding sea area was also simultaneously illuminated, which also belonged to the lookout tower system. Therefore, to light up the remaining part of the map, Xie Wen either had to explore inside the Navy base or circle around the Navy base, relying on the expanded view range. Xie Wen scratched his chin, feeling that no matter which way he approached it, it didn't seem easy. The naval base was clearly not something that could be easily accessed. Moreover, even if he tried to circle around the base, it would look a bit too much like a spy gathering intelligence, which would definitely attract the attention of the station Navy. Should he ask Uncle Cody for some ideas? Xie Wen thought for a moment, but ultimately gave up on the idea. Mainly, he didn't have a reliable reason. Although most of the side characters in One Piece are quite carefree and easily trust others, which is a common occurrence, he still planned to try it himself first. Moreover, speaking of being carefree, the Navy is the same way. So, Xie Wen put away the newly acquired dual swords into his bag and headed towards the Navy base with his 2 cats. He initially thought there would at least be a watchtower or a security line at the Navy base, but he walked all the way to the entrance without encountering anyone to stop him. There wasn't even a guard at the entrance. Is the quality difference between the headquarters and the branches really that significant? Or is this to facilitate bounty hunters coming to the Navy to collect their rewards? But even so, there shouldn't be no guard at all, right? Even the base of Axe King Monka has quite a few guards. Xie Wen looked around and quietly asked the 2 cats, confirming that there was no one nearby observing them. He decided to stop thinking about it and directly walked into the naval base. After passing through the gate and walking a short distance inside, Xie Wen and his companions finally encountered other people. "Hey kid, what are you doing here? This is a naval base. A Marine shouted loudly. You guys do know this is a naval base, right? Xie Wen tugged at the corner of his mouth and looked speechlessly at the Navy soldier rushing towards him. I don't think I've seen you in the village before. I see. Colonel Cody must have brought you here, right? Are you planning to join the Navy? Without waiting for Xie Wen to speak, the other party babbled on, letting Xie Wen know that Cody had actually been a colonel before. Moreover, it seemed that Cody had saved quite a few people and brought them here to join the Navy. No wonder the security here was so lax, even though it was still quite unreliable. Are these two yours? They even have clothes on, and I don't have clothes as good as theirs. This Navy soldier seemed to be a chatterbox, his mouth never stopping since they met. So well-behaved, they're not making a fuss while lying on your shoulder. As he spoke, he wanted to reach out and pet Kelly Meow, but was kicked away by Sanji Meow on the other side. Don't just reach out to touch someone else's sister. We are not that casual. Wait, you talked. The Navy soldier looked shocked. At this moment, Xie Wen finally found a chance to speak. I'm not here to join the Navy. My cat is just curious about the naval base and wants to take a look around. He had thought of many excuses before, but now, Xie Wen felt this one was sufficient. As a result, the naval officer was still in shock and shouted loudly at Xie Wen. Your cat just spoke. Xie Wen, I'm so tired. I think I understand Trafalgar a bit. The commotion here has finally attracted other Navy forces. Before long, Xie Wen was surrounded by a group of Navy soldiers. Well, to be precise, it was Kelly and Sanji who were surrounded. Do you want some dried fish? You're from the Fur tribe, right? I heard a major from the headquarters mention it before. Are you interested in joining our Navy? The benefits are great. What are you doing? Can't you see that Kelly is scared of you? Step back. The highest-ranking officer at this base, Navy branch Colonel Hillmans, used his authority to drive the others away, then approached with a smile. You must be brought here by Commander Cody, right? Have you really considered joining the Navy? While saying this, his gaze remained fixed on Xie Wen, clearly recognizing that Xie Wen was the one who could make the decision. Sorry, I still need to help Kelly and the others find their lost tribesmen. Xie Wen shook his head and replied half-truthfully. I also want to take them to see the homeland of the Fur tribe, so I don't have time to join the Navy. The homeland of the Fur tribe? That S in the second half of the Grand Line. As a branch colonel, Hillmans clearly knew more, and he reminded with a serious expression. Xie Wen smiled, but did not speak. Seeing his determined expression, Hillmans no longer tried to persuade him further. After all, this is a world where dreams and promises take precedence over everything else. As long as one has a similar title, it is often smooth sailing. And with the help of the world rules, one might even get a small bonus, like a main character experience card. Of course, there's also the possibility of becoming part of the dream and promise, like Kuna, who died from the Supreme Joy Ladder, the fireman who blocked magma for the Sun God, or the 4 emperors who had their arms bitten off by the Near Sea King. In short, under the effects of the cute appearance of Airou and Xie Wen's man's promise, Hillmans easily agreed to visit the naval base. Well, part of the reason was also to honor Uncle Cody. So, under the guidance of a chatty Navy officer, they met initially. Xie Wen and the others not only toured the entire base, but also learned about the personnel composition and weapon configuration of the entire base from the officer's mouth. Even the specialties of several experts in the base were fully revealed by the talkative officer. So, isn't the vigilance of this base a bit too low? Thanks to the enthusiastic reception from the Navy comrades, Xie Wen easily achieved his goal of exploring the map, and the entire island was lit up. The most crucial part was that he saw the entire map of the West Sea within the naval base, and the pre-rendering progress was pushed to about 70 to 80. As for why it wasn't 100, after some serious thought, Xie Wen speculated that it was simply because some islands had not been discovered or were deemed worthless, so they were not included in the map. Anyway, since it was all free gain, Xie Wen was quite satisfied. Then, he found that apart from exploring, there seemed to be nothing else to do for the time being. Although the ocean area outside the island was still pitch black, Xie Wen wouldn't consider exploring the sea until he got a proper ship. Moreover, since there was such a quick way to light up the islands, it was likely that there were other ways to deal with the larger ocean area. Xie Wen guessed that it might be similar to the area occupation design in Romance of the Three Kingdoms 14, where finishing the exploration of the islands in the West Sea would naturally light up the ocean part. Of course, regardless of whether this guess was correct, that would be a matter for after obtaining a ship. For now, he still needed to work honestly for Cody, earning back a mast or deck before anything else. However, since the fleet had not set off yet, he temporarily did not need to work. But Xie Wen did not just waste time. During the waiting period, he reluctantly reduced his leisure time and resumed exercising, along with Uncle Barks, who suddenly became diligent. He successfully made Barks fall into self-doubt again. It wasn't that Xie Wen intentionally wanted to provoke him. It was just that Barks had better exercise equipment. Although Zoro relied mainly on rocks for training and the Carp faction's training methods were quite wild, a better training environment could indeed improve training efficiency. Those gifted individuals might not care about such improvements, but Xie Wen did. Moreover, after training with Barks, he could also spar with him. Another spar? When Xie Wen invited him to fight again, Barks looked reluctant. Didn't they fight enough last time? Another round wouldn't make much difference. Last time, he had wisely pulled back before things went south, avoiding embarrassment in front of his subordinates. Although everyone knew he couldn't beat Xie Wen, at least he hadn't truly lost, right? But if they fought again, now that he had adjusted his fighting style, Xie Wen would not be as easy to deal with as before. However, Xie Wen didn't think that much. His reason for wanting to spar with Barks wasn't because the last fight had no conclusion. I didn't use a katana last time. Xie Wen put down the wooden sword used for training and clasped his hands together, pleading with Barks, "Uncle, your swordsmanship has helped me a lot. Please tell me once more. Really can't do anything about you. I guess this old bone of mine will practice with you again." Barks sighed and shook his head, ultimately agreeing. This spar ended quickly. The katana was Xie Wen's most familiar weapon, and he had already seen Barks' swordsmanship. So, after a slight adjustment, he quickly adapted. Barks didn't even have time to retreat, as he had last time, and was hit in the face by Xie Wen's decisive slash. "Hey, Xie Wen, are you interested in learning my swordsmanship?" Barks lay on the ground in a star shape, staring at the ceiling for a while before suddenly speaking. "Huh, Uncle, didn't you learn your swordsmanship from the guard team? Is it something that can be passed on?" Xie Wen was taken aback and asked. He was certainly interested in Brook's swordsmanship, not because he thought it was stronger than his own Monster Hunter style, but because he wanted to understand the differences in combat techniques between the two worlds. He had originally planned to go to the East Sea to find Gung Shiro for this reason. Therefore, while Xie Wen was not adamant about learning Brook's swordsmanship, he also didn't want Uncle Barks, who had been quite good to him, to face any difficulties. Of course, no problem. It's not something that needs to be kept secret. After Barks explained, Xie Wen finally understood that the guard team, where Brook and Barks were initially only taught some basic swordsmanship. However, as generations of guard leaders and members refined it, a set of thrust-based swordsmanship gradually evolved, and the members of the guard team developed different styles based on this swordsmanship. One could say that although Brook and Barks learned the same swordsmanship, there were actually many differences. Xie Wen understood this quite well. Even the Navy's 6 styles had different developmental directions, so differences in swordsmanship styles were completely normal, and Xie Wen himself was no exception. Xie Wen's combat skills were learned from the inherited memories of various monster hunters. However, he did not simply copy their techniques. Instead, he continuously integrated and adjusted them through repeated training and battles, ultimately forming a style that suited him best. So I really do have some talent in combat, right? Ahem. After puffing up a bit, Xie Wen cleared his throat and said, "Since there's no need for secrecy, I'm definitely interested in learning." The rest period for the fleet quickly passed, and on the day before departure, the wild katana that Cody promised Xie Wen finally arrived. Since it was not a particularly good sword, the blacksmith who forged it did not give it a name. The overall length of the sword was slightly shorter than the fresh knife, Shirike's, but it felt quite handy to use. It was certainly much better than carrying a salted fish on his back. As for Bacchus's swordsmanship, Xie Wen had also learned quite a bit. Of course, he had only barely learned it. Mastering and skillfully applying it would take some time and practical training, and integrating it into his own combat style was even further off. The swordsmanship of the two worlds was indeed somewhat different, and blending them was not that easy. While Xie Wen continued to improve his strength, his 2 cats had already become big stars on the island, especially Klee, who originally Xie Wen wanted to wait until the upcoming trade fair to order several sets of cute clothes for her to wear. But the women in the village had already spontaneously made her a whole bunch of outfits. Xie Wen was not surprised by this situation. Klee had that kind of charm, especially in her cat form. What truly surprised Xie Wen was that during this time, Klee had not caused any explosions. Well, except when fishing by the sea. Despite Xie Wen repeatedly reminding Klee and having Sanji keep an eye on her, he actually had little hope that Klee would behave. He had originally planned to use the first half of the salary Cody paid him to compensate the villagers for their losses, but unexpectedly, he managed to save that money. Klee really is the cutest cat in the world. Gratefully saving a large sum of money, Xie Wen picked up Klee and showered her with kisses. Although Klee did not understand why Xie Wen was praising her, she was very happy to be praised. So she reciprocated with several kisses and kept rubbing her little head against Xie Wen's face. This was one of the differences between Klee and the original Klee. Compared to the original Klee, who was used to entertaining herself when others were busy, Klee seemed to be more clingy, perhaps related to her being a plushie. Anyway, this was a good thing for Xie Wen. so he didn't bother to ponder the reasons behind it. Don't get too happy too soon, meow. Just as the two were having an intimate interaction, the ever-dour Sanji jumped out to pour cold water on them, saying that the reason there had been no explosions was that Xie had recently been studying detonating symbols. Even so, there had been a few small fires, but Xie managed to control them with her abilities in time. At this moment, Xie Wen was extremely grateful that he had told Xie the story of Naruto. So boring. Brother Xie Wen, can't Xie do some small experiments, meow? The little plushie was lying on Xie Wen's back, constantly pawing at his ears and hair. Since this voyage was relatively long, and having already spent a few days on Cody's ship, the energetic Xie quickly became bored after exploring all 5 ships. Ahem. How about I tell you another part of the Naruto story? Xie Wen began to change the subject. However, this trick didn't work on Xie. For the lively little plushie, listening to stories was not a high priority, especially when she wanted to conduct experiments. Xie doesn't want to hear stories, meow. Xie shook her head like a fluffy rattledrum, saying that she had thought of several new formulas in the past few days and could definitely make some very powerful bombs, meow. Isn't that even more reason not to let you do experiments? Xie Wen pressed his head with some headache and then continued to struggle desperately. Have you made the detonation talisman? Compared to blowing the ship to pieces, just burning some furniture and doors will be the best possible outcome. No, Kelly gave up, meow. Kelly replied confidently. Unless Kelly uses her fruit ability, it's impossible to make such things, and they can't be preserved either. So wasting time on this is meaningless, meow. At this moment, how come you know to analyze calmly? Why were you so reckless when making the bomb? Xie Wen's head started to ache more and more. Ouch. Xie, could you be a bit more careful and not cause an explosion? Well, not too big of an explosion, meow. Clearly, Xie also knew what Xie Wen was worried about. So she hugged Xie Wen's head and began to act cute. Just promise, Xie. Okay, meow. Faced with such a cute cat acting like this, Xie Wen, a heavy addict, simply couldn't resist. But fortunately, he didn't lose his rationality. Instead, he was inspired and came up with a win-win solution. Find Xie a small boat and then use a rope to pull it, keeping it far behind the fleet. That way, even if there was an explosion, it would only be a small boat lost. And he could even skip the boat and just put together a simple raft with a few wooden planks. Is that really okay? The summoned bucks felt that Xie Wen was making a big deal out of nothing. If little Xie wanted to do an experiment, wouldn't it be enough to just give her a room on the boat? Xie Wen glanced at this clueless guy and said, back in Color Paper Town, the bombs Kelly used were the least powerful batch she had. Barks recalled the alley that had been flattened and immediately understood the seriousness of the situation. He silently lengthened the rope he had prepared by a considerable amount. After some preparations, Xie Wen and Kelly Meow boarded a small dinghy together. Since Kelly Meow had eaten a devil fruit, Xie Wen naturally had to stay by her side to ensure that the temporary bomb workshop wouldn't explode and cause her to fall into the water. As for Sanji Meow, he stayed on the ship to prepare food for them. After all, his small frame couldn't withstand Kelly Meow's bombs. Although fans familiar with One Piece know that before Luffy and the others entered the New World and the version was updated, bombs in the pirate world couldn't kill people. That was just a joke. The real reason was that people in the pirate world were as tough as cockroaches and weren't so easily killed by explosions. Moreover, even if they couldn't be killed, sustaining serious injuries was still possible. The gangsters from Color Paper Town were probably still lying in hospital beds, recovering. However, with Xie Wen's current strength, he was fully capable of reacting before the bomb exploded. Even if he couldn't throw the bomb away in time, activating his armament haki to endure the explosion wouldn't be a big problem. It could also serve as practice for his armament haki, and, if luck was on his side, it might even awaken his observation haki, which had been stagnant for a long time. After all, he was accompanied by the lucky Kelly Meow, and Xie Wen himself had drawn Kelly Meow's super luck. Just as Xie Wen was thinking about this without any self-awareness, he suddenly heard a sizzling sound in his ears. Oh no, it seems like I failed again. Kelly Meow scratched her ears and flashed a big grin at Xie Wen. You fell way too quickly, right? Xie Wen was mentally complaining while quickly grabbing the little gadget that was emitting white smoke and throwing it as far away as he could. With a loud boom, a huge splash erupted behind the fleet, sending a large amount of seawater into the air, which then came crashing down on Xie Wen and Kelly Meow's small boat, even splashing a bit of seawater on Barks, who was watching the commotion at the stern. Xie Wen wiped his face hard, then spat out the seawater that accidentally flowed into his mouth, turning to look at Kelly, who was hiding behind him and doing nothing. Kelly gets really uncomfortable when she touches seawater. Xie Wen Gidge, don't be angry. The little doll rubbed against Xie Wen's leg in a pleasing manner. Xie Wen helplessly asked, didn't you say you would be careful not to make too big of an explosion? Kelly crossed her small waist and retorted confidently. But we are not on the big ship now. Xie Wen thought her reasoning was quite valid, and he found himself unable to counter it. Looking at the little doll's adorable and righteous appearance, what else could Xie Wen say? He could only rub Kelly's little cat head and praise, "Kelly, you really are a little clever one." Kelly seemed to not understand, scratching her ear shyly. But Xie Wen knew she definitely understood. It can only be said that Airou was indeed more inclined towards the me race. She was just too skilled at playing innocent. For a while afterward, Xie Wen and Kelly would occasionally cause an explosion at the back of the fleet, while Sanji, after revealing that he could cook quite well, immediately attracted the attention of several chefs in the fleet who would occasionally pull him to spar in cooking skills. Xie Wen saw that he seemed to be enjoying it. Perhaps it was because huge explosions kept erupting, or maybe some of the West Sea people had joined the Mafia. In short, throughout their journey, Xie Wen and the others encountered no pirates at all. It was so calm that it hardly felt like they were in a pirate world. Well, if not counting Kelly's explosion experiments, it was indeed quite peaceful. However, Kelly's experiments were not without accidents. Xie Wen once encountered a situation where he couldn't throw a bomb far enough, and it exploded just after leaving his hand. The result of that explosion was that Xie Wen, who had his armed hockey up in front, was blown into the sea by the force of the explosion, while Kelly rolled around on the ship for 2 circles before getting stuck at the bow, unharmed, and a poor sea king that attempted to attack their small boat was knocked dizzy by the bomb coming straight at it. In the end, Kelly played with the bombs. Sanji obtained ingredients, Xie Wen opened the encyclopedia, and the sailors had a feast. Everyone was quite happy. Probably. After sailing for a while, the fleet finally docked at an island called Gules, which was also the venue for the trade fair. According to the maps Xie Wen had collected, Gules was relatively large in the entire West Sea, and it was even under the control of the Mafia, forming country. Although it couldn't become a member country due to its composition, with the support of those Mafia groups behind it, not many pirates dared to come and cause trouble. Although there were still a few days until the trade fair officially began, those merchants who had arrived early started selling some not-so-important goods in the city. Even though Cody was forced to attend, he still brought some goods for his subordinates to sell. As for himself, he stayed in an inn in the city with Bacchus, Xie Wen, and a few other experts. "Uncle Cody, can I take Kelly and the others out for a stroll?" After settling down at the inn, Xie Wen helplessly approached his employer with 2 excited cats. He really wanted to fulfill his duty as a guard. However, he was constrained by the 2 cats, specifically Kelly, and had no choice but to come and symbolically ask his employer. In Xie Wen's view, Uncle Cody would never agree to such an unreasonable request. Sure enough, before Cody could refuse, Bacchus, standing by, had already scolded, "Xie Wen, you are currently Mr. Cody's hired guard." Although he had a good relationship with Xie Wen, Bacchus was a competent steward. So upon hearing Xie Wen's intention, he immediately reverted to a stern demeanor, saying, "What kind of guard leaves the employer to go out and wander?" After saying that, Bacchus even glanced at Kelly beside Xie Wen. Although he didn't continue speaking, Xie Wen understood the implication of his look. It was one thing to not protect Mr. Cody, but it was another to take cats that could potentially provoke the Mafia out to wander. Xie Wen, as a guard, was indeed not doing his job properly. "See, I told you it wouldn't work." Xie Wen shrugged his shoulders at Kelly. He had planned to really take the cats out, but he didn't want to make Kelly unhappy. Now, that Uncle Bacchus could take the blame. He had an excuse to keep Kelly from running around. Ugh. Kelly immediately drooped her ears, her fluffy little face looking pitiful. However, despite being a bit disappointed, she didn't continue insisting on going out. Seeing the little doll's expression, Xie Wen almost wavered, but fortunately, he still valued professional ethics, so he could only gently coax her. "How about we wait until the trade fair is over before we go play?" "I don't think that's good." Surprisingly, the one who responded was Cody, who smiled and said, "Since Kelly wants to go out to play, then Xie Wen, you can take her out for a stroll." "Mr. Cody?" Bacchus looked at him in surprise. Cody waved his hand and said, "It's fine. This inn is owned by the Buono family. They wouldn't ruin their reputation. Moreover, even if the Mafia has some schemes, the trade fair hasn't started yet, and the invited guests Haven all arrived. So they wouldn't act rashly at this time." But Bacchus hesitated for a moment, but didn't continue, though his eyes glanced again at Kelly. Even Xie Wen wore a look that suggested Cody should reconsider. Indeed, Uncle Cody's analysis was quite reasonable. But the premise for all this was that Xie Wen and the others wouldn't provoke the Mafia controlling the island while they were out. However, this assumption was basically impossible, because in the eyes of those Mafia groups, Kelly and Sanji were walking berries, and it was impossible for conflicts not to arise. "You don't have to worry too much about this." Cody naturally wouldn't be unaware of the concerns that Xie Wen and Bacchus had. He just appeared unconcerned. The mafia would be more restrained in order to hold the trade fair well. He paused for a moment, his smile deepening. I also want you to probe their true attitudes and thoughts. In fact, even without Xie Wen and the others, Cody would find ways to let others conduct some probing. He might be a nice guy, but to have built a business this big, he certainly had his own means. Among all the members of the merchant group, Xie Wen and his cats were the best candidates in terms of both attracting attention and their own strength. After Cody's explanation, Xie Wen and Bacchus understood his thoughts. Bacchus still had some worries, but Xie Wen no longer had so many concerns. After all, this was a request from Cody as the employer and as a guard. He just needed to follow it. He could also see if he could buy a good knife to unlock the weapon encyclopedia. Just as Xie Wen was mulling this over, Uncle Cody timely handed over the remaining half of the reward to Xie Wen. Since he was taking Kelly and Sanji out to play, it was always good to have more money. Cody looked at the already cheering Kelly cat with a kind expression and said to Xie Wen, well, anyway, the obedient Kelly cat won't cost much. There are 3 main controllers behind this country. Besides the Buvano family mentioned earlier by Mr. Cody, there are also the Capone family and the Simon family. Before Xie Wen and the others left the inn, Barks seriously instructed, although there are other gang forces in the city, these 3 are the most troublesome, so try to avoid conflicts with them. Hearing a familiar name suddenly made Xie Wen raise an eyebrow instinctively. As expected, that Capone superstar is from the Western Sea. Since there had been speculation before, Xie Wen wasn't too surprised. Raising an eyebrow was just a sign of respect for the original character. Barks glanced at the little puppet next to Xie Wen, who was eager to make a run for it, and sighed helplessly, continuing, even if you do end up fighting, try to go easy. At least leave room for negotiation afterward. He knew that it was unrealistic to completely control Kelly Cat, so he could only helplessly emphasize again. At least don't blow up the entire street like you did in Color Paper Town. Kelly, did you hear that? Xie Wen gently tapped Kelly Cat's little head. I know. The little puppet elongated her voice, impatiently wrinkling her nose. Kelly still knows that you can't set off fireworks in the city, meow. Then why did you set off fireworks last time? Xie Wen turned his head and stared at her wide-eyed. As a result, Kelly Cat stared back in surprise. It was clearly you, brother Xie Wen, who told Kelly to take action, meow. Xie Wen's lips twitched. He really felt like he was out of his mind at that moment. Why did he let Kelly take action? Even if it wasn't convenient to take by Nile at that time, with his strength, he could have easily grabbed a weapon temporarily. It's all the fault of how cute the cat is. It blinded my eyes. Xie Wen sighed and forced himself to justify his mistake. You could have not used the bomb, and I did ask you to hold back at that time. You said it too slowly. By the time you said that, Klee had already thrown the bomb. Klee retorted logically, and you never said I couldn't use the bomb. That's right. This is definitely not Klee's fault. It's all because Xie Wen didn't explain clearly. Sanji, as usual, unhesitatingly chose to stand by Klee's side. TSK, although the little cat is very cute, it can be quite annoying when it gets mischievous. It would be great if I could summon a more mature Airou next time. I could leave the task of disciplining the little troublemaker to them. A certain unscrupulous monster hunter rubbed his chin and glared at the Sanji cat that was clamoring by his leg. Xie Wen activated the 3 heads and 2 arms mode once again, with a cat on each shoulder, and walked out of the inn. To make it more convenient for the 2 cats to lie on his shoulders, Xie Wen also hung the wild machete given by Cody at his waist. Fortunately, its length was shorter than that of by Nagi, and since Xie Wen had been growing during this time, it barely affected his normal activities. Although it would be more convenient and in line with Xie Wen's habits to let the cats walk on their own and carry the machete on his back, he couldn't trust Kelly Meow to run around in this gang-infested area. After all, this little guy was notoriously known for running around, and combined with their inherently curious nature, if he let her down, she would disappear the moment he wasn't paying attention. Fortunately, the little ragdoll was also quite clingy. Once she was on the ground, she would be off in a flash. But as long as he carried her on his shoulder, she would obediently stay put. Well, she did like to occasionally paw at her ears and hair, and her constantly turning little head made Xie Wen's neck a bit itchy. Since he was carrying Kelly Meow, Xie Wen naturally wouldn't neglect Sanji Meow, who naturally occupied the other shoulder. Although this little yellow cat looked indifferent when Xie Wen called him, he climbed up just as quickly as Kelly Meow, and Xie Wen had long gotten used to Sanji Meow's thunder personality. Fortunately, Airou was not heavy, and with his current physical condition, it barely had any impact. However, having more Airou in the future might be a bit troublesome. It seemed he still needed to summon a parent after all. As a heavy addiction patient, Xie Wen was self-aware enough to know that his situation wasn't suitable for disciplining cats, especially with Kelly Meow, who was particularly good at being adorable. Carrying the cats, Xie Wen wandered aimlessly in the city, browsing the dazzling array of goods on both sides of the street, including some weapon merchants. Unfortunately, he didn't find any quick blade-level weapons, but he did buy some special gunpowder for Kelly Meow. "Young master, I wonder if you would part with these too?" asked yet another merchant, inquiring about the price. "Sorry, not for sale." At first, Xie Wen would explain that Airou was a companion, not a pet. But after being asked repeatedly, he simply coldly refused and turned to leave without waiting for the other party to continue pestering him. However, Uncle Cody's guess was quite accurate. He had been walking around the city with the cats for a while, and there were greedy gazes everywhere. Yet no one attempted to snatch them. Instead, people sent someone to approach him for normal transactions. Some even noticed Xie Wen's desire for a good knife and took out a quick blade-level longsword, wanting to exchange it for a cat, but naturally, Xie Wen refused that as well. Under normal circumstances, if Xie Wen had taken the cats and lit up the city map, he could have gone back directly or continued wandering with Kelly Meow, who hadn't had enough fun. But he couldn't forget the task assigned by Uncle Cody. So, after exploring the main streets of the city, he began to drill into the more remote areas. Xie Wen didn't even have to deliberately pretend to be led to a remote place by certain things. Because the Klee on his shoulder was always looking excited, he appeared to be satisfying the cat's curiosity, which would not raise any suspicion. Speaking of which, I also lured Uncle Bacchus like this last time in Color Paper Town. Xie Wen secretly complained. However, it doesn't matter if they're old as long as they're useful. The reason gangs are called gangs is that they don't follow the rules. So it's obviously impossible to expect them to behave honestly in business. As soon as Xie Wen gave them a chance, a pack of wolves immediately followed. "Someone is following us," Sanji whispered softly in Xie Wen's ear. Xie Wen nodded calmly, and then continued to act as if he were being led by Kelly Cat, wandering around the corners of the city. "Strange meow." After a while, Sanji Cat muttered softly, "Several groups of people were following us before, but now most of them have left, and only 2 groups are left. They have merged, meow. It should be the people from the 3 major forces behind this country who drove the others away," Xie Wen said quietly. "The situation on Galaisi Island is different from that in Kaiji Town. The underground forces here have been integrated. So with a little thought, one can deduce what is happening. The question is which of the 3 families it is, or if it's people from all 3 families. Although cooperation among gangs is unlikely to be united, it is possible they are temporarily working together for the upcoming trade fair they are jointly hosting. Whether they enjoy their cooperation is not what Xie Wen is interested in. What he cares about is whether he can meet the rising star named Capone. Perhaps there's a page in his hunter's handbook that belongs to a plot character. After all, he has crossed over, and there is a magical hunter's handbook, so that possibility is not out of the question. Therefore, Xie Wen is actually looking forward to the pack of jackals hanging behind them, taking action. The quality of the gangs on Galaisi Island is indeed much higher than that of the small-time thugs in Kaiji Town. This is really too calm. Xie Wen was getting a bit impatient, yet they still hadn't made a move, just following closely behind at a distance. If it weren't for repeatedly confirming with Sanji, Xie Wen would have thought they had already left. Even Xie Wen was starting to feel annoyed, so Klee must have been bored a long time ago. But knowing that Xie Wen had things to do, she patiently endured, though the little plushie didn't have much patience. "Brother Xie Wen, can we change places?" Klee tugged at Xie Wen's ear, asking in a sweet voice. "No changing places, we're going back directly." After all, he had already tried fishing, and since they weren't biting, he had no choice. For a fisherman, it was common to have empty hands. Then, that group of bastards started to make their move. "Are you fucking kidding me?" Although he complained inwardly, Xie Wen knew that they most likely saw them trying to leave and, fearing they wouldn't make it in time, chose to act. "So, one could say it was your own fault for being such an idiot, dragging me and Klee into this mess." Sanji, perched on Xie Wen's shoulder, heartlessly jabbed at him. "Shut up. Brother Xie Wen, Klee doesn't blame you." The little plushie patted Xie Wen's head with her paw and then licked his hair, softly comforting him. Klee was simply the cutest little angel in the world. "Look at her, Sanji." If it weren't for the current situation, Xie Wen would have hugged the little plushie tightly and enjoyed it to the fullest. Just as they were talking, that group of gangsters had already appeared and blocked their way back. One must say, the gangs in the West Sea were truly unremarkable, all wearing black suits without any obvious symbols representing their respective factions. "Kid, hand over those 2 fur tribes you're carrying. If I'm in a good mood, maybe I'll give you a few more berries." Perhaps to maintain the reputation of the trade fair, this group of gangsters actually intended to pay, but judging by their looks, it was clear they didn't plan to give much. Xie Wen scanned the crowd, but did not find any familiar faces. He immediately lost the desire to chat for a few moments. Of course, there wouldn't be any high-ranking individuals showing up just to deal with an ordinary-looking teenager. Which family are you from? Xie Wen casually asked while letting the two cats down from his body. What? Planning to settle scores later? One of the gangsters replied with a fierce look. I'll tell you straight. We are from the Capone family, so go ahead and cause trouble for me. Ha ha ha. The other gangsters laughed along. Oh really? What a coincidence. Xie Wen rubbed Kelly Meow's little head to calm her down, then stepped towards those people. Just as the gangsters were confused about what he meant, Xie Wen's figure abruptly disappeared in front of them, leaving only the two cute cats staring at them with wide eyes. Where's that little brat? One of the gangsters shouted in panic, sensing something was wrong. Clang. A crisp sound of sword being drawn echoed behind the gangsters, followed by Xie Wen's calm voice. Humph. Just cut something boring again. Ah! It hurts. I'm injured. I'm injured. As Xie Wen sheathed his sword, a chorus of screams erupted behind him, with the men in black suits lying on the ground, covering their wounds. What Xie Wen had just done was quite simple. Walk over, draw his sword, cut people, sheath the sword, and act cool. However, his speed was so fast that the gangsters couldn't react in time. Of course, this was also because there weren't any skilled fighters among them. Let's go. Xie Wen ignored the gangsters he had just injured, waved at the two cats he had temporarily set down, picked them up again, and walked towards the inn. Brother Xie Wen is amazing. Kelly Meow cheered as usual. Even Sanji Meow rarely complimented. Not bad. Have you mastered Uncle Buck's swordsmanship? Not even close. Xie Wen shook his head. The sword technique he just used was actually Brook's No Song San Ding Airou Tail slash from a manga. Originally, this move was called Requiem Bando Meat, but No Song San Ding was renamed by Brook based on his sword style. Meaning, after humming a song with his nose and leisurely taking 3 steps, the enemy would only then realize they had been hit. It is a very powerful Airou sword technique. However, very few swordsmen can achieve such a level, and even Buck, who taught Xie Wen this move, couldn't do it. Xie Wen clearly hadn't reached that level. The effect he produced was noticeably lacking, not to mention his opponents were a group of not-so-skilled lackeys. However, Xie Wen didn't intend to replicate Brook's sword move. Due to the differences between the saber and the stabbing sword, achieving the No Song San Ding effect would undoubtedly be more difficult. When he said not even close, he was actually referring to his desire to fully incorporate this sword move into his own style, indicating he was still far from that goal. Oh no! After walking a distance, Xie Wen suddenly slapped his thigh, realizing that he had been so busy showing off that he forgot to check the bodies. Would it be a bit embarrassing to go back now and search those gangsters? Xie Wen hesitated for a moment, but still couldn't bring himself to be thick-skinned. However, he still asked Sanji the cat hopefully, did that group catch up? Due to Cody and Buck's instructions, he had been holding back his strength while attacking. So that group of gangsters only sustained some minor injuries and wouldn't be too affected in their movements. No, Mayo. Sanji the cat perked up his ears and listened carefully for a while before confidently answering. That group of gangsters was indeed weak, but they weren't foolish. Knowing they had hit a wall, they naturally wouldn't come back to trouble Xie Wen. What a pity. Xie Wen smacked his lips and could only continue walking back. When he returned to the bustling street carrying the cat, many people cast him surprised glances, clearly not expecting him to come out unscathed from the hands of the Capone family. However, those glances were quickly retracted. No matter how Xie Wen managed it, or whether the Capone family would continue to pursue him afterward, this matter was no longer something they could interfere with. After returning to the inn, Xie Wen detailed his recent experiences to Cody. The Capone family? Cody stroked his little mustache thoughtfully. I think it's likely that you encountered them. Among the 3 major underworld families on Geary Ice Island, the Simon family is considered more old-fashioned, primarily focusing on stability. In contrast, the Bawano family, which Cody was invited from, is wholeheartedly trying to align with the world government, wanting to turn the Geary Ice Kingdom into a member state. Therefore, they tend to follow the rules. While the Capone family is the most purely criminal, they dare to do anything for profit, especially their boss, Capone Becky, who is ruthless and unpredictable. Cody's assessment of Capone Becky and his underlings is that they're no different from pirates. Xie Wen strongly agreed with this assessment, especially considering that the other party would eventually become pirates, part of the worst generation alongside the protagonist Luffy. Will that make things very troublesome? Buckus asked worriedly. No, if it's just the Capone family taking action, I'm actually more at ease. Moreover, they even proposed to buy Cory and Sanji, Cody explained. This indicates that they likely do not have any conspiracy against us merchants. Plus, since it was the Capone family that initiated the action, this matter can completely be handed over to the Bawano family that invited us to mediate. Just as Xie Wen had anticipated, The cooperation among the gangs was as fragile as toilet paper. Rather than saying that the three families jointly controlled this country, it was more accurate to say that they were mutually restraining each other to prevent one from becoming too powerful. However, just like how the Joker could toy with the gangs in Gotham, those who act without scruples often achieve victory more easily. In the comics setting, Capone Becky eventually became one of the 5 major underground forces in the West Sea. However, it was precisely because he acted without restraint that he was hunted down by a coalition of enemies, forcing him to set sail with a group of subordinates. Xie Wen recalled this setting, thanks to Cody mentioning the name Capone Becky, which awakened many memories related to Capone Becky. Although the Capone family would eventually become one of the 5 strongest gangs in the West Sea, Xie Wen wasn't particularly worried, as it would take him several more years to reach that level. Furthermore, the fact that the Capone family actively offered to pay indicated that they still cared about the attitudes of their allies, the Buono and Simeni families. Even if a conflict did arise, Xie Wen felt confident. With his awakened armament hockey, he was unlikely to lose to the future supernova Becky. Besides, they had Kelly Miao, who was even stronger than Xie Wen. Kelly Miao's abilities perfectly countered Capone Becky. Having eaten the stronghold fruit, Capone Becky possessed 2 major traits: body concealment and transforming into a solid castle form. However, the number of minions meant nothing to Kelly Miao, a blaze fruit user with explosive capabilities, as Capone Becky's transformed castle big boss wouldn't be any harder than a chocolate wafer against Kelly Miao's superheated bouncing bombs. In the following days, Xie Wen went about his routine, eating and sleeping, and during the day, he wandered around the city with his 2 Airou. He even ventured to some remote areas again, but this time there were no foolish gangs trying to buy from him, which left Xie Wen somewhat disappointed as he wanted to earn some extra cash. On the other hand, Cody didn't even bother to ask the Buono family for help, as the Capone family hadn't come to the inn to cause trouble, seemingly having backed down. Although this wasn't typical of Capone Becky, Cody didn't believe he was important enough for the Capone family to target specifically. He simply advised Xie Wen and the others to be cautious during the trade fair to avoid being deliberately provoked by Capone family members. However, there was no need to worry too much, as there were people from the Buono and Simeni families present, and they would have to consider the reactions of other participants. Therefore, even if the Capone family wanted to cause trouble, they couldn't go too far. The day of the trade fair quickly arrived. Cody reminded Xie Wen and the others one last time, leaving the other guards with the caravan just in case. He then took the strongest box, along with Xie Wen and the 2 cats, to the venue of the trade fair. The venue was quite upscale, located in the palace at the center of Gules. However, considering that the organizer was essentially the actual ruler of the country, this seemed quite normal. The process of entering the palace was straightforward. Cody presented the invitation, and they passed through easily without any checks or weapon surrendering, perhaps to reassure the invited merchants or due to absolute confidence in their own strength. Once inside the palace, Xie Wen held on to Kelly Miao to prevent her from wandering off while looking around. Although it was just a puppet king, the palace itself was still quite magnificent. The guard station there were all gang members dressed in suits and sunglasses, most of whom had cigarettes or cigars in their mouths, giving the palace an air of irreverence. Led by the black-suited guide, they arrived at the banquet hall, which was arranged like a buffet. The invited merchants gathered in small groups, whispering to each other. Cody found someone he knew and led Xie Wen and the others over to chat. Xie Wen had been puzzled about the nature of this so-called trade fair. If it was merely to invite merchants from various places to conduct business and collect protection fees, they had already achieved their goal during his recent strolls in the city. He had seen many unique products not available in nearby areas and witnessed gangs collecting protection fees. It was only after overhearing a conversation that he finally understood the situation. The purpose of the 3 major families inviting these merchants was twofold. One was to encourage them to establish industries on the island rather than just making short stops, aiming to make Gules a trade center rather than a temporary market, and to turn the collection of protection fees into a long-term business. The other purpose was to determine how to allocate these merchants and define their respective territories, which would require negotiation among the 3 families. In fact, in the time leading up to the trade fair, the 3 families had already made contact with many merchants, using various means of coercion and persuasion to get them to agree to be aligned with their respective families. This was very much in line with gang behavior. For most of the invited merchants, nominally joining the 3 families wasn't a bad thing, as these families were not weak players in the broader context of gang power in the West Sea. Since they had to pay protection fees, it didn't matter who they paid it to. This model was somewhat reminiscent of the typical practices of major pirates in the New World, such as Charlotte Linlin, who imposed lifespan taxes on the residents of her territory and desert taxes on her subordinate forces, which was not too different from what the three major families in Gules wanted to achieve. As for why no one approached Uncle Cody in advance, it might be because his business wasn't big enough, thus not a high priority. Anyway, Xie Wen didn't think this matter had anything to do with him. After a while, a commanding-looking middle-aged man appeared on the central stage of the banquet hall, dressed in a suit, but instead of black, it was a somewhat flashy plaid suit. His golden hair was slicked back in a style befitting a gang leader, and he leaned on a black cane topped with a huge sapphire, which contrasted with the diamond ring on his finger. This was Bawano John, who had only recently become the godfather of the Bawano family. Box quietly introduced him to Xie Wen. "Everyone, welcome to our trade fair in Gules," Bawano John said, lightly tapping the microphone to draw everyone's attention before slowly beginning his speech, stripping away the meaningless pleasantries and veiled threats. The essence of his message was the main purpose of the trade fair. "Please take some time to consider, and after the banquet, I hope everyone can make wise decisions." Bawano John smiled as he scanned the room, then set down the microphone and left the stage, making his way toward a merchant surrounded by his own entourage, beside whom stood a similarly surrounded gang leader. "That's the strategist of the Samini family, the second son of the clan leader," Box added. Just as he spoke, the second son, who had gained the upper hand, chose to retreat after a brief standoff with John, clearly indicating that the trade fair itself was also a battleground for the three families vying for merchants. Xie Wen withdrew his gaze and continued to scan the surroundings. The people from the other two families had seen it, so where was Capone Becky, the ultimate victor? Soon, Xie Wen spotted Capone Becky in the crowd, or more precisely, he found his subordinates, the strange gunman Vito and the assassin Gotti. Among the mostly average-sized people in West Sea, these two, especially Gotti, stood out with their striking physiques. If Vito was just a tall guy among normal people, Gotti would be above average height, even if thrown into the latter half of the Grand Line, not counting the giant race. As for Capone Becky, his short stature was blocked from view by others. Xie Wen carefully observed the two people not far away. Their features were not much different from those in his memory, except that Gotti's right hand did not have that huge triple-barrel machine gun installed. However, it was surprising that these two had already been following Capone Becky so early on. Since Xie Wen did not conceal himself, the strange gunman Vito quickly noticed his gaze. When he turned around and realized that the person staring at him was actually Xie Wen, Vito clearly paused for a moment. Then he immediately turned back, bent down, and whispered a few words to the obstructed Capone Becky. Following that, Vito and Gotti moved aside the crowd, revealing Capone Becky's figure in front of Xie Wen. Judging by appearance, he should be less than 1.7 meters tall, which is considered rather short in the West Sea and in the New World. He would be no different from a dwarf. However, considering that even a normal person's height in the New World is only at the level of a half-man, Xie Wen seemed to have no position to mock Becky. Xie Wen Zheng was distracted, while Capone Becky had already walked over with his right-hand man. Some people in the know cast curious glances in their direction. "Hello, Mr. Capone." Uncle Cody, being quite loyal, stepped forward first to greet Becky. Becky stopped and gave Mr. Cody a meaningful look, forcing a smile as he said, "Sorry, the person I'm looking for isn't you, Mr. Cody. Could you please step aside?" Cody's expression changed several times, but he ultimately chose to step aside, intending to observe the situation first. "Are you Xie Wen?" Becky, biting on a cigar, approached Xie Wen, tilted his head back, and exhaled a puff of smoke towards him, smiling insincerely as he asked, "Huh?" Xie Wen slightly pursed his lips, blowing away the smoke in front of him before smiling and replying, "Yes, that's me. I wonder what guidance Boss Capone has for me." Seeing Xie Wen's somewhat provocative behavior, the smile on Becky's face deepened. He glanced at Kelly Cat, who was making faces at him from Xie Wen's shoulder, and continued to ask, "Are these two fur tribes really not for sale? They are my partners, not pets." Xie Wen rubbed the heads of Kelly Cat and Sanji Cat to calm them down, then pointed to the two big guys behind Becky and asked if someone wanted to buy them, would you sell them? Although in the comics, Capone Becky had shot his subordinates over trivial matters. That person was merely cannon fodder. Vito and Gotti were clearly different. Gotti even became related by marriage to Becky, marrying the sister of Chi Feng, Lola. "I see." Capone Becky retracted his smile and said pointedly, "Then you'd better keep a close watch on your partners, because after the trade fair ends, Gilisi won't be as peaceful as it is now." After saying that, he walked away with his two tall subordinates. Clearly, Capone Becky meant to settle the score with him after the trade fair, but Xie Wen didn't take it to heart. After all, he couldn't beat me in mine. As the person involved, Xie Wen was indifferent to Becky's threat and Kelly Cat and Sanji Cat paid no attention to the other side either. While Uncle Barks was anxiously fidgeting on the side. "Mr. Cody, how about we wait for a chance to let that kid Xie Wen leave here first? How do you know that Capone Becky isn't saying this on purpose to separate Xie Wen from us, and then secretly attack?" Cody shook his head, rejecting Barks' suggestion. Seeing that both decision-makers had this attitude, Barks could only sigh helplessly. He then became even more alert, fearing that at any moment, the Capone family members would suddenly rush out and attack them. Xie Wen was indulging in food and drink, with two Airou at the venue, completely disregarding the threat from Capone Beji. Of course, he didn't neglect his duty as a bodyguard. Even while enjoying the delicacies, he stayed within 100 meters of Cody. With Xie Wen's current reflexes and speed, he could quickly return to his employer's side if anything happened. Moreover, while eating and drinking, Xie Wen was also observing the situation at the venue. Although most of the gang members were dressed in black suits, the higher-ups who were communicating with the businessmen had slightly different styles. Soon, Xie Wen was able to distinguish the high-ranking members of the three factions. Then he noticed something a bit strange. One of the factions had a surprisingly high success rate in their communications. But it didn't seem to be because their conditions were more favorable. Rather, whenever competition arose, the other two factions would always retreat first. If I'm not mistaken, that force should be the Buono family. So among the three major families, Buono is the way state. Since the person who will become one of the 5 major forces in the West Sea in the future is Capone Becky, Xie Wen thought that among the 3 families, his influence should be the strongest. However, there have been many instances in history where an early win doesn't guarantee overall victory. Therefore, Xie Wen didn't see any issue with this. He just mocked the Buono family in his heart for losing despite their previous strengths. Additionally, perhaps Capone Becky privately made some moves, or the other 2 families didn't want to create a rift with the Capone family over such trivial matters. Uncle Cody didn't have anyone coming over to make connections, and even a few peers who had previously enjoyed conversations with Uncle Cody kept their distance. Xie Wen frowned. Of course, he wasn't afraid of the Capone family, but if Uncle Cody's business were to be affected because of this, he would still feel a bit guilty. However, he couldn't force others at knife point to cooperate with Uncle Cody. Just when Xie Wen was feeling troubled about this, he saw Bueno John, who had spoken on stage earlier, personally walk up to Uncle Cody. It should be noted that aside from initially competing with the second son of the Simon family for a businessman, Bueno John had only interacted with 2 other merchants afterwards. From the reactions of the people around, these 3 seemed to be quite significant businessmen, while Uncle Cody did not appear to be of that caliber. Thus, not only was Xie Wen surprised, but even those merchants who had initially planned to watch the show looked utterly shocked. As a bodyguard, Xie Wen naturally returned to Uncle Cody's side immediately. Not out of curiosity, it had been a while since they last met, Colonel Cody. "Oh no, I should now refer to you as Mr. Cody." Bueno John appeared very friendly, as if he and Uncle Cody were old acquaintances. However, Uncle Cody's expression was indifferent, though his tone was quite emotional. "Yes, I didn't expect you, who escaped from my hands back then, to climb to this position now. So, I should thank you for your mercy back then, Mr. Cody." John wasn't angry, but instead sincerely expressed his gratitude. "As a token of thanks, the Bueno family will not charge a single belly for your industry." "Umph." Cody scoffed disdainfully. "What's the condition?" "Talking to smart people is simple." John smiled, twirled the cane in his hand, and changed his address. "I hope that when the next application for a member state comes around, Colonel Cody can speak a good word for Gules." Xie Wen raised his eyebrows in surprise. Why did John, a lieutenant colonel from the Cody branch, think he could decide on the matter of joining the alliance? The key point was that Uncle Cody didn't even refute this. After a flash of surprise, he suddenly fell silent. It seemed that Uncle Cody's identity was not so simple after all. "If Mr. Cody agrees, I can also help resolve matters with the Capone family," John continued to press. "Is that so?" Mr. Cody glanced at Xie Wen and suddenly laughed. "All right, I agree. Then I won't disturb you any longer," John said with a smile as he bowed and left. "Mr. Cody?" The convoluted conversation just now clearly overloaded Uncle Barks' CPU, and he asked in confusion, "What if the application fails later and the Buono family gets angry? Moreover, even if you were once a colonel, you can't intervene in the matter of joining the alliance, right?" However, Uncle Cody smiled slyly and said, "How could I possibly influence the decision above? I only agreed to help him speak. There's no guarantee of success. Besides, how does he know whether I actually helped or not?" "I see." Barks immediately thought that Cody was just trying to fool John, but Xie Wen subtly curled his lips. He believed that Cody's claim of not really helping was true. However, to say he couldn't influence the decisions above was not necessarily the case. Buono John, although he would later be defeated by Capone Becky, didn't mean that as a mafia boss he was a fool. If Cody really had no such ability, why would the other party come to make a deal with him? There must be some reason that made John believe Cody could do this. At least that he could have a say in it, which was why he came to make such a request. Xie Wen even felt that John probably knew that Cody was unlikely to help him, and he was just using this opportunity to establish a connection with Cody. This made Uncle Cody's hidden identity very interesting, but it had nothing to do with me. Xie Wen had no intention of probing Uncle Cody's secrets. Even if Uncle Cody had some special identity, it was nothing significant to Xie Wen. On the contrary, he was finally relieved that he wouldn't have to worry about affecting Cody's business. The ability to influence the decisions of the world government, even if it was just John's personal belief, was enough to deal with Capone Beach. Most importantly, Uncle Cody clearly noticed that Xie Wen had secrets of his own, yet he showed no intention of prying. Instead, he took care of them in various ways, and how could Xie Wen repay kindness with malice? Soon, the trading conference was nearing its end, and the merchants present had already decided whom they would align with. Then, Bueno John stepped onto the stage again to begin his speech. Xie Wen did not listen to his pretentious speeches, but instead searched the crowd for the figure of Capone Becky. After all, it was said that he would come looking for trouble after the trade fair, and he was one of the worst generations to come. Respect should still be given. However, after scanning the area several times, he still couldn't find Capone Becky. If it were possible that he was too short to be seen behind others, that might explain it. But Xie Wen didn't even see the two particularly conspicuous subordinates beside him, which was odd. Could it be that the guy on stage was so efficient that he had already dealt with Capone Becky? Xie Wen looked at Bueno John, who was still speaking passionately in the center of the hall. Then, with a bang, accompanied by the sound of a gunshot, Bueno John's mind went blank, and he collapsed straight to the ground. Xie Wen, As Bueno John fell, gunshots and the sounds of blades piercing flesh immediately erupted around, accompanied by numerous cries of anguish. Mr. Cody, be careful. Bax and Xie Wen quickly protected Cody, with Xie Wen also shielding Sanji behind him, while Klee lay on his shoulder, curiously peeking around without a hint of fear. The other merchants' bodyguards reacted similarly, hurriedly shielding their respective employers. However, they soon realized that this attack was not targeted at the merchants. Those who had fallen seemed to be from the Bueno family. The merchants, who had just reached an agreement with the Bueno family, suddenly looked uneasy. The situation was all too clear. The Simon and Capone families had joined forces against the Bueno family. Calm down, everyone. The second son of the Simon family stepped forward and took the microphone from the now lifeless John. You may not recognize me. My name is Ryan, Simon Ryan. Seeing Ryan's actions, Xie Wen couldn't help but shake his head. They had just had a death on stage, yet he dared to step up, not fearing to follow in Bueno John's footsteps. However, the second son was unfazed. He smiled and reassured, what just happened was merely a small internal disagreement. It has now been resolved and will not affect our transactions. For those who just reached an agreement with the Bueno family, someone will come to negotiate with you again. Don't worry, we will do our best to uphold the conditions promised by the Bueno family. Under his reassurance, the merchants quickly calmed down. Being in the West Sea, they were already accustomed to gang conflicts, having seen similar scenes many times, with this one just being slightly larger in scale. At the same time, they understood why the Simon and Capone families had retreated so easily during the earlier recruitment phase. However, while the merchants settled down, the Bueno family, suddenly betrayed by their allies, could not remain calm. One Bueno executive, shot in the lung and not yet dead, coughed up blood while screaming, "Why? Why attack us?" Although backstabbing among gangs was common, the relationship between the Bueno and Simon families had been closer as their philosophies and styles of doing things were more aligned, looking down on the reckless Capone family. Because if we don't attack you, Gules will belong to your Bueno family. Ryan maintained a smile, but his gaze towards the executive turned fierce. Becoming a member state to gain the protection of the world government, then collecting taxes from the public openly, was the cooperative approach you originally proposed. However, you never mentioned wanting to secretly leave us out and only have the Bueno family become the royalty. You almost succeeded. Gradually, Ryan's smile completely disappeared as he gritted his teeth, but soon he regained his previous smile, looking even happier. However, the royalty will now be our Simon family and Capone family. The executive's face turned pale, and he dejectedly lowered his head. Since this matter had already been exposed, it was only natural for them to be jointly punished by the other two families. Not just him. Even the Bueno family members who were still cursing earlier fell silent. Perhaps they did not know their family's plan, but they understood what the consequences of failure in gang conflicts would be. So, all done. Capone Becky, dressed in a striped suit and with a cigar in his mouth, reappeared. However, his two distinctive subordinates did not follow. "And how about your side?" Simon Ryan maintained his smile and asked in return. "I don't know." Capone Becky took the cigar out of his mouth, seemingly ignoring Ryan's suddenly grim expression, slowly exhaling smoke, continuing leisurely, "But I have confidence in my subordinates. I believe we will have good news in a few minutes." Ryan's expression finally eased a bit as he forced a smile and warned, "Don't underestimate the Bueno family. If your people fail to deal with them in time, the hard-won opportunity for our transaction will be wasted." At that moment, the previously dejected Bueno executive suddenly shouted loudly, "The world government will not allow a country to have two royal families." However, his instigation had no effect. Capone Becky disdainfully bit his cigar and said, "So what? I have no interest in becoming royalty anyway. If you Bueno family had sought cooperation with us from the beginning, maybe this wouldn't have happened today." "What a load of nonsense." Xie Wen internally scoffed, well aware of Capone Becky's character. His disinterest in royal status might actually be true because, for Capone Becky, war was as much a personal hobby as bombs were for Xie. Moreover, what he enjoyed most was beheading rivals and betraying allies. Status and territory were secondary. Because of this, whether the Bueno family saw Capone Becky's cooperation or not, he would definitely take action. It seemed the Simon family would be quick to follow suit as well. Lord Ryan, something big has happened." Xie Wen seems to have a bit of a prophetic or crow's mouth talent. Just as he was thinking that the Simoni family wouldn't have many good days left, a blood-soaked gangster staggered in. "What is going on? Weren't you working with the Capone family to encircle the Bueno family's forces on the island?" Ryan asked anxiously. Bang! Another gunshot rang out, and the gangster didn't have time to answer before he was shot dead. "Sorry, Godfather. I accidentally let this kid escape here," said the strange gunman Vite, holding his two huge revolvers as he walked over to Capone Becky, apologizing insincerely, clearly not considering it a big deal. "It's fine. The outcome is the same anyway." Capone Becky thought the same way, waving his hand dismissively. "Capone." Ryan glared at Becky, not understanding where he got the confidence to dare to fight both their families at the same time. Moreover, most of the Capone family's members had gone to deal with the Bueno family. There were more of the Simoni family in the palace. "I want you dead." Ryan pulled out a handgun from his pocket and aimed it at Capone Becky's head. At the same time, the members of the Simoni family in the hall also aimed their weapons at Capone Becky and strange gunman Vite. However, Capone Becky seemed oblivious, flicking the ash off his cigar, then reached out and made a grabbing motion towards Vite, who instantly disappeared. Fire. Although Ryan didn't understand what was happening, he pulled the trigger immediately. In an instant, gunfire erupted, and all the members of the Simoni family, including Ryan, fell into a pool of blood. The target of their attack, Capone Becky, had transformed, his body taking on a brick-like structure, effortlessly blocking all the attacks. Following that, several openings appeared in his brick-like body, and a large number of Capone family members, including strange gunman Vite, rushed out from within. Evil at devil fruit, lying on the ground with several gunshot wounds. Ryan instantly understood Capone Becky's confidence. In addition to the power brought by the fruit's abilities, Capone Becky had always hidden a group of people inside him. Therefore, the overall strength of the Capone family was much stronger than what they usually displayed. Capone Becky ignored the others and instead walked up to Xie Wen. "I was wrong, was I? After the trade fair, duels will be quite unsafe." "So that is what you meant?" Xie Wen nodded in understanding, then praised, "Quite impressive." "Hee hee ha ha." Becky first chuckled a few times, then his laughter grew louder. "Interesting kid, I'll give you a chance." He pointed his cigar at Vite, who was sticking out his long tongue, and said, "If you can defeat my subordinate, I won't pursue the previous matters anymore." After saying that, Becky also glanced at Uncle Cody. Although it was discreet, Xie Wen still caught it. "So it's because of Uncle Cody's mysterious identity?" "TSK, I really underestimated it." Xie Wen pouted in displeasure, gripping the handle of the wild sword, intending to go forward and give Capone Becky a profound lesson. Then his face was turned by a pair of small claws reaching over from the side. Xie also wanted to hit the bad guy. "Ahem, Xie, be good. Let brother handle it this time, okay?" Hearing the fire-setting mountain deity speak, Xie Wen no longer paid attention to Capone Becky and the strange gun Vito. He picked up the little doll and gently stroked her cat-like head, advising her. Normally, it wouldn't be a problem to let Xie take action elsewhere. But now they were inside a building, and there was a large group of innocent bystanders around. Clearly, last time it was Brother Xie Wen who took action, so it should be Xie's turn now. The little doll shook her ears and, still not giving up, raised her small paw, promising, "Xie will be careful not to make too much noise." You said the same thing when you were doing experiments. Xie Wen certainly wouldn't really shout at her. Although being a bit more assertive could make Kelly listen obediently, Xie Wen still wanted to find a way that she could accept, rather than forcibly suppressing Kelly's thoughts. As a devoted parent, he was afraid that his little treasure would suffer any grievances, especially if it was he who caused her distress. He absolutely did not want that at all. The foolish Sanji couldn't stand it any longer and interrupted their conversation, saying, "If it's about taking turns, then it should be my turn this time, right? Besides, since the enemy's leader hasn't made a move, we shouldn't let you, Xie Wen, take the stage either. What business does a chef have in this?" Xie Wen looked at Sanji Cat with a hint of helplessness. In fact, he knew that Sanji Cat was saying this to help him out, and he also understood that this little guy, although he usually didn't show it, actually cared a lot about hiding behind him and Kelly Cat during battles. Since Kelly Cat joined, he had been working hard to train, and his strength had improved significantly. To say something that would discourage Uncle Barks, Sanji Cat's current strength would have no problem defeating him. However, Xie Wen was not sure if he could defeat the monster gun Veeder. For the same reason as mentioned before, characters that are not protagonists are unlikely to experience a qualitative leap in strength in a short period of time. Even if Veeder's strength had not yet reached the level of a near billion bounty in the future, it shouldn't be too bad. Moreover, unlike Kelly Cat, Sanji Cat did not have the ability of a devil fruit to ensure he wouldn't take too much damage. So rather than letting Sanji Cat fight, Xie Wen would prefer to let Kelly Cat go and blow something up. However, when the words of refusal reached his lips, they were swallowed back down by Xie Wen. At that moment, Sanji Cat's expression was unusually serious, indicating that he was not just saying this to help Xie Wen, but genuinely wanted to take on this battle. Indeed, the original Sanji, although a bit of a pervert, could be surprisingly serious when it mattered, and had clear principles to follow, given his restoration as a cat. It was not surprising that Sanji Cat had such determination. Fine, I'll leave it to you. Just as Xie Wen would consider Kelly Cat's feelings in this situation, he couldn't refuse Sanji Cat's challenge, so he could only let out a helpless sigh, then reached out to pat the little yellow cat's head, reminding him to be careful not to lose. Originally wanting to tell Sanji Cat to be safe, he ended up encouraging him instead, because Xie Wen knew that this was what Sanji Cat really wanted to hear. Go for it, big brother Sanji. Kelly Cat also stopped insisting on going into battle, and instead waved her little paws to cheer for Sanji Cat. Don't worry, boss. Sanji Cat proudly raised his head and gave Kelly Cat a thumbs up, then marched confidently in front of the monster gun Veeder. At that moment, Veeder was almost furious, sticking out his long tongue like Orochimaru, and angrily sneered. I really underestimated you, huh? Don't worry, a product like you is quite precious. Perhaps because of his long tongue, Veeder had a habit of ending his sentences with lick, just like how the Airou use meow. However, compared to the cute cats, his catchphrase seemed somewhat disgusting. So I won't kill you, nor will I inflict any irreversible harm on you, because then you wouldn't be worth anything. While saying this, Veeder put away his large revolver into the holster at his waist, bent down, and showed a cruel smile to Sanji Cat, who was still shorter than his legs. However, when it came to verbal sparring, Sanji Cat was completely unafraid. He tilted his little head back and responded with a disdainful smile. Is that so? Well, I'm just the opposite of you. As a chef, I prefer to judge the value of ingredients after they've been prepared. You really dare to say that? Veeder could no longer suppress his anger, reaching out his enormous hand to grab Sanji Cat. Using his agility, Sanji Cat easily dodged the other's hand, then took advantage of his small size to climb up Veeder's arm, perhaps because he was used to climbing onto Xie Wen's shoulder. Sanji Cat quickly reached Veeder's shoulder and kicked towards his face. Cheek meat, shoot, meow. Veeder completely did not expect Sanji Cat to be so fast, and he was even more surprised that Sanji Cat's strength was not bad at all, kicking him away. After all, the Airou were involved in hunting various large monsters, and sometimes even accompanied hunters to take down giant monsters like the old mountain dragon, so underestimating their strength could lead to serious consequences. Damn it, Veeder, getting up from the ground, looked incredulous, even forgetting to use his disgusting catchphrase. After being kicked, Veeder dared not be careless anymore. While he still did not draw out his signature revolver, both his power and speed in hand-to-hand combat had increased significantly. But Xie Wen, who was initially worried, felt relieved at this moment. Was Veeder really this weak right now? In fact, given Veeder's skills, he was not weak at all in the West Sea. At least Uncle Barks could not defeat him. However, compared to the version in the manga, who could easily capture later characters like Chopper and Nami, he seemed quite weak now. Even though there were plot reasons for Chopper and Nami being captured in the manga, the strength difference was still too great. It seemed that the situation in the normal world before Xie Wen's crossing could not be used to assess this absurd pirate world. So, this monster gun Viter was also one of the beneficiaries of the version update? Or to put it more reasonably, after entering the Grand Line and encountering higher-level powers, being able to make it to the later part of the new world was actually a rapid, strengthening process. Those who couldn't get stronger were eliminated along the way or stayed honestly in the early part. However, regardless of what the real situation was, the weaker Viter was, the more advantageous it was for Sanji Cat, and Xie Wen was naturally pleased with this. After a brief exchange, Sanji Cat also realized that Viter's strength was just SOSO, and the fight became increasingly smooth. He skillfully jumped around on Viter's body, occasionally delivering a cat kick. Shoulder meat, neck meat, chest meat, back meat, rib meat, waist meat, belly meat, triple ground meat, meow. Viter's tall body was kicked around by the small Sanji Cat, leaving everyone present in shock. Once Xie Wen confirmed that even if Viter drew his gun, it wouldn't change the outcome, he shifted his attention to the sullen-looking Capone Beach. Regarding Beach's statement that he wouldn't pursue the matter after winning, Xie Wen didn't believe it at all, because Capone Beach was a true villain. Going back on his word was routine for him, and he always acted without scruples. Xie Wen did not believe he would just watch his subordinate lose. However, contrary to Xie Wen's expectations, even after Viter drew his gun, he was still only receiving kicks, and Capone Beach's face only darkened further without any other movement. Was he worried about Mai and Kelly Cat's strength? Or Xie Wen glanced at the somewhat mysterious Uncle Cody. Without the intervention of Capone Beach, the battlefield naturally wouldn't have any other surprises. Seeing that Vito was showing signs of being unable to hold on any longer, Sanji Nico finally unleashed the long-prepared final blow. Sea, land, and air combo shook Nico. He first jumped onto Vito's chest, clawing at his red suit, then exerted force through his limbs, springing upwards. During the ascent, he flipped half a turn, positioning himself head down and feet up as he delivered a rising dragon kick to Vito's chin, lifting his tall body off the ground by 3 feet. Immediately afterward, Sanji Nico curled into a ball in the air, descending in sync with Vito's body. At the moment Vito fell and bounced up, Sanji Nico spread his body open, using the force of his descent to stomp his legs down hard on Vito's stomach, with his front paws following up with a heavy slap. Vito, struck by this blow, arched his body like a shrimp, while Sanji Nico jumped up again, performing a front flip in midair, instantly positioning himself above Vito's head. He then spread his body out and slammed his black hind paws heavily onto Vito's forehead. Just as Vito sat upright, he was kicked back down to the ground, his back head hitting the floor hard with a loud thud. Thud! As the strange gunman Vito fell asleep, Sanji Nico lightly landed on the ground. Little Yellow licked his paws, rubbed his face a few times haphazardly, then shook his curly, tufted ears, disdainfully saying, "What a pity in my eyes, you are not qualified as an ingredient." Although everyone witnessed Sanji Nico suppressing Vito, when he truly defeated Vito, the onlookers in the hall couldn't help but exclaim, So amazing. Is the Fur Tribe really this strong? Fur Tribe? I thought they were humans who ate cat fruits. Fool. Even if there were cat fruits, could there be two? The Fur Tribe is quite rare in the Grand Line, and even fewer people in the seas know of their existence. Sanji, brother, is so amazing. Well done, Sanji. Xie Wen and Kelly Meow were the first to rush over to congratulate Sanji Meow on his victory. That's natural. I used to choose to be a chef simply because I liked cooking more. Sanji Meow shook his little head proudly, but that doesn't mean I'm not good at fighting. Yes, our Sanji is the most reliable. Xie Wen didn't hold back on his praise, picking up Sanji Meow and giving him a massage that made the little yellow cat purr with comfort. I can't even beat Xie Wen. Uncle Barkus was feeling depressed. Meanwhile, Cody appeared calm, clearly understanding the combat capabilities of the Fur Tribe. With an ugly expression, Capone Becky spat out the cigar in his mouth and stepped on it hard, his sinister gaze fixed on Xie Wen, who was playing with the cats. Xie Wen noticed his gaze, turned his head, raised an eyebrow, and teasingly asked, "What's wrong? Does Boss Becky have any advice?" Becky continued to stare at Xie Wen in silence, but his expression gradually returned to calm. After a moment, Becky, with his face back to normal, took out another cigar, lit it, took a deep puff, and slowly spoke. "I underestimated you all. Since that's the case, let's leave it at that." After saying this, he turned around and shouted at his subordinates, "What are you waiting for? Hurry up and drag that disgraceful guy Vito away." However, Xie Wen did not want to let Becky off so easily. "You seem to be mistaken about something," he said, from start to finish. It was your Capone family who was looking for trouble with me. Now you say let's leave it at that. Did you ask me? Becky turned back, his face dark as he asked, so what do you want? Do you want to go to war with our Capone family? Why not? Xie Wen spread his hands. Your subordinates can't even beat mine. I don't think you're that hard to deal with. Previously, he didn't want to conflict with these people, partly because he didn't have a clear understanding of their strength, and partly because he didn't want to drag Uncle Cody into it. But now that he knew Uncle Cody had the ability to protect himself and had learned from Vito that Capone Becky's current strength was even lower than he had estimated, Xie Wen's actions were naturally less restrained. Well, of course, Kelly Meow still needed to be watched over. Ha ha! Capone Becky couldn't help but burst out laughing, then said to Xie Wen with a fierce look, "You don't really think that defeating Vito means you have the strength to confront our Capone family, do you?" "Well, why not?" Xie Wen shrugged. At this moment, Kelly Meow climbed onto his shoulder, fiercely waving her claws and declaring, "Kelly will blow you bad guys to pieces." Sanji Meow also stepped forward and said arrogantly, "Perfect, I was just warming up." "Mr. Cody?" Barkus wanted to step forward to help, but was stopped by Cody. "Let us see what Xie Wen wants to do first. He is not someone who doesn't know the stakes." The merchants around were finally witnessing something today. The three major families of Gules had lost two in the blink of an eye, and now even the third was under challenge. So even though the Capone family could no longer limit their activities, most people still didn't leave. They just retreated a little, protected by their bodyguards. It seems that the love for watching a show is indeed human nature, even in a different world. Ha 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 ha. Capone Becky laughed loudly, then viciously waved his hand. "Get rid of them." Following his command, Capone family members launched an attack on Xie Wen. At the same time, a large number of people rushed out from Becky's body, joining the attack on Xie Wen. "Leave Becky to me. You deal with the others." As Xie Wen drew his knife to deflect the incoming bullets with a slash, he said to the two cats, then specifically reminded, "Kelly, don't throw the bombs." Kelly Meow, with her little paws already in her backpack, immediately puffed her cheeks and protested. "Then how can we play this game?" However, the little ragdoll was still obedient. Though unwilling, she followed Xie Wen's orders and didn't take out the bombs, instead waving her little paws in front of her, randomly mimicking fire release. Great fireball technique. "Kelly, save some for me." Seeing Kelly Meow take out almost a third of the enemies with a single fireball, Sanji Meow immediately shouted, speeding up his kicks against the gangsters in front of him. Level 1 grilled meat. Just as the cats swiftly dealt with Capone Becky's subordinates, Xie Wen also swiftly approached Becky, slashing at him with his knife. Before becoming the leader of the Capone family, Becky was also a killer, and a very successful one at that. So he skillfully dodged Xie Wen's casual slash, pulling out a handgun and firing 3 shots at Xie Wen. As he fired, Becky's lower body quickly transformed into a tank tread, charging towards Xie Wen, while his empty hand drew out a large machete, swinging down at Xie Wen. As Xie Wen easily blocked the opponent's attack, he had the leisure to complain, "Aren't you eating the tank fruit? What else with the tank tread? Which castle grows wheels to run away?" Xie Wen had wanted to complain about this since he read the manga. Although there seemed to be quite a few mobile buildings in the pirate world, most were technological products. How could Capone Becky, relying on a devil fruit, manage that? "Because this is my moving castle." Becky raised his gun again to shoot at Xie Wen, saying something that sounded completely unreasonable. Meanwhile, he felt a pang in his heart. He hadn't mentioned what fruit he had eaten, yet Xie Wen recognized it right away. It seemed that Colonel Cody couldn't be underestimated. Completely unaware that he had added more drama to Uncle Cody, Xie Wen continued to dodge the bullets while complaining. "You say it's a moving castle? If I say it's a space fortress, can you fly?" Even though he was complaining, Xie Wen understood that Becky's words were probably true. The powers of devil fruits were indeed quite abstract. A castle growing wheels was hardly a remarkable application among the bizarre abilities. But he still wanted to complain. "Space fortress?" Becky paused slightly. Because of Xie Wen's complaint, he suddenly found another possible direction for fruit development. Taking advantage of Becky's moment of distraction, Xie Wen slashed at him again. Ka! The sound and feedback felt like he had struck stone. Well, to be precise, he had struck stone because Becky, who had just regained his senses, had transformed his body back into a brick structure. "Huh, is this your reliance?" Xie Wen scoffed and waved the wild katana in his hand again. Air slash. It merely sliced through the stone. He didn't even need to use hockey. It hurt so much. Becky's brick-like body was immediately marked with a not-too-deep cut. Although no blood flowed out, it hurt so much that he cried out. However, the damage caused by this slash quickly disappeared with a wave across Becky's body surface. This is to say that these devil fruits are unreasonable. Clearly, It's a castle made of rock, yet it can make the body as soft as dough, while the true dough person, karakuri, can make dough as hard as iron. If we disregard the awakening of the fruits, the abilities of Paramecia-type devil fruits can generally be divided into three types. The first type is the ability itself. For example, the rubber fruit that hasn't transformed into a Zoan type, Mr. One who ate the chop fruit, the smooth person who ate the surgery fruit, and the luck of the conqueror's hockey clown buggy all fall into this category. The second type belongs to ability-releasing types, which have no significant changes in themselves, but can create, manipulate, bestow, or absorb a certain substance or state. For instance, Doflamingo-S string fruit, his brother Rosanani-S silence fruit, Mr. 3's candle fruit, and Cracker, who can create clones with cookies, etc. The third type has both abilities. It can change its own body characteristics and create and control the same substance. Examples include the Machi fruit, which is a pseudo-natural type, the paper fruit that can turn oneself into a true paper person, and Perona, who can create ghosts and also leave her body. Of course, there are some fruits whose ability types are relatively ambiguous, but overall, they generally do not deviate from these three main categories. Capone Bede's castle fruit seems to belong to the third type, but in reality, it belongs to the first type. His walls look like they are wrapped in stone, but they are actually transformed from his own skin. Being cut and losing some stone dust is not a big deal. It's just like shedding a bit of skin. However, if the cut is deep enough, it can still cause actual damage. In this state, though, Becky does not bleed and can use his fruit ability to conceal the injury. So, to others, it seems like he hasn't been hurt at all. He just feels pain from Xie Wen's slash. Although Xie Wen knew that Capone Bede was eating the castle fruit, he didn't really understand the characteristics of this fruit. Like everyone else, he thought that his recent attack hadn't really caused any damage, so he decided to hit a little harder. However, Capone Bede's decision was quicker. Several door openings rapidly appeared on his striped suit, for which a large number of bullets and a few cannonballs were fired. Xie Wen finally understood why this guy liked to wear striped suits. The openings between the stripes were so easy to overlook if one wasn't paying attention. However, for Xie Wen, this level of sneak attack was nothing. He could easily dodge it, and if he really couldn't avoid it, he could block it with a technique like Jinshijian. But the onlookers, the bystanders, were the ones who suffered, although there were quite a few bodyguards among them. Not all of them had the strength to fend off these attacks. As a result, a few bodyguards and even some merchants got hit, and the cannonballs that Xie Wen dodged exploded, leaving them covered in dirt. TSK. Being a villain is just so convenient. Xie Wen clicked his tongue in envy. While he was racking his brain on how to appease Kelly Meow to avoid hurting the innocent, Capone Bede didn't care at all about these providers. No wonder people in this world love being pirates so much. While expressing such radical thoughts in his mind, Xie Wen swung his knife at Bede again. Clang! Another sound of metal clashing echoed, but this time Capone Bede did not let out a howl of pain. At this moment, he had transformed his entire body into a brick and stone structure, and his size had also expanded significantly, growing from under 7 meters to a castle-sized figure, comparable to that of Gotti, and even larger. Due to his increased size, his walls had thickened as well. So Xie Wen's casual airblade slash didn't inflict any effective damage, at most just scraping his skin. Is this the mini version of the big boss? Xie Wen took a few steps back and looked her up and down. Apart from the difference in physique, Becky's appearance at this moment also differed from her strongest form in the comics. She wasn't as heavily armed, and the Castle-S design was not as complicated as he remembered. So, not only is it a minute version, but also a shabby version, or should it just be called Little Boss? Xie Wen attempted to slash at Becky several times, but besides chipping off some stone debris, it seemed he couldn't inflict much damage. In this state, Becky not only had tougher skin, but also increased hardness. Ha ha ha. Feeling confident of his victory, Becky laughed maniacally. Did you see that? This is the true power of the stronghold fruit. Kid, if you admit defeat now, I can let you join our Capone family without holding a grudge. No one will dare to target those fur tribes anymore. Becky had his eyes on the strength displayed by Xie Wen and the Airous, trying to recruit them. Since Kelly Meow had been using fire release, and the little puppet didn't have a strong desire to attack while unable to throw bombs. Becky had yet to realize that Kelly Meow was actually a user of the natural type, burn fruit. So is this your strongest form now? Xie Wen scoffed, having not fought a large enemy in a long time. He initially wanted to test the opponent's big boss form, but seeing Becky's appearance, he felt that this form was already the limit of his current fruit ability development. He didn't believe Becky would intentionally compress his size just because they were in the palace of Giriais. This size was even smaller than the smallest blue bear beast. Losing interest, Xie Wen smirked and concentrated the energy he had just gathered at the tip of his blade then. Monster Hunt Flow. Super Critical Thrust. Wow. Capone Becky, in his castle-like state, suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood, looking in disbelief at the wild blade deeply embedded in his body. His wall-like exterior provided no defensive capability. Not only was he pierced by Xie Wen, but it was as if he had been bombarded by artillery, creating a massive breach. Oh, you're still alive? Xie Wen drew his knife, shook off the blood on it, and raised an eyebrow as he spoke. Although he didn't use hockey in that strike, he certainly didn't hold back. It was aimed directly at Becky's chest. However, perhaps due to the castle people's form, he misjudged the position, or maybe Becky used her devil fruit ability to manage her injuries. But in any case, Becky barely managed to survive. Xie Wen originally planned to go up and finish off Becky, and then use his hunting knife to poke him a bit, hoping to see if he could dig out a sturdy fruit. However, he ultimately did not do so. Uncle Cody stepped in to stop him. Stop it, Xie Wen. Uncle Cody looked at Xie Wen and the two cats with a surprised expression, and advised, the other two families of Gules have already been wiped out. If the Capone family falls as well, the situation here will become very troublesome. Xie Wen frowned. To be honest, he didn't really believe this reason. Cody used to be a Navy officer, and a very beloved one at that. Xie Wen didn't think his nice guy attribute would have any effect on a mafia boss like Capone Becky. But anyway, Uncle Cody had taken care of him before, and he seemed to be hiding a mysterious identity. So there must be other reasons for stopping Xie Wen. Since you said so, Uncle, Xie Wen sheathed his weapon, then said to Capone Becky, who had returned to his normal appearance but was covered in blood. Well, shouldn't Boss Becky give me some compensation? Cough, cough, cough. After coughing up more blood, Capone Becky covered the wound that was finally not so severe after returning to normal and decisively admitted defeat. You win. Just say what you want. In just this short time, the losses of the Capone family had far exceeded those of the other two families they had just dealt with, and he had nearly lost his life himself. What else could he do but admit defeat? Well, seeing Becky so sensible, Xie Wen nodded in satisfaction, thought for a moment, and said, My cats, I want to go to sea, but we still need a ship, and I also need a good quality famous sword. The chance of obtaining a devil fruit from Becky's corpse was very low. It was better to directly trade for a famous sword to securely obtain a summoning ticket fragment. Thinking this way, letting Becky go seemed to be more cost-effective. No problem. Just a ship. Wait a moment. I'll have someone take you to the port. No matter which ship you choose, you can just take it. As for the famous sword, I will have someone deliver it to you as soon as possible, and it won't be later than 3 days. Becky agreed without hesitation. For the Capone family, a ship was not a big deal at all. Even if Xie Wen chose the largest one, he didn't feel any pain over it. In this ocean-dominated world, the cost of ordinary ships was not high. As for the famous sword, its price wasn't particularly high either, especially since Xie Wen didn't have specific requirements for the sword's quality. Therefore, Becky had no intention of haggling with Xie Wen over this. He was more worried about what other exorbitant demands the other party might make next. Capone Becky stared intensely at Xie Wen, his eyes cold and fierce. Xie Wen calmly looked back at Becky, his eyes clear and innocent. What else? The two stared at each other for a while, and unable to hold back. Becky spoke first, waiting for Xie Wen to continue proposing conditions. He had to speak up. His injuries needed treatment. What else? Xie Wen feigned innocence. So, you just want a boat and a knife? Becky almost spat out blood again. Was he seriously injured by this little brat over such trivial matters? All right. Xie Wen suddenly slapped his palm, realizing, you are wealthy? Then let's add another 50 million berries. Puffed. This time, Capone Becky really spat blood, even wanted to slap himself for saying too much. However, he still grimly agreed. Understood. Once the knife is delivered, I will send someone to bring the knife and the money to you. After saying that, Becky quickly and awkwardly left the hall with his subordinates, fearing that Xie Wen would say something else to raise his blood pressure. Did I price it too low? Seeing Capone Becky agree without hesitation and then choose to leave, Xie Wen felt a bit regretful and slapped his forehead. Initially, he wanted to ask for 300 or 500 million, but he was worried that if he pushed too hard, Becky would choose to break off negotiations. So he finally just proposed 50 million berries to test the waters. And unexpectedly, the other party agreed without even furrowing an eyebrow. Well, there's a slight furrow, but that was mostly due to pain, not related to the compensation. There was no way around it. Before crossing over, the largest sum of money Xie Wen had dealt with was the down payment for buying a house. Moreover, He had only recently come into contact with the prices in this world and hadn't yet gotten used to the outrageous prices in the pirate world, so he didn't have a concept of asking for more. To put it inappropriately, it was like the emperor's gold shoulder pole. Xie Wen's spending habits limited his ability to ask for a lion's share. However, Xie Wen quickly pushed aside his feelings of regret. Anyway, he had already secured the boat and the knife, and he could find ways to earn money later. After all, his golden finger wasn't some pay-to-win system. Berries were just one of the indirect means to obtain summoning tickets, and their importance wasn't that high. The key point was, Xie Wen Gidge is so amazing. Kelly jumped onto his shoulder, hugging his head and licking it. So, are we getting our own ship? Even Sanji climbed onto Xie Wen's other shoulder, gently patting his cheek with his little paw and asking, in front of the cats, what berries and famous swords had to take a back seat. At this moment, Cody and Bucks also came forward. Although they had a certain understanding of Xie Wen's strength, the recent battle still surprised them. I didn't expect your strength to be this strong, Xie Wen. Bucks felt a bit deflated, thinking all his years of swordsmanship training had been in vain. After sizing up Xie Wen in surprise, Cody finally spoke. Are you interested in joining the Navy? I can recommend you to the Navy headquarters for further training. No, I still need to search for their kind. The Navy isn't suitable for me. Xie Wen rejected with the same excuse again. If you join the Navy, you can use official intelligence channels to help search for them. Isn't that more convenient than looking for them by yourself? Cody persisted in persuading him. And once you come out of the training camp, you can choose to join special units with more freedom. If the Airou are really scattered throughout the pirate world, then Cody's suggestion would actually be the best solution. However, the problem is that those cats were actually summoned by Xie Wen, so using the Navy's intelligence wouldn't be meaningful. As for joining special units with higher freedom, no matter how free they are, he would still have to follow the commands from above. Even joining the most autonomous sword would be the same. So Xie Wen shook his head and pointed at the two cats on his shoulders, rejecting again. Still no, neither I nor they like to be constrained. That's right, Meow. Kelly loves adventure and bombs the most. There was no need to add the latter part. Xie Wen helplessly pinched her little face. Adventure? Cody's eyes narrowed. Do you plan to become pirates? Kelly doesn't want to be a bad guy, Meow. Before Xie Wen could explain, the little plush toy on his shoulder had already angrily retorted. Kelly will only blow up all the bad guys, Meow. Xie Wen shrugged. I have no interest in becoming a pirate at all. If I really wanted to be a pirate, I wouldn't agree to be your bodyguard. I'd just go robbing directly. This statement was quite persuasive, and even more convincing was that Cody knew how much Xie Wen usually spoiled Kelly. So he relaxed a bit and stopped persuading him, but still curiously asked, so what do you plan to do in the future? 50 million berries sounds like a lot, but it doesn't last long, especially when you have to search for people. Xie Wen had actually thought about this issue. Although he intended to form an investigation team, there were no gathering tasks here for him to make money. So he naturally needed to find other ways to earn money. Fortunately, there are quite a few ways to make money in the pirate world. If he couldn't be a monster hunter, he could always become a bounty hunter. Besides being a bounty hunter, hunting sea beasts and sea kings, running a trade, or even opening a mobile restaurant at sea are all good options. He could even write some short stories to contribute to newspapers. Kelly really enjoys listening to his stories. That's right, Meow. The stories that Brother Xie Wen tells are so interesting. And the food that Brother Sanji makes is super delicious. Kelly enthusiastically supported him, as usual, then added, Kelly can also fry fish to sell, Meow. Let's skip the last one. Xie Wen glanced at the excited Kelly and ultimately decided not to dampen the enthusiasm of the little puppet. Lord Xie Wen, the Godfather asked me to take you to the harbor to choose a ship. As Xie Wen and the others exited the palace, a member of the Capone family, who had been waiting for a long time, immediately approached them. Go ahead, I don't think anyone in the entire Gules would dare to provoke us now, Uncle Cody said with a smile, waving at Xie Wen. Thus, Xie Wen temporarily parted ways with the cats and Uncle Cody, following the little brother to a harbor in Gules. This harbor is normally not open to the public, only accessible to members of the three major families, but now it belonged solely to the Capone family. Lord Xie Wen, you can choose any ship from this harbor, and if there are any facilities missing on the ship, just let me know, and we will make up for it, the little brother said respectfully. Xie Wen did not rush to choose a boat, but turned to look at the Sanji cat resting on his shoulder. He saw the little yellow cat stretch its head out, its pair of curled ears rotating like radar. After a moment, it nodded and said, I haven't found anyone nearby, so there shouldn't be an ambush. Is there really no ambush? Xie Wen raised his eyebrows in slight surprise. This didn't seem like Capone Beach's character. The little brother leading the way next to him twitched his cheeks a few times, forcing out a smile, and said, Lord Xie Wen is joking. Although we are a gang, We are also willing to accept the stakes. Xie Wen shrugged non-committally and then said to the two cats on his shoulder, come on. Which ship do you like the most here? Kelly liked the biggest one. The little ragdoll pointed without hesitation to a ship that was at least 5 or 6 stories tall, and its exact size couldn't be determined for now because it was too high. A ship this big can't be operated by just the 3 of us. Xie Wen smiled wryly and patted Kelly's little head, saying that it wouldn't be too late to switch to a bigger ship when we have more companions. All right then, Kelly said, wagging her tail, reluctantly turning her gaze to the smaller ships. After looking for a long time, she still couldn't make up her mind, and finally just shook her fluffy little head, saying that it would be better for Sanji brother to choose for her. Xie Wen turned to Sanji, and they both had the same thought. Klee's request came first. If Klee didn't have a particular favorite, then it would be up to Sanji to choose. After all, among them, Sanji had the most extensive knowledge of sailing. Letting Klee choose first wasn't just about pampering her, although that was the main reason. Let's not forget that Klee was a lucky cat under the protection of the Clover. In the absence of a definite answer, listening to Klee was definitely the right choice. Since she hadn't given a specific target, it indicated that there wasn't a significant difference between these ships. So, it didn't really matter which one they chose. It mainly had to be suitable for them, and that was where Sanji needed to step in. While Klee was struggling with her decision, Sanji had already picked out the ship he had in mind. That ship looked pretty good and met their requirements. Sanji pointed to a small sailboat in the corner. It was a single-masted small sailboat, and in terms of size, it should be a bit smaller than the Going Merry. In fact, among all the ships in the port, it ranked among the smallest, with a negligible difference compared to the tiniest one. Moreover, it didn't even have a figurehead, just a very ordinary bowsprit. However, considering the current manpower in Xie Wen's team, this type of ship was actually quite suitable, at least much better than their original wooden raft. It was just unclear how Carp and Beiji would react upon learning that they had chosen such a small boat. Would he be so furious that he'd spit blood again? Anyway, the expression on the face of that Carp and family's little brother was quite amusing at the moment. But to be fair, being a little brother had its perks. He quickly adjusted his mindset, complimenting Sanji's good eye while introducing the specifications of the ship and other details. Xie Wen casually listened for a moment, but didn't pay much attention since he couldn't understand anyway. Did it matter how high the ship was, how long it was, or how deep it was in the water? Well, maybe the last one was a bit important, but they had 3 space equipment on their side, and there would be more in the future, so it wasn't that important. So Xie Wen directly waved his hand to interrupt the introduction of that little brother. Stop talking. It's better to just get on the ship and take a look. Under the guidance of that little brother, Xie Wen and the others took a tour around the ship and were quite satisfied overall. Not only was there a complete set of furniture and daily necessities, but there was also a separate bathroom, and even the provisions and fresh water in the storage were fully stocked. The key point was that Capone Beach hadn't made any moves on the ship, which could also be because he didn't expect Xie Wen to choose such a small ship. Therefore, to prevent Beach from secretly tampering with things, it was safer to take the ship away. What was your name again? Xie Wen suddenly remembered that he hadn't asked for the other's name. Just call me Robbie, Lord Xie Wen. Robbie, you should know how to operate this ship, right? Of course, operating such a small vessel isn't complicated. Robbie's expression showed some confusion. After all, in this world, sailing was considered a necessary skill. Big ships were a different story, but for small boats, even some children could master them. To compare, it was probably similar to riding a bicycle or an electric scooter before Xie Wen crossed over. Oh, that's good. Then you could teach us how to operate it. Having lived inland since childhood, Xie Wen didn't think it was a problem that he couldn't operate a ship. Not to mention, he had only been to the seaside a few times. Robbie looked at Xie Wen in disbelief, wanting to confirm if he was joking. After realizing that Xie Wen genuinely didn't know how to sail, Robbie quickly adjusted his mindset and began to teach seriously. As he said, operating such a small vessel wasn't complicated. And with Xie Wen having some experience on a wooden raft, though most of the time it was Sanji Cat steering the boat, he had learned a bit. After a detailed lesson from Robbie, Xie Wen began to practice maneuvering the single-masted sailboat near the harbor, and soon he— Ahem, Sanji, you should have learned by now, right? From now on, you will be our helmsman. Xie Wen patted Little Yellow's head, assigning him an important task. Robbie, Xie Wen, you really are a fool. Unlike Xie Wen, the useless biped, Sanji Cat quickly mastered the correct driving method, skillfully maneuvering the ship through the waves near the harbor while smugly mocking him. Master Xie went on of the Kanglan Star. How could he possibly argue with an Airou? So he pretended not to hear. All right, we'll take the ship away. And let Baiki remember to bring the famous sword and the money I asked for to the inn early. You should know where I'm staying. Xie Wen said to Robbie, seemingly completely unaware of the other's complex gaze. Then I'll take my leave first, Lord Xie Wen. Robbie, who had been left behind on the ship, adjusted his expression, bowed to Xie Wen, and then left the port. Meanwhile, Sanji Miao was steering the ship that now belonged to them towards the port where the Cody merchant ship was docked. By the way, should we give this ship a name? Xie Wen suddenly asked while holding Clean Miao, replenishing cat energy. He remembered that ships in comics seemed to have their own names. Although they would definitely change ships in the future, and this one didn't even have a figurehead, it was still their first proper ship, so it deserved a name as a keepsake. Sure, let's call it the Doo-Doo Advance. Clean Miao quickly agreed, and came up with a name that was very much in her style. That name is fine, Xie Wen said nonchalantly, but he reminded her, however, we will have to change this ship eventually. Clee, are you sure you want to use this name for it? Woo. The little puppet instantly fell into a dilemma. Oh, right. Sanji Miao clapped his paws. I originally wanted to call it the Beautiful Big Sister. I won't use that name even if we change ships. Xie Wen shot a fierce glare at the little yellow one and casually came up with a name himself, since it was just a temporary ship. He decided to call it Explorer No. 1. Neither the troubled Clee Miao nor the disgruntled Sanji Miao objected. Thus, the name of the first ship of the Airou investigation team was set. The next morning, a sleepy Xie Wen was awakened by a series of urgent knocks on the door. Who is it? Xie Wen first set aside the two cats that were lying on him, then yawned and unsteadily climbed up, because they finally had their own boat. The two Ailurers were so excited last night that they couldn't sleep. Kelly Miao first insisted on him telling a long story about Naruto, then played a chasing game with Sanji Miao, and both games mostly revolved around him. The two cats kept messing around until dawn before finally falling into a deep sleep on him. As a result, Xie Wen had just closed his eyes for 2 or 3 hours when someone came to knock on the door. Oh, it's you, Uncle Barkus. What's the matter? Xie Wen continued yawning and asked with his head nodding. The Capone family has sent over the knife and the money. You should go down and receive it. Barkus said, looking at Xie Wen's appearance, feeling speechless. His heart was too big. Oh, the money is here. Xie Wen, who was just feeling drowsy, immediately perked up, and even the two cats that had been napping on the bed were instantly awake, jumping to Xie Wen's side in a flash. They weren't very concerned about the money. The key was that famous knife, which might yield new summoning tickets. So Xie Wen quickly changed his clothes and followed Uncle Barkus downstairs, where he found that the member of the Capone family delivering the knife and money was actually a familiar face. Lord Xie Wen, everything you wanted is here, Vito said, placing a long knife and a box in front of Xie Wen, while casting a complex glance at Sanji Miao beside him. What Miao? Do you want to get hit by me again, Miao? Sanji Miao waved his paw at him. Twirl, I'm not your match, Lick. Of course. I'm not interested in getting beaten again. Vito raised his hands and took 2 steps back with a wry smile. Besides that annoying catchphrase, Vito also had a very distinctive laugh, much like many characters in One Piece. Xie Wen ignored his interaction with Sanji and didn't check if there were 50 million berries in the box. Instead, he immediately picked up the famous sword. Putting aside his character, Capone Beej was indeed straightforward in his actions, though it could also be that he was intimidated by Xie Wen. In any case, the famous sword he found for himself was also a large katana, even longer than the wild katana that Cody had given him, and only slightly shorter than the shod white nagi. The overall color scheme of the sword's fittings was primarily orange and yellow. To be more precise, the scabbard was orange, while the handle was yellow, and the guard had a very traditional cross shape, or you could say it resembled a 4-part papaya shape. Xie Wen drew his sword and was surprised to find that the blade exhibited a gorgeous red color, giving it an inexplicable allure. He then raised the sword and casually swung it a couple of times. Indeed, it felt subtly more comfortable than the wild katana he had used before, which should not be just his illusion. Well, it was indeed a famous sword. However, to be fair, Xie Wen still felt that the most user-friendly sword was the salted fish katana in his spatial bag. After all, his swordsmanship was honed with the fresh sword and by nagi, so he naturally was most familiar with it. What is this sword called? Xie Wen sheathed the sword and asked the strange gunman, Veet. He was not Dashki, nor even a local, so without looking at the hunter's manual, he naturally knew nothing about these famous swords. Veet quickly introduced, this sword is called Chanyua, one of the 50 fine swords delivered overnight from another island by our people. It was indeed just a fine sword, and Xie Wen nodded without surprise. It wasn't that he didn't want to ask for a higher grade. It was just that finding a famous sword of the great sword level wasn't so easy, even for the Capone family. He didn't have that much time to waste here. Anyway, for Xie Wen, as long as he got the sword and could unlock the illustration to exchange for summoning tickets, the grade wasn't that important. Great, now we have settled the payment. Xie Wen sheathed the sword and said to Veet, Feel free to come back to trouble me. Oh, Master Xie Wen is joking. One lesson is enough, Vite replied, twisting his long tongue and forcing a smile, then awkwardly made a gentleman's gesture towards Xie Wen. Well then, I won't disturb you any longer. After saying that, he quickly left the inn. After he left, Xie Wen yawned again, and his mental state quickly declined. Holding the sword in one hand and carrying the box in the other, he shook his head at Bacchus. Uncle, I'm going back to catch up on sleep. See you in a bit. Go ahead, go ahead. I'll have the innkeeper save breakfast for you. Bacchus waved his hand impatiently and ran off to report back to Cody. When Xie Wen staggered back to his room, he perked up again. Catching up on sleep was just an excuse. He was in a rush to get back to unlock the illustrations. By the way, there was no character illustration for Capone Beiji in the Hunter's Manual. But thinking about it, it made sense. There were no NPC illustrations in the game either. Faster, Meow. Hurry up, Meow. Let's see if the weapon page in the manual is unlocked, Meow. Sanji meowed impatiently, even more eager than Xie Wen. Kelly was perched on Xie Wen's shoulder as usual, excitedly pawing at his ear with her little paws, asking Brother Xie Wen, are we going to have new partners again, Meow? It was probably still early for partners. While rummaging through the manual, Xie Wen poured cold water on the two cats, saying it was most likely just another fragment of a summoning ticket, and a different color one at that. Oh, the excitement of the little ragdoll immediately diminished by half, but Sanji's attitude remained upbeat. That's still pretty good, Meow. And doesn't that mean we'll at least have 3 partners in the future, Meow? Xiao Huang shook his head, eagerly anticipating if they're all big sisters. That would be wonderful, Meow. Well, it seemed that even without Xie Wen's reminder, Sanji was already prepared to summon a non-big sister type Airou, thanks to Kelly's previous experience. That was good. With the mental preparation, it would save him from having to comfort her later on. Xie Wen thought to himself and flipped to the weapon page in the Hunter's Manual. This page, which had long revealed its type, was now unlocked without any surprise. The description of the famed sword, Changyue, was much more detailed, including data on length, weight, blade width, as well as information on the blacksmith, materials used, and its history. However, before Xie Wen could examine it closely, a familiar scene appeared. A white light shone, and a serrated square piece of paper emerged between the pages. As expected, it was a fragment, and Xie Wen even guessed correctly that the color was different. The new fragment was primarily iron gray, with silver gray patterns that easily evoked thoughts of swords. It seemed that this summoned Airou was definitely of the cutting type, and most likely wielded a great sword. As for who could be summoned, there were too many possibilities to guess, and Xie Wen didn't care who it was. So, after glancing at it casually, he put the new summoning ticket fragment and the manual away, and also stuffed the box containing 50 million berries and the discarded wild great sword back into his hunter's pouch. Then, he thought, time to catch up on sleep. Where shall we go next? Xie Wen's gaze moved back and forth on the map in the Hunter's Manual, selecting their next destination. At this moment, he and the 2 Airou had boarded the newly acquired Explorer No. 1 and were sailing away from Gules. The guard duty was over, the necessary ships, weapons, and money were all acquired, and the map of Gules had been completed long ago, so there was no reason for Xie Wen to stay there any longer. After catching up on some sleep and saying a brief farewell to Uncle Cody and the others, Xie Wen set sail with the 2 cats. However, before leaving, Uncle Cody suggested that Xie Wen apply for a sailing permit. Although nowadays, whether or not one had this permit wasn't a big deal at sea, having it could save a lot of trouble. According to Uncle Cody, even if Klee accidentally blew up someone else's street again in the future, as long as they showed this permit to the Navy, they wouldn't be classified as pirates. Of course, any compensation still had to be paid. However, this permit would only be effective with the Navy. It wouldn't matter to the Celestial Dragons. Even many people in the Allied countries were too lazy to care about it. Unless Xie Wen could obtain a permit issued by the Holy Land. But if I could really get a permit from Holy Land, wouldn't it be better to just become a warlord? Xie Wen quietly curled his lips and casually brushed off Uncle Cody's suggestion. The Capone family didn't send anyone to catch up, so it seemed there was no extra money to be made. Sanji, who had been watching from the top of the mast for a long time, returned to the deck and kicked Xie Wen, who was staring at the Hunter's Manual, twice. Haven't you decided on the next destination yet? Then why not think it over before setting sail? Xie Wen didn't say anything, just glanced at Kelly Meow, who was running around crazily on the ship. Well, since that's the case, then forget it, Meow. Sanji Meow scratched his head and immediately stopped questioning Xie Wen's choice, instead moving closer to him to help with the selection. According to Xie Wen's original plan, he intended to head straight to the East Sea after obtaining the ship. But with his understanding of the current situation, he wasn't in such a hurry anymore. After all, there were still several years before the plot began, And the 3 generations of Go Slash and Snow Walk were still in Road Town and wouldn't run away. Moreover, the West Sea didn't seem too dangerous, so there was no need to make a quick escape. Most importantly, their starting location was slightly off. Well, calling it off might not be appropriate. It was actually quite close to the central area of the West Sea. To be precise, it was a bit far from the East Sea. If not counting flying, there were 3 main routes for traveling between the 4 seas. The first was to cross the Red Line controlled by the world government. With Xie Wen's current clean identity, traversing the Red Line wouldn't be a big problem. However, the issue was that from his current location, heading to the nearest Red Line wasn't much different from crossing half of the West Sea. The second route was to go through the Calm Belt to the Grand Line, and then pass through the Calm Belt to reach another sea area. But without Sea Prism Stone, even a small ship like the Explorer one wouldn't be able to do it. Even if they had the Thousand Sunny later on, it wouldn't work. Even with Sea Prism Stone, without a log pose or permanent pose, who knows where they would end up in the unpredictable climate of the Grand Line. Moreover, the distance to the Calm Belt wasn't much closer than the Red Line, because the 4 seas were cross-sectioned by the 2 latitude and longitude lines of the Grand Line and the Red Line. Xie Wen, who was in the central position of the West Sea, had roughly the same distance no matter which way he went. The last method was to head to the 4 different sea areas from the 4 reverse current rivers of Upside Down Mountain. Well, when Xie Wen learned about the third method, he was somewhat surprised, because according to his vague memory, it seemed that once you climbed Upside Down Mountain, you couldn't turn back. But upon further thought, he realized this was unlikely, as in the original work. The Krieg pirates were chased back by Mihawk after entering the Grand Line. As a pirate who could only dominate the East Sea with a bounty of less than 20 million, Krieg couldn't take his pirate ship to the Red Line, so he could only return the way he came. Indeed, while the waters of the reverse current river were quite turbulent with the physical quality of people in this world, they could still paddle back with some effort. Additionally, Xie Wen had specifically asked Uncle Cody and learned that the reverse current river would, at certain times, be affected by tides and return to a normal downstream river. However, there was still that problem. Upside Down Mountain was located above the Red Line, far from them, considering that even if they went to the East Sea, they would still need to return to the West Sea to open up the map. It would be better to fully explore the map in the West Sea first. After obtaining the summoning ticket, they could then head to the East Sea. Perhaps they could even summon a few Airou along the way. So rather than saying Xie Wen was looking for the next destination, it would be more accurate to say he was planning the route. Otherwise, he would have just let Kelly Meow randomly point to an island. Xie Wen first determined that their last stop in the West Sea would be Reverse Mountain. Although there were 2 other routes to choose from, the Grand Line and the Doldrums could basically be ignored, and on the other side of the Red Earth continent, which is adjacent to the West Sea, lies the South Sea. To enter the East Sea from the West Sea, apart from having to reach the Red Earth continent and then travel a distance no shorter than the sailing distance, they could only go through the intersection points of the 2 lines of latitude and longitude. One of the intersection points is the Holy Land Mary Geos, the place with the most celestial dragons, and Xie Wen would have to be out of his mind to take Airou there. The other intersection point is Reverse Mountain. Moreover, there are 2 benefits to heading to Reverse Mountain. First, the entrance to the East Sea is very close to Road Town. To be precise, Road Town is right next to the entrance of the East Sea leading into Reverse Mountain. The second benefit is that they can see the island whale Laboon. Xie Wen is not very interested in enlightening a single-minded whale, nor does he have the verbal talent of a passionate protagonist like Luffy. The main reason is that such a large whale will definitely make it into the Hunter's Manual's illustrated guide. Xie Wen suddenly remembered something. Isn't Laba the whale that Brook and the others brought from the West Sea? So it's possible for me to unlock the island whale's Pokédex in the West Sea. Well, now there's only one benefit to going to Reverse Mountain. Xie Wen curled his lips and shifted his attention back to the map. It wasn't a big deal anyway. After confirming the last stop, planning the route became simple, and Xie Wen quickly selected the next destination. The Shattered Bone Islands didn't sound like a good place, but the bold and skilled Xie Wen wouldn't change his plans just because of name. Just as Xie Wen was turning the ship's wheel to change the course of the Explorer No. 1, an excited shout suddenly came from the warehouse where fresh water and food were stored. Brother Xie Wen, Kelly, caught a thief. Xie Wen immediately released the ship's helm and rushed into the warehouse with Sanji. He saw Klee, whose tail had exploded, raising her hands and menacingly clawing at a corner of the warehouse. In that corner, there was a figure crouching and trembling with their hands on their head. "Please, don't kill me. I'm not a thief," the figure panically defended themselves. A woman? Hearing that delicate voice, Xie Wen felt a surge of joy in his heart. Could this be the classic hero saving beauty scenario that every traveler must experience? He wasn't being overly excited. It was just that encountering such a classic scene suddenly filled him with inexplicable excitement. Moreover, side quests like this usually come with decent rewards, which made Xie Wen even more eager. Ahem, Xie Wen pretended to clear his throat, then suppressed his excitement, and said in a calm tone, "Don't worry. We're not bad people. We won't kill you randomly." While saying this, he picked up Klee, who was still intimidating the figure, and held her in his arms. Meanwhile, Sanji glanced at Xie Wen sideways. Although he didn't say anything, it felt like he had said everything. Xie Wen ignored the disdainful gaze of Xiao Huan, who was judging him based on his own standards, and continued, "However, you still need to explain why you ended up on our ship." I am hiding from the Capone family's pursuit," the figure replied weakly, as if sensing the kindness in Xie Wen's words. Gradually, they stopped trembling and cautiously lifted half of their head, revealing a pair of timid eyes. Although only half of their face was visible and the lighting in the warehouse was poor, it was clear enough to see that the other person was a beauty. Indeed, it was a classic case of a hero saving a damsel in distress. The warehouse was not a suitable place for conversation, so the group moved to the deck, where the appearance of the stowaway was fully revealed to Xie Wen. She was indeed a stunning beauty. The other person looked a bit older than Xie Wen, appearing to be in her 20s, and she was quite tall, not much shorter than him. Her slender figure, paired with a women's black suit characteristic of the West Sea, made her already fair skin stand out even more. Her long black hair was styled in a high ponytail, giving her a capable vibe. Most importantly, her figure was truly impressive. However, in the world of pirates, women generally had striking figures, especially in this age group that hadn't yet fallen victim to the Oda curse. Even if they were not particularly good-looking, their figures still made a strong impression. "My name is Atilia, and I am a maid of the Buono family." After a brief self-introduction, Atilia explained her situation. The Capone and Simpern families suddenly attacked the Buono family's residence. I escaped amidst the chaos, and to avoid being caught by them, I secretly hid on this ship. Shortly after escaping, I learned that the owner of this ship had dealt a significant blow to the Capone family, so I thought hiding here would be safe, and they wouldn't dare come aboard to search. "Can you take me in?" "I'm very capable," Atilia bowed and pleaded. "I don't want to fall into the hands of the mafia." "Brother Xie Wen, why don't we help her? She looks so pitiful," meowed the little cat girl. Although she had previously tried to intimidate Atilia without any real effect, that was because she mistook her for a thief. But Kelly was essentially a pure and kind-hearted child. However, Xie Wen was not as easily persuaded as the little plush doll. He rubbed his chin and questioned, "If you're just a maid, why would the Capone family want to capture you? Although you are indeed quite beautiful, it doesn't seem worth their effort to go after you." "That's because," Atilia gritted her teeth and replied, "I overheard a secret that has something to do with the attack on the Buono family." "Oh," Xie Wen raised his eyebrows, a thought flickering in his mind. Could it really be such a coincidence? Could it be related to Uncle Cody's identity? Before he could confirm with Atilia, she took the initiative to say, "This secret also involves your previous employer, and there are many forces involved. Are you sure you still want to hear it?" "It really is." Xie Wen habitually smacked his lips and then nodded. Although he had no intention of investigating Uncle Cody's identity before, now that this secret was laid out before him, he naturally wanted to satisfy his curiosity. Moreover, he glanced at the two Airou who had perked up their ears. Even if he didn't want to listen, the curious little cats probably wouldn't agree to that. "All right then." Atilia took a few deep breaths and said seriously, "The Buono family has always wanted to turn Gules into a member state, and the key figure in their plan is that merchant named Cody. His true identity is an agent of CP4, the secret spy agency directly under the world government." Huh. Xie Wen was truly shocked this time, because Uncle Cody's kind-hearted nature didn't seem to resemble that of spy at all. Wait. Rob Lucci and the others were also trusted partners by the ship workers in Water 7 before their exposure. Just as Xie Wen was astonished by Uncle Cody's identity, Kelly, who was being held in his arms, started to express her dissatisfaction by tapping his nose with her little paws. "Brother Xie Wen, what does spy mean? Hurry up and explain it to Kelly." "A spy." Xie Wen snapped back to reality and thought for a moment, then explained in a way that Kelly could understand. "It's similar to someone like Yakushi Kabuto." "Ah, so Uncle Cody is a bad guy." "Well, how should I put it? Although these spies often do questionable things, they are still part of an official organization, so it's really hard to define good or bad." Xie Wen scratched his head in frustration, unsure how to explain this complex matter to the naive Kelly Meow. Although the CP agents have indeed not been good people based on their past actions, from a nominal and ruling perspective, they actually belong to the justice side, even if this justice has long since deteriorated. It's hard to define, Uncle Kadi is an agent and has little to do with us. Sanji Miao sees through it clearly and points out, aren't we still going to the East China Sea? We might not even be able to see them again in the future. That's true. Xie Wen nodded in agreement, petting Kelly Miao's cat head. Anyway, it doesn't concern us, and he took good care of us before, so there's no need to get tangled up in this. Kelly Miao nodded her head in a way that seemed to understand, and then obediently set the matter aside. Although Uncle Kadi's true identity left Xie when feeling incredulous, it also explained why Bu Wano John and Capone Becky had that attitude towards him. However, there was still one question that puzzled Xie Wen. Can CP agents really influence the decisions of the world government? I'm not sure. Otelia shook her head. I only overheard their conversation. Before this, I didn't even know what CP agents were. Well, that's true. The CP organization usually operates in secrecy, not to mention civilians like Otelia. Even some small royal families may not know of such an organization. Having clarified the origins of the smuggler and learned Uncle Kadi's secret, Xie Wen scratched his head and said to Otelia, it's fine for you to stay for now, but as you just heard, we will be moving around a lot, and it's not suitable to keep you with us all the time. However, I don't plan to change my itinerary. So how about we drop you off when we reach a suitable island? Although Capone Becky will be one of the 5 major gangs in the West Sea in the future, Xie Wen didn't think he would remember an inconsequential maid for long. So as long as Otelia didn't actively seek attention, the Capone family would most likely not bother her. Of course, no problem. Thank you so much, Otelia said excitedly, bowing repeatedly, and then continued. I also underwent some combat training while I was with the Bueno family, and I have quite a bit of knowledge about navigation, being familiar with the nearby waters, so I definitely won't hold you back. Xie Wen was a bit tempted to keep Otelia on the ship, since she seemed so capable. But in the end, he still gave up on that idea. The reason Xie Wen would give up such a capable beauty is primarily because they have too many secrets. The space equipment is just a minor issue. He can explain it as some kind of devil fruit ability, and there are many magical items like the sky shell in the Grand Line. When summoning the new Airou, he can't always avoid Otelia, right? However, considering the situation when Kelly was summoned, it seems that complete avoidance might not be necessary, but there's still too many uncertainties. Another issue is that they will inevitably have to go to the Grand Line in the future. Although Otelia claims she has undergone some combat training, the Buono family has been wiped out. How strong can a maid be? It would be better for her to live a peaceful life as an ordinary person in the West Sea. Although ordinary people in this world also face dangers, it is still much safer than the Grand Line. At worst, he could send Otelia to Uncle Cody's hometown, where the Navy and a CP agent would look after her, and she should be safe there. Besides, Otelia's identity is somewhat questionable. Xie Wen feels that she is more likely to be an important member of the Buono family rather than just a maid. He is certainly not afraid of the Capone family coming for revenge, but he's also not interested in protecting a gangster. The key point is that she obviously does not intend to follow him all the time. Thus, Xie Wen smiled at Otelia and said, well then, welcome to temporarily join the Airou investigation team. I must say, Otelia is indeed quite versatile. Aside from cooking, which Sanji takes the lead on, she has taken on almost all other ship duties. In addition to daily work, Otelia can help with navigation. When Xie Wen is exercising, she can also take care of Kelly. Well, it means that when Kelly is making toys, Xie Wen has to step in. Otherwise, he could completely be a hands-off manager. Moreover, Otelia is familiar with many islands in the West Sea, which allows Xie Wen and the others to be somewhat prepared before they arrive. For example, the first destination after the departure of Explorer No. 1. The Bonebreaker Islands do not have any towns, as they are not suitable for habitation. Otelia explained to Xie Wen and the others that the reason it is called the Bonebreaker Islands is because there are many undercurrents and reefs between the islands. And there are also some ferocious fish and sea beasts that attack ships. The bones here mainly refer to the broken keel of the ships. After listening to Otelia's introduction, Xie Wen couldn't help but feel a wave of fear. Fortunately, he had learned about the situation over there in advance. Otherwise, with a small boat like Explorer No. 1 and his and Sanji's limited sailing abilities, even with Klee's luck, they would definitely be in big trouble. However, since they already knew about the situation on Bone Fragment Island, things became much easier. Xie Wen shrugged and said, at worst, we could just anchor the ship on the outskirts and swim in, right? Didn't they say there are sea beasts? It would be a good option to subdue one and have it lead the way. According to the setting of One Piece, sea kings and sea beasts are different. Sea kings only obey the commands of the sea king, while sea beasts can be tamed. Like the bull-headed sea beast from the Don Quixote pirates and the pair of sea beasts that look like horses raised by Frankie and his family. Otelia was quite puzzled by this. There's not a single person there. What are you going to do? She asked. There used to be a pirate crew that occupied that place due to its geographical advantage. But later they found that resupplying was a hassle every time they returned. So they gradually abandoned it. So there probably won't be any treasures inside. The only valuable resources are probably the fish and sea beasts there, which are considered rare ingredients. You know, we're called the Airou investigation team, Xie Wen patiently explained. But to be precise, we should actually be called the exploration team or search team. Our purpose is to find scattered Ailus. That place may not be suitable for human survival, but might not be the same for Ailus. This was naturally an excuse that Xie Wen had thought of long ago. However, it wasn't entirely wrong to say so, as they indeed could increase the number of Ailus just by running around. Moreover, exploration in this world was not just about summoning more Ailus. As mentioned before, Xie Wen had no interest in the great treasure or becoming the pirate king. And if he had the opportunity and ability to help overthrow the celestial dragons, he would certainly lend a hand. But to consider it a personal career or life goal, he had not reached that level. However, since he had come to such a fantastical world, to say that he didn't want to explore would definitely be a lie. So even without the current lucky circumstances, Xie Wen would still roam the seas after gaining some strength and eventually enter the Grand Line. The Ailus were just a reason for him to do so. aTalking looked at the two cats beside Xie Wen, hesitated for a moment, and finally sighed, I understand. They are indeed worth you doing this. Although it felt like aTalking's emotions were a bit strange, Xie Wen didn't pay much attention to it. He gently scratched Klee's chin and teased, you heard that, right? When we get to Bone Fragment Island, we need to swim to the island. Klee, you can't swim. So why not stay here and watch the ship? No way, Meow. The little plush toy that had been enjoying Xie Wen's massage immediately exploded with energy. Klee wanted to go on an adventure on the island. Sanji, as the cook, should be the one to stay and watch the ship, Meow. Faced with her second favorite thing, Klee didn't hesitate to throw Sanji under the bus. Well, Klee's favorite thing, of course, was to tinker with various explosives. Xie Wen definitely wouldn't really let Kelly Meow stay on the ship. Not to mention Kelly Meow's treasure hunting talent. He was worried that if he left her alone on the ship, by the time he returned, Explorer number 1 would be nothing but a pile of broken wood. But raising a person without teasing them is like not raising them at all, right? No matter how much Xie Wen spoiled Kelly Meow, he still had to tease her when the time was right. But I need Sanji to come with me to pick ingredients. Xie Wen reasonably advised, so it's still more appropriate for Kelly to stay and watch the ship. Regarding teasing Kelly Meow, Sanji was on the same side as Xie Wen. He not only didn't speak up for Kelly Meow, but also sincerely agreed. Xie Wen is right, Meow, and besides, we're going to land on an archipelago, which requires swimming back and forth, so it's safer for you to stay on the ship, Kelly's sister. Kelly could swim too. The little plushie started throwing a tantrum, saying that Xie Wen Gidge tricked her into eating that awful strange fruit. Now he wouldn't take her to play. You're all bullying Kelly Meow. At first, aTalking, who was smiling and watching Xie Wen and the others fool around, was slightly taken aback and curiously asked, after eating it, Kelly can't swim? Did Kelly also eat a devil fruit? Xie Wen casually nodded, as if to answer her question, then feeling that he had already teased enough. He turned to coax the little plush toy rolling on the deck. All right, I was just joking with you. How could I bear to leave Klee all alone? Xie Wen picked up Kelly and rubbed her little head with his cheek, and even his voice unconsciously became a little higher. As a result, the Sanji who had just aided the villain now jumped in to sabotage. Are you worried that Kelly will blow up Explorer number 1? You're so chatty. Xie Wen glared fiercely at the little rascal. Fortunately, Kelly Meow still loved him. Although she bit his arm hard, she immediately followed it up by carefully licking the bite marks, afraid of hurting Xie Wen. After that, the little angel Kelly Meow naturally forgave Xie Wen, much to the disappointment of Sanji Meow, who wanted to see a good show. After a while, they arrived near Bone Fragment Island. According to the original plan, Xie Wen dropped anchor at the edge and had Kelly Meow hug his neck and lie down on his back, then brought Sanji Meow to the side of the ship. So, I'll leave the task of watching the ship to you, Xie Wen said as he turned to aTalking. There's plenty of fresh water and food on the ship, and at our speed, we shouldn't take too long to come back. Aren't you afraid I'll take the opportunity to sail away? aTalking asked with a complex expression. Oh right. Xie Wen scratched his head, realizing belatedly. To be fair, they had known each other for less than a week, and there was indeed no reason to trust each other to this extent. Xie Wen thought that since aTalking was alone, she would find it hard to survive at sea, and as long as she wasn't foolish, she wouldn't do such a thing. However, he overlooked the fact that this was not Earth. Most people in this world had experience surviving at sea and possessed a physique that wasn't easily taken down. But since the other party asked, it was clear that she didn't intend to do so and was mostly testing his level of trust in her. So that maid was indeed fake, right? In fact, if not for the skin tone being somewhat off, Xie Wen would have thought she was Nico Robin. After all, with the Western C and the CP, it was hard not to think of her. Xie Wen looked at Otelia and indeed saw tension and vigilance in her eyes. At this moment, if Xie Wen said something like "I believe in you," it might not only prompt Otelia to reveal her true identity, but also help her let down some of her guard. So, Xie Wen shrugged and replied, "Don't worry. If you really do that, you definitely won't get far." After all, she was just a temporary teammate, and Xie Wen wasn't interested in building any rapport. However, Otelia's reaction was somewhat strange. She blinked in a daze, then chuckled and said, "I still need your help to evade the Capone family's pursuit. So I wouldn't do something so foolish." For some reason, Otelia in front of him seemed much more sincere. So this was a correct way for pirates to build rapport? The exploration of Bone Shatter Island was nothing special. Just as Otelia said, there were no humans living there at all. The fierce fish and sea beasts she mentioned posed no threat to Xie Wen and the others. Instead, they became ingredients for Sanji's cooking. Xie Wen initially wanted to capture 1 or 2 sea beasts to help pull their ship. But considering the issue of feeding such a large creature and the uncertainty of whether it would escape while they were relaxed, potentially causing damage to Explorer Number 1, he abandoned that plan. After quickly lighting up the map, Xie Wen returned to the ship with the 2 cats. Of course, they didn't come back empty-handed. In addition to lighting up the map, Xie Wen also unlocked several sea beast entries in the encyclopedia. Sanji's cat obtained a lot of ingredients, and Lucky Klee's cat not only accidentally dug up a ruby, but also found plenty of materials for making explosives. Well, it was hard to say whether that last find was good or bad. In the subsequent journey, the overall situation was similar to that of Bone Shatter Island. Upon reaching a new island or area, Otelia would stay behind to watch the ship, while Xie Wen took the cats ashore to explore. Unfortunately for the beautiful lady, several islands in a row were uninhabited like Bone Shatter Island. However, Xie Wen noted her calm demeanor, suggesting she wasn't too anxious. Even when they finally encountered a small island with people, Otelia didn't want to leave the ship. She still had no intention of disembarking. Although the Capone family stronghold was in Guri Ice, their sphere of influence extended beyond that. They hadn't even left their territory yet. Otelia explained to Xie Wen, "And this island is too small. It would be very difficult for me to find another ship to leave." Although this reason was somewhat reasonable, Xie Wen couldn't help but probe. "Just to clarify, I'm not in a hurry to get you off the ship, but aren't you being a bit too cautious? As far as I know, Capone Becky isn't interested in becoming a member state, and as a maid of the already destroyed Buono family. Even if you know Cody's identity, Becky probably wouldn't take it to heart." This. Otelia's expression changed, and she finally sighed, saying, "I'm sorry, I deceived you. I am not a maid of the Buono family. My full name is Buono Otelia, the 3rd daughter of the Buono family." It turned out to be just as I guessed. After secretly feeling pleased for a while, Xie Wen comforted her thoughtfully. "Don't worry, as long as you're on my ship. We will protect you. Capone Becky shouldn't dare to bother us again. If you really worry about being found by the Capone family, I can send you to Uncle Cody's hometown. With his status and the nearby naval base, it would be very easy for you to live safely." "No, that's not necessary." Otelia declined his kindness with a somewhat strange expression, then softly explained, "I have already decided where to go afterward. When the time is right, I will disembark on my own." Oh, Xie Wen was clear-headed. Obviously, the Buono family had some influence outside of Gules, and Otelia was probably planning to gather her old subordinates. As for what happened next, that was not something Xie Wen needed to concern himself with. He had no interest in avenging the Buono family. After all, it was just gangsters fighting each other. Xie Wen would not entertain the foolish notion that she is innocent, and if I don't help her, she won't be able to defeat Becky simply because Otelia was beautiful. Moreover, Otelia was quite sensible and did not actively seek Xie Wen's help. The next few days were much the same as before, just a cycle of sailing, disembarking, and sailing again. Fortunately, there were 2 cats on board for company, and Otelia, the beautiful sister, took care of daily life. Occasionally, they would go out on a small boat with Kelly to set off some fireworks. And when there was nothing else to do, he could take out that indestructible fishing rod and catch some fish at sea. So, Xie Wen not only didn't feel bored, but actually found this simple life quite pleasant. However, was this really the world of One Piece? After sailing for so long, they hadn't encountered a single pirate ship. "Xie Wen, there's a large ship approaching us on the right." Sanji, who had climbed to the top of the mast to act as a lookout, suddenly shouted, "They have a skull flag. It looks like we've encountered pirates." Xie Wen, "Sure enough, I do have a bit of jinxing talent." Xie Wen couldn't help but chuckle as he quickly walked to the right side of the ship. Just as Sanji had reminded him, a dark shadow was gradually approaching from a distance. After crossing over, Xie Wen's nearsightedness improved. Moreover, due to an inexplicable enhancement in his physical condition, his vision had improved even further. Thus, he easily recognized the pattern on the sail, a skull pierced vertically by a dagger, with two crossed flintlock pistols behind it. No impression, I don't recognize it. It shouldn't be a pirate crew from the manga. That makes sense. The manga storyline went straight into the Grand Line after leaving the East Blue. Aside from supernovas who also entered the Grand Line, these pirate crews from other seas naturally didn't have any scenes. Do you recognize what pirate crew that is? Xie Wen immediately consulted the omnipotent Otelia. Otelia seemed to have good eyesight too. She placed her hand on her forehead and looked for a moment before answering. It's the Skull Hunter Pirates, led by the bounty of 27 million berries. The Skull Hunter Cantus, whose greatest hobby is to cut off enemies' heads to use as goblets. He's a very brutal pirate. I can tell just from the name. Xie Wen nodded. The names of pirate crews generally fall into a few categories. Either the captain's characteristics, the captain's abilities, or simply the captain's name or nickname, emphasizing clarity and directness. Is it time to take down the bad guys? With gleaming eyes, Kelly climbed onto Xie Wen's shoulder and tugged at his ear lightly, emphasizing, this time it's Kelly's turn. Brother Xie Wen, you can't steal Kelly's thunder. All right. Since we've encountered enemies, Xie Wen certainly wouldn't play with Kelly at this time. He raised both hands in a gesture of surrender and replied repeatedly, this time, neither Sanji nor I will take action. It's all up to you, Kelly, to handle it. A mere 27 million bounty pirate could never harm Kelly. Losing one practice target wasn't a big deal, so Xie Wen naturally had no reason to stop Kelly. However, you better not blow them up along with their ship all at once, Xie Wen reminded. They are pirates, and there might be a lot of treasures on board. If we blow them up directly, we currently don't have the capability to dive to the bottom and salvage, although the possibility is low. If this group of pirates has a famous sword or a devil fruit on board, wouldn't that be a major gain? Not to mention the bounty of at least 27 million berries. This also shows how cheap Xie Wen's initial offer to Capone Beach was. Just casually encountering a pirate's bounty is close to 30 million berries. If Xie Wen remembers correctly, Luffy only had a bounty of 30 million before entering the Grand Line. Oh, right. The little doll, who had just been happy for a moment, immediately fell into distress upon hearing Xie Wen's reminder. Her usual combat habits involved using explosions and even bigger explosions for all-around attacks. Holding back was simply not in Kelly's tactical manual. However, Kelly being Kelly, she tilted her clever little head and thought for a moment before coming up with a solution. Kelly has a way. The little doll proudly lifted her chin and said, shaking her head, Kelly can use the whoosh whoosh bomb to knock all those bad guys out. Kelly has a habit of naming her bombs with reduplication, like the basic bang bang bomb, the firepower enhanced bump bump bomb, and the boom boom spark that was restored using the abilities of the burn burn fruit. If an ordinary person used reduplication, it would naturally sound annoying, but when it comes to Kelly, it only sounds cute. It was previously mentioned that Kelly had improved her bombs used for fishing with sonic bombs to ensure the fish were stunned without harming their lives. The whoosh whoosh bomb was her further improved product, specifically developed to target fish hiding deep in the water. From its name, one can infer that its effect is similar to a torpedo, capable of traveling a distance underwater. In fact, throwing it into the air and turning it into a missile isn't a big problem either, as Xie Wen had seen Kelly use it to blow up birds before. While they were talking, the Skull Hunter pirate ship had already entered the normal cannon fire range of naval combat. Before Kelly could make a move, the opponents had already fired a few cannonballs, but their aim was quite poor, mostly landing about 10 meters away from Explorer Number 1, splashing a lot of water. Those bad guys actually dared to attack first. The little doll stomped her feet in anger. Then, the pouting Kelly quickly pulled out 10 or so round little dolls from her small backpack. Even as torpedoes, Kelly still made them into her favorite round shape. Only this time, each little ball had a tassel-like tail at the back. Kelly grabbed one of the whoosh whoosh bomb's tail, lifted it above her head, and started swinging it around. Hey! After rapidly swinging it for a dozen times, Kelly swung her arm and threw the bomb into the air, and once it left her hand, sparks immediately shot out from the tail, making a whoosh whoosh sound as it flew towards the pirate ship, which was several sizes larger than Explorer Number 1. Kelly's attack certainly wouldn't stop there. The little doll excitedly swung her arm and quickly launched several more whoosh whoosh bombs. Meanwhile, the Skull Hunter pirates weren't idle either. They continued to fire cannonballs at Explorer Number 1 while getting closer. Kelly, in protecting Explorer, no. Not trying to compete with you, Xie Wen said while drawing the famous sword, Changyue, that he had looted. Although the gunners of the Skull Hunter pirates weren't very accurate. They would have their lucky moments, and a few cannonballs still flew towards Explorer number 1. Xie Wen certainly didn't want his first ship to be damaged by some nameless crew. Swish, swish, swish. Xie Wen swung the katana in his hand and unleashed several flying slashes at the incoming cannonballs. For Xie Wen, who had already mastered the armed color hockey, executing flying slashes was not particularly difficult. He could even produce air blade versions of the flying slashes, though it was unnecessary at the moment. As Xie Wen cut all the incoming cannonballs in half, Kelly Miao's shoo-shoo bombs flew one after another over the ship of the Skull Hunter pirates. Accompanied by visible sound waves bursting, a continuous series of explosions echoed back from the distance. Although the explosions were loud, they were not deafening, nor did they sound harsh. Instead, they strangely induced a sense of dizziness. Fortunately, Xie Wen and the others were at a relatively safe distance, so the effect was not too strong. As the most direct victims of the shoo-shoo bombs, the pirate ship of the Skull Hunter pirates instantly fell silent. Not only did the cannon fire cease, but even the figures that had been standing at the bow and shouting earlier had vanished, clearly having been stunned by Kelly Miao's bombs. Just like the fish that had once ended up in the stomachs of Xie Wen and his companions. The first encounter with pirates for the Airou investigation team ended so effortlessly. Were Kelly Miao's shoo bombs really that powerful? Xie Wen shook his head and looked at the pirate ship in the distance, which had completely fallen silent. He then glanced speechlessly at the little plush toy beside him, who was once again hugging a pile of bombs. This little guy must have upgraded his bombs again. Why did it end so quickly? Klee hadn't had enough fun blowing things up yet, seeing that the enemy had lost their ability to resist after just one round of attacks. Klee couldn't help but complain in frustration. Fortunately, Klee didn't have the bad habit of beating a dead horse, so, while she complained, she still sensibly put the bombs back in her little backpack with reluctance. All right, from now on, whenever we encounter naval battles, let's leave it to Klee to handle. That should work, right? Xie Wen rubbed the little plush toy's head and skillfully coaxed. Now, it's time to go over and collect our spoils. Oh, we're collecting spoils. Klee's mood instantly lifted, and her previously drooping ears perked up with a bang. Following that, excited Klee dashed to the helm to create chaos for Sanji, who was adjusting the ship's direction. Thus, with the little plush toy's help, the Explorer No. 1 took at least 3 times longer to wobble its way alongside the pirate ship. Once they got closer, Xie Wen could more intuitively feel the difference between the two ships. Compared to their ship, Explorer number 1 looked like a small dinghy. Even the largest ship among those the Capone family had let him choose was slightly bigger, and Explorer number 1's mast wasn't even taller than the other ship's deck. Well, Klee placed her little paws over her eyes and tilted her head up to look at the large ship in front of her. Then she tugged at Xie Wen's clothes. Brother Xie Wen, Klee also wants to ride on a big ship. Haven't I told you? With such a big ship, we can't control it with just a few of us. Xie Wen gently scratched the little plush toy's cheek and promised, be good. We'll get a bigger ship when we have more friends. Okay? Okay, meow. Klee trusted her brother Xie Wen very much. After cheerfully responding, she excitedly climbed onto the pirate ship in front of her. Klee will go find treasure, first meow, although they didn't lower a rope ladder. Climbing wasn't difficult for a cat, so Klee quickly zipped up the side of the ship and onto the deck. Sanji, hurry up and keep an eye on Klee, Xie Wen said helplessly while rubbing his forehead. Remember to lower the rope ladder. Although he could jump up directly, it wasn't necessary. Moreover, they still had Otelia with them. And since he didn't want to reveal the existence of the spatial equipment for now, he needed her help to move some spoils. Got it, meow. Sanji shook his ears and climbed up at a speed that was no slower than Klee's. Moments later, a rope ladder dropped down from above. Xie Wen and Otelia climbed up the pirate ship using the rope ladder. At this point, the two Airou had already left the deck, presumably to rummage through the spoils in the cabin. The deck was littered with pirates sprawled out in disarray, with some of them bleeding from their ears, clearly shaken by Kelly Miao's swoosh bombs. Furthermore, the pirate ship itself was not unscathed. Many wooden structures appeared deformed and cracked, as if something had pressed against them. It was evident that the bombs Kelly Miao had just thrown were not the usual ones used for fishing. However, this was to be expected. Kelly Miao's greatest hobby was to make her bombs more powerful, and even if she were to study functional explosives or low-impact fireworks, this little guy would undoubtedly continue developing more powerful firepower-enhanced versions afterward. This pirate crew truly lived up to their name, Skull Hunters, as skull-themed decorations were everywhere on the ship, and many of them were made from real materials. Interestingly, the figurehead at the bow was not a skull, but rather a wolf's head with a fish's body. likely representing some sea beast from the West Sea. Let us leave the looting of spoils to those two little guys. After surveying the area, Xie Wen said to Otelia, let's find some ropes and tie these pirates up. The quickest way would have been to finish them off directly, but considering Kelly Meow's presence, Xie Wen did not want to make the scene too bloody. Although Kelly Meow might not care much, Xie Wen was still consciously controlling this aspect. Of course, this did not mean Xie Wen intended to let these people go. While there were indeed a few adventurers among the pirates, like Luffy, the Skull Hunters were definitely not among them. Therefore, he planned to find those who could be exchanged for bounties and then sink the remaining ones, along with their ship, to the bottom of the sea to feed the fish. After tying up a few pirates, one of them showed signs of wanting to wake up, likely because Xie Wen had moved a bit too roughly. It should be noted that Kelly Meow's earlier antics wasted some time. Otherwise, these pirates wouldn't have woken up so easily, even if Xie Wen had slapped them hard across the face. Don't ask how Xie Wen knew this. He was involved in the entire development of the swoosh bombs, shaking his head vigorously to shake off the terrible memories. Xie Wen gave the pirate in front of him another hit on the head and shouted to the two cats that had already dived into the cabin. You two be careful. Someone might pretend to be unconscious or just wake up. Of course, this shout was mainly to remind Sanji Meow. In the West Sea, where armed hockey was almost non-existent, Kelly Meow, with her natural fruit abilities, basically didn't have to worry about being ambushed. This was also the original reason why Xie Wen had given the Mera Mera no Mi to Kelly Meow. Speaking of which, the pirates who could withstand Kelly Meow's swoosh bombs or recover quickly were likely the strongest among the crew. Otelia, what does that guy, the one called Cantus, look like? And who are the strongest among this pirate crew? After looking around, Xie Wen had not noticed anyone among the fallen pirates who seemed to be the captain. I don't know, Otelia shrugged. The Skull Hunters are not a particularly powerful pirate crew. I don't know much about them. I just remember this pirate flag because they are quite ruthless. That makes sense. The gangs in the West Sea are much stronger than the pirates. Xie Wen could only sigh helplessly. All right, just be careful and try not to stray too far from me. After giving Otelia her instructions, Xie Wen carefully looked around, planning to tie up the few pirates who appeared to be dressed differently, in case any of them woke up and launched a surprise attack. It had been mentioned before that Xie Wen had a bit of a talent for being a jinx, and coupled with the fact that he had just reminded everyone so loudly, bang, bang, a pirate who was pretending to be dead on the deck realized he could no longer keep up the act. So, while Xie Wen was still searching for Cantus, he suddenly jumped up, each hand gripping a flintlock pistol, and began shooting wildly at Xie Wen. Xie Wen was also unclear about how the other party managed to achieve a rapid-fire effect with a flintlock gun, and the bullet's firing speed was almost catching up with those two revolvers of Vite. However, the technology in the pirate world is inherently difficult to scrutinize. After all, later on, there are spaceships, cyborgs, transformers, and even space-based weapons that emerge. Who knows if that thing that looks like a flintlock gun has some kind of advanced black technology integrated into it. Moreover, if we really want to delve into it, the cute-named bombs made by Kelly Meow also don't seem very scientific. Xie Wen was complaining in his heart while drawing out the Chang Yue from his back to deflect the incoming bullets. Otelia, find a place to hide. In fact, there was no need for Xie Wen to remind her. The experienced Otelia had already hidden behind a mast at the first opportunity. Xie Wen finally relaxed and rushed towards the pirate. This pirate's fighting style had a hint of gunfighting, and although his strength was not as good as that of the monster gunman White, he should be able to exchange blows with Uncle Barks. Of course, this level of strength was not enough in front of Xie Wen. After easily dodging the opponent's bullets and quickly closing the distance, he slashed twice and shattered the pair of high-tech flintlock pistols in the pirate's hands, then delivered another cut to the opponent's chest. The man let out a scream and fell onto the deck again, convulsing twice before completely breathing his last. Although it was Xie Wen's first time killing someone, he only felt a slight discomfort, which he quickly suppressed, probably thanks to his extensive hunting experience on the island and the inherited memories from those hunters. This person should be that so-called Cantus, right? Xie Wen shook his head, sheathed his sword, approached, and kicked the pirate's corpse, muttering to himself. After all, the pair of high-tech flintlock pistols looked just like the ones depicted on the pirate flag. And as for that dagger, maybe he hadn't had time to draw it? Speaking of which, wasn't that Cantus called the Skull Hunter? Flintlock pistols and daggers don't seem suitable for beheading, right? Just as Xie Wen was pondering, Kelly Meow, who had heard the commotion in the cabin, ran out excitedly. Is there an enemy? Is there an enemy? Just then, as the little plush cat dashed out of the cabin, another figure jumped up from the deck and pounced toward her. No! Xie Wen exclaimed in alarm, quickly trying to stop Kelly Meow, who was about to pull out a bomb. Actually, she had already pulled it out. If she detonated it, It wouldn't be a big problem for him, but it wouldn't be the same for Otelia and Sanji Meow, who were beside Kelly Meow. Just as he shouted, he saw several pale arms suddenly grow out from that person's body, accompanied by a few crisp cracking sounds, and the unfortunate guy collapsed to the ground like a noodle. Xie Wen looked toward the side at Bueno Otelia. No, she should now be called Nicole Robin. No, you really are Nicole Robin. Xie Wen felt a bit uncomfortable. After all, this was an option he had ruled out early on. But wait, he recalled that Nico Robin was clearly a dark-skinned beauty, and it wasn't because she got tanned after arriving in Alabasta. Instead, she was supposed to have had a wheat-colored complexion since she was a child. However, the Otelia in front of him looked as if she had applied a whitening filter. So theoretically, she couldn't be Nico Robin. Who would have thought that the real Nico Robin wasn't a dark-skinned beauty at all? So, why did he have that impression? Xie Wen struggled to recall and finally found the culprit. It's the animated version that misled me. Xie Wen twitched his lips, looking somewhat helplessly at Nico Robin, who had already retracted her arm. It had been mentioned before that Xie Wen had no interest in having Robin aboard. If he had to choose someone from the main crew, Robin would definitely be the first to be excluded. Even after spending some time together, Xie Wen knew she was an excellent talent skilled in multiple techniques. If she were just a wanted pirate or criminal, he wouldn't be so resistant. However, the identity of being an O'Hara survivor was still too dangerous for the cat people. He didn't have that many natural-type fruits to spare for the future Airous. Indeed, Xie Wen had considered helping the Revolutionary Army and causing some trouble for the world government, but that was all based on what he could manage without bringing trouble to himself and the Airous. Robin's identity would not only attract CP agents, but also draw the attention of Admiral Akiji. Xie Wen does not believe that he currently has the strength to arm wrestle with a naval admiral. Even if they're lucky enough to have Qin Ji temporarily let them go, there are still those relentless CP agents. It's better to leave something like bravely storming Judicial Island to Luffy, the sun god. Wait, could Uncle Cody have specifically gone to participate in the Giri Ice trading conference just to capture Nico Robin? Xie Wen suddenly remembered Cody's hidden identity. Previously, he said he was going to attend a trade fair, claiming he was afraid of the Buono family's threat. But to be honest, not only the Buono family, even the Capone family would respect him. So this reason was invalid from the start. As for Uncle Cody's identity as a CP agent being known to those gangs, it might have been leaked by Nico Robin. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to hide my abilities. While Xie Wen was brainstorming, Nico Robin, who was unaware that she had already been exposed, began her performance again. She explained with a hint of apology, yet logically. After all, my identity is quite sensitive, and I can't fully rely on your goodwill. Xie Wen maintained a blank expression. He had been feeling smug about his accurate guesses. But if he hadn't already known that the Hana Nomi was eaten by Nico Robin, he would have likely still been in the dark. Well, it's no wonder she has managed to hide for so many years while being pursued from all sides. Her acting skills are truly impressive. Sister Otelia, have you also eaten that strange, awful fruit? Although she couldn't pull out a bomb, which made Coley a bit disappointed, she was now captivated by the abilities displayed by Otelia. The little doll excitedly circled around Robin, continuously examining her arms. Coley just saw that bad guy had many of your hands. Can you show Coley again? I want to see. Sanji, who had just been blocked from seeing Robin deal with the pirates by the cabin, and Coley naturally didn't want to miss out again due to his curiosity. Yes, the devil fruit I ate is the Hana Nomi, a paramecia type, which allows parts of my body to bloom like flowers anywhere. While answering, Robin created 2 arms on Coley and Sanji's bodies, gently stroking their fur. Wow, I'm so envious. This is simply a fruit for petting. Unfortunately, it had already been eaten by Robin. Xie Wen looked at the arms of the 2 cats and felt a deep sense of regret. He wondered if directly stabbing a living person with a hunting knife could extract the devil fruit, or if he could take out the built-in paralysis trap and capture Nico Robin once. Xie Wen looked at Nico Robin with a malicious gaze, sizing her up. You do have reason to be angry. Robin misunderstood the meaning behind Xie Wen's gaze, half-truthfully pretending to shrink back, and continued to perform. But this fruit ability is my trump card for escaping the pursuit of the Capone family. If it weren't for Coley encountering danger just now, I wouldn't have revealed it. Nico Robin, right? Xie Wen did not want to waste energy on a battle of wits with Nico Robin, so she directly revealed the other party's identity. Of course, the main reason was that she had decisively chosen to expose her own abilities when Kelly was threatened. Although Kelly would not have been in danger, even if she hadn't done this, Xie Wen could not pretend that nothing had happened. Additionally, due to her feelings for the original characters, Xie Wen naturally did not mind helping her as much as she could. However, after years of fleeing, Nico Robin was highly vigilant, Without speaking openly and honestly, it would be difficult for her to offer help. Suddenly being called out by her name. Nico Robin stiffened. After spending some time together, she did not feel capable of dealing with Xie Wen. The best course of action now was to use Kelly and Sanji as hostages. However, when Nico Robin glanced at Kelly, who was looking at her with innocent eyes, she found it hard to act. Previously, she had used various means to cause the downfall of the forces she had allied with. But that was because they were not good people and did not genuinely take her in. But for the pure-hearted Kelly and Sanji, she just couldn't bring herself to do it. However, while looking at Kelly, she also noticed the backpack on the little puppet's back. She had seen Kelly take out powerful bombs from it. So, the arm that grew from Kelly quickly reached into the backpack. Then Robin pulled out a small dried fish. Forget it, Kelly's backpack has identity authentication. Only she can take out what she wants from it. This situation was somewhat like a game where things stolen by Melu are random. But if it were other explosives, Robin would still have a chance to pull out a bomb. Yet, she happened to be dealing with Kelly, the luckiest cat. So there was no hope of finding anything useful. After Xie Wen dispelled Robin's desire to continue trying, he took a few steps back to show his sincerity and continued. I have no intention of using you to exchange for a bounty. So, can we sit down and have a good talk? Xie Wen glanced around at the pirates lying around and said, after we finish dealing with things here. Yes, Sister Nico Robin. Brother Xie Wen is a good person, and Brother Sanji and Cat Kelly are also good cats. We won't bully you, meow. Perhaps sensing the sincerity in Xie Wen's words, or maybe due to the cute cat support, Nico Robin reluctantly lowered her guard and helped Xie Wen and the others tie up the group of pirates. Knowing Robin's personality, Xie Wen didn't bother to hide anymore, and, along with the two cats, stuffed the plundered treasures into his space bag. Even Robin, feeling anxious, couldn't help but glance at them a few more times in surprise. After returning to Explorer number 1, Xie Wen looked at the pirate ship in front of him, sighed helplessly, then drew his famous sword, Changyue, and aimed at the bottom of the ship, unleashing a crescent moon slash that carved a huge gash through the entire ship. Not bad. Xie Wen nodded in satisfaction. After all, Zoro was able to easily cut the sea train in half before he even learned hockey, so cutting a ship himself wasn't a big deal. In fact, Xie Wen didn't think his current strength was greater than the hunters from the memories he inherited. But here in the pirate world, he could display much greater destructive power, as if he had been given an amplifier effect. If Xie Wen's feelings were correct, it could only be a matter of the world's rules. It's a pity about my 27 million berries bounty. Watching the pirate ship slowly sink to the bottom of the sea, Xie Wen clicked his tongue in regret. He had originally thought about trading that bounty hunter and his crew for a reward, but with Nico Robin's identity exposed, he could only send them to the sea to feed the fish. As for cutting off the other party's head and taking it to the Navy base to exchange for a bounty, Xie Wen felt that was too disgusting. He wasn't some pervert who would carry a dead head around every day. It was too strange, and he had no interest in stuffing it into his space bag with his important items. As for putting it in the cat's bag, Kelly Meow was definitely out of the question, and Sanji Meow's bag was filled with ingredients, so putting it in would be even more disgusting. In a situation where he wasn't really short on money, Xie Wen felt it was more important to take care of his own mood first. Indeed, he needed to summon an adult Airou as soon as possible. Brother Xie Wen, is Sister Robin a bad person? Kelly Meow asked, holding her little paw, glancing back and forth between the serious-looking Xie Wen and Robin sitting opposite him on the ship. Unable to help herself, she tugged at Xie Wen's sleeve and asked in a childish voice. Of course not. Distracted by Kelly Meow, Xie Wen couldn't maintain his seriousness anymore. He hugged the little plushie and scratched her chin as he explained, but she's a big trouble. Meow? Kelly Meow tilted her head in confusion. It's a bit complicated to explain. You just need to know that Robin is being chased by the Navy and a bunch of troublesome people for certain reasons. Uncle Cody is one of them. As he spoke, Xie Wen looked up at Robin to confirm. Uncle Cody must have gone to Geary Ice because of you, right? That's right. Nico Robin nodded, but added, however, it wasn't him who actively chased me over. I led him here through the Bawano family. This caught Xie Wen off guard, and he couldn't help but ask out of curiosity, why is that? Because I originally wanted to use the Simon family and the Capone family to deal with him, at least to injure or stall him for a while, giving me enough time to escape from Geary Ice. It would be best if I could cut off his clues to continue pursuing me, Robin said with a wry smile. But I didn't expect Capone and Becky to hide so deeply, and I certainly didn't expect that Cody would hire a strong person like you as a bodyguard. Wait, I'm a bit confused. Can you explain the whole situation from the beginning? Xie Wen rubbed his temples, feeling a bit muddled. In his arms, Kelly Meow's eyes were spinning in circles. It was unclear whether Robin truly believed that Xie Wen wouldn't harm her, or if she had simply given up and decided to spill everything. Since O'Hara's destruction, Nico Robin had been living a life on the run, initially seeking refuge with ordinary families. However, after several close calls of almost being captured for bounties, she began to navigate between various underground forces. Essentially, she would join a force, serve them, and then, before they could dispose of her or before the Marines and CP caught up, she would turn on her employer, cutting off the leads while continuing her escape and searching for the next force, a continuous cycle. Well, Xie Wen had learned about these things from reading comics. The Bawano family was the latest force Robin was serving. They even wanted to turn Giriais into a member state, which was the result of Robin guiding them through various means. Originally, Robin planned to leverage the royal family's advantages to better evade the Marines and CP agents after Giriais became a member state. However, she recently sensed that her identity might have been discovered by someone, none other than Cody, who she had previously uncovered the true identity of. At that time, Robin wasn't sure if her identity had truly been exposed and didn't want to abandon her plans with the Bawano family. So, she informed Bawano John of Cody's identity, but exaggerated its significance. After all, she had only deduced from her experience that Cody was likely a CP agent. As for his rank within CP or his position, that was beyond Robin's knowledge. In any case, under Robin's persuasion, Bawano John believed that Cody could influence the decisions of the world government, and accordingly sent an invitation to Cody. When Robin learned that Cody had agreed to attend the trade fair, she realized that her identity must have been exposed, at least to the extent that he knew she was hiding on Giriais Island. Thus, Nico Robin began her second plan, informing the similarly powerful Simon family about Bawano family's ambition to become a royal family on their own, and then revealing to the relatively weaker Capone family that Bawano was relying on Cody. However, she did not tell the Capone family that Cody was a CP agent. In her plan, the Simon family, unaware of Cody's identity, would surely join forces with the Capone family to take action against the Bawano family to seize the plan. Meanwhile, the Capone family, knowing that Cody was the key but slightly weaker than the other two families, might try to eliminate him to prevent the Simon family from becoming the next Bawano. Even if the Capone family was concerned about the world government's reaction or had greater ambitions to reclaim the Bawano family plan, they would still want to establish a relationship with Cody instead of taking action against him. In this way, with the Bawano family destroyed and Cody losing his target, he might come to believe that Robin had been captured by the Capone family. This would allow Robin to escape from Giriais while both sides were probing each other. The first half of the plan went smoothly, but what Robin didn't expect was that Capone Becky had concealed her identity as a devil fruit user and secretly used her powers to stash a group of people within herself, causing deviations in the latter half of the plan. Even more surprising to her was that Capone Becky had not yet had much contact with Cody before being taken down by Xie Wen. This made it even less likely for her to seek trouble with Cody. Fortunately, Xie Wen later scammed a ship from Capone Becky and left Giriais ahead of time. Otherwise, Robin would still be troubled about how to leave. Without Xie Wen, the merchants would have to stay behind to discuss cooperation with the Capone family, making it unlikely for any ships to leave in the meantime. Therefore, it seemed impossible for Nico Robin to escape Giriais in a short time. And during the wait for an opportunity, she had to be cautious not to be found by Cody. Although with her abilities, it wasn't impossible. The risks were much greater than simply hiding on Explorer Number 1. Xie Wen probably also understood why Cody had stopped him from killing Capone Becky. If all the heads of the three major families were dead, Giriais would definitely fall into chaos, making it even harder for him to find Robin. As for why Cody hadn't thought of Robin hiding on Xie Wen's ship or believed that Robin couldn't possibly hide there, they could no longer know, nor could they run back to ask Cody. So, how do you plan to deal with me now? Robin playfully propped her chin up with the back of her hand and winked at Xie Wen. But Xie Wen could sense that her body was tense, clearly. If he intended to harm her, Robin would not surrender easily, even if she knew she was outmatched. I already said, I have no intention of using you to exchange for a bounty. Xie Wen shrugged, reiterating his stance. However, Robin still did not let her guard down, as she had encountered countless situations where someone first displayed a friendly attitude to lower her guard, only to try to capture her afterward. Xie Wen didn't pay attention to her vigilance, rubbing the chin of the little plush toy in his arms and smiling as he said, besides, even if I wanted to do that, Kelly wouldn't allow it. Kelly Meow, still a bit confused about the situation, nodded seriously and said, Kelly thinks Sister Robin is a good person. We can't bully her, Meow. Little Meow is indeed a born diplomat. Xie Wen spent a lot of effort trying to ease Robin's wariness, but a single sentence from Kelly Meow made her relax completely. However, Robin, who had just relaxed, showed an apologetic smile. We can't keep you forever. She gently pinched Kelly Meow's ear and rubbed Sanji Meow's head beside her, explaining, I have to be responsible for these little ones. Your presence could put them in danger, and that I cannot accept. I'm already very grateful that you didn't hand me over to the Navy. Robin shook her head with a smile, though there was a hint of disappointment in it. Besides, I didn't want to involve you all. Otherwise, I would have figured out a way to stay on the ship from the beginning. Xie Wen nodded, and this was one of the reasons he wanted to help Robin as much as possible. So he added, but until you find a suitable place to stay, I will do my best to protect you. Wait a minute, Meow. Kelly Meow suddenly turned around, raising her little paw to press against Xie Wen's mouth. Why do you want to drive Sister Robin away? Isn't her situation dangerous right now? Kelly isn't afraid of those bad guys who want to catch her, Meow. Sanji Meow chimed in, yeah, as long as Miss Robin hides her identity well, letting her stay on the ship shouldn't be a problem, right? Since when did you become so timid, Xie Wen Meow? Xie Wen, things are not that simple. In fact, at the very beginning, Xie Wen was also a bit confused. With Nico Robin's abilities, it wouldn't be that difficult for her to go into hiding or to disguise herself and adopt a new identity. After all, this is a magical world where wearing a fake mustache can fool quite a few people. But soon Xie Wen realized that it wasn't that Robin couldn't do these things, but that she didn't want to. If Robin merely wanted to evade the pursuit of CP agents and the Navy, she could easily find a remote island to hide away. Yet, over the years, she has chosen to navigate among various powerful factions, hardly concealing her identity at all. This indicates that, beyond evading capture, she has other needs. Xie Wen gently stroked the two cats and patiently explained to them. As for what that demand specifically was, Xie Wen certainly knew, but he couldn't just say it directly in front of Robin. So he pretended to guess and said in an uncertain tone, maybe they want to use those powers to take revenge on CP and the Navy, or maybe they want to carry on O'Hara's unfinished business. In short, they probably want Robin to stay quietly on our ship without attracting the attention of the world government, and she probably won't agree to that, right? That's right. Robin did not hide her intentions either. I want to inherit O'Hara's will, find and interpret all the historical texts. This will definitely provoke the world government's hostility, so I can't stay on your ship. A firm yet sorrowful smile appeared on her face. Instead of using her powers, she extended her original two arms, gently touching Coley and Sanji. I appreciate your kindness, but I don't want to involve you and put you in danger. Sanji remained relatively calm as long as it didn't involve Sister Airou. Although he felt a bit reluctant, he nodded silently. However, Coley was different. The little doll had a simple mindset. She thought Nico Robin was a good person and wanted to protect her. So, sitting in Xie Wen's arms, Coley straightened up, stretched out her arms, and began to pat Xie Wen's face with her little paws, persistently asking, isn't there any other way, Meow? Brother Xie Wen, you're from Kanglan Star? Meow, do you really think Kanglan Star is a wish machine? Xie Wen rolled his eyes and leaned back, avoiding Kelly's little paws. He said, unless Robin is willing to temporarily give up interpreting the historical texts, we can reconsider this matter when we have enough ability to protect her. This was his bottom line for keeping Robin on the ship. However, he also knew that Robin would not agree to this condition. Sure enough, Robin refused without hesitation, saying, that's impossible. Excavating the buried history is the only meaning of my existence in this world. Even though he had already guessed her choice. Xie Wen couldn't help but laugh. In his view, the scholars and archaeologists from O'Hara, including Nico Robin, were all a bunch of stubborn people. Otherwise, O'Hara wouldn't have been destroyed by the Buster Call. Although the destruction of O'Hara was indeed regrettable, a large part of the reason was self-inflicted. They clearly knew that the world government couldn't tolerate this, yet they lacked the strength to resist it and recklessly search for historical texts all over the world. They could have at least sought out a faction that could protect them. As a result, not only did their ambitions go unfulfilled, but they also caused suffering for the other residents of O'Hara, and those precious books and materials were turned to ash. Xie Wen understood that they were worried about becoming accomplices in the excavation of ancient weapons if they allied with other factions. But if they couldn't even protect their own lives, was it really wise to worry about such things? If they truly valued uncovering the historical truth so highly, they should focus on preserving themselves first. How could they expect to oppose the world's largest power while maintaining the autonomy of their weak side? The naive scholars of O'Hara really exemplified the saying that a scholar's rebellion is useless after 3 years. What are you laughing at? Nico Robin frowned in annoyance due to Xie Wen's obvious mockery. Of course, I'm laughing at you and the scholars of O'Hara. Xie Wen was not at all polite and directly expressed his views and evaluations of Robin and the others. After hearing Xie Wen's words, Robin tightly pressed her lips together. Although she did not refute him, her expression showed defiance mixed with a hint of regret and sadness. I told you these guys were stubborn. Xie Wen curled his lip. In the pirate world, to put it nicely, people are dreamers. To put it bluntly, they are a bunch of stubborn traditionalists who completely failed to adapt. Those scholars from O'Hara probably know what Xie Wen is talking about, but in order to keep their dreams untainted and free from the influences of power struggles, they wholeheartedly chose the most difficult path. As for Nico Robin, the only survivor from O'Hara, she still has no intention of changing her ways after going through all of this. Therefore, her companions can only be the Straw Hat crew, who act recklessly and have no interest in ancient weapons. Xie Wen shook his head with a sigh and said, "My words may sound harsh, but if you really want to uncover the hidden historical truths, the first thing you must do is ensure your own safety. After all, you are the only one left who can interpret ancient texts. In fact, if the scholars of O'Hara were reckless, they could easily choose to hand over the dictionaries for translating ancient texts to those great pirates in the New World, or even spread them across the globe. This way, anyone ambitious for the great treasure would seek to learn the translations of ancient texts. By then, the world government would be overwhelmed dealing with these ambitious individuals, leaving them no time to care about the scholars of O'Hara. However, doing so would result in the deaths of far more than just those on O'Hara Island. So from this perspective, the stubbornness of those scholars is actually a good thing. Nico Robin naturally understood that Xie Wen's words were meant to consider her well-being. However, years of fleeing and a future that seemed nearly hopeless had gradually led her to develop some self-destructive tendencies. It was only the weight of O'Hara's legacy that kept her from expressing them too much. It wasn't until she joined the Straw Hat Pirates and found hope in bonds that her desire to survive began to revive. At that moment, Robin did not see much hope from Xie Wen and the others, so she continued to remain silent, clearly unwilling to heed their advice. After a brief attempt to persuade, Xie Wen showed no intention of continuing the conversation, as he was not good at such things. Sister Robin really can't stay, meow. Kelly meowed, placing her paw on Xie Wen's arm and looking pitifully at Nico Robin across from her. Is that historical text really that important, meow? Sorry, Kelly, Robin said, not using her powers this time, but leaning over to gently rub her little head. This is my dream, my mother's dream, and the dream of the scholars of O'Hara. I cannot give it up. Well, okay then, Kelly meowed, drooping her ears and reluctantly accepting Robin's departure. However, she quickly perked up again. Then Kelly will make you a few more bombs during this time, for self-defense, meow. Why am I suddenly a bit worried about the future of the sand crocodile? After landing on several islands and sending a few pirate crews to feed the fish, Nico Robin was finally about to part ways with Xie Wen and the others. Before leaving, Xie Wen and the cats presented their prepared gifts. These are bang-bang, basic-type bombs, meow. Kelly meowed, handing a bunch of tennis ball-sized, red and white round plush toys to Nico Robin. Since Robin's fruit ability was different from Kelly's, Kelly changed the detonation method. Meowing, just press this spot, and it will explode after 5 seconds. If you press it for more than 5 seconds, it will only explode upon impact after being thrown. The little plush toy patiently guided Robin on how to use these bang-bang bombs. She even optimized it for Robin's fruit ability, stating that the impact must reach a certain level. So, Sister Robin, you can use your ability to continuously throw and catch them with your arms. Then, choose the best position and time to detonate them, meow. Xie Wen twitched his lips. These specially made bombs were all crafted during his heart-pounding moments. For this, he had no idea how many times he'd been splashed by seawater, and occasionally he would end up covered in dirt from an explosion. However, similar experiences had occurred before, as Klee had been making experiments frequently lately to prepare self-defense weapons for Robin. These were also bombs, but they were enhanced versions. Klee took out a bunch of bombs of the same size, but this time they were pure red. The bouncing bombs were too large to carry easily. So, Klee enhanced the power of the bombs. Although they were still not as powerful as the bouncing bombs, they weren't too far off either. This was no longer at the self-defense level. Xie Wen finally couldn't help but complain. Do you want Robin to perish together with the enemy with a power close to that of a bouncing bomb? Klee could weaken or enhance the explosion's power, using her pyro fruit ability when using bombs, which made her not consider any limits when making bombs. She just piled it higher. Therefore, Klee's bouncing bombs had a base power that didn't explode just a small area like in the game, but rather fit the setting of changing the landscape. Xie Wen didn't believe that the power referred to by this fire-starting mountain deity meant 1/10,000th of the full explosive power of the bouncing bomb. This meant that greater power required her to enhance it with her own ability, Otherwise, where would the enhanced bombs need Sand Crocodile to prepare any timed bombs? It could very well blow up all of Alabasta. It would definitely blow it up. Xie Wen has full confidence in Kelly's bomb. However, even so, blowing up the palace of Alabasta is still a piece of cake. Could it be that Crocodile's plan to destroy the palace in the manga will succeed because of Kelly's bomb? Xie Wen felt a bit anxious. Don't worry, brother Xie Wen. Kelly has already considered this. The little doll puffed up with confidence. The enhanced Bang Bang bombs have only one way to trigger, the longer you press. The longer it will take to explode after the same amount of time has passed. They are actually timed bombs. Moreover, to prevent accidental activation, Kelly set a minimum explosion time of 10 seconds. That's not what I'm worried about. But looking at Kelly's praise me expression, Xie Wen couldn't bring himself to shout and could only force a smile, patting her little head encouragingly while glancing at Nico Robin. Well, her expression wasn't much better than his. It made sense. After all, she had been observing Kelly doing experiments and blowing up pirates for days. Ahem. I will use them cautiously. Thank you, Kelly. Nico Robin carefully put away the enhanced Bang Bang bombs. Kelly also prepared the last type of bomb for Sister Robin. Praised and thanked, Kelly took out a third type of pure white Bang Bang. Although they're also Bang Bangs, their effect is actually a whoosh. The little doll pointed at the white Bang Bangs and said, they're actually the predecessors of the whoosh bombs. The operation method is pretty much the same as the basic Bang Bang bombs. Although the explosive power isn't great, they are perfect for fishing. In fact, these Bang Bang sound bombs are the most suitable for Robin's self-defense, but Kelly's intention was clearly just for Robin to use them for fishing. One could only say this is very much in line with Kelly's style. Next was Sanji's gift, which was unsurprisingly some food, because I had to consider the shelf life. I could only make some sausages and smoked meat, Sanji said, handing the food he prepared to Nico Robin with some reluctance. It couldn't be helped. Although Xie Wen had a space bag with self-preservation effects, this thing was privately bound. Otherwise, Xie Wen wouldn't mind sharing one, as the cats summoned in the future should have similar equipment, so they wouldn't lack for it. It's already very good. Nico Robin smiled and scratched Sanji's chin. Thank you. Finally, there was Xie Wen, who, aside from combat, had no special skills, so he couldn't give any distinctive gifts. So he simply slipped some money to Robin and mentioned the existence of hockey. Natural-type fruit users are still relatively rare in the 4 Seas, so there's no need to rush with the armed hockey. But if you can awaken observation hockey, your survival ability will greatly improve, at least in the West Sea. There shouldn't be too much danger. It's just that I don't have much idea on how to awaken it. Xie Wen helplessly shrugged his shoulders. He hadn't even awakened his observation hockey yet, so naturally, he had nothing to teach Robin. However, after thinking for a moment, he added, when faced with significant stimulation and pressure, as well as extreme mental concentration, it might be easier to awaken observation hockey, but it also requires a certain level of accumulation. His words weren't said lightly. In the manga, there are only 2 instances of observation hockey awakening. One was KB awakening it in the brutal atmosphere of the Marineford War, where he became known as the Coward King after being overwhelmed by the flood of information upon awakening. The other was Usopp using observation hockey while highly focused during his second defeat against Sugar in Dressrosa. I understand. Nico Robin deeply bowed to Xie Wen and the others, sincerely thanking them for their help. If there is a chance in the future, I will definitely repay you. Xie Wen scratched his head a bit awkwardly. After all, he had chosen to drive Robin away out of concern for the world government, so he felt undeserving of her gratitude. On the other hand, Kelly Meow hugged Robin's leg reluctantly, tears welling up in her eyes as she pleaded once more, Sister Robin, can't you stay? Robin gently rubbed Kelly Meow's little head without answering. But the meaning of her refusal was already quite clear, and Kelly Meow could only reluctantly let go. If you have the opportunity, you could try to join the Revolutionary Army, Xie Wen suggested to Nico Robin before she left. After all, she would eventually be taken away by Kuma, so there's nothing wrong with her making contact a little earlier. As for whether Robin would miss out on Luffy because of this, Xie Wen still thought it was none of his business. Today was another sunny day. An explorer one was sailing leisurely on the sea, following the sea breeze. Xie Wen was sitting cross-legged on the deck, with his famous sword Chang Yue placed horizontally on his lap, practicing a form of meditation known as Sword Zen. In fact, Xie Wen didn't really understand what Sword Zen was. He was just casually looking for a way to focus his mind, wanting to attempt to awaken his observation hockey. This idea had suddenly come to him when he was explaining observation hockey to Nico Robin earlier. Given that he was currently able to skillfully use the Makiri slash, he believed he had the necessary foundation to awaken observation hockey. However, he still lacked a certain opportunity or enough pressure to truly awaken it. He had no means to create strong mental pressure, so he could only strive toward a highly concentrated state of mind. Therefore, he thought of the method of meditation. And since he had been practicing with the katana for so long, he decided to upgrade to this somewhat inauthentic form of sword zen without hesitation. As for whether this approach would actually be effective, Xie Wen opened his eyes and helplessly looked at the two cats that had been staring at him for a long time. He sighed and said, "How can I concentrate with you two like this? You silly Xie Wen, you can't concentrate like this, and you still want to awaken your observation haki?" Sanji Cat retorted as usual. "That's true, but I need a gradual process, right?" Xie Wen continued to sigh and then reached out to give these two mischievous little guys a good RUA. However, Sanji Cat dodged his hand with a swift movement and dashed up the mast, saying, "I'll go check if the course has deviated." On the other hand, Kelly Cat was obediently scooped into Xie Wen's arms, allowing him to RUA her comfortably. Of course, Kelly Cat also felt very comfortable, lying back in Xie Wen's arms and purring softly from her throat. "All right, you can go play by yourself for now." Xie Wen pinched the meat pads on Kelly Cat's paws and placed her on the deck. "Wait for me to finish my sword meditation before I come play with you. Kelly will keep you company." The little ragdoll cat rubbed her head against Xie Wen's hand. Then she curled up into a ball, lying next to Xie Wen and pretending to nap. But just 2 seconds later, she secretly lifted her head, opened one eye to look at Xie Wen, and when she found he hadn't closed his eyes, she quickly tucked her head back in. However, the big tail behind the little ragdoll cat was swaying back and forth, completely exposing her. "You little rascal." Xie Wen smiled indulgently, reached out to gently stroke Kelly Meow's back a couple of times, and casually petted that fluffy big tail. He had no intention of letting Kelly Meow leave. Instead, he focused his mind, closed his eyes again, and began to practice sword meditation. Although Xie Wen's sword meditation was not orthodox, or rather, it was merely something he had pieced together based on his own understanding and imagination. It was not his goal to communicate with the famous sword Changyue, or even to achieve its Bankai. So even if this sword meditation was not authentic, Xie Wen did manage to calm his mind through this method and successfully entered a highly concentrated state. The sound of the waves, Kelly Meow's purring, and the sound of Sanji Meow scratching itself on the mast filled the air. The salty and fishy smell of the sea, the faint scent of gunpowder nearby, and the coolness of the sea breeze against the skin. In this state, Xie Wen's perception abilities were indeed enhanced, but it was not observation haki. These were merely some sensory experiences that Xie Wen usually overlooked. Rather than saying his perception had improved, it was more accurate to say he had noticed things he could already perceive. Indeed, it still wasn't working. Xie Wen sighed and pulled himself out of that state. However, he wasn't particularly disappointed. After all, it was just the first attempt, and failure is a normal thing. "Xie Wen Gidge, did you succeed, Meow?" Just as Xie Wen opened his eyes, Kelly, who was lying beside him, skillfully jumped onto his shoulder and gently pawed at his ear while asking. "It's not that easy." Xie Wen chuckled and shook his head, but he did feel he had found a bit of direction. "Oh, Xie Wen Gidge is the best, Meow." Kelly continued to cheer him on, as usual. After rubbing her head against Xie Wen's cheek, she asked again, "By the way, Xie Wen Gidge, what exactly is the observation haki that you want to learn, Meow? Will you become stronger after learning it, Meow? Didn't I mention haki to you before? And I just talked about it with Robin again not long ago," Xie Wen replied, tapping Kelly's damp little nose helplessly. "What you said before was too complicated." Kelly didn't really understand Meow. The little plush toy answered confidently. To put simply, observation haki allows a person to sense areas that are not visible to the eye and can predict the enemy's next attack. Although it doesn't enhance physical strength as much as armament haki, it can significantly improve one's dodging and scouting abilities. Xie Wen explained the characteristics of the seeing, hearing, and smelling dominance in the simplest way possible. As a result, Klee still tilted her little head, looking adorably confused. "Well, it's okay if she doesn't understand." Xie Wen smiled and patted her little head. Anyway, Kelly had already eaten the nature-type burn fruit, so observation haki wasn't an urgently needed ability for her. Moreover, with Airou's own keen senses and reaction speed, she might not be much worse than observation haki. After all, Sanji often used Xie Wen as a radar, right? However, Kelly shook her head and said, "No, Kelly just feels like the observation haki you mentioned. Xie Wen brother, Kelly seems to already know how to use it. Impossible. Absolutely impossible, right? It must be that Kelly mixed up her racial innate perception ability with observation haki. It has to be that way." Thus, Xie Wen forced a stiff smile and confirmed with a little puppet, "Kelly, you didn't confuse what you hear and smell with observation haki, did did you? Although they are somewhat similar, they are actually completely different things. Is it? Kelly nodded innocently, but that strange feeling appeared only after she got to know Xie Wen. And it was much broader than Kelly's hearing and smell. The little puppet paused for a moment, then tilted her head and recalled, however, it seems to be quite different from the observation haki you mentioned. Kelly can also sense other people's emotions through that strange feeling. In the original manga, Fujitori's smile with observation haki demonstrated the ability to perceive others' emotions. So, no matter how unwilling Xie Wen was to believe it at that moment, he had to acknowledge that Kelly had awakened her observation haki. Sure enough, I should just eat honestly. Getting stronger doesn't matter anymore. Xie Wen looked up at the sky with tears streaming down his face, feeling a bit self-destructive. Brother Xie Wen, what's wrong? Kelly meowed, poking Xie Wen's cheek with her little paw, curiously asking, why can Kelly feel an aura from you that seems to belong to a grandmother or the village chief? This idiot must have been affected by little sister Kelly. Sanji, who had been eavesdropping on their conversation from the mast, leapt down and landed back on the deck. While mocking Xie Wen, he jumped on his other shoulder, mimicking Kelly and poking Xie Wen's other cheek with his little paw. Ahem. Xie Wen quickly snapped out of his daze, shot a fierce glare at Sanji, that little rascal, and then swiftly changed the topic, saying, Kelly, you're really amazing. You've actually awakened observation haki. Really? The little plush toy indeed forgot the previous topic, feeling a bit proud and a bit shy as she buried her little head into Xie Wen's neck. Hee hee. Kelly isn't as impressive as Brother Xie Wen says. No. You're the most amazing among us. Xie Wen pointed at Sanji on his shoulder and said, I've been unable to learn observation haki for so long. And this little fool Sanji, who's also an elf and older than you, hasn't learned it either. Doesn't that prove how smart you are, Kelly? Saying this, he raised an eyebrow at Sanji. Come on, let's hurt each other. Sanji yelled back, that's because I haven't focused on practicing observation haki. Getting dragged into the argument, Sanji jumped up and shouted at Xie Wen, unlike you, you idiot who has practiced for so long without seeing results. That's not true. Just as Xie Wen and Sanji glared at each other, Kelly said seriously, Brother Xie Wen usually practices with his sword and can even use that black-colored armament haki. And Brother Sanji can sail and cook delicious food. Everyone is amazing. Kelly, you're really a little angel. Little sister Kelly, you're really a little angel. Xie Wen hugged the little plush toy and started to rub it against himself, while Sanji the cat also slipped onto Xie Wen's arm and licked the long fur on Klee the cat. Humph. The two exchanged glances and simultaneously huffed, then shouted in unison at each other. Look at Klee, little sister. You don't even act like a proper big brother, meow. Then, Xie Wen and Sanji cat got into a scuffle. Using haki for defense is cheating, meow. Stop talking nonsense. If you're capable, you shouldn't use your teeth and claws. Claws and teeth are my own things. Why can't I use them? That haki is also a skill I trained for. If you can't scratch me, that's your problem. Klee also wants to play, meow. The little plushie that was left aside by the two brothers immediately protested, joining their playful tussle with a meow. After all, in the worldview of cats, this level of roughhousing is just a regular entertainment activity. They often play such games. Once Klee joined in, Xie Wen and Sanji cat instinctively lightened their movements, quickly shifting from a fierce tug-of-war to playing together with Klee. After some playful antics, Xie Wen gently scratched Sanji cat's head with one hand while pinching Klee's paw with the other, then asked, So, Klee, do you remember what made you awaken your observation haki? Or when you first discovered you had this ability? Although being overshadowed by cats in terms of talent is indeed disheartening, since there is already a precedent, Xie Wen certainly wanted to understand it well. Sanji cat, who was listening nearby, perked up his ears, clearly not wanting to fall behind too much. The key point is, once I learn observation haki first, I'll be able to mock that idiot Sanji cat and Xie Wen meow. I must say, as the one who has spent the most time with Xie Wen, Sanji cat is indeed quite similar to him in some ways. Klee thinks about it, meow. The little plushie scratched its own head with its tiny paw, trying hard to recall. After a long while, Klee suddenly slapped her soft little paw down, realizing, Klee remembers, meow. It was when I was experimenting on Uncle Cody's ship, and at the moment of failure, I suddenly sensed it was about to explode. And that is when I got this ability that you call observation haki, Big Brother Xie Wen. Xie Wen. Sanji meow, meow ha. Now you have nothing to say. Clearly, you were doing experiments with Klee, but you still couldn't awaken your observation haki. That little brat Sanji meow, after a moment of silence, quickly mocked Xie Wen. Oh, that's fine, Xie Wen calmly retorted. Since that's the case, next time Klee does an experiment, you can accompany her, Sanji. You're so amazing. You must be able to awaken your observation haki, right? Well, let's forget about that, meow. Sanji Meow's expression instantly stiffened, and he stammered while waving his little paws. I just thought about it. Klee's awakening method might not necessarily work for me, meow. Yes, that's right, meow. Xiao Huang nodded firmly. TSK. Who did you learn that shameless look from? Xie Wen knocked Sanji Cat's head with annoyance, and instead of continuing their argument, he asked Klee Cat some questions about observation haki. Although the manga has described observation haki quite a bit, just like a saying that many readers often mention, Oda is just a comic artist and doesn't know much about pirates. There might be special settings that haven't been mentioned in the manga, so it's better to clarify as much as possible. What does it feel like when you're using observation haki? This question was a bit abstract, and Klee Cat found it hard to describe at first. She tilted her little head and pondered for a while before answering in an uncertain tone. Actually, it's quite similar to when Klee listens to the sounds around her with her ears. But it's not about hearing specific sounds, and what you hear is more detailed, like other people's emotions. After pausing to think some more, she added, also, the things I hear with that ability aren't just animals. I can also hear the existence of some inanimate objects. Even their upcoming changes. From Klee Cat's description, it didn't differ much from what was portrayed in the manga. Xie Wen then continued to ask, do you use it often? No, meow. The little plush shook her head. Klee thought it was fun at first and tried it a little, but found that aside from the smaller range, it was pretty much the same as using her ears, so she didn't actively use it much after that. And Klee Cat scratched her ears with her paws and wrinkled her nose a bit, maintaining that state feels a bit tiring, meow. This was within Xie Wen's expectations, as overusing armament haki can make the body feel very fatigued, and observation haki likely consumes mental energy. Besides, maintaining focus is inherently a mentally taxing task. So when does it trigger automatically? Besides when you're experimenting. Also, when those bad guys in black wanted to buy Klee and Sanji brother. Klee could hear that they wanted to do bad things, meow. Klee Cat answered this question very quickly and even explained a reason for her sudden disobedience at the Geary Ice trading fair. Klee wanted to blow up that tall guy with the long tongue because she heard that he wanted to do bad things to us, very bad things, meow. Knowing Klee Cat's personality well, Xie Wen gave a half smile and glanced at the earnest little plush without exposing her. It wouldn't be right to say Klee Cat was lying, but the reason was certainly more than just that. In fact, this reason might not even account for a third of it. Xie Wen then asked a few more detailed questions about observation haki. However, since Klee Cat didn't use it much and her ability to express herself was quite average, they ultimately couldn't extract more useful information. Since you've awakened observation haki, you should practice it as much as possible when you have free time. Xie Wen gently scratched the little plush's chin and coaxed. Maybe someday, you can use this ability to help a lot. Klee will work hard, meow. The naive little plush was thus lured by Xie Wen to start strengthening her observation haki training. Next to a deserted island in the West Sea, Explore No. One retracted its sails and gently swayed with the sea water. Xie Wen then brought Klee Cat and Sanji Cat ashore to this island that wasn't even on the Navy's map. It was a coincidence that this island wasn't on their sailing route. It was when he was fishing that he suddenly caught a sea king, which dragged Explore No. One around wildly. When Xie Wen killed it with a knife, it just happened to stop not far from this island. The island itself wasn't very large, about the same size as the school stadium from Xie Wen's university days. To light up its map, they didn't even need to land. Just sailing around it would suffice. They didn't land on this island because they found anything good on it. On the contrary, the entire small island was made up of dark stones. Apart from some moss and barnacles around the edges, there was nothing else. Rather than calling it an island, it was more like a huge black reef. The real reason for landing on this nameless black reef island was that both Xie Wen and Sanji Cat intended to try Klee Cat's method of awakening observation haki. Although they could also use the previous method of pulling a small boat, that would be too inefficient, and there was always the possibility of falling into the sea, wasting a lot of time going back and forth. It was indeed more suitable to find an undisturbed island like this for training. After landing on this nameless black reef island, Klee Cat quickly took out the materials and tools for making bombs. But after just a couple of attempts, her body started squirming as if she had fleas. It feels strange being stared at like this, meow. Klee Cat realized how Xie Wen felt when he was doing sore meditation and being watched by them. Brother Xie Wen, can you and Brother Sanji not stare at Klee so seriously like before, meow? Feeling uncomfortable, Klee Cat put down the materials for making bombs and complained to Xie Wen and Sanji Cat, who were staring at her intently. While Klee Cat was experimenting before, Although Xie Wen also focused most of his attention on her, due to his confidence in his own strength, he wasn't as completely focused as now. He even had time to space out in between. Ahem, sorry. I am sorry, meow. Both of them awkwardly withdrew their gazes, but couldn't help but glance over at Klee Cat again. Sanji Cat thought for a moment, then sat down on the spot, lowered his head, and closed his eyes to pretend to nap. But his ears with their curly tufts stood up high, looking a bit like Kadabra from Pokemon. Xie Wen also sat cross-legged, placing the famous sword Nagatsuki horizontally on his lap, and resumed his sword meditation. However, before closing his eyes, Xie Wen reminded Klee Cat, remember to shout when you sense that the bomb is about to explode? I might not react in time. After a pause, he called out to Sanji Cat, Sanji, come sit next to me. If you're too far away, I can't take care of you. However, Sanji Cat shook his head, opened his eyes, and smiled at Xie Wen, replying, if that's the case, there won't be any training effect, meow. If it really explodes, I'll run over to you, meow. Xie Wen frowned, but understood that Sanji Cat had his own convictions, so he didn't persuade him further. He was determined to focus all his attention on Kelly Cat and not relax for a moment. Kelly Cat, being understanding, comforted him, saying, don't worry, brother Xie Wen. Don't forget that Kelly can control the power of explosions too. This was indeed true. As Kelly Cat became more adept at using the abilities of the Blaze fruit, she could significantly reduce the power of her explosions when experiments went wrong. This meant that the bomb explosions didn't only cause high temperatures and fire damage. Otherwise, there would be no need for Xie Wen to keep an eye on things, which was also one of the reasons he agreed to work with Sanji Cat. Having determination is always a good thing, but it doesn't guarantee success. At first, Xie Wen and Sanji Cat struggled to accurately catch the timing of the bomb detonations. They either failed to notice in time and needed Kelly Cat to remind them, or suddenly felt they were about to explode, only to jump up and end up with nothing happening, which only startled Kelly Cat, who was busy tinkering with the bomb. Then the bomb would really explode. This led to Xie Wen often not having enough time to throw the bomb far enough, while the two cats were just fine. However, as the only shield, Xie Wen was already ragged by the first day and ended up going shirtless from the second day onward. By the third day, Xie Wen and Sanji Cat had gradually learned to catch the accurate explosion timing. But to be honest, it had little to do with observation hockey. They had just become familiar with the subtle movements that indicated a bomb was about to explode. Nonetheless, they did gain something. At least their perception abilities had received considerable training, bringing them a small step closer to awakening observation hockey. 3 days later, they returned to explore number 1, leaving behind the nameless deserted island. It wasn't that they didn't want to continue, but the crux of the matter was that Kelly Cat had run out of inspiration and had no new bomb designs for the time being. Additionally, the island, which was originally the size of a sports field, had been blown up to less than 10 square meters. The changes in the landscape were indeed impressive. Well, it was just the right time to find a town for supplies. Back on the ship, Xie Wen changed into a new outfit. Although food was still plentiful, they needed to replenish their freshwater supply. In fact, there was quite a bit of freshwater on the ship and in their bags. However, for important resources like freshwater, Xie Wen set a high safety line. Moreover, when calculating the stock, he would specifically exclude the freshwater in his bag. By the way, Xie Wen also needed to buy himself a few new outfits. It wasn't that his clothes had been blown away. Rather, he had grown a bit taller. It's hard to say if it was due to the rich nutrition of the food in this world. But Xie Wen now looked around 14 to 16 years old and had already surpassed his height before crossing over. Of course, this was a good thing, as even though his height before crossing was above the average in the Earth, in this world he didn't differ much from someone like Capone Beach, who was quite short. Additionally, both Sanji Cat and Kelly Cat had also grown a little taller. However, due to the limitations of Airou's physique, their growth was not significant. The clothes they had bought earlier still fit. And most importantly, the initial outfits that the cats came with surprisingly had adaptive capabilities, automatically adjusting to fit them as they grew. This meant that their outfits were essentially equipment. Why did my villager outfit have this feature? Who is the one truly blessed with a golden finger here? After venting about that disappointing golden finger, Xie Wen took out the main carrier of his golden finger, the Monster Hunter Manual. Let's see which island is next on the agenda. Xie Wen opened the map and enlarged the shadow of the target island a bit. Oh, what a coincidence. Xie Wen raised his eyebrows in slight surprise. On the map, the shadow of the island was clearly marked with 3 big characters: Flower Country. Flower Country is considered one of the top countries among many in the West Sea. More importantly, several characters from this country had significant roles in the original work's Dressrosa arc. Not only did these characters have a style of clothing that leaned towards the Chinese aesthetic, but their signature fighting technique, 8-burst fist also had a hint of martial arts flair, so Xie Wen was quite looking forward to Flower Country. However, after Xie Wen recalled some content related to Flower Country, he noticed some discrepancies. Logically, Flower Country had the presence of Green Pepper, a notorious pirate with a bounty of 500 million berries from decades ago. Moreover, the 13th generation pillar of the 8 treasure navy, Old Kai, was also a strong user of armament hockey, and his strength should be quite formidable, even having no rivals in the West Sea. Yet in the manga, Flower Country was depicted as retreating steadily on the battlefield due to Doflamingo selling weapons to their opponents, forcing them to call upon the reclusive Green Pepper to disrupt the underground arms transport line in Dressrosa. Not to mention how absurd this tactic was. Xie Wen did not believe that there was anyone in the West Sea who could defeat the high-level fighters of the 8 treasure navy, unless red-haired Shanks happened to return home to buy wine. Even Capone Beach, who couldn't even use hockey, became one of the underground forces in the West Sea. So how could Green Pepper, who possessed all 3 types of hockey, be suppressed and beaten? In the face of Conqueror's hockey, numbers meant nothing at all. If it were just a manga, it could be explained that the 8 treasure navy had received a version buff or something, improving their strength. But now for Xie Wen, he was in a real world, making this logic somewhat nonsensical. It couldn't be that in a few years, a group of characters skilled in hockey would emerge in the West Sea, not to make a name for themselves in the Grand Line, but to squabble over territory in a small country of the West Sea, right? If that were the case, how foolish would the rulers of Flower Country be? In a disadvantageous situation, they would send their strongest fighters to the Grand Line, not fearing that their enemies would take advantage of this period. However, these things were not that important to Xie Wen. After all, he had no conflict with Flower Country and their future enemy country, whose name he didn't even know. So, at most, he would just complain about it in his mind. In comparison, he was more concerned about whether he could meet Green Pepper, Old Kai, and these 3 plot characters, and whether he could learn something from them. He didn't expect to learn the 8-burst fist, but even just some exchange in terms of hockey training would be good. After all, even Luffy, the main character, learned about hockey through the teachings of Rayleigh, Silvers, and Kaido. For someone like Xie Wen, who was fumbling around on his own, it would take an enormous amount of time and many detours to learn those advanced applications. So, since Flower Country had people he could consult, he naturally wanted to give it a try. Wow, what a bustling city. Kelly meowed, perched on Xie Wen's shoulder, stretching her neck to look at everything in front of her, and couldn't help but exclaim. Indeed, this city before them was the most prosperous one they had encountered so far. Not only were there many people coming and going on the streets, but the shops on both sides of the road were also of a much higher overall standard compared to the previous cities. The key point was that there were very few people in black suits on the streets. Even if there were a few wearing black suits, they clearly weren't gangsters. From the looks of it, Capone Beach's so-called underground forces in the West Sea were quite exaggerated. At least in a powerful country like Flower Country, the gangs couldn't get a foothold. Xie Wen rubbed his chin and chuckled to himself. Ha 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 ha. Of course, an old man nearby, hearing Kelly Meow's astonishment, proudly said, "Our Flower Country is protected by a powerful navy. No pirates or gangs dare to cause trouble here, which is why we have such a prosperous scene." The old man laughed heartily for a while, then rubbed his eyes and took a careful look at Kelly Meow and Sanji Meow on Xie Wen's shoulders. It spoke. That tongue is almost as fast as the strange gun Vite. You just realized it? Xie Wen glanced at him silently. This reflex was quite in line with the style of One Piece. He nodded to the old man, who was still in shock, and continued to walk into the city with 2 cats, while observing his surroundings. Unlike the 8 treasure navy, the ordinary residents of the Flower Country did not have many Chinese elements in their clothing. Out of 10 people, only 2 or 3 wore Chinese-style clothing, and even that was not very authentic. On the other hand, the architectural style was mostly based on Chinese designs. However, Xie Wen couldn't tell which dynasty it was based on. It didn't seem very authentic. He had originally thought that the Flower Country would be designed based on ancient China. Xie Wen, let's go check that out. Just as he felt a bit regretful and was mumbling to himself, Sanji suddenly tugged at his hair and pointed to a shop in the distance. Following Sanji's little paw, it turned out to be a Baozi shop. Clearly, upon seeing unfamiliar cuisine, the chef spirit of Little Huang was rare and ignited. Coincidentally, he hadn't eaten Chinese food in a long time. So Xie Wen walked toward the Baozi shop without hesitation, although he didn't have high expectations for the Baozi here. After all, how reliable could Chinese food be in a comic drawn by a Japanese artist with a Western-style background? Sure enough, what the hell is a kelp and tuna-filling Baozi? Calm down, This is a world dominated by the ocean, so it's normal for such feelings to appear. Xie Wen did several rounds of mental preparation for himself before managing not to shout out the complaints he had just made. Brother Xie Wen, Klee wants to eat this. Meow. The little plush cat exclaimed excitedly, pointing at the bun that had almost caused Xie Wen to lose his composure. Meanwhile, Sanji Meow looked over the menu and pointed to another flavor of bun, saying, "Then I'll try this octopus and scallop filling, meow." Xie Wen held his chest and said nothing, fearing he might spit out a mouthful of old blood. The expression on the dumpling shop owner's face was the same as that of the old man before. "Stop talking. Tired of everything." Xie Wen had no mood to explain to him. He picked the sea beast meat bun that looked the most normal, quickly paid, and left. The taste was surprisingly good. Xie Wen took a bite of the sea beast meat bun in his hand, and his mood immediately improved a lot. Although the taste was still somewhat different from what he used to eat, it was due to the different types of filling used. The bun itself was fine. He then glanced at both sides of his shoulders, where two little cats were happily enjoying their own buns. As a skilled chef, Sanji Meow had high standards for food, and Lily Meow had long been spoiled by him. Previously, on Cody's ship, she had quietly complained to Xie Wen that the food made by the ship's chefs was not as good as that made by her brother Sanji, prompting Little Yellow to rush to seize control of the kitchen, impressing all the chefs on board. Therefore, even though these fillings looked a bit strange, the taste should still be on point. Just as Xie Wen was hesitating whether to go back and buy a few more buns of other flavors to try, he came across a noodle shop. To the left of the noodle shop was a dumpling shop, and to the right was a sesame cake stand. This flower country is actually quite well represented. Xie Wen nodded with satisfaction and walked towards the 3 food stalls. Xie Wen and the others stayed in the flower country for about half a month. During this time, he mostly spent his time taking his 2 cats around to eat, drink, and have fun. There's no helping it. The artistic style of the flower country is so unique compared to the West Sea, and it also has some characteristics of Xie Wen's hometown. So whether it's Kelly Meow, Sanji Meow, or Xie Wen himself, they all felt a bit reluctant to leave. Even Kelly Meow, who has declared herself the first generation of the Dudu village of Xia Ying, didn't mention anything about conducting experiments. Anyway, their goal as the Airou investigation team is to travel all over the world. But simply checking in at a station to mark a map feels a bit lacking in ambition and interest. So it's quite normal to experience the local customs and culture along the way. Xie Wen found a reasonable excuse for himself and continued to enjoy food and fun with the cats in the Flower Kingdom. Thanks to the friendship sponsorship from Capone Bedge and the pirates, Xie Wen had enough berries to handle their expenses in the Flower Kingdom. Of course, during his time in the Flower Kingdom, he wasn't just indulging in pleasure. He would also read newspapers and chat with people, collecting some useful or useless information. Firstly, regarding the Flower Kingdom itself, there are a total of 9 armed forces, known as the 9 Treasures Navy, with the 8 Treasures Navy being the strongest among them. Each navy has different specific duties. For example, the 1 Treasure Navy is the Imperial Guard, responsible for guarding the royal palace of the Flower Kingdom, while the 2 Treasure Navy is the City Guard, responsible for defense outside the palace. Various tasks, such as maintaining public order and engaging in external warfare, are managed by different treasure navies. Kelly Meow even used her observation hockey and the cat's keen hearing to discover the existence of the 9 Treasures Navy, which is not publicly acknowledged by the Flower Kingdom. Although she didn't hear what specific duties they had, it is highly likely they belong to the intelligence division of the Flower Kingdom. The 8 Treasures Navy, which Xie Wen is most familiar with, is responsible for handling all informal strategies for external affairs, essentially doing the dirty work. They are somewhat like the pirates of old Europe who had privateering licenses, or in other words, they are the 7 warlords of the Flower Kingdom, with the only difference being that the 7 warlords were recruited, while the 8 Treasures Navy was cultivated by the Flower Kingdom itself. Because of this, the 8 Treasures Navy is rarely in the country and instead roams around the world. Xie Wen initially wanted to try to make contact with the 8 Treasures Navy, but it turned out that the decision-makers were mostly absent. It is said they have gone to the Grand Line, leaving only a group of reserves at their base, which an outsider like Xie Wen cannot enter. This makes the situation in the manga somewhat reasonable, as the 8 Treasures Navy was not in the West Sea during the time of war and was instead located in the latter half of the Grand Line. So rather than rushing back to participate in a war that may or may not happen, it would be better to go to Dressrosa nearby to cut off the enemy's arms supply line once and for all. However, it still feels like such a tactic is foolish. Moreover, even if the 8 Treasures Navy couldn't return in time when the war broke out, the previous generation's pillar, Qing Jiao, who has long since gone into hiding, should always be around, right? Or is it that because of the 8 Treasures Navy's uniqueness, if they participated in a formal war, it would provoke the Navy to take action, but the likelihood of that is too low. As considering the overall strength of the West Sea, all the navies here combined wouldn't be able to stop Qing Jiao and the others. By the time the Navy calls in experts from headquarters, the war would have already ended. As a member country of the world government, the Navy does not have much authority in front of the royal family of the Flower Kingdom. I really don't understand. Xie Wen shook his slightly swollen head and decided not to think about these completely illogical matters anymore. After all, there are too many nonsensical things in one piece, and if he wanted to understand them all one by one, it might be no easier than becoming the Pirate King. The most important thing now was to go to Xiu Tower to try their signature dish. No. It was to visit the retired old cadre Qingjiao, who was living in seclusion in the Flower Country. Of course, he still had to go to Xiu Tower first. During this time, Xie Wen and his two cats had become somewhat famous in the Flower Country, specifically Kelly Meow and Sanji Meow, who attracted a lot of attention wherever they went. However, unlike before, Sanji Meow's presence was more pronounced this time. During this period, he had visited many chefs and learned a lot of cooking methods for Chinese cuisine, and the chefs in the Flower Country were generous, eagerly sharing their knowledge with Sanji Meow, besides the fact that Sanji Meow was cute and had a sweet tongue. Another reason was that Xie Wen had generously spent a lot of berries for these recipes. For Xie Wen, as long as he could often taste the flavors of his hometown in the future, spending a bit more money was not a big deal, especially since he found it easy to earn that money. Once again, thanks to his buddy Beiji and the friendship sponsorship from the pirates. So, when Xie Wen walked into Xiu Tower with his two cats, the waiter in the shop immediately came over. "Hello, what would you like to eat?" asked the waiter, dressed in Western-style service attire, rubbing his hands together with a big smile. Xie Wen rolled his eyes in silence. After spending so much time in the Flower Kingdom, he had seen too many similar mismatched combinations, and his emotions were no longer as chaotic as they had been at the beginning. After ordering a few signature dishes from the Drunken Moon Tower, the waiter proactively said, without needing Xie Wen and the others to speak, "You want to visit the kitchen, right? I'll take Mr. Sanji there right away." Xie Wen nodded and allowed him to lead Sanji Cat to the kitchen, while he sat by the dining table, playing a claw game with Klee Cat to pass the time. One aspect that was quite restored in the Flower Kingdom was the level of public safety. Xie Wen had been strolling around with the two cats for nearly half a month, and no one had tried to harm them. Of course, there were still people who wanted to buy them at a normal price. But after Xie Wen had rejected several offers, fewer and fewer people came to ask. Moreover, Sanji Cat's strength was not low in the West Sea, and with Klee Cat's observation hockey, they could always locate him. So Xie Wen was not worried at all that Sanji Cat would be kidnapped. Sure enough, after a while, Sanji Cat returned with a satisfied expression, following the waiter who was carrying dishes. You guys are really here." Not long after the dishes were served, a somewhat rough female voice rang out from outside the door. Following that, a woman with golden hair, dressed in a floral qipao, strode over to Xie Wen and the others. "Sister Lisa, Meow." Klee Cat politely greeted her, while Sanji Cat mischievously poked Xie Wen beside him. Xie Wen sighed, putting down his chopsticks. "Big sister, can't you just leave me alone?" The newcomer was named Halisa, the daughter of the second-generation pillar of the Navy, and she was quite robust in build. Although one wouldn't call her a hulking figure, she could certainly be described as strong. Overall, her figure was quite curvy. However, her appearance had a very pirate-like style, which could be described as having a unique bone structure. This young lady from the second-generation Navy had appeared in a few panels in the manga, but not in the main storyline. Rather, it was in a cover-page story. She also had another identity as the fiancée of the 13th-generation pillar of the 8th-treasure Navy, Old Kai. "Of course, no problem. As long as you let me have one of your cats," Halisa said, pointing at the cat that was devouring food at the table. Xie Wen rolled his eyes, knowing that it was impossible. "Then marry me. That way, both Kiki and Sanji will be mine." Halisa did not hide her true intentions at all. "That's even more impossible. Not to mention this lady's bizarre appearance. She already has nearly 20 husbands, and they are all still married. Simply put, this person is like a budget version of Big M.O.M. Xie Wen must have lost his mind to marry her. Fortunately, although Halisa has a bold personality, she is quite upright and wouldn't resort to any tyrannical actions to forcefully take men. After being rejected by Xie Wen once again, she didn't get angry, but directly snatched a chicken leg from the plate in front of her and started eating it heartily, showing no manners at all. "Sigh." Xie Wen held his head and sighed again. He shouldn't have tried to get close to this big sister just to inquire about Qingjiao's whereabouts. "You guys are going to visit old Master Qingjiao, right?" asked Halisa, who had finished off more than half of the meal, while picking her teeth with a chicken bone. Since he had given the leftover food to the two cats, Xie Wen barely had a few bites and was still hungry. He first glanced at the bold big sister, speechlessly, then waved to the waiter to bring another table of food before nodding and replying, "That's right. Didn't you say old Master Qingjiao loves the wine from Drunken Moon Tower the most? Since I have nothing to do today, I'll accompany you all." Helisa put down the chicken bone in her hand and said enthusiastically. Xie Wen looked at her suspiciously and reminded her, "Even if you help me speak in front of old man Qingjiao, I won't give Kelly and Sanji to you for marriage, so don't even think about it." "Oomph. Do you really think I like you, you little brat?" Halisa slammed the table hard and said, "The people chasing after me can circle around the flower country 3 times. Wow, there are really a lot of blind people in this world." Xie Wen pouted and couldn't help but sigh internally about the aesthetic preferences of the 3 circles of people and Halisa's husbands. However, he also knew that being the second young lady of the Water Army was definitely an important, if not the main, reason for this. The carefree Halisa did not notice Xie Wen's strange gaze and explained, "Don't worry, I'm helping out because of Kelly and Sanji. I don't need anything in return." "Thank you very much," Xie Wen said sincerely, cupping his hands in gratitude. The green pepper in the comic was known for his bad temper, and with Halisa, the future granddaughter-in-law, helping out, not only would the success rate of consultations increase significantly, but even if they accidentally angered him, they wouldn't have to worry about him harming the cat. After eating and drinking to their fill, Xie Wen also took advantage of Halisa's connection to buy 2 barrels of the finest wine from Zuyu Tower. Then he followed Halisa to visit the green pepper. Surprisingly, the wine from the flower country was not sold in jars. The place where the green pepper lived was not far away. It was actually near the base of the 8 Treasure Water Army. However, unlike most of the families of the 8 Treasure Water Army living in the designated neighborhood, he had built a small courtyard nearby to retire, essentially living a leisurely life. "Green Pepper Grandpa, I'm here to see you." Before they even entered the courtyard, Halisa's loud voice had already sounded. She stepped forward and slapped the courtyard door hard, and with a crack, the latch inside was broken. Xie Wen and the others were then brought in with confused expressions. Once inside, Xie Wen saw a kind-looking old man sitting in the courtyard enjoying the cool breeze. He wasn't angry at all about his front door being forced open. Instead, he greeted them cheerfully. "Oh, it's Lisa. What brings you here today?" His good temper was completely unlike the old man in the comic who would fly into a rage at the slightest provocation. As the green pepper walked towards Xie Wen and the others, he suddenly sniffed hard, and his squinting eyes opened wide, though they didn't get much bigger, shining brightly as he stared at the 2 barrels of wine Xie Wen was carrying. "Is that wine from Zuyu Tower? Wow, Xie Wen, this grandpa is almost as tall as the bad guy you defeated, the Rock Man." Kelly's voice echoed simultaneously with the green pepper's eager question. Since Xie Wen's shoulders were occupied with the wine barrels, Kelly had directly perched on his head this time. Even so, she still had to strain her little neck to fully take in the green pepper's appearance. Xie Wen put down the wine barrel in his hand and began to examine Qingjiao's appearance. Qingjiao's characteristics were quite distinctive: a bald head, a round body, a dense white beard, and a tattoo of the number 12 above his left eyebrow, representing his status as the 12th generation pillar of the 8 Treasure Water Army. However, what Xie Wen was most curious about was how that pointed head, which had been flattened by carp, had gotten that way. Wouldn't he had hurt his brain? The most amazing part was that later, Luffy would actually manage to punch the pointed head back into shape, defying the laws of physics. Indeed, the physical rules of the pirate world were different from those on Earth. While Xie Wen was curiously observing Qingjiao, the latter's attention shifted from the fine wine to Xie Wen and his companions. A fur tribe? As someone who had once entered the Grand Line as a great pirate, Qingjiao naturally wouldn't be overly surprised like others for Flower Country. He wasn't completely oblivious to what was happening outside. He had heard that a peculiar person had recently come to Flower Country, causing his cat to search for people to learn cooking skills, referring to you lot, right? Yes, the junior is called Xie Wen. Xie Wen pointed to the 2 cats and introduced, "This one on my head is Kelly, and the one next to her is Sanji, the one learning to cook." "Oh ho ho." Qingjiao chuckled as he stroked his beard. "I've seen a few fur tribe members in my time. They were this cute when they were young." Xie Wen didn't bother explaining much about Kelly and the others, so he just nodded casually and directly stated his purpose to Qingjiao. "Old Master Qingjiao, I came to find you to ask some questions. But I'm not a chef, nor can I cook." Qingjiao misunderstood Xie Wen's intention and, scratching his bald head, asked in confusion, "Did you guys get the wrong person? I want to ask for guidance on hockey training." Xie Wen explained with a wry smile. "Oh." Qingjiao's squinted eyes opened wide again, surprised as he looked at Xie Wen's slightly youthful face. You're quite young, yet you've already come into contact with hockey training? In fact, Xie Wen extended his hand, activating armament hockey, which turned his arm black. I've already learned armament hockey, but since I practiced it on my own without anyone teaching me, I don't know how well I'm doing. Moreover, I've heard that there are different ways to use armament hockey, and these are what I want to ask you about. He paused and added also, as for observation hockey, I feel like I've accumulated enough, but I'm just missing that final push. At this moment, Qing Jiao's small eyes had already widened in shock. He had seen young people learn armament hockey before, but those were either guided by famous masters since childhood or had fought many battles in the latter half of the Grand Line. Someone like Xie Wen, who had figured out armament hockey on his own and was even close to mastering observation hockey, was a rare talent. Not to mention, he could tell that although Xie Wen had some combat experience, he likely hadn't gone through any life-and-death struggles, and in the relatively low-power environment of the West Sea. Even if he had fought desperately, it wouldn't have led to awakening hockey. Even his grandson, Lao Kai, only learned armament hockey after entering the Grand Line. Just as Qing Jiao was still processing his surprise, he heard Kelly, the Fur Tribe member on Xie Wen's head, say, Kelly can use observation hockey too. But Kelly doesn't know how she learned it. So I can't help Big Brother Xie Wen, meow. Old Grandpa, could you please help Big Brother Xie Wen, okay? Meow. This Qing Jiao had originally intended to refuse, as no matter how talented Xie Wen and the others were, it didn't concern him, and they didn't seem likely to join the 8 Treasure Water Army. But just as he was about to decline, a spark of inspiration hit him in his flattened head. I can guide you on hockey, but you must promise me one thing. Qing Jiao's originally kind expression suddenly turned fierce. If you ever get the chance, give a guy named Carp a good beating for me. Xie Wen, farewell. Hey, wait a minute. Seeing Xie Wen ready to leave without a word, Qing Jiao quickly stopped him. He didn't really want Xie Wen to do anything to Carp, and he also knew that they probably wouldn't be able to hurt Carp anyway. However, even though he deeply hated Carp for smashing his head, Qing Jiao was also quite clear about Carp's personality. As long as Carp knew that Xie Wen and the others were encouraged by him, Carp would most likely not hold against them, and might even point out some things to Xie Wen and the others. Of course, all of this was based on the premise that Xie Wen and the others didn't know much about Carp. Under normal circumstances, most of the people in the 4 Seas actually couldn't understand what kind of person Carp was. After Roger was executed, the power dynamics of the Grand Line gradually stabilized, and Carp had been stepping back more and more, especially in the 4 Seas outside the Grand Line. The identity of a vice admiral in the Navy was too far removed from them. But Xie Wen was one of the very few who knew Carp's life story and strength, and he knew it particularly well. However, even if Xie Wen knew nothing about Carp, Qing Jiao's prank-like plan couldn't succeed because he completely forgot that there was also Halissa beside him, who knew what Carp was like. Old man, isn't Carp the Navy who defeated you back then? How could Xie Wen and the others possibly beat him? Halissa bluntly pointed out. On the other hand, Kelly Meow scratched her little head and said matter-of-factly, isn't it because Grandpa couldn't beat him that he would look for help? Isn't that strange, Meow? Ahem, the problem is if we can't even beat Qing Jiao, how can we help him beat Carp? Xie Wen helplessly rubbed Kelly Meow's little head. That person could be considered one of the strongest in this world. Even in the latest few chapters of the manga updated before his crossing, this Navy hero seemed to have lost a lot of prestige, and this strongest seemed to come with a big question mark. Xie Wen added in his heart, wow, old Grandpa, how shameless you are. Sanji looked at Qing Jiao with a disdainful expression and said, ah. Qing Jiao awkwardly touched his bald head and awkwardly defended himself. Actually, things are not as dangerous as you think. He recounted his thoughts and speculations to Xie Wen and the others, then said, if you disagree, that's fine, I will still teach you hockey. Probably out of shame and for the sake of Halissa, Qing Jiao did not propose any more conditions this time. Xie Wen was certainly happy that things had developed this way and wouldn't say anything to provoke Qing Jiao. However, the curiosity of the cat was not so easily extinguished. That Navy called Carp sounds like a good person. So why do you want us to beat him up, old Grandpa? Were you a bad guy before, old Grandpa? Kelly tilted her little head in confusion and asked. Ah, well, Qing Jiao rubbed his bald head again, looking troubled. If you say he is not a good person, the Baroque Works is originally the army of the Flower Country, and it is officially permitted to go out as pirates. But if you say he is a good person, Qing Jiao really couldn't bring himself to admit it. It was Xie Wen who spoke up to help him out. All right, Kelly, this world is very complex, and we can't just distinguish between good and bad people. Just like the story I told you. Can you say that I Luo by and the defector Sasuke are bad people? Is that so? Although the little raccoon still couldn't fully understand, she didn't continue to dwell on it. After all, listening to Brother Xie Wen was the right thing to do. And Xie Wen said this not to intentionally blur Qing Jiao's past actions in order to gain his guidance, but because he truly believed so. After living in this world for so long and visiting so many places, Xie Wen felt increasingly that he could not use the mindset and values he had before his transmigration to view the positioning of pirates in this world. Indeed, those pirates who burned, killed, and looted brought much suffering to the common people of this world, and there are indeed many who hate pirates. However, there are also many who yearn for the profession of pirates, regardless of their reasons. Those who yearn for pirates cannot be unaware of what kind of character the pirate community generally has. Additionally, in places like Windmill Village and Frost Moon Village in the manga, after the bounties of Luffy and others increased, the civilians showed a proud expression. Even places like Cocoa West Village and Magnet Drum Kingdom, which had long been attacked by pirates and originally hated them, changed their attitudes immediately after Nami and Chopper went to sea. Therefore, in Xie Wen's view, the positioning of pirates in this world is more like a profession with a bad reputation. In a horizontal comparison, it is somewhat similar to the ancient wandering heroes. If one does not make a name for themselves, they are naturally a good-for-nothing ruffian, but if they make a name for themselves, they become a great hero or a chivalrous figure. Of course, this situation arises not only because there are peaceful pirates like Luffy and Shanks among pirates, but also has a lot to do with the various inappropriate behaviors of the rulers of this world. In short, it is a difference between the rotten and the more rotten. Therefore, from the perspective of this world, pirates can indeed be equated with explorers in certain situations. However, even if the profession of pirates is packaged with beautiful words like dreams and freedom, Xie Wen has no interest in becoming a pirate at all. In the following period, Xie Wen and the two cats settled down in Qing Jiao's small courtyard. Qing Jiao earnestly taught them about the practice of hockey, without holding back, just because Xie Wen did not agree to the condition of beating carp. In fact, Qing Jiao, who was charmed by Kelly's cuteness and Sanji's cooking skills, even brought out the Baroque work's secret technique, the 8-punch fist. Although he did not specifically teach Xie Wen and the others how to practice the 8-punch fist, he did explain the basic principles and key points of the technique. However, after listening to Qing Jiao's explanation, Xie Wen understood why he was not very concerned about learning the 8-punch fist. The essence of the 8-punch fist is to deliver a penetrating force similar to striking a cow over a mountain. The armament hockey itself has techniques for external release and internal destruction. Therefore, for Xie Wen, as long as he learned these hockey techniques, it didn't matter whether he could perform the 8-punch fist or not. In other words, the 8-punch fist is actually similar to the Navy's 6 styles, which is a way to mimic hockey and stimulate hockey, and can also be called a poor man's hockey. In the Navy's 6 styles, iron block follows the path of armament hockey hardening, while finger pistol and gale shot are external releases. Although the 8-punch fist balances both external release and internal destruction training, it also increases the difficulty of practice considerably. Moreover, since the technique of internal destruction is the hardest to master, even if one truly learns the 8-punch fist, it cannot guarantee they will master this technique after awakening hockey. Even Xie Wen's Monster Hunter techniques can be considered similar in nature. However, the power systems of the two worlds ultimately differ. Thus, the techniques for Monster Hunter manifest more as a skip class type of hockey awakening. Even after understanding these principles, the various applications of armament hockey are not easy to learn. The basic hardening is straightforward, and wrapping is not too difficult, but external release has a bit of difficulty. However, under Qing Jiao's guidance, Xie Wen managed to grasp it, albeit barely. The only technique he could not learn was internal destruction. However, considering that in the original work, Luffy also mastered this technique with a few sit-ups and guidance from Leopard 5, Xie Wen was not too anxious. Moreover, Qing Jiao specifically reminded him, practicing hockey relies far too much on training alone. Although you have now learned most of the uses of armament hockey, as long as you encounter a true master of armament hockey, even if the opponent only knows one technique of armament hardening, it would be difficult for you to win. Because the quality of your hockey is too different, only through the catalyst of battle can your hockey undergo a qualitative change. Simply relying on training cannot reach a higher realm. Similar words seem to have been said by Rayleigh to Luffy in the manga. So actually, Rayleigh is not a mediocre teacher. Everyone misunderstood him. According to Xie Wen's understanding, this hockey thing probably cannot play around with anything like the Sword God of 10 Mile Slope. After reaching a certain bottleneck, one must rely on battles of the same level, or even life and death struggles, to possibly achieve a breakthrough. Therefore, The reason Luffy awakened high-level observation haki when fighting Kaku, and was beaten by Rayleigh's 3 sticks to awaken haki, aside from being the main character with a cheat, is also due to his accumulated experience. But anyway, Xie Wen's learning of armament haki is basically settled. As for observation haki, there are no techniques similar to paper drawing among the Baroque works. So Qing Jiao's training method was also very simple. He had Xie Wen and Sanji try to keep their eyes covered most of the time and gathered a group of Baroque works reserves to ambush them at any time. Sometimes, Qing Jiao himself and Kelly would also join in. This led to Xie Wen constantly having bruises and scratches on his body during this period. What annoyed Xie Wen the most was that Sanji awakened observation haki before he did. It must be a difference caused by racial talent. It must be. There's a flaw. Sanji, who was enjoying SHKTing service, suddenly flashed with a glimmer in his eyes. He erupted from SHWN's embrace and kicked towards his chin with an uppercut kick. Xie Wen leaned back slightly to avoid the sneak attack from the little punk, while raising his right hand to catch a stone flying from his side. He then suddenly ducked his head to dodge a wooden stick sweeping from behind, and finally rolled to the side, causing the bald head of Qing Jiao to smash into the ground where he had just been. Is this the observation haki? What a wonderful feeling. With his eyes covered, Xie Wen felt the colors that suddenly appeared in his field of vision, as well as those outside of it. And he couldn't help but marvel at the experience. At the moment the wooden stick swept by, his observation haki suddenly awakened without any special premonition or reaction. It just came naturally. Then he experienced what Kelly Meow had described, the feeling of hearing other people's emotions. Perhaps it was because his hearing was not as good as a cat's, or perhaps it was because human perception is primarily visual. In Xie Wen's perception, compared to Kelly Meow's hearing, his observation haki felt more like seeing, while Sanji Meow's observation haki leaned more towards the olfactory smelling. He could see the general outlines of various creatures outside of his field of vision and the colors that represented their emotions and breaths. When he focused his attention on a single target, he could also sense the vulnerabilities or injuries on them, like Qing Jiao's crushed head. Moreover, Xie Wen's observation haki emphasized different aspects compared to Kelly Meow and Sanji Meow. Kelly Meow's observation haki focused on perceiving others' emotions, likely due to her pure-hearted nature. Sanji Meow's was better at detecting physical weaknesses, probably stemming from his identity as a chef. As for Xie Wen, his observation haki was more sensitive to the strength of breaths and sensing danger. Basically, with a sweep of his observation haki, he could assess the general strength of an opponent in their normal state. Advanced techniques like Conqueror's haki were beyond his perception. When attacked, Xie Wen also reacted a little faster than the two cats. Additionally, his perception of weaknesses was not much inferior to Sanji Meow. These abilities were clearly related to the extensive hunting experience from the memories inherited from hunters. Ah, Xie Wen, you finally learned it. Sanji Meow, who had awakened his observation haki long ago, shook his head and muttered, "This observation haki is really not that difficult. You idiot took so long to learn it." Qing Jiao's mouth twitched slightly. Although Sanji Meow was mocking Xie Wen, he inadvertently hit a nerve. In fact, compared to Xie Wen, the stimulation Qing Jiao experienced might have been even greater, considering the age at which he awakened his observation haki. Better not to mention it. Ugh. Kelly also wants to make her paws black. After being happy for a while for Xie Wen, the little doll drooped her head and ears in disappointment. Ahem. Look at Sanji's 2 hind legs. They're pitch black and not good-looking at all, so it's a good thing you can't turn black. Xie Wen was less comforting and more teasing, so this kind of comfort was obviously ineffective. Don't underestimate Kelly. The little doll pouted and raised her little paw, lightly tapping Xie Wen's thigh twice. All right, didn't Qing Jiao say it? You're still young, and your physique hasn't caught up, so there's no need to rush with the armament haki. Xie Wen picked up Kelly Meow and rubbed her little head with his cheek, officially comforting her. Besides, aren't you a bomb? You don't need to engage in close combat at all. Kelly just needs to throw bombs from a distance. Yes. And Kelly's bombs are so powerful that even if the enemy has armament haki, they won't be able to withstand them. Sanji Meow also chimed in to comfort her. And I can't use armament haki either, so Kelly doesn't need to be anxious. Are you underestimating armament haki? Qing Jiao, lacking in awareness, interrupted from the side and proudly cited an example. I was able to withstand naval cannonballs and sink their warships with my head. As long as armament haki is trained strong enough, a mere bomb is nothing to worry about. Xie Wen silently rolled his eyes at the oblivious old man, then seriously dug a pit for him. Klee's bombs are quite different from ordinary bombs. Sure enough, Qing Jiao jumped right into the trap, completely dismissing Xie Wen's words. Ha ha ha. They're all bombs. How different can they be? Even if they're more powerful, can they compare to that bastard Carp's punches? Xie Wen replied, I'm not sure how strong Carp's punches are. Why don't you, old man Qing Jiao, help Kli test them? With a squint, Xie Wen buried the last shovel of dirt. No problem. Qing Jiao, still unaware that he had been buried in Xie Wen's pit, was even thinking of ways to pack down the dirt on his head. He thumped his chest with his fist and eagerly suggested, let's go outside the city to test Kli's bombs. That way, we won't have to worry about damaging anyone else's stuff. After saying that, Qing Jiao led Xie Wen outside the city. Sanji nimbly climbed onto Xie Wen's shoulder and whispered in an approving tone, You're really bad, but you did a great job when it came to matters related to Kli. Xie Wen and Sanji's attitudes were always in agreement. As for Kli, she was brimming with excitement. After all, it's been a long time since she had the chance to set off fireworks, and she certainly didn't want to miss this opportunity. Moreover, since the other party underestimated the power of her bombs, Kli wasn't someone to be taken lightly. She had to show old man Qing Jiao the might of her bombs. Of course, Kli was also quite sensible. She didn't plan to use her most powerful bomb and didn't intend to enhance the explosion's power with her devil fruit abilities. Additionally, Xie Wen had previously used Haki to block the accidental detonation of her bombs during her experiments, so she didn't worry about old man Qing Jiao, who had stronger Haki, facing any issues. Before long, Xie Wen and the two cats followed Qing Jiao to a spot outside the city. Right here, Qing Jiao said, pointing to a nearby area with little vegetation. Xie Wen looked at the distance between them and the town of the Flower Kingdom and decisively said, let's move a bit further away, just in case he thinks of a reason that wouldn't arouse Qing Jiao's suspicion. It would be bad if the explosion scared the people in the city, and other naval troops might mistakenly think it's an enemy attack. You make a good point, Qing Jiao said, stroking his bald head, filled with admiration. If only my stubborn grandson had a brain like yours. Suddenly, he experienced the joy of being a great deceiver. Xie Wen tightly pressed his lips together, trying hard not to laugh out loud. After the group walked a considerable distance, almost reaching the seaside, they finally stopped in a rocky area. This should be far enough. Qing Jiao introduced, this used to be an open pit mine in the Flower Kingdom. Later, when the mine was exhausted, they filled the pit with the leftover stones, so even if it gets blown up, it won't matter much. Then he walked to the center of the rocky area, waved to Kelly Meow, and said in a tone meant to coax a child, come on, little Kelly. Let Grandpa see how powerful your bomb is. Xie Wen. Kelly Meow, stimulated by Qing Jiao's tone, immediately changed her mind. She turned her head and asked Xie Wen, can Kelly use the enhanced bouncy bomb directly? No problem, just don't use your abilities, Xie Wen whispered in reply. Nowadays, Kelly Meow's most powerful technique was actually her fruit ability, which she had developed to an unknown extent. The bombs enhanced by her abilities and the normal explosive bombs were completely two different concepts. Even though Xie Wen had mastered the armed color Haki, he wasn't confident about taking Kelly Meow's strongest bomb. With permission granted, Kelly Meow jumped down from Xie Wen and ran to the edge of the rocky area. Grandpa Qing Jiao, are you ready? Kelly's going to throw the bomb now. Ha ha, come on. Qing Jiao laughed heartily, then used armed color hardening to protect himself. Bouncy bomb. Kelly Meow took out a bouncy bomb that was larger than herself from her small backpack and threw it towards Qing Jiao. Then boom. Upon seeing Kelly Meow pull out the bouncy bomb, which looked more like a toy than an explosive, Qing Jiao really wanted to laugh. Of course, little Kelly looked adorable. Even if she could make bombs, how powerful could they really be? Xie Wen had been so serious before, probably just coaxing her play, right? Qing Jiao subconsciously shook his head, realizing that he had actually thought Kelly Meow's bomb would be somewhat formidable. What he was more curious about now was how Kelly Meow managed to pull out a bomb larger than herself from such a tiny backpack. Was it a fruit ability? He had heard before that Kelly Meow was a fruit user when teaching Xie Wen and the others about Haki, but he wasn't sure what kind of fruit it was. Was it a shrinking fruit, a backpack fruit, or something else? There were so many fruits with storage abilities that even some seemingly ordinary paramecia fruits could come with a space, like the mirror fruit or the door fruit. So even Qing Jiao couldn't guess what Kelly Meow's fruit ability was. As Qing Jiao's mind wandered, his armed color Haki gradually dissipated, and he didn't even intend to recover it. After all, Kelly Meow's bomb was just a toy, so he might as well not use armed color to defend and let the bomb explode on him to entertain Kelly Meow. Just when Qing Jiao, with his head flattened, finally realized that his earlier statement might have been a bit inappropriate, he understood why Xie Wen wanted Kelly Meow to blow off some steam on him. Qing Jiao's thoughts were good, but as the cute bouncy bomb bounced closer, his observation Haki activated instinctively, and a chill suddenly swept through his body. It even reminded him of the despair he felt when Carp punched his head flat. What the hell? Having initially wanted Kelly Meow to blow off some steam, Qing Jiao didn't dare to be careless. At this point, he couldn't even think about what Kelly Meow's bomb was. He fully activated his armed color hockey, crossed his arms in front of him, and assumed a standard defensive posture. Boom! Accompanied by a loud noise. Qing Jiao immediately felt a strong impact and a scorching heat that made his mouth dry. The armed color hockey within him was like a dam that had burst, consuming wildly, and his huge body was almost lifted by the shockwave. However, what made Qing Jiao even more helpless was that from the corner of his eye, he saw several spherical objects, smaller than the bouncy bomb, but of the same style, flying out from the flames in front of him. At the same time, another wave of chilling dread hit him. Wait, I mean it, boom, 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 boom. Qing Jiao's words hadn't even finished before the explosions sounded one after another, and the omnipresent flames completely engulfed his massive body. When the smoke cleared, Qing Jiao, buried under a pile of rubble, slowly exhaled a puff of black smoke, completing the sentence he hadn't finished earlier. Wasn't there only one bomb? Standing in front of the two cats, Xie Wen lowered his now faded black arm and looked at the newly blasted pit, which was significantly larger than before, and couldn't help but marvel at his foresight. If they had tested it at the spot they left the city, how much would he have to compensate the Flower Kingdom? So, Qing Jiao, old man, are you okay? Xie Wen Yuan shouted at Qing Jiao at the bottom of the pit. Cough, cough, cough. Qing Jiao coughed out a few puffs of black smoke, then brushed off the rubble on his body and stood up from the bottom of the pit, replying irritably, I'm doing just fine. Don't underestimate the strength of the last generation of the 8 Treasure Water Army. At this moment, if he still didn't realize he had been tricked by Xie Wen, then he had wasted all those years as a pirate. Moreover, he wasn't lying. Although he looked a bit disheveled, in reality, Qing Jiao was fine. The consumption of his haki was within his limits, and he could easily handle at least another 10 or 8 of those bouncing bombs. Probably. Qing Jiao stroked his beard, thinking uncertainly. Naturally, Xie Wen wouldn't foolishly continue to provoke him. Instead, he put on a fake smile and praised, as expected of a former pirate with a bounty of 500 million. Coming to learn hockey from old man Qing Jiao was indeed the right decision. Qing Jiao could certainly see that Xie Wen was trying to downplay the situation. But since the other party had said that if he pressed further about being tricked, wouldn't it make him seem lacking in the demeanor of a senior? So Qing Jiao could only snort coldly to express his dissatisfaction. Grandpa Qing Jiao is so amazing. Earlier, Xie Wen had also been accidentally blown up by Klee's bouncing bombs, and he had been injured. Compared to Xie Wen's superficial praise, the little doll's admiration was much more sincere. Upon receiving Klee's praise, Qing Jiao immediately beamed with joy, squatted down, and gently stroked her little head, engaging in mutual flattery. Little Klee's bombs are also very powerful. That kid Xie Wen isn't wrong. Even if one can use hockey, it doesn't necessarily mean they can withstand your bombs. However, he thought for a moment and still spoke honestly. Compared to that bastard Carp's fists, it's still quite a bit lacking. Although the observation color earlier made Qing Jiao recall Carp's punches, perception is one thing, and actual effectiveness is another. Hockey, being an essential skill for the top masters in this world, is naturally different from ordinary attacks. Xie Wen didn't care about this. He never intended for Kelly to fight against those top experts. As long as the little doll could protect herself in most situations, that was enough for him. Besides, Kelly's enhanced bomb hadn't even been used yet. Kelly also didn't take the green pepper's evaluation too seriously. In addition to her bouncing bomb still being able to increase in power, the clever Kelly had also come up with the idea for a new bomb with even greater power. Yikes! Xie Wen and Sanji felt a chill at the same time, as if something terrible was watching them. They looked around in surprise, but found nothing. After exchanging a glance with Sanji, they silently directed their gaze towards Kelly, who was tilting her little head as if she was deep in thought. Meow? The little doll looked up, puzzled, at Xie Wen and Sanji. Why are you looking at Kelly like that? Ahem, it's nothing, just thinking that Kelly, you're really amazing. Xie Wen scratched his chin, not asking her if she had any new inspirations, as he knew he couldn't stop her anyway. Why bother asking and making himself uncomfortable? Choosing to turn a blind eye, Xie Wen looked at Qing Jiao and said, Old man, I've already mastered both armament hockey and observation hockey. So, can you let me experience Conqueror's hockey? Just in case I encounter it in the future, it would be good to have some experience in dealing with it. Besides the reason he just mentioned, Xie Wen actually wanted to see if he could awaken his own Conqueror's hockey during the experience. Although he believed he lacked the qualities of King, One must always have dreams, right? Haha, Conqueror's Haki isn't something that just anyone can awaken. Qing Jiao immediately saw through Xie Wen's true thoughts and shook his head with a smile. Although you, little brat, have a high talent for Haki training, I don't see you having the qualifications for Conqueror's Haki. However, Qing Jiao quickly comforted him. Of course, don't be too disappointed. My judgment isn't always accurate, and the qualifications for Conqueror's Haki are usually awakened after going through some trials. You haven't experienced enough yet, so it's normal that there are no signs in that regard. Just like his grandson, Old Kai, who was sent by Qing Jiao to the Grand Line. Originally, the 8 Treasure Navy, even though it was an official pirate, could have operated solely within the West Sea. However, Qing Jiao wanted Old Kai and the 8 Treasure Navy under his command to gain more experience, which is why he sent them to the more dangerous Grand Line. Actually, not having Conqueror's Haki isn't a big deal. The main thing is to have some means of coping. It would be terrible to be caught off guard if they suddenly encountered it. Xie Wen doesn't have much obsession with Conqueror's Haki. Although the update has made it the strongest move, Karp, who also possesses it, was still taken down by Shiryu's hidden blade. So having it is great, but not having it isn't a big deal. On the contrary, what Xie Wen cares about most is the crowd control ability of Conqueror's Haki itself. Because aside from needing to withstand it himself, he also has to consider whether the cats can handle it. In that case, you all better be careful. Qing Jiao can understand Xie Wen's concerns, and after just being tricked by the opponent, he also wants to regain some faith through Conqueror's Haki. Thus, after giving a reminder, Qing Jiao's eyes suddenly widened, and the whiskers hanging from his chin stood up like a super scion. At the same time, a terrifying aura erupted from his body, pressing down on Xie Wen and the 2 cats. Meow. Tu Kli and Sanji both jumped up almost simultaneously, their fur bristling, ears pinned tightly to the back of their heads, looking as if facing a great enemy. Sanji's reaction was a bit better, but Kli clearly showed signs of strain. Xie Wen's heart also skipped a beat, and then, "Is this it?" He scratched his head, feeling it was quite average. To be fair, the Conqueror's Haki that Qing Jiao displayed was indeed quite impressive in terms of intimidation. However, if we're talking strictly about intimidation, how much different are the monsters in Monster Hunter? If Xie Wen, who has a wealth of hunter memories, were to evaluate it, the pressure Qing Jiao showed was significantly stronger than a Gormagala, comparable to a regular state Shrieking Legiana. But it still doesn't compare to a rampaging Shrieking Legiana, or the forbidden species and super large ancient dragons like the Elder Dragon, Crimson Black Dragon, Peak Mountain Dragon, and Great Jagras. Although Xie Wen has never truly faced them, even accounting for the discount from his memories, their oppressive force far exceeds Qing Jiao's Conqueror's Haki. So, Xie Wen really didn't feel much. That brief heartbeat was already his greatest respect for the Conqueror's Haki. Well, judging by this, the Conqueror's Haki shouldn't be too much of a problem for the Airous. Although Sanji and Kli are currently reacting quite strongly, let's not forget that one is a non-combat elementary to middle school chef, and the other is still a kindergarten-level explosive that basically had not participated in hunting before being summoned by him. So it's understandable that their performance is a bit lacking. Once he summons those grown-up combatants later, he won't have to worry about them being overwhelmed by the Conqueror's Haki. The most likely candidates for this would be the Airous summoned from the slicing-type battle-up summon ticket given by the weapon illustration. So he still needs to continue collecting famous swords. Xie Wen is still here, rubbing his chin and analyzing, while over there the Green Pepper, who has awakened the Conqueror's Haki, is not doing well at all. Xie Wen being able to withstand the Conqueror's Haki was within his expectations. After all, with strength comes a decreasing influence from the Conqueror's Haki. But how come there was no sign of being affected at all? Could it be that he truly has the qualifications of a king? Even so, doesn't he seem a bit too relaxed? Moreover, it's one thing for Sanji to hold on, but why does it look like the soft and squishy Kli can also withstand it? Am I really getting old? The dejected Qing Jiao retracted his Conqueror's Haki, feeling both relieved and melancholic as he watched Xie Wen still lost in thought. So this is the Conqueror's Haki? No wonder it's called that. Sanji looked at Qing Jiao, who had returned to a gentle and kind state, with a serious expression. Previously, Xie Wen had told him how dangerous this world is. However, their recent travels made Sanji doubt his words. After all, whether it was the Mafia or pirates, they had easily dealt with them, and he really didn't see where the danger was. But just now, Qing Jiao's performance successfully made the somewhat inflated Sanji regain his caution. Wow, Grandpa Qing Jiao just became so scary. Kli's thoughts weren't so complicated. She had just been scared and now only wanted to snuggle into Xie Wen's arms for comfort. Xie Wen was awakened by Kli pouncing on him. While gently comforting the little plushie, he looked at Qing Jiao in front of him. Is it over? Qing Jiao. Don't you feel anything? Qing Jiao asked stubbornly. Of course I felt something. Xie Wen honestly replied. When your conqueror's haki first appeared, my heart skipped a beat. And then I got used to it. Qing Jiao didn't want to talk to him anymore. After experiencing the imposing presence of the conqueror's haki, Xie Wen had only one last thing to do. Grandpa Qing Jiao, didn't you say that practicing haki requires enough external pressure? Xie Wen drew out Changyue and challenged Qing Jiao. So, please take this seriously and have a proper fight with your junior. Although they had sparred before, it was more of a guidance and didn't put any pressure on Xie Wen. Qing Jiao nodded, then shook his head, saying, There's no problem with fighting you. But don't expect too much. The gap between us is too large, and the training effect won't be very good. So, this time I wasn't planning on a one-on-one. Xie Wen grinned. Two little cuties appear beside him. Klee and Sanji are also joining the fight. This is the complete form of a monster hunter. Seeing that Klee was also going to join the fight, Qing Jiao's mouth twitched slightly. But then he thought, with Xie Wen and Sanji around, Klee wouldn't likely use those powerful bombs to avoid friendly fire. So his worried heart relaxed a bit. One can only say that the old man understands the character of the fire starter too little. Klee, Sanji, go for it. Knowing the gap between the two sides, Xie Wen didn't hold back and actively attacked Qing Jiao. He first threw out 2 flying slash attacks as a greeting. At the same time, Klee also threw out several bombs to seal off Qing Jiao's escape route. However, Qing Jiao's massive body made surprisingly light movements. Not only did he easily dodge the 2 slashes, but he also managed to swat them away before they exploded. Although he could easily block them with his armament haki, Qing Jiao, who had just taken Klee's bomb head-on, didn't want to waste his armament haki casually. Taking advantage of his evasion, Xie Wen got closer to Qing Jiao and launched a large circular blade infused with armament haki. Qing Jiao, not to be outdone, swung his pitch-black arm and met it head-on with the 8-strike fist. Ugh! Facing this powerful punch, Xie Wen gripped Changyue tightly, using all his strength just to barely hold on. However, he was still pushed back slightly, leaving 2 grooves on the ground with his feet. Even though Qing Jiao's strength had decreased after being hit, his power and the quality of his armament haki were still beyond what Xie Wen could match at the moment. The opponent hadn't even used higher-level haki techniques, just the basic hardening and the penetrating force of the 8-strike fist. In this situation, Xie Wen naturally didn't consider any endurance issues. Thus, he unhesitatingly activated his demon transformation. Monster Hunter-style demon dance. Xie Wen's long blade drew black streaks of light, like a swift wind and lightning, once again slashing towards Qing Jiao. Ha! Well done. Qing Jiao laughed heartily, waving his arms, intertwining with Xie Wen's blade light. After a series of sounds that completely resembled not the clash of flesh and swords but rather a ding-ding-dang-dang, Qing Jiao's arms trembled, causing Xie Wen, who was still pulling the blade light, to stumble. Following that, his body suddenly leaned back forcefully. 8-burst fist martial head. Xie Wen didn't know whether to be happy or disappointed. After activating the ghost transformation, he had to fight for quite a while before finally forcing out Qing Jiao's best move, the Iron Head technique. Of course, facing this move, he naturally did not dare to take it head-on and immediately used the hunter's ultimate skill, rolling, to dodge this attack. Xie Wen quickly dodged. Kelly's going to throw a bomb. Previously, Xie Wen and Qing Jiao had been entangled in battle without separating, and the 2 cats had been unable to find an opportunity to attack. Now that they saw Xie Wen start to roll, the eager little ragdoll immediately took out her proud creation. Bouncing bomb. Again, just as Qing Jiao pulled his head out of the ground, he saw a familiar big dumpling bouncing towards him, and he couldn't care less about chasing Xie Wen anymore, quickly jumping back. However, the cats were waiting for this very move. Don't think you can escape easily. Sanji quickly caught up with the still leisurely bouncing bomb, leaping toward where Qing Jiao was jumping from below and pushing off with all his strength. Air Force bomb shoot. The cute bouncing bomb quickly caught up with the airborne Qing Jiao. Then, in his panicked gaze, it rapidly expanded. Boom! After the bouncing bomb exploded, several enhanced bang-bang bombs would naturally bounce out for a secondary explosion. Boom, 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 boom. Xie Wen stared intently at the flames in the sky, his observation haki never relaxing for a moment. Qing Jiao had previously withstood a bouncing bomb, and he didn't believe that he could easily take down the opponent. Sure enough, the presence amidst the flames had not weakened. Instead, it suddenly became even stronger. Get away! Xie Wen quickly shouted to Kelly. At the same time, a loud roar came from the sky. No spike dragon, no spike nail. Qing Jiao, whose head was completely black, charged toward Kelly at the back of the team like a large missile. Clearly, Qing Jiao had identified the person who posed the greatest threat to him. Of course, Kelly was so cute, always calling him Grandpa Qing Jiao in her sweet voice, so Qing Jiao naturally wouldn't really harm her. Thus, while the attack looked powerful, it actually gave Kelly enough time to dodge. He merely wanted to use the shockwave from the impact to force Kelly to retreat. Fire release, multiple fire clone technique. Kelly clasped her two little paws in front of her chest, and her body quickly exploded into more than 10 flames that shot out in all directions. While avoiding Qing Jiao's attack, these flames all transformed into a Kelly made entirely of fire upon landing, surrounding the grounded Qing Jiao. Then, the more than 10 fiery Kelly raised their paws in unison and shouted, "Boom, boom, fire spark." In an instant, more than 10 four-leaf clovers made of flames appeared in midair, and fiery rays shot out from the centers of these clovers, flying towards the surrounded Qing Jiao. Nature type? Qing Jiao was taken aback. Although he had heard Xie Wen mention that he had given Kelly a devil fruit, he never expected it to be a nature type. After all, that was a nature type. You didn't eat it yourself, but left it for the cat to eat. However, being surprised didn't mean Qing Jiao would just stand there like a target for Kelly. While dodging the fiery rays, he quickly used his observation haki to locate Kelly's real body and lunge towards her. "Old man, did you forget about me?" Xie Wen suddenly emerged from the side with his sword drawn. Monster Hunter style, Divine Might, Airou. The brilliant blade light sliced through the air and struck towards Qing Jiao. Huh! Qing Jiao raised both palms and tightly clamped down on Xie Wen's blade. However, this also left him wide open for Kelly's fiery rays, which struck him directly. I'm burning up. The armed haki was indeed one of the most effective means against devil fruits. But it didn't nullify the power. It was merely a form of resistance. So even though Qing Jiao had covered himself in armed haki, he was still burned by Kelly's flames. "You little brats. I'm getting serious now." With this warning, a strong conqueror's haki erupted from Qing Jiao's body. Kelly was startled and instantly dispelled her ultimate move along with her more than 10 clones. Sanji, who was about to launch an attack, also abruptly stopped in his tracks halfway. Only Xie Wen remained unfazed. He suddenly withdrew his long yu and leaped high into the air. Monster Hunter style, Super Breakthrough Dragon Blade. No spike dragon, no spike nail. Faced with Xie Wen's descending sword technique, Qing Jiao did not dodge and jumped straight up to meet Xie Wen's long yu head-on. Clang! The pitch-black blade collided with his pitch-black head, producing a sound like metal clashing. Although it was also a clash of armed haki, Xie Wen's feelings at this moment were completely different from when he first faced Qing Jiao. During their first confrontation, despite being at a disadvantage in terms of armed haki and strength, he was still able to hold on, and at that time, he hadn't even activated his demonization state. Now, however, Xie Wen not only activated his demonization state, but also unleashed a more powerful technique, yet he still couldn't hold his ground. The two sides initially remained locked in the air for a moment, but Xie Wen's Monster Hunter style was always based on instant bursts of power. So when he began to lose strength, the long yu in his hand was immediately shaken away by Qing Jiao's bald head. Then, that bald head charged straight into Xie Wen's chest. Even though he had tried to mobilize as much armed haki as possible to defend, it still felt like he had swallowed a bomb made by Kelly, with a tremendous force exploding in his chest. Wow! Xie Wen felt his vision darken, as if he would faint at any moment. Fortunately, he was not fighting alone. Super Boom Boom Spark Mayo, Klee, who had broken free from the overwhelming presence of the Conqueror's haki, immediately created a massive fiery four-leaf clover. Flames shot out like a machine gun from the center of the clover, relentlessly firing at the green pepper and preventing it from continuing to pursue Xie Wen. Taking advantage of the moment when the green pepper was entangled in the flames, Xie Wen finally caught his breath and quickly used the jumping technique from the insect-controlling stick, swiftly adjusting his balance in midair. Although he lacked the pneumatic device to change direction in the air without the insect-controlling stick, he still managed to figure out a technique similar to the moonwalk, drawing on the aerial technique from his inherited memories of the insect-controlling stick and the flying insects. Monster Hunter style, Jumping Charge Slash. Xie Wen stepped on the air, still in midair, and charged towards Qing Jiao again, while Kelly Miao also cooperatively stopped her attacks at this moment. Meanwhile, Sanji Miao, who had been charging up for a long time, jumped high and launched an attack on Qing Jiao from both sides. The ultimate meat grinder Miao. However, Sanji Miao's strongest strike at the moment did not faze Qing Jiao. After all, Xiao Huang's strength was still lacking at this time, and Qing Jiao easily withstood his kick with ordinary armament haki. Even when facing Xie Wen's attack, Qing Jiao similarly used armament hockey to take it head-on, then leveraged the force of Xie Wen's strike on his body to charge towards Kelly Miao, the greatest threat. Dustakadish boom 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 shmayo. The little puppet quickly scattered a large handful of bombs into the air, then rapidly elementalized and fled in the direction where Xie Wen was. Among these bombs were not only ordinary bombs, but also the sonic bombs Kelly Miao usually used for fishing. Qing Jiao was momentarily caught off guard and was stunned by the sudden sonic attack. Seizing this opportunity, Xie Wen used a dance leap to rush over and delivered another dragon slash directly at him. After several attempts, Qing Jiao finally gave up on continuing to chase Kelly Miao. He realized that if he didn't deal with Xie Wen, the meat shield, he wouldn't be able to catch up with the slippery little puppet anytime soon. Therefore, Qing Jiao changed his strategy and began to forcefully withstand Kelly Miao's fire beam while launching a relentless attack on Xie Wen. At first, Xie Wen could still exchange blows with him for about 10 moves. However, as his physical strength was drained by the transformation into a ghost, techniques like the charge slash and super could not be unleashed under Qing Jiao's pressure. Xie Wen quickly found himself on the defensive, his vitality surging as he kept retreating. Damn it, Luffy in the manga hadn't even learned the more advanced armament hockey techniques at that time. So how could he trade blows with Qing Jiao and even restore his flattened head? At this moment, Xie Wen truly understood what Qing Jiao meant by the quality of. Learning to use armament hockey did not mean he could hold his ground against other users of armament hockey. Originally a bit cocky because he had mastered the two-color hockey, Xie Wen corrected his attitude once more. However, even with a corrected mindset, it was of no use at the moment. After taking a hit from Qing Jiao's no thorn dragon, no thorn nail, Xie Wen could no longer hold on and was knocked face-first into the ground. Although he remained conscious, the pain throughout his body, the severe depletion of energy, and the buzzing in his head made it impossible for him to get up for a while. After dealing with Xie Wen, the two cats couldn't hold out much longer either. After all, Kelly Miao was just an explosive type and couldn't mount an effective counterattack once Qing Jiao got close. Moreover, she knew this wasn't a life-and-death battle. So, after being caught by Qing Jiao, the little plush toy honestly admitted defeat. As for Sanji Miao, the chef, it was even more apparent. Without any devil fruit abilities and not knowing how to use armament hockey, he posed no threat to Qing Jiao. After Kelly Miao was caught, he wisely ceased his harassing attacks. Brother Xie Wen, are you okay? After they worked together to pull Xie Wen out of the rubble, Kelly Miao leaned in front of him, gently pushing his head with her little paw, concerned as she asked. Ugh, I'm all right. Xie Wen struggled to sit up and scratched Kelly Miao's chin in response. Although he was in considerable pain, the injuries he sustained weren't severe by the standards of either the pirate world or the hunter world. With just one night of rest, he would probably recover quite well. If he had another meal made by Sanji Miao that had restorative properties, he could recover even faster. This meant that Qing Jiao had likely held back. While Kelly Miao hadn't used her hotter blue flames, or even purple flames, given Qing Jiao's mastery of hockey, it was probably just a matter of him eating a bit of hardship. The outcome would still remain unchanged. TSK. I originally thought that with my current strength, even if I wasn't as strong as Luffy after his training, I shouldn't be too far off. Indeed, there was a significant gap between having guidance and trying to figure things out on one's own. Ha 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 ha. Don't look so down. Qing Jiao patted Xie Wen's back, nearly knocking him back into the ground again. At your age, having this level of strength is already impressive. When I was your age, let alone hockey, I hadn't even mastered the 8 trigram fist yet. That's because you haven't seen Luffy go from a rookie to one of the 4 emperors in just 2 years. Or Kobe go from a relatively weak, ordinary person to an elite, even among the Marine headquarters captains. Xie Wen curled his lips, but he didn't belittle himself. After all, he was a transmigrator who inherited the name Kanglan Star, and in the future, he would be able to summon more talented followers. Next, Xie Wen and the others stayed in the Flower Kingdom for a few more days. During this time, Xie Wen had a few more fights with the old man Qing Jiao alone. His domineering quality indeed improved, but the increase wasn't significant. Even though Qing Jiao had adjusted his strength as much as possible to fight against Xie Wen, practice is still practice, and there's a clear difference from real combat. The power system in the pirate world is somewhat idealistic, so knowing that he couldn't really get hurt, the effect of practicing with Qing Jiao was limited. Originally, Xie Wen thought that after Qing Jiao learned about Kelly Miao's fruit ability, he would ask them to help open the treasure of the ice continent. But the other party never brought it up. Moreover, Xie Wen didn't see that ancient glacier near the Flower Kingdom, so he couldn't take the initiative to mention it either. After buying a lot of local specialties and kitchenware like steamers for making buns, Xie Wen and the others bid farewell to Qingjiao and Helisa, leaving the island where they had stayed the longest, aside from the initial uninhabited island. Ahem, Sanji, come here for a moment. After setting sail, Xie Wen waved to summon Sanji, Miao, to his side, patting his shoulder seriously and saying, since you have learned observation hockey, you will watch over Kelly when she does experiment from now on. What the Miao? Isn't that your job? Sanji Miao jumped up in surprise, fluffing up in rejection. I don't want to do it, Miao. Ah, I didn't expect you to dislike little Kelly so much. Xie Wen pretended to glance at Kelly Miao, who was standing nearby. That's not true, Miao. Kelly's sister, don't listen to this sinister and cunning guy's nonsense, Miao. Sanji Miao quickly explained to Kelly Miao, who was already pouting, I just don't want to help this idiot Xie Wen do his work. This is obviously his job. Miao, if anyone dislikes anyone, it's him who dislikes you, Kelly's sister. That's why he's pushing this task to me, Miao. However, Xie Wen was well prepared. Oh, that's because I have other things to do. After I'm done here, I'll come back to switch with you. What does brother Xie Wen want to do? Does he need Kelly's help? The little puppet immediately leaned in excitedly. Even Sanji Miao, who had just been glaring at him, couldn't suppress his curiosity, moving closer while mumbling. What strange idea did you come up with this time, you idiot? Actually, it's nothing much. Xie Wen took out the typewriter he bought in the Flower Kingdom. I plan to submit an article to the World Economic News Agency. Is it about Naruto? Is it about Naruto? Kelly Miao became even more excited. Kelly can help draw illustrations, Miao. No. Naruto isn't quite suitable. Xie Wen shook his head. The plot of Naruto is too long. It would be fine to summarize it for Kelly Miao, but for me to write or draw it, I might as well just kill myself. Then Xie Wen added, however, I will indeed need your help afterward. Sanji Miao was taken aback. Is there still something for me to do here, Miao? Just to clarify, I won't help you write. Miao, don't worry. You won't need to write anything. I just need some suggestions from you. Xie Wen smiled slightly. Because I plan to write about the World Economic News Agency. A large white bird that looked like a bald eagle, but was actually an albatross named Morgans. The president of the agency was holding his head in distress. This bird was an ability user of the bird fruit, albatross form, but for some reason, he always preferred to maintain this beastman form, and oddly enough, he couldn't fly. Morgan's life goal was the same as his nickname, always chasing after big news. The reason he was so distressed now was that recently, those pirates had been engaging in minor skirmishes, leaving little worth reporting. The news of Capone Beach backstabbing 2 allies, unifying Geary Ice, and then being defeated by an unknown individual was already considered big news during this period, and they had reported it long ago. Damn it, have those pirates collectively entered a vacation period? Why don't they try challenging Big M.O.M. or Whitebeard? Morgan scratched his head irritably, making his feathers a mess. President. At that moment, an editor from a newspaper rushed over, bringing a rather special manuscript from a newsbird that had returned from the West Blue. A submission from the West Sea? Morgan's was taken aback. The World Economic News Agency had received submissions from outside before, but they were usually requests from certain forces, including the world government. Even if there were occasional private submissions, they were generally sent to the agency's branches. And this was the first time he encountered a private manuscript delivered by a newsbird, because doing so would not earn any manuscript fees. Normally, such private submissions would be evaluated by the branch's editors after delivery, who would decide on their general value and provide corresponding fees. Most of the time, editors could decide where the article would be published and in which section. Only explosive news or unverifiable secrets with significant implications would reach Morgan's directly for him to decide on the publication. And for this type of news, even if its authenticity was uncertain, the manuscript fee would be considerable, so a normal person would choose to submit it to a branch instead. However, there was no helping it because Xie Wen was not a native of this world. Therefore, he was unaware of such common knowledge for ordinary people. And since he didn't care about that little manuscript fee, he simply had the newsbird deliver it. After all, even though they couldn't speak, their intelligence was no less than that of normal people, and Xie Wen wasn't worried they'd lose his manuscript. Let me take a look. Morgans extended his wing towards the editor, as he had nothing else to do and might as well see how special this oddly sourced manuscript was. Upon opening the manuscript handed to him, the first thing that caught Morgan's eye was the prominent bold title, West Blue Travel Guide, Flower Kingdom Edition, author, traveler. Morgan's interest immediately waned. What is this? A sailing diary? What is so special about this manuscript that it needs to be sent to me for review? Morgans frowned, feeling somewhat dissatisfied with his editor's professional abilities. However, since the manuscript had been sent, he didn't plan to just toss it aside. Since I'm idle anyway, I might as well see what is special about this nautical diary. Thus, Morgans patiently continued reading, and gradually, he became captivated by this nautical diary in his hands. In this world, although there are also things like nautical diaries, they're more inclined towards personal use, and the focus is not on sightseeing but rather on treasure, which is a result of the overall environment in the pirate world. Most people, even if they see beautiful scenery or taste delicious food, wouldn't specifically record it, let alone share it. Therefore, Xie Wen's travel guide, which focuses on introducing local customs, specialty snacks, and historical culture, seems particularly special. Additionally, the two cats helped a lot in this. Besides the cute illustrations by Kelly, there was also professional guidance on cuisine from Sanji. Plus, Xie Wen imitated the writing style of documentaries like A Bite of China and various travel promotional videos. Even though Morgans had been to the Land of Flowers before, after reading this Western Blue travel guide, he felt a desire to visit the Land of Flowers for fun again. Great, great! After finishing the draft, Morgans excitedly slapped his thigh, not expecting the nautical diary to have such a writing style. Having worked in the news industry for years, Morgans knew very well that this draft was not what one would call big news, and it couldn't even be considered a reliable nautical diary. But that didn't mean it was without value. On the contrary, its value was quite significant because its audience was broader. Even those commoners who would never set sail would definitely want to understand the customs and cultures of other regions through it. Upon realizing the value of this draft, this big news immediately began to think about which section of the newspaper to place it in. The front page was definitely out of the question. While this travelogue was nice to read, it essentially did not belong to news and was more like a story. Right? It's a story. Morgans slapped his thigh again. His World Economic News had previously published comic strips like Sea Warrior, Sky, so he could directly follow that model and create a special section. Moreover, it was clear that the author did not intend to write just this one travelogue about the Land of Flowers. Someone, hurry up, Morgans called over his subordinate, excitedly instructing. Bring the newsbird that got the draft. Then have it deliver a phone bug to the author of this draft. The World Economic News Agency could become the media mogul of the entire pirate world, and its intelligence capabilities were naturally not lacking. Perhaps they weren't as good as CP agents at uncovering secrets, but they were definitely unmatched in the speed of conveying messages. So soon, a phone bug was delivered to Xie Wen by the newsbird and was connected immediately. Xie Wen, brother, is this the phone bug? Why does it look like a bird? So interesting. Kelly poked the phone bug, which had transformed into Morgan's appearance, with her little paw. Xie Wen? On the other end of the phone bug. Morgans quickly recalled the origin of the name from his memory. You are the swordsman who defeated Capone Beach. Oh, as expected of the president of the World Economic News, even someone like me is known to you. Xie Wen replied, while hugging Kelly to stop her from causing more trouble. The person who defeated the gangster Beach cannot be considered a minor character. Morgans casually complimented, and then swiftly shifted the topic to the draft he was more interested in, especially since you wrote such an interesting nautical diary. A nautical diary? So that is how you view that travel guide? Xie Wen scratched his head, but it wasn't wrong. Morgans didn't dwell on the title and directly issued a commissioning request to Xie Wen. Your travel guide must not only be about the Land of Flowers, right? Are you interested in continuing to serialize it in the World Economic News? As for the remuneration, I will definitely not shortchange you. Just name your price. Of course, otherwise, I wouldn't have had the newsbird deliver the draft. This was originally Xie Wen's goal, and he certainly wouldn't refuse, not for the sake of that little remuneration, but to build a good relationship with Morgans, this media tycoon and information broker. After all, as Xie Wen interacted with more and more plot characters, his foresight would gradually become less accurate. Therefore, it was best to have a stable source of information. Moreover, Xie Wen continued, I don't have too many requirements for the manuscript fee. I could even forego it. However, I hope to obtain some information from you. Don't worry. I'm not asking for any sensitive secrets that would offend anyone. Seeing the phone bug frown, Xie Wen quickly explained, I'm looking for information on devil fruits and famous swords. Regardless of the type. For Xie Wen, the greatest value in getting involved with Morgans is knowing the whereabouts of items that can fill his collection. Whether he can get them in time is another matter, but at least knowing their locations give him a chance to obtain them. A collector? Huh? Morgan smirked. He didn't think much of Xie Wen's request because he had received similar requests from others before. Some wanted to enhance their strength, some wanted to make a profit, and others sought to reclaim items of sentimental value. Generally speaking, those who, like Xie Wen, didn't care much about money and only had specific categories in mind were considered collectors. Thus, Morgans naturally assumed Xie Wen belonged to this group. This is a minor issue. I have plenty of information on devil fruits and famous swords, but I can't just give it all to you at once. For Morgans, This type of information was far too abundant, and much of it wasn't even considered secret within their underground circles. However, he couldn't simply hand over everything just because of a little extra guidance. Although Morgans himself would actually be happy to do so, as only when these people fought over treasures would he have significant news to publish. Nevertheless, there still had to be some bargaining involved. Xie Wen naturally understood the other party's thoughts and casually replied, "That's natural. Even if you gave me all that information, I couldn't change my course immediately. I haven't finished exploring the West Sea yet." Morgan immediately caught the meaning behind his words and laughed. "No problem. I can give you some information about the West Sea first, and it won't be too far from the Kingdom of Flowers. When you send over your next manuscript, I'll give you the next piece of information. How about that?" "Sure." Xie Wen agreed immediately, but he added a condition. "I also need a journalist badge from a news agency. The pass from a navy is not very effective, and applying for it is quite troublesome." Originally, Xie Wen had planned to apply for the pass that Cody mentioned when he captured a pirate for the bounty. However, the sudden appearance of Robin disrupted his previous plans. And after sending Robin away, he didn't encounter the Navy base, so he temporarily set this matter aside. Anyway, there was no rush, and besides, Cody had also said that the effectiveness of that thing was not what it used to be. It wasn't until he had the idea of submitting an article to the World Economic News that he suddenly realized there might be a better option. Morgan had many cooperative relationships with the world government and had certain connections with Big Mom among the four emperors. Moreover, the reporters from the World Economic News were spread all over the seas, and their journalist badges were definitely more effective than ordinary passes. If it didn't work out with Morgan, applying for a pass later would not be too late. No problem. However, this was a trivial matter for Morgan. So without thinking twice, he agreed and quickly informed Xie Wen about a famous sword. The sword mentioned in the information was called Xiaolon, and without a doubt, it was another excellent quality sword with 50 craftsmanship. After all, since it was their first cooperation, Morgan couldn't possibly bring out something of high value. After some traveling, Xie Wen wasn't completely ignorant about these things. The price of an excellent quality sword was generally around 1 million berries. Although it could fluctuate due to reputation, quality, and other reasons, that was roughly the price. As for a great sword with 21 craftsmanship, the price jumped to the tens of millions, with even transaction records nearing 100 million. As for supreme great swords, it was already impossible to measure with berries, as there were no transaction records at all. However, for Xie Wen, there was no difference between these three levels of swords. As long as they could unlock the encyclopedia, that was enough. Of course, better swords might lead to a higher collection rate when they unlocked the encyclopedia. But for now, Xie Wen didn't have the qualifications to be picky. Unfortunately, although there were good swords that were of the same quality as great swords, they weren't classified as famous swords and couldn't unlock the encyclopedia. Otherwise, for around 500,000 berries, he could have bought a weapon of excellent quality. To confirm this, Xie Wen specifically spent over 400,000 berries to buy a Western sword called Norm, but the encyclopedia in the manual showed no response. However, this also gave Xie Wen an idea. If he gained fame using these originally obscure weapons, would they appear in the encyclopedia? It felt interesting to make the fresh sword, Bai Nagi, one of the great swords, or even supreme great swords. But although he had this idea, Xie Wen didn't immediately try to do so, because if he really did that, it would mean he had to constantly challenge those famous swordsmen and even get himself on a bounty list, which didn't align with his plan of traveling low-key with his cats. Moreover, even if he wanted to become famous, that would have to wait until he entered the Grand Line. How much fame could he gain in the Four Seas? Unless he went to challenge some future four emperors who returned home to buy alcohol, or a certain Navy hero visiting his grandchildren, or someone from the Seven Warlords drifting around on a bamboo raft, that might give him a little bit of fame. Although he had obtained the whereabouts of a famous sword, Xie Wen had no intention of speeding up his journey. Instead, he continued to follow the initially set route, progressing slowly, even slowing down further because he needed to write the travel guide for the West Blue. On the other hand, with the latest issue of the World Economic News being released, the travel guide written by Xie Wen received a lot of love. And Morgan even specifically called to inform him and kindly offered the location of a new famous sword. However, this time the information was not guaranteed to be true, and it was unclear which specific famous sword it was, requiring Xie Wen to confirm it himself. "Mr. Xie Wen, is the new travel guide ready?" After providing the new information, Morgan began to urge for the manuscript. "I have finished writing it. I just need the final illustrations." Xie Wen picked his nose and explained, "But I don't recommend you send it out so quickly. Not all islands are suitable for introduction, and most of the towns don't have as rich content as the Kingdom of Flowers. I managed to put together a piece by integrating several places I had previously visited, but I can't be sure when I will have enough material for another. So I think it's better to take it slow. To avoid Morgan misunderstanding that he wanted to raise the price and affect their cooperative relationship, Xie Wen added, "Of course, you're the professional in running a newspaper. I'm just giving a suggestion. Once the illustrations are ready, I will send the manuscript over." When Morgan sent Xie Wen the journalist badge, he also brought along the parts needed for faxing, and it was at this moment that Xie Wen realized that the microphone, dial, and other components on the phone bug were all attached later and could be removed at any time. This world is truly amazing. Xie Wen couldn't help but exclaim, No, your suggestion makes a lot of sense. The amazing telephone bugs can not only communicate and send faxes, but they can also mimic the expressions of the speakers. At this moment, the bird-faced telephone bug in front of Xie Wen looked very excited. "Are you interested in officially taking a position at the World Economic News Agency?" Not as a reporter in the previous sense. Although there are many reporters at the World Economic News Agency, talents like Xie Wen, who can provide suggestions on newspaper management, are truly rare. Therefore, even though the other party is not well known and their background is somewhat unclear, Morgan still extended an olive branch to them, as it wouldn't affect his ability to run the newspaper. Xie Wen hesitated for just 2 seconds before agreeing. After all, he wouldn't be at a disadvantage, so why not? After becoming part of the World Economic Society, Morgan immediately gave him a set of codes used to contact the agency's foreign correspondents and news scouts. Xie Wen could share first-hand information from nearby areas through them, and he no longer had to spend money on newspapers. Of course, Xie Wen wasn't getting these benefits for free. When the agency needed his help in the future, he would have to assist to the best of his ability. Additionally, if he learned any secrets or news, he could contact Morgan through the phone bug to exchange for the intelligence or goods he desired. "Oh, speaking of which, I do seem to have some news that you might find useful," Xie Wen said after a moment of consideration, decisively selling out Cody. "I inadvertently learned about an organization called CP and the identity of one of its members, but I don't know what that organization or that member is specifically involved in." Xie Wen still held back a bit. After all, he was just an ordinary traveler. How could he know what the CP organization was? He had only learned about this information by chance and wanted to exchange it for some intel. CP organization. Morgans didn't expect to hear such explosive content from Xie Wen. His emotions and expressions got out of control and were reflected on the phone bug in front of Xie Wen. Looking at the distorted phone bug, Xie Wen couldn't help but marvel again at the wonders of the pirate world. It was amazing how it could mimic Morgan's exaggerated expressions so vividly. "Wait, don't speak." Morgans, coming back to his senses, quickly shouted, "Let me send you an anti-eavesdropping phone bug." Morgans did this not out of interest in the CP organization's information, but out of concern that Xie Wen might suddenly reveal some shocking news again. The white anti-eavesdropping phone bug was soon delivered into Xie Wen's hands. He didn't feel much about it, but Kelly Meow was quite fond of these little creatures. She usually took care of feeding the phone bugs, and now, with one more, it made her plush toy very happy. Additionally, along with the anti-eavesdropping phone bug, there was a special journalist badge, which was clearly more impressive than the one previously given to Xie Wen. After putting away the new press badge, Xie Wen connected to the eavesdropping phone bug, and then, using Uncle Cody's identity, switched to another famous sword's location. He didn't feel guilty about it, although Uncle Cody had indeed taken care of him during their time together. He was, after all, a CP agent, and who knows how much of it was an act. Moreover, Xie Wen didn't think Morgans would go around revealing Cody's identity. So he just used a piece of information that had almost no impact on anyone to exchange for, well, basically useless intel in return. He wasn't sure if Morgans was doing this on purpose. The whereabouts of this famous sword were in the hands of a major from a branch in the West Sea. So unless Xie Wen wanted to be wanted, he had no hope of getting that sword. Furthermore, Morgans told Xie Wen that this was the last famous sword in the West Sea with a clear location. The rest were either Schrodinger's messages with uncertain authenticity or outdated news that once had a confirmed location but had since been taken by someone else. But this was unavoidable. There were only 83 swords in the famous sword catalog. Plus, 12 of them were even rarer than devil fruits and hardly circulated. Having 3 swords with clear locations in the West Sea was already quite good. As for the other 2, they were of course the CH Getsu that Xie Wen got from Becky and the CH Ran that Morgans had informed him about earlier. Moreover, Xie Wen had already obtained CH Ran before the anti-eavesdropping phone bug was delivered. The process of acquiring CH Ran was quite simple. Xie Wen bought it from its previous owner for a premium price of 1.5 million berries. Then, the weapon encyclopedia updated with CH Ran's information, but unfortunately, it wasn't a great sword and wasn't suitable for Xie Wen to use, so he could only let it gather dust in his bag. planning to sell it or give it away later. Additionally, there were indeed no new summoning ticket fragments. However, this was within Xie Wen's expectations. The first fragment was given when opening a specific encyclopedia page, and the second fragment of the same type was given when the Monster Encyclopedia first opened the Sea King classification. So for the second weapon type, summoning ticket fragment, Xie Wen estimated he would have to obtain the first great sword or collect enough good swords before it would appear. After the Flower Country arc, the World Economic Journal published 4 Western blue travel guides in succession, all of which were well received by readers. Xie Wen's pen-name traveler gained him quite a few fans, who even traveled to the West Sea to search for his whereabouts based on the travelogues published in the newspaper. Fortunately, Xie Wen had anticipated this. The articles he sent to Morgans were not based on his travel route. That is to say, his golden finger was not some popularity system or anything like that. Otherwise, he would at least have 5 or 6 cats around him by now. Furthermore, his travelogue sparked a rather ridiculous yet fitting incident in the pirate world. After seeing his Flower Country piece, Big MOM sent her 4th son, Charlotte Oven, the baking minister of Whole Cake Island, along with a group of people to the West Sea to kidnap some chefs to take back. However, they encountered Rear Admiral Gomir, who was returning to headquarters for a report, and were beaten back, providing Morgans with another news piece. But the story didn't end there. An enraged Big Amon sent one of the sweet commanders, Charlotte Snack, only to have the Navy, who was already prepared, intercept him on the way. And Snack almost got captured. Thus, the World Economic Journal added another headline news. Because of this, Morgans, who had already regarded Xie Wen as a lucky star, without a second thought handed over all the information related to devil fruits and famous swords in the West Sea to him. Unfortunately, the timeliness of the information regarding devil fruits was too short. Either they had already been eaten, or they had been resold or taken away, with their whereabouts unknown. As for the information about the famous swords, the Suvak Pirates base should be just ahead, right? Xie Wen stood at the bow of Explorer No. 1, gazing at the tiny island in the distance that seemed only the size of a palm, sighing with less confidence. Hopefully, this information isn't wrong. He had already searched nearly 10 places, and the results were either rumors or too late. Just when he finally encountered a real one, it turned out that the sword was still an heirloom of the other party, and they were unwilling to sell it for any price. It seemed that Kelly Meow's good luck wasn't all-powerful after all. Xie Wen sighed again, hoping that this time there would be some gains. Moreover, according to the information Morgan had given him, they might encounter the 2-handed broad sword named Centaur from the 21 Big Knives. As the island drew closer, Xie Wen thought for a moment and picked up the little puppet that had been playing with his ear, cradling it under its armpits. Just like Rafiki raised Simba in The Lion King, lifting Kelly Meow high up. Meow, the little puppet, being lifted, tilted its head in confusion. Kelly bless. This time, it must be a good haul. Xie Wen stood at the bow of the ship, holding the cat high, and loudly made a wish like a fortune teller. Although Kelly Meow, the little angel, didn't quite understand what Xie Wen was doing, she still cooperatively responded. Okay, Kelly will bless Brother Xie Wen. The bystander, Sanji Meow, rolled his eyes in silence, and then pressed his little paw against his head to complain. What a fool, Meow. Xie Wen glanced at the little yellow cat, sneered, and pretended to sigh. I wonder when the new partner can be summoned. Just when Sanji was rubbing his forehead, he suddenly jolted, then raised his paws high and shouted loudly. Sister Klee, bless us. This time we will definitely find a famous sword and obtain new summoning tickets, Meow. Klee also wants to meet new friends, Meow. The little puppet understood this time and nodded repeatedly. While Xie Wen was playing around with his cat, Explorer No. 1 had already approached the Suwak pirate group's base and was quickly discovered by them, probably seeing that it was only a small single-masted sailboat coming over. The pirates on the island didn't take Xie Wen and the others seriously at all. Not only did they not conduct long-range cannon fire, but they also only sent 2 small boats to approach Explorer No. 1, clearly thinking that the 10 or so people on board were enough to deal with them. The result, of course, was that they sent a signal to the people on the island, saying that they had already taken over the ship. Xie Wen placed the Chongyue against the neck of a pirate whose face was bruised and swollen, giving him orders. Around them, other pirates were lying on the ground, being tied up obediently by 2 cats with ropes. Don't try anything funny, Xie Wen warned, pressing down on the Chongyue. Yes, how dare I do anything funny? Most pirate lackeys have one virtue. They know how to recognize the situation, and this pirate was no exception. He had no intention of causing trouble. Even if their boss successfully dealt with Xie Wen, he would definitely be the first to suffer. So it was better to do, as Xie Wen said, get tied up and wait for the final outcome of the battle. Thus, Xie Wen and the others successfully brought Explorer Number 1 to shore. Who are you? Where are my subordinates? As Xie Wen jumped down from Explorer Number 1, the large, oddly shaped bald man at the forefront of the approaching group of pirates shouted loudly. Xie Wen ignored the meaningless question from the other party and instead took out a stack of wanted posters, finding the one with the other person's photo. Lin Suvak, nicknamed Great Sword Warrior, had a bounty of 53 million berries, which was quite valuable. The average bounty for the leaders of various pirate crews in the West Sea was around 30 million berries, so Suvak's bounty was almost double that, making him the highest bounty pirate Xie Wen had encountered so far. Of course, this was not considering the likes of Green Pepper and yet-to-be-grown Becky. Next, Xie Wen looked at the two-handed sword behind Suvak. However, since the other party had wrapped the sword's hilt in cloth, he couldn't confirm whether it was the Kintors from the 21 sword styles. But according to the information provided by Morgans, Suvak often used this sword in battle to cut opponents' weapons in half, something that definitely couldn't be easily achieved by a good quality sword. Unless he was also a swordsman who understood iron cutting. But Xie Wen couldn't see Suvak as someone serious about studying swordsmanship. So, he was a bounty hunter? Hearing Xie Wen mutter to himself, Suvak revealed a cruel smile, pointed at Xie Wen, and asked, "Boys, another overconfident fool has come to us. Who's going to take him down?" Although Xie Wen had just dealt with 10 or so of his subordinates, those were merely weak lackeys. And Suvak naturally didn't think much of Xie Wen's strength. Moreover, there were too many young people with some skills venturing out on the sea, and Suvak had already killed countless of them. To him, Xie Wen was just another unfortunate soul. The surrounding pirates burst into mocking laughter, and soon, a bizarre-looking guy wearing spiked knuckles stepped forward. "Leave him to me, Captain. You know, I love teaching these ignorant young ones a lesson." Ha ha ha. Blood Fist has made his move. This little guy is really pitiful. Take it easy on him, Blood Fist. Let's watch a little longer. Break his limbs, and then throw him into the sea to feed the fish. The other pirates cheered, making various threatening and insulting gestures towards Xie Wen. The vibe of a typical minor antagonist was really strong. But this was the typical appearance of most pirates in this world. The diverse personalities of pirates seen in manga were actually the minority. Among those pirates in the manga, the most representative was probably Blackbeard Teach, who embodied the standard pirate personality, arrogant, ambitious, and treacherous. Having long been accustomed to such scenes, Xie Wen completely ignored their intentions and continued to flip through the wanted posters. Blood Fist Lugo, a fighter from the Suvak pirate crew, had a bounty of 7 million berries, TCH, not even 10 million, although Xie Wen was quite disdainful. This was the normal level for the West Sea, because if you included these subordinates, the average bounty of West Sea pirates was just under 20 million. The East Sea's average bounty was even lower at around 3 million. Among the four seas, the North Sea had always had the highest bounties. But with the emergence of the warlord Don Quixote da Flamingo, the entire Don Quixote family was no longer being hunted, and the bounty levels in the North Sea were now similar to those in the South Sea, peaking at around 60 to 70 million. This information was all generously provided by Morgans, and its accuracy was beyond doubt. However, equating bounty levels with strength levels would be pure nonsense. Not to mention the worst generation, which would each shine in a few years. Even in the West Sea, there was already a retired Green Pepper. In the North Sea's Germa, as a member state, wouldn't be wanted either. The South Sea also had a currently reclusive bear. And even the weakest East Sea had a great swordsman like Shimizuki Zhang Shru. How dare you space out and seek death? Seeing Xie Wen dismissively looking at his wanted poster and then drifting off into thought, Blood Fist Lugo immediately flew into a rage and swung his spiked knuckles at Xie Wen. Then, he was suddenly kicked away by a small figure that leaped down from Explorer Number 1. Shiryu Miao. With Sanji kicking Lugo away, Kohli also jumped down from the ship, landing steadily on Xie Wen's shoulder. "Brother Xie Wen, I've tied up all those bad guys." Very good, very good." Xie Wen reached out and rubbed Kohli's little face, praising her. Yes, swordsman." Upon seeing the appearance of the two cats, the surrounding pirates immediately gasped in surprise. "That's the title." Xie Wen sighed helplessly. During this time, apart from the pen name Traveler, he had also made quite a name for himself in the West Sea. After all, with two naturally conspicuous bags by his side, even if he kept a low profile, he couldn't stop those who wanted to snatch the cats from coming to cause trouble. Moreover, he had exchanged bounties with the Navy several times using pirates, which naturally drew some attention. At first, some people who didn't know Xie Wen's name referred to him directly as the bounty swordsman he was accompanied by, and gradually it was simplified to the somewhat cute title of swordsman. "What are you afraid of?" Suvak drew his double-handed sword with a fierce expression. Hasn't any swordsman been defeated by me? Besides, the opponent is just one person. Damn it, I'm being ignored again. Clearly, it was me and Kelly who took action in the last few times. Sanji complained with an unhappy face. Xie Wen shrugged and said, "This has nothing to do with me. It's those Navy officers who don't believe it. Although the recent pirates they encountered were dealt with by the two cats. Even when the pirates themselves swore to the Navy that they were defeated by me, the Navy refused to believe them, thinking the pirates were trying to frame someone or simply messing with them. There was nothing to be done. Alou's appearance was just too deceptive, and the world had almost no understanding of the fur tribes. If it weren't for Xie Wen holding him back, Sanji Cat would have already planned to go beat up those Navy officers to prove his strength. Meanwhile, Kelly Cat was completely indifferent to these empty titles, unlike Sanji Cat, who chased after fame and profit. The subsequent battle process was not much different from before, although Suwak had the highest bounty they had encountered so far. Even without Xie Wen's intervention, the pirates had no chance of victory against them, including Sanji Cat's own strength. Soon, the entire Suwak pirate crew fell under Sanji Cat's flying kicks and Kelly Cat's bombs. Just like the previous 10 or so henchmen, Xie Wen and the two cats tied them all up and tossed them onto their own pirate ship, preparing to sink them together later as fish food. Of course, they would keep the valuable ones to turn in to the Navy for a bounty. After dealing with this group of pirates, Xie Wen finally removed the claw from the hilt of the two-handed sword. Sure enough, it was the famous knife Kintor from the knife catalog, a rare, non-Japanese sword design. Unfortunately, it didn't feel very comfortable to use. Xie Wen swung the centaur in his hand a couple of times, then regretfully put it away in his waist pocket, planning to sell it later. As a great sword, its two-handed sword shape was too awkward to wield. It wasn't thick enough, wide enough, and was too light in weight. Unless Xie Wen added a long handle to it and paired it with a large shield to use it as a spear. This sword was less useful than the pirate cutlass he had originally snatched from a gang. Brother Xie Wen, look, Klee found something. At this moment, Klee, who was responsible for collecting the spoils, ran over with a small treasure chest, her face filled with excitement. Xie Wen opened the box he received from the little puppet and saw a fruit covered in spiral patterns, quietly lying inside. Klee, the forever god. Klee, you are truly amazing. Xie Wen didn't expect that a trip to seek a sword would lead to acquiring a devil fruit. Asking Klee for protection was indeed the right choice. After giving Klee, the great contributor, a full-body massage with his own hands, Xie Wen carefully examined the devil fruit in the treasure chest. It was a brown fruit that somewhat resembled a pear. Aside from the spiral patterns on its surface, it looked almost indistinguishable from ordinary fruit. First, he ruled out the nature type, as their shapes are usually very obvious, and one could guess their abilities without needing a guide. The only exception might be the dark fruit, which had a slightly more normal appearance. As for whether this fruit was a paramecia or a zoan type, Xie Wen couldn't tell. After all, both types can have fruits that look very ordinary and those that look quite unique. Even the sun god fruit that the protagonist Luffy ate just looked like a round melon. However, he had connections. If necessary, Xie Wen could also ask Morgans for a devil fruit guide. But as for guides, he already had one included in his hunter's handbook. Xie Wen took out the manual and flipped to the weapon page. Just as he expected, when the information on the first large knife appeared in the weapon catalog, a flash of white light illuminated the page, and Xie Wen received a second silver-gray summoning ticket fragment. As expected, obtaining a weapon of the large knife level for the first time also came with an extra reward. Then he turned to the page for the devil fruits. Unfortunately, this time, there was not even a fragment, let alone a whole summoning ticket. The previous flame fruit had directly granted a whole summoning ticket, and different levels of weapons and different types of monsters had extra rewards. But this time the devil fruit, which was likely from another category, didn't even have a fragment. The rules of this broken manual seemed too arbitrary. TSK. Disappointed, Xie Wen clicked on the information for this fruit. Animal system. Bull fruit, reindeer form. This. Xie Wen scratched his head. Doesn't this mean that as long as he eats this fruit, he can cosplay as Chopper? He tried to imagine himself in Chopper's form, standing together with the elves. Ugh, that picture was too beautiful to contemplate. Too beautiful to contemplate. Sanji, are you interested in this reindeer fruit? After thinking for a moment, Xie Wen asked Sanji, this thing should enhance your kicking power. Not interested, meow. Unsurprisingly, he was rejected with a look of disgust from Sanji. Xie Wen put away the devil fruit, planning to sell it with Kintor later, as it was worth at least hundreds of millions of berries. After scavenging the treasures of the Suwak pirates, Xie Wen opened the hunter's manual again. He wanted to check the map to see where the nearest naval base was, so he could turn the pirates in for a bounty. However, When he opened the map page, he suddenly noticed a small change in the progress bar at the bottom of the map. The progress bar itself still looked the same, with a segment showing actual progress and a longer segment indicating virtual progress. But next to the progress bar, there was suddenly an upward arrow, and below the arrow, there was a horizontal upload symbol. Wasn't this the upload sign? Before Xie Wen could think too much, his finger acted on its own, driven by a sudden curiosity, and pressed the icon. The moment his finger touched the upload icon, Xie Wen started to regret it, because it looked like the kind of task that would settle rewards based on completion. And before arriving at this island, Xie Wen had checked the map, and at that time, this icon was not there, which meant, when Xie Wen just met the task conditions, he chose to settle. At this point, it was already meaningless to regret. The response from the hunter's manual was incredibly quick. As soon as Xie Wen's finger touched the screen, the upload icon disappeared. Typically, there would be prompts or indicators like uploading or loading, and there was no confirmation dialog box about whether to confirm the upload. It was very unhuman-like. As the upload icon vanished, the map page in the manual also shimmered with a white light. Then, a familiar Azure summoning ticket fragment appeared in the insert. Well, this was within my expectations. Xie Wen picked up the fragment with little inner turmoil. It was indeed the second fragment related to the map progress. If he had chosen to upload it when the progress was at 100, he might have received a complete summoning ticket. Xie Wen, feeling somewhat frustrated, put away the fragments and looked at the now dull map page. This time, the dynamic map in the manual did not show a new progress bar. The old progress bar did not disappear either, and it did not expand into a world map as Xie Wen had previously guessed. It still remained just the map of the Western Sea, and the areas that had not been explored before were still shrouded in fog. The entire map did not unlock just because he obtained the summoning ticket. Does it mean that I need to enter other seas to unlock a new map? Or do I have to push the map's progress to 100%? Xie Wen turned his gaze to the progress bar at the bottom of the map. With the actual exploration degree at 75 and the virtual exploration degree finally displaying 91. 7. The appearance of the upload icon should be related to these two data points. To be precise, it should be connected to his actual exploration degree reaching 75. But in any case, this change is actually a good thing for Xie Wen, because it means that even if he doesn't achieve 100 on the entire map, he can still obtain summon ticket fragments. He had been worried about what to do if the map of the West Sea couldn't be completed to 100. After all, after so long in the West Sea, Xie Wen still hadn't found any maps documenting the Valley of Gods and Airou. Airou might really have been erased from the map by the Demon Slayer Order, or perhaps there are still ruins left, but the world government has erased the relevant information. Xie Wen doesn't know the specifics because he forgot to ask Robin earlier. As for the Valley of Gods, that might not be the case, since neither Rox nor Roger aimed to destroy the Valley of Gods. Of course, given the nature of the celestial dragons, directly erasing this island, which is filled with stains for them, doesn't seem too strange. Perhaps Morgans might have more accurate information. But Xie Wen never thought to ask him. After all, the connections to these two places are too extensive, and his level of trust with Morgans hasn't reached that point. Moreover, even if both islands still exist, they would undoubtedly be under the surveillance of the world government. Even if Xie Wen found them, he would likely not be able to land there. Even the possibility of unlocking the map by circling the islands might not be very high. Besides these two islands, the West Sea has many unrecorded islands, and Xie Wen has already encountered several during the map exploration process, including the base of the Suvak pirates beneath their feet, which is not recorded on the map. Who knows how many such islands exist outside of his planned route? Originally, Xie Wen thought that after he finished running through the pre-rendered maps, he would have to spend a lot of time slowly exploring every corner of the West Sea. But now he doesn't have to worry about that, although he didn't get the highest reward from the perspective of efficiency in obtaining fragments. Pushing the virtual progress to 75 and then choosing to upload before decisively switching maps is the wisest choice. Of course, all of this is based on the premise that new map progress will appear after Xie Wen leaves the West Sea. Otherwise, he would still have to honestly unlock the entire map in the West Sea. Recalling the experience of frantically running maps in the game to achieve 100, Xie Wen instinctively shrank his neck. Back then, running maps in the game, various hidden and inconspicuous areas tormented him to the point of having a tingling scalp. And now he is truly running maps. Hopefully, things won't be that bad. Xie Wen thought for a moment and decided not to rely on his luck. He picked up Kelly Cat beside him and took a deep breath of good fortune. Meow, the little plush toy, suddenly picked up and inhaled, looked confused. But soon, she happily stretched her little head and rubbed against him affectionately. However, After taking the good luck, Xie Wen didn't forget to add an extra layer of assurance. Kelly, after we finish exploring these islands on the map, let's leave the West Sea and go on adventures in other seas. Okay? Okay. Kelly Cat cheered immediately upon hearing this, excited that Kelly could eat different kinds of fish again. This feels stable now. After exchanging the members of the Suwak pirate crew for a bounty, Xie Wen continued at his own pace, leisurely lighting up the remaining islands one by one according to the planned route. During this time, they dealt with several pirate crews, and the Western Blue travel guide was updated twice. Xie Wen still had one last entry that he hadn't published yet. According to Morgan's feedback, his name as a traveler had even reached the heavens, and some wandering celestial dragons had begun preparing for a trip to the West Sea because of his travelogue. However, this wasn't considered good news for most people in the West Sea. Additionally, based on the information provided by Morgan, Xie Wen obtained a famous sword that he couldn't use himself, but unfortunately, he didn't encounter any more devil fruits. He did come across a pirate with a devil fruit ability, specifically an animal-type hyena fruit, whose strength and bounty were average and was taken down by Kelly Cat with a single bomb. Xie Wen also didn't forget his original plan and directly killed that pirate, then used a hunter's knife to try to extract some materials from him. As a result, he dug out 2 million berries, which coincidentally matched the bounty of that pirate. Xie Wen didn't think this was a coincidence. It was clear that the pirate's bounty was recognized as part of the materials by his hunter's knife. So, even though he couldn't dig up a devil fruit this time, Xie Wen felt even more that his idea could be achieved. As for whether that 20 million was real cash, it didn't matter since Xie Wen had already spent it. However, the probability of devil fruits appearing in the 4 seas was indeed still too low. Aside from Capone Beach and this pirate, there were only 2 devil fruit users in the Navy, which Morgan told Xie Wen he hadn't seen them with his own eyes. It was nothing like the Grand Line, where you could casually walk down the street and bump into a devil fruit user. In pirate crews or organizations, if there weren't a few devil fruit users, you wouldn't even feel comfortable greeting people. After sending the last piece of the Western Blue travel guide to Morgan's, Xie Wen opened the hunter's manual. Alas, in the end, he still couldn't push the exploration level to 95. Xie Wen looked at the progress bar at the bottom of the map and let out a helpless sigh. The virtual exploration degree on the progress bar was already filled, but it was stuck at 94. 8. A progress that was maddening for someone with obsessive-compulsive tendencies, although the previous virtual exploration degree was only 91. 7. During the journey, he occasionally encountered some islands that were not recorded on the naval map. So, it's not surprising that the overall progress had improved. When Xie Wen first obtained the Navy's West Sea map, the virtual exploration degree was only around 80. Unfortunately, the increase in exploration degree did not yield what Xie Wen had hoped for, like a summoning ticket fragment or something similar. It seemed that he really needed to reach 100%. In fact, as most areas of the map were illuminated, Xie Wen could roughly estimate the locations of the remaining islands based on the map shadows. If he wanted to continue, he could probably push the progress further and find all the islands, which wasn't impossible. However, Xie Wen felt there was no need, because who knew if the Valley of the Gods was still there? If he accidentally stumbled upon it, he might attract the attention of the world government. Moreover, Xie Wen initially planned a route that circled around the West Sea and ultimately headed towards the East Sea via Reverse Mountain. Therefore, their current position is very close to the Reverse River in the West Sea, and they can even see the distant red Earth continent with the naked eye. Changing course now to search for those uncertain islands would be too troublesome. Moreover, aside from the task of mapping 100, Xie Wen and the others have no other reasons to stay in the West Sea. Instead, there are several opportunities waiting for him to explore on the East Sea side. Set sail. Destination, Reverse Mountain. Xie Wen stood at the bow of the ship, full of enthusiasm as he said, Oh. We're finally heading to a new sea area. Kelly stood on Xie Wen's shoulder, joining in the cheers. Sanji also unusually cooperated. He not only quickly unfurled the sails of Explorer No. 1, but also voluntarily went to take the helm, which usually required Xie Wen to coax him. However, Xie Wen knew that the reason this little yellow cat was so cooperative was simply because he was thinking that once they changed to a new map, they might quickly obtain new summoning ticket fragments and complete a full summoning ticket to summon his beloved sister, Airou. Sure enough, Say was the primary productive force. Xie Wen chuckled and shook his head, letting Kelly jump down from him while he climbed up the mast. As a temporary lookout, he guided Sanji at the helm. In the manga, Luffy and his crew encountered a storm when entering Reverse Mountain. However, with Kelly the lucky cat on their side, Xie Wen and the others had a smooth journey and arrived at the base of Reverse Mountain without any trouble. Wow, what a tall mountain! Kelly exclaimed excitedly. standing at the bow of the ship and looking at the shadow obscured by thick clouds. As the Explorer No. 1 approached Reverse Mountain, the sea currents below became increasingly turbulent. Xie Wen quickly stowed the sails and ran to replace Sanji at the helm. Although Sanji had the strength to control the ship in such rough waters, Airou's size was a disadvantage, and he could easily be thrown off by the ship's steering. Sanji was clearly aware of this, and he seamlessly switched roles with Xie Wen, moving to the bow to guide him instead. To the right, to the right. Too far. Just back a bit. Yes, just like that. Keep this direction. Under Sanji's shouts, Explorer No. 1 quickly surged into the reverse river of Reverse Mountain, where there was a row of stone arches at the entrance, decorated with carvings of unknown sea beasts or sea kings, whose significance was uncertain. Once they entered the reverse river, the flow of the seawater increased significantly, and Explorer No. 1 swiftly climbed toward the mountaintop. Meow ha ha! Xie Wen Gidge. Our ship is really climbing up. How amazing! Kelly laughed joyfully. Sanji was equally excited. No wonder it's called Reverse Mountain. This world is truly fascinating. Even Xie Wen rarely let loose, coming to the bow, spreading his arms wide to feel the sea breeze, and letting out a series of strange howls. Awoo! Kelly and Sanji climbed onto his shoulders and mimicked him meow. Too soon, amidst the alternating calls from the three, Explorer No. 1 reached the summit of Reverse Mountain and then rushed off in the direction of the Grand Line. Wow, I almost forgot. Xie Wen quickly stopped his strange screams and hurried to throw the anchor into the sea. If left unchecked, it would drift down the mountain with the current and only stop at Twin Cape. Although he could see Labu and Crocus there, Xie Wen had already encountered the island whale in the West Sea, and there was nothing beneficial to gain from Crocus. Therefore, it would be meaningless to go there now. They would naturally have the opportunity to meet when they truly wanted to enter the Grand Line. After using the anchor to stop Explorer No. 1, Xie Wen and the others put in some effort to move it to the upstream river leading to the East Sea. Although they could paddle directly downstream against the current, Xie Wen decided to wait until the current changed before going downstream, considering the possibility of encountering boats going upstream. It was absolutely not, because he was too lazy to row. Rogue Town, also known as the Town of Beginnings and Endings, is the birthplace and place of death of the pirate king Gold Roger, a famous attraction in the East Sea. If Xie Wen's golden finger were a sign-in system, he would definitely be able to pull off something big here. Wow, there are really a lot of people. Xie Wen stood at the bow of the ship, gazing out at the population density of Rogue Town, which was almost comparable to the central area of the Flower Kingdom. Stop feeling sentimental. Aren't you going to buy a knife, meow? Sanji, eager to see Big Sister Nami, urged from Xie Wen's shoulder. There are only 2 good knives here, so it's unlikely to get the 3rd fragment. Xie Wen rolled his eyes and splashed a basin of cold water on the little yellow cat. Then, the frustrated Sanji meowed and bit Xie Wen's ear. Ouch, ouch, ouch. I don't know what's going on, but both cats like to play with Xie Wen's ears. Probably because they often lie on his shoulders. Xie Wen rubbed his ears, then took out the kinter, which had been gathering dust in his bag, and strapped it to his back while he stuffed the most handy Chongyue into the bag. The Snow Walk was the prized possession of the weapon shop in Rogue Town, and it wasn't guaranteed that one could buy it normally. Fortunately, Zoro from the manga had already revealed the correct answer to Xie Wen, and he just needed to follow suit. As for the act of throwing the knife and betting on his arm, Xie Wen felt it was somewhat misleading to outsiders. Because as long as one's swordsmanship reaches a certain level, controlling the knife to avoid cutting oneself is actually quite simple. Even with a completely unfamiliar knife, getting accustomed to it in hand would be sufficient. Not to mention that Zoro was a natural swordsman with a particularly strong sense of the blade. Xie Wen, as usual, jumped down from Explorer No. 1 with 2 cats in his arms, ignoring the surprised looks from the people around him, and swaggered into Rogue Town, looking left and right for a weapon shop. The weapon shop in Rogue Town was easy to find. In the context of the pirate world, weapon shops are generally located in more conspicuous places. Soon, Xie Wen saw a store adorned with 2 crossed scimitars and a shield above the door, and the words ARMS shop were clearly written above it. Welcome. Please feel free to browse, the shop owner said, rubbing his hands together with a flattering smile as Xie Wen walked into the store. Whether you're looking for swords, firearms, or armor, we have it all. This shop has been around for 200 years. Xie Wen glanced around, noticing that the walls of the shop were filled with all kinds of swords, firearms, shields, and helmets. However, the main focus was still on various cold weapons. Directly opposite the door, there were shelves filled with various models of flintlock guns, which were all quite outdated. This clearly showed the disparity between the East Sea and the West Sea. The West Sea at least had revolvers and Tommy guns, which were relatively advanced firearms. Although flintlock guns were also present, they did not have a significant market share and were even showing signs of being gradually phased out. On the East Sea side, flintlock guns were still predominant, and the only slightly more powerful option seemed to be the armor worn by Crick, which concealed various weapons. As for the North Sea and South Sea, there was even less to say. Doflamingo made his fortune in the arms business and had a high-tech team like Germa, while the South Sea also had Kidd, who could create electromagnetic cannons with his abilities. So he most likely had seen or knew of similar weapons. When it came to the Grand Line, it was even more astounding. High-tech products like space vessels, cyborgs, and laser cannons emerged one after another, yet the Navy, with the strongest technological power, often used outdated flintlock guns or cannons. The technological tree of this world was quite perplexing. Putting aside these miscellaneous thoughts for the moment, Xie Wen turned his gaze to the wooden barrels in the corner of the shop filled with numerous swords. The Sandai Kitetsu should be hidden in there, right? Just as Xie Wen was about to imitate Zoro's line and ask the shop owner where the cheapest sword was, his shoulder companion, Kelly, jumped down with a hey, and then scampered to the counter, her little paws resting on it as she leaned forward and asked the shop owner, "Uncle, do you sell powerful bombs here?" She spoke. How to put it? Xie Wen had already gotten used to such scenes. However, after a moment of surprise, the money-loving shop owner quickly regained his composure and began to introduce the various firearms in the store to Kelly. A century-old shop was indeed a century-old shop. Even in the technologically backward East Sea, the shop owner could offer several items that would interest Kelly, like Crick's arsenal. Could it be that all these were supplied by him? Xie Wen twitched his mouth, but still bought all the explosives under Kelly's eager gaze. However, this made it difficult for him to maintain his poor persona. So, Xie Wen decisively changed his approach and activated his observation hockey, extending it towards the pile of swords and knives in the wooden barrel. Why can't I sense the presence of the Sandai Kitetsu? Not to mention that the Sandai Kitetsu, as a cursed sword, should have a special aura. Just by the quality of the sword itself, someone like Xie Wen, who is familiar with swords, could distinguish it from ordinary ones using his observation hockey. Moreover, the weapons in the barrel were all of inferior quality. Could it be that the Sandai Kitetsu hadn't yet fallen into Ippenmatsu's hands at this time? This situation isn't impossible. After all, Zoro got the Sandai Kitetsu several years later. And seeing Ippenmatsu casually mixing it with inferior weapons indicates that it wasn't always kept by Ippenmatsu like the Yuki Z. Xie Wen was momentarily at a loss. Without the 3 generations of ghosts as a starting point, how could he possibly get Shuezo from the shop owner? Just as Xie Wen was feeling desperate, the owner, Ibn Song, surprisingly spoke first. "Little brother, let me take a look at that sword." Seeing the other party's feigned calmness that was utterly ineffective, Xie Wen directly took down the Kintor and casually tossed it over. "Be careful." At this moment, Ibn Song could no longer pretend. This was a fine blade. Kintor, right? A rare 2-handed broadsword from the Great Blade 21. I know that. Xie Wen curled his lips, directly dismissing Ibn Song's idea of picking up a bargain. Damn it. Ibn Song couldn't help but sigh dramatically, but he didn't immediately return the sword to Xie Wen. Instead, he drew it from its sheath and began to examine it lovingly, as if it were a rare treasure. Seeing his demeanor, Xie Wen suddenly had a new idea. "Boss, are you interested in Kintor?" "How could I not be? This is the Great Blade 21. After Ibn Song exclaimed, he reluctantly sheathed the Kintor and sighed. "But I can't afford it." It wasn't that he couldn't afford it. Rather, as a businessman, buying it at full price wouldn't yield any profit, so he had to painfully refuse. However, what Xie Wen said next made Ibn Song overjoyed. "Although Kintor is a good sword, it's not suitable for me. If you have a good katana, I can trade Kintor with you, even if it's of slightly lower quality. A good katana would be fine." Wait a moment. Ibn Song tightly gripped the Kintor and after much inner struggle, finally turned and walked into the back room. Moments later, Ibn Song emerged holding a black katana from hilt to sheath. "This is the good katana Shuezo, with a black lacquered sheath and a chaotic blade. The best sword in my store." "Huh, finally, I see the real Shuezo." Remembering the merchandise and cosplay props he had bought back then, Xie Wen felt quite emotional as he stepped forward to take Shuezo, slowly drawing it out and gesturing with it a few times. He wasn't sure if it was due to sentimentality, but Xie Wen felt that the feel of Shuezo was slightly better than that of the same level Chaolon. After sheathing Shuezo, Xie Wen nodded to Ibn Song, who looked reluctant to part with it. Deal. After acquiring Shuezo, Xie Wen had no intention of leaving Rog Town immediately. After all, it was a well-known tourist spot in the East Sea. It wouldn't be right not to explore it properly. Besides, he still needed to provide material for Morgans. So, With Xie hanging at his waist and 2 cats on his shoulders, Xie Wen strolled leisurely towards the execution platform at the center of the town, much like an old man in the capital walking birds. Although the execution platform itself was just a wooden frame, many tourists came every day to watch, which naturally attracted a number of vendors setting up stalls. Brother Xie, Kelly wants to eat that. The little plush cat pointed at a nearby snack stall, tugging at his ear and mumbling. Finish what you have first, Xie Wen said with some annoyance, poking Kelly Cat's little face, reminding her if you eat too much now, be careful you won't be able to have dinner later. Kelly Cat looked at the array of snacks around and fell into a dilemma for a moment. It's okay. I can always prepare a late-night snack for you, Kelly. That little rascal Sanji Cat was trying to sabotage again, making Xie Wen so mad that he reached out to pinch his face, but Sanji Cat was not going to sit idly by either. He raised his little black paw and tried to swat Xie Wen's hand away. Kid, those two look pretty good. A carefree voice interrupted the intimate interaction between Xie Wen and the cats. Xie Wen sighed helplessly. Sure enough, no matter where he went, the cats always attracted the envy of others like a femme fatale. He glanced at the few ruffians blocking his way and recalled a bit. They looked unfamiliar. Probably a bunch of broke punks with no bounty on their heads. Sanji Cat wasn't interested in dealing with such small fry, and Klee Cat wasn't suitable for action in the city. So in situations like this, it was up to Xie Wen to handle it. Chikata. Xue quickly unsheathed and resheathed his weapon, and before the surrounding people could understand what was happening, the few thugs blocking the way were sprawled on the ground, covered in blood. Toot toot. Accompanied by urgent whistles and chaotic footsteps, a group of sailors rushed over in a disordered formation. Just like in most movies, the authorities always showed up after the fact. What happened? The leading sailor shouted sternly. They tried to rob me, and I took them down, Xie Wen calmly explained, pointing at the thugs on the ground. However, his actions only made the sailors more nervous, all of them aiming their weapons at him. Are you a pirate? Not all. Xie Wen frowned as he watched the Navy frantically pull out a stack of wanted posters and compare them to his appearance. The quality of these Navy personnel was somewhat concerning. They didn't seem like smoker subordinates. So, that chain smoker hasn't arrived in Roadtown yet? Fortunately, even though this group of Navy was somewhat lacking in quality, they still belonged to the Order faction, and Morgan's press credentials were quite reliable. After confirming that Xie Wen was not a pirate, the Navy escorted the few small-time delinquents away in a noisy commotion. Xie Wen looked around and spread his senses. Indeed, the greedy gazes from before had diminished significantly, which was one of the reasons he had swiftly dealt with those thugs. Only by doing so could he dispel most people's covetousness towards the cats. However, there were still some who remained unrepentant. Xie Wen shook his head and ignored those fools who couldn't see the gap in strength between the two sides, continuing to wander around with the cat. If he remembered correctly, there should be a relatively upscale clothing store in Roadtown, and the owner's hairstyle was quite unique, resembling a clothes hanger. Xie Wen was a bit eager to play with the miracle cats again. Meow haha. Uncle, your hair is so interesting, meow. Soon, Xie Wen found that clothing store, and indeed the shopkeeper was that strange uncle with the coat hanger hairstyle. Meow, you spoke. Does everyone here have to say something like that? Not to mention Xie Wen. Even Kelly Meow and Sanji Meow had long gotten used to it and were too lazy to explain further. Boss, I want to custom make a few sets of clothes for them. Also, please give me a few outfits that are easy to move in. Xie Wen directly slapped a stack of berries on the counter. No problem. The coat hanger man quickly recovered from his shock and took out a measuring tape to measure the two cats. After custom making clothes for the cats and confirming the pickup time, Xie Wen took the cats to wander around Rogtown. It was only after they had explored the entire Rogtown that they found an inn to stay temporarily. Well, the map was indeed fully revealed. Back in the room, Xie Wen opened the manual to check, and as he had walked around the entire Rogtown, the island they were on and the surrounding sea area were all illuminated, clearly indicating that there were no other towns on this island. However, it was the first time Xie Wen learned that the island where Rogtown was located was called the Polaris Islands. Then he flipped a few more pages, and naturally, there was new information about Xie in the weapon catalog. But the manual was glowing. Could Kelly meet new friends again? Amid Xie Wen's shock and the cat's excitement, the weapon page lit up with a milky white glow, and a gray iron summoning ticket fragment appeared in the pages. Huh? What's going on? Xie Wen took out the 2/3 iron gray summoning ticket he had obtained earlier and gently leaned it against the manual. The newly appeared fragment immediately bonded perfectly with it. It was indeed a fragment of the cut-off up summoning ticket. So, how did Xie manage to directly obtain a fragment of this fine blade? One possibility is the collection progress of the famous sword. The overall progress of 683 is nothing special. However, if we look only at the progress of the fine blade, 550 happens to be stuck at the 1/10th node, which does suggest a slight possibility, but it's not very likely since he has already unlocked so many monsters in the Monster Encyclopedia without any signs of movement. Another possibility is that Xie Zhao is special, and its uniqueness lies in the fact that it is Zoro's sword in the original manga. Compared to the collection progress, Xie Wen feels this possibility is actually higher. He had originally thought that since he couldn't encounter the Sandai Kitetsu, he would leave it for Zoro in the future, but it seems he still needs to take advantage of the green-haired head, since the Sandai Kitetsu will eventually end up in the hands of Ippon Matsu. It is very likely still in the East Sea. So, as long as he spends some time and lets the lucky Klee guide him, finding it shouldn't be too difficult. As for Zoro, at worst, he could give him the asakes that he doesn't need and the fine blade Kushisun that he acquires later, which would be just right as a tuition fee for consulting Shuangyue Jingsairo. With a good plan in mind, Xie Wen subconsciously nodded. He then pushed aside the two little skins that were eagerly pulling at his ears and face, urging him to summon partners. All right, don't rush me. I'm summoning now. Originally, Xie Wen planned to find a more secluded place to summon. After all, the summoning of Klee made quite a noise back then. But this time, he was summoning from the cut-off-up pool, so it shouldn't be as exaggerated as Klee. Besides, he was also very curious about how the summoned Airou would appear. Thus, Xie Wen pinched the complete summoning ticket and expanded his observation haki to its maximum range. Then silently chanted in his heart, Airou, summon. When he summoned Klee, the summoning ticket automatically burned, which was very characteristic of the fire-type up pool. And this time the summoning process for the cut-off type Airou was also similar. With his observation haki activated, Xie Wen felt a sharp sensation rapidly brewing in the iron-gray summoning ticket in his hand. He quickly let go, and in the next moment, the summoning ticket was cut into two pieces as if something had struck it. Following that, more and more blade marks appeared on the summoning ticket, and in the blink of an eye, it was cut into fragments. In fact, using the term fragments is somewhat inappropriate, because that summoning ticket was forcibly cut out of existence. What is this? Atomic slash? Am I summoning an atomic samurai cat this time? Xie Wen was slightly puzzled but still patiently waited, using his observation skills to sense the changes around him. He and Sanji had both experienced the summoning before, so they could calm themselves and wait. However, Kelly was not so patient. After seeing the summoning ticket disappear, she turned her little head to look around, and upon realizing that no new Airou had appeared, she immediately started tugging at Xie Wen's clothes. Brother Xie Wen, where's the new partner? Why can't Kelly see it? Don't worry, you weren't immediately brought over here either. Xie Wen held the restless little puppet and gently patted her back while explaining. Just then, there was a sudden knock on the door. At the moment the knocking sounded, Xie Wen also sensed a brand new aura appearing at the outer door. Well, this manner of appearance wasn't too surprising for Xie Wen, but the direct knocking did catch him a bit off guard. Is a new partner, meow? Kelly meowed excitedly, waving her little paws and playfully tapping Xie Wen's face and nose. Is it the beautiful elder sister, Airou, meow? Sanji meowed and immediately dashed to the door, jumping up to open it. Huh? Why has brother Sanji turned white, meow? Are you okay, young man? Do you need me to find a doctor for you, meow? The newly summoned Airou outside the door kindly inquired, and the deep, magnetic voice already indicated the reason for Sanji's pale appearance. Xie Wen took 2 steps forward, lifted the already disembodied Sanji cat, and set it aside. Then turned to the newly arrived cat and said, Don't mind him. Let him be alone for a while. Let's go inside first. Then I shall respectfully obey, replied the new arrival, Airou, whose speech had a somewhat ancient tone. He nodded to Xie Wen and walked into the room. Under the illumination of the lights, the other cat's appearance became clearer to Xie Wen. This was a black long-haired cat, and Xie Wen couldn't quite identify the specific breed. It was slightly taller than Sanji cat, probably around 1.2 meters, wearing a very ordinary short blue shirt. However, it was draped in an extravagant-looking white cloak, with a red lining, and a huge collar that stood up like a vampire count's cape. At the waist of this Airou hung a katana without any adornments. Not even a tsuba, just a simple wooden sheath. Indeed, it was a cutting-type up pool, and the design was quite unique. Xie Wen looked over the attire of the Airou, feeling it was somewhat familiar, but he couldn't quite place it. While Xie Wen was examining the other person, the Airou was also looking at him, and they both just stared at each other without speaking. Adding to the silence was the already dead Sanji meow, making the entire room unexpectedly quiet. Eventually, it was Klee, who was being held in Xie Wen's arms, that broke the silence. The little plush toy tilted her head curiously and asked, "Hello, big brother. I'm Klee. May I ask what your name is?" I'm so rude." The black Airou took 2 steps back, then knelt on one knee before Xie Wen, lowering her head, and said, "I am a mere Ronin, Hido Kiribatasai. From now on, I wish to be the blade in the hands of Lord Kanglin." Hearing this name, Xie Wen suddenly realized why the clothes looked familiar. Hido Kiribatusai, the master of Kenshin Himura in the manga Rurouni Kenshin, is one of the strongest characters in the entire series. The Flying Heaven Sword style. This swordsmanship is very fashionable and is centered around drawing techniques, making it very suitable for Xie Wen, who has learned to know Song Sanding and can also perform Kimui Aedo. The only regret Xie Wen had was that the power level of Kenshin was too low, and Hido Kiribatusai's Flying Heaven Sword style would mostly have to adapt to this world's swordsmanship. Brother Xie Wen, who was lost in thought, was brought back to reality by Klee in his arms and noticed that Batusai was still kneeling there. He quickly stepped forward to help her up. "Just call me Xie Wen. We are partners, not superior and subordinate." However, Batusai shook her head. "Lord Xie Wen is the lord I serve. Such etiquette cannot be discarded." Is Hido Kiribatusai such a rigid character? Xie Wen scratched his head, feeling that this Miao Jiro in front of him was not quite the same as the Kiko Jiro he remembered. However, no matter if you fit the character or not, as long as you are a cat, you can't escape my divine hand, Kato. Xie Wen put Kelly Miao down and then Rua. Originally serious Miao Shurlang quickly squinted his eyes, purring while rubbing his head against Xie Wen's hand. Hee. Xie Wen retracted his hand and smiled at the blissful Nico Shiro. "I'm sorry," Nico Shiro stammered, feeling quite embarrassed as he lowered his head. "It's okay. As a cat, enjoying being petted is nothing to be ashamed of." Xie Wen reached out again to rub Nico Shiro's cat head, adding, "Also, we're not in the original world anymore, so just relax a little." "Not in the original world?" Nico Shiro blinked and murmured, "Indeed, the furniture style here is different from what I'm familiar with. I thought I had just arrived in another continent." From what he said, it seems Nico Shiro had been to quite a few places before being summoned. However, Xie Wen decided to talk about Nico Shiro's experiences later and first explained the general situation of the pirate world and how he summoned Airou, a world completely different from before. After pondering for a moment, Nico Shiro gradually showed an excited smile. "And there are all sorts of skilled swordsmen. It sounds very challenging." "Exactly, and I just happen to plan to visit a swordsmanship master in this world. I think you should be able to communicate well with him. Also, I would like to learn the flying sword technique from you." Xie Wen took the opportunity to make a request to learn swordsmanship. "Meow. How did Lord Xie Wen know about the sword technique I created?" Nico Shiro asked curiously. "By the way, the name Kaishiro Baiko has been passed down through the flying sword technique." "So, is the cat in front of him actually the original Nico Shiro? No wonder his personality is a bit different from the one in the comics. It is an honor for me that Lord Xie Wen wants to learn my sword technique, Meow." However, Nico Shiro corrected him seriously. "But the sword technique I created is not called the flying sword technique. It is called the flying sword flow, Meow." Xie Wen, ahem, nice name. There's no need to rush into learning the flying sword style. Besides, it's not suitable to practice swordsmanship in an inn. So Xie Wen continued to chat with Miao Shurlang about casual topics. It's rare to have a real Airou who has participated in monster hunting, and his experiences intrigued not only Xie Wen, but also Kelly Miao and Sanji Miao, who listened with great interest. Sanji, you're back to life?" Xie Wen picked up the little yellow cat, who had unknowingly leaned over at some point, and gave him a full set of services, which served to comfort Xiao Mi's heavily wounded spirit. It was unclear whether Xie Wen's massage was too enjoyable or if Sanji Cat had not fully recovered from the blow. He merely rolled his eyes and continued to languish in Xie Wen's arms, humming and enjoying the service from Kato, while also perking up his ears to listen to Miao Shijiro recounting his adventure stories. In Miao Shijiro's narration, Xie Wen heard quite a few familiar details. However, there were also some unfamiliar place names and monsters that had not appeared in Xie Wen's hunter memory inheritance. It was uncertain whether these were new content that emerged after his crossing. After defeating the Sakura Fire Dragon alone, I finally perfected the flying sword style of the cat. At the moment the swordsmanship was created, I inexplicably felt a call, as if asking me whether I wanted to experience a broader world. By the time I came to my senses, I had already knocked on Master Xie Wen's door. Throughout Miao Shijiro's storytelling, he maintained a Saiza posture like a warrior. Of course, due to the structure of his body, Miao Shijiro's Saiza was actually closer to the squatting position of a regular cat. Nonetheless, it still gave a very formal impression, which made his cute meow at the end sound particularly out of place, yet somehow amusing. However, Xie Wen's attention was long gone from Meow Shijiro's contrast cuteness. He had challenged the Sakura Fire Dragon alone, and even won. Xie Wen smirked. It was no wonder that the power ceiling in the world of Rurouni Kenshin was not a follower, but a hunter instead. In the worldview of Monster Hunter, it was originally a hunter capable of solo hunting that appeared first. However, considering that most Airou were not as strong as himself, they later collaborated with hunters to create the follower profession. Yet, a few exceptionally talented Airou could still become independent hunters. Clearly, Miao Shilang was such a talented Airou. However, when Xie Wen glanced at Kelly Miao nearby, who was cheering Brother Qing Shilang is so amazing, he felt that Miao Shilang's combat power wasn't a big deal after all. Speaking of which, in Xie Wen's inherited memories, whether it was followers or hunters, their varieties were not as diverse as Kelly Miao and the others, with the most variation being in size. So, was it that the golden finger enhanced Kelly Miao and the others? Or was it that the world in his inherited memories was not the same as the one Kelly Miao was in? Regardless of the situation, it was a good thing for Xie Wen. Lord Xie Wen, may I be so bold as to ask about the swordsmanship in this world? Miao Shilang asked after recounting his experiences. Actually, I don't know much about the swordsmanship in this world. I've only learned a set of techniques, primarily focused on thrusting. Xie Wen shrugged, and then roughly explained the key points of Brook's swordsmanship to Miao Shilang. It's a very interesting thrusting sword technique, but unfortunately, it doesn't quite suit my Kikyo Sendongwe Miao. Miao Shilang picked up his non-edged katana and casually performed a few thrusting motions. Did you grasp the essence of that thrusting sword technique just from your simple explanation? Truly a genius who created the flying imperial sword style. Seeing the power of Miao Shilang's thrusts, Xie Wen couldn't help but tear up. Fortunately, they had already left the West Sea. If Uncle Bartz knew about this, he would probably be so shocked that he would retire on the spot. Thinking of this, Xie Wen nervously yet eagerly spoke up. Aside from swordsmanship, there is a special power in this world that every strong person must master, called Haki. After instilling the concept of Haki into Miao Shilang, Xie Wen anxiously stared at the warrior before him, hoping that Miao Shilang could continue to demonstrate his learning ability while fearing he would be too greatly impacted himself. Haki? It sounds like a very peculiar power, Miao. Miao Shilang was clearly very interested in this power and urged, please let me experience it. Klee can do it too. Klee can do it, Miao. The little doll, still in a high-spirited state after hearing the story, bounced around waving her hands, volunteering. Miao Shilang was taken aback for a moment, but quickly returned to a serious demeanor, nodding respectfully at Klee. Then I'll trouble you. Kleeheim, Miao. Kleeheim. Xie Wen's mouth twitched uncontrollably, unsure how to respond. Just call me Klee, Miao. Klee clearly felt awkward about this title and waved her hands repeatedly. Then, biting her little paw, she muttered with a distressed expression. Also, Klee can only use observation Haki. I don't know how to show it to Kaifanaika, Miao. At this moment, Xie Wen noticed that Kelly Miao had always referred to Miao Shiro as brother. Since it's not easy to determine the age of cats once they reach adulthood, Xie Wen thought Miao Shiro should be an older character, just like in the manga. If he is just an older brother, then perhaps the Miao Shiro in front of him is indeed a younger version of the manga's Kaishiro. Considering that Sanji Miao and Kelly Miao are also younger than their original versions, this possibility isn't out of the question. It's quite normal for their personalities to differ from the Kaishiro who is seen through the world, as Kenshin was once a ruthless killer in his youth. Of course, whether Miao Shiro is based on a manga character isn't important. Xie Wen shook his head and gently patted Kelly Miao, who was still frowning, reminding her little silly. Just cover your eyes and dodge Kaishiro's attack, right? Kelly Miao suddenly realized, then covered her eyes with her little paws, ready to go. Kaishiro, brother, you can attack now. Miao Shiro glanced at Xie Wen, saw him nodding slightly, and then picked up his unsheathed Tokusenjutsu, gently but swiftly poking towards Kelly Miao. Miao Shiro's technique was very clever. He was confident that even a battle-hardened Airou wouldn't be able to detect this attack through hearing. However, the little one in front of him, who was covering her eyes, merely twisted her body and easily dodged it. Sure enough, just as Master Xie Wen said, Miao Shiro's eyes lit up, and he tried to attack Kelly Miao several more times, only to have each one dodged. Of course, this was under the condition that Miao Shiro restrained his power and speed. Otherwise, even if Kelly Miao reacted, she wouldn't be able to dodge and would instead become ethereal. It truly is a remarkable power, somewhat like the Kinbunchaku, but different. Miao Shiro stopped his attacks and nodded to Kelly Meow, saying, "Thank you for your demonstration." Then there's Sanji with his observation hockey. Xie Wen waved the little yellow cat, still lounging in his arms. "Don't bother me. It's just a demonstration of hockey. I don't need to leave." Sanji Meow lazily waved his paw and continued to lounge on Xie Wen. Xie Wen, feeling annoyed, pinched his tail and then reached out his hand towards Meow Sherlang, wrapping the hockey around his palm. "This is the armament hockey. You can scratch it with your claws or chop it with a knife." "Then I must offend you, Meow." The rigid Meow Sherlang did not draw his sword, but instead extended his claws and scratched Xie Wen's hand a few times, each time with more force. After that, he held Xie Wen's palm, pinching and feeling it for a while, before nodding and saying, "Thank you, Lord Xie Wen. I have experienced it fully." After saying that, Meow Sherlang returned to an upright sitting posture, placing his sword horizontally in front of him, and slowly closed his eyes, likely entering a more authentic sword meditation than Xie Wen's. Xie Wen also did not disturb him, but instead hugged Kelly and started to pet her with one hand. After a long while, there was finally some movement from Meow Sherlong's side. He suddenly opened his eyes wide and pulled out the sword in front of him. After a moment, the blade of the sword, Kaiki Sento Suki, gradually became tainted with a layer of black. "Meow Sherlang, it seems to be quite easy, Meow." "Xie Wen, why does this line sound a bit familiar?" Although Xie Wen had mentally prepared for Meow Sherlang to master hockey, he even anticipated that he might quickly learn it after understanding what it was. After all, Airou, who could single-handedly take on the Sakura Fire Dragon, definitely had the physical attributes to match. However, when he saw Meow Sherlang using armament hockey so effortlessly, Xie Wen was still quite taken aback. "What is going on with the cats I summoned? Doesn't this make me, the Azure Star, seem useless?" Kelly Meow, who inexplicably learned observation hockey, and Meow Sherlang, who learned armament hockey after just one look. "It felt like every Airou I summoned was more of a traveler than I was." "Wait, they do indeed seem to be travelers, but I have the hunter's inheritance memory as my golden finger. How come I still can't compare to my followers? This doesn't make sense. It's not magic either." However, when Xie Wen's gaze fell on a certain little yellow cat, he suddenly felt relieved. Compared to those two genius Airous with their cheat abilities, the silly little Sanji, Meow, seemed much more normal. Although this little guy often annoyed him, at this moment, Xie Wen found him quite pleasing to the eye. "What kind of look is that, Meow? Do you want to fight, Meow?" Sanji Meow, sensing the ill intentions in Xie Wen's gaze, waved his little paws and shouted, "How could that be?" At this moment, Xie Wen was very magnanimous towards Sanji Meow, who shared the same fate. He didn't feel angry at the little yellow cat's rudeness. Instead, he reached out and gently scratched under the other's chin. "You are my beloved friend, my brother. EW, how cheesy, Meow." Sanji Meow turned his head away in disgust, continuously pushing Xie Wen's hand with his little paws. However, the constant purring from this little guy and his high-raised tail had long betrayed his insincerity. "What about Kelly? Where's Kelly? What does Kelly mean to brother Xie Wen?" The clingiest little plush immediately ran over to join the fun. "You are my Yule, pooey pooey pooey." Xie Wen quickly stopped his suddenly skewed thoughts, picked up Kelly, and rubbed her little head, saying in a sweet voice, "Of course, Kelly is my most treasured little darling." The little plush toy responded happily to this answer, opening her arms to hug Xie Wen's head and rubbing her face against his incessantly. Watching Xie Wen interact with his two companions, Nico Jiro's serious expression wavered slightly, and his upright posture shifted a bit as the thought of wanting to join in arose in his heart. But soon, he suppressed it with the willpower of a warrior and maintained his composed demeanor. However, Xie Wen had already noticed this subtle change in Nico Jiro. He allowed a hearty laugh and picked up the upright Nico Jiro as well. "And Master Xie Wen?" Nico Jiro, suddenly being lifted, appeared somewhat flustered. "All right, I already said." "Don't be so reserved," Xie Wen said while rubbing Nico Jiro's head, grinning mischievously. "And you clearly like it too, don't you?" "Yes, yes." Xie Wen Gij's pats are so comfortable. Kelly nestled in Xie Wen's arms, wriggling around, then climbed onto his shoulder, obediently making space in his arms, and stuck out her little tongue to lick Xie Wen's ear. Kelly loves Xie Wen Gij the most. "Then I shall be rude," Nico Jiro said somewhat shyly, allowing his stiff body to relax in Xie Wen's embrace. "That's right. Now you look like a normal little cat." That rigid appearance, while having a bit of a cute contrast, is still less endearing than how you are now. Xie Wen moved his fingers and started a new round of daily activities. The next morning, Xie Wen let out a big yawn and sat up in bed. With 3 cats weighing down on him, he couldn't quite get up. He rubbed the tears from the corners of his eyes and squinted out the window. The sun was high in the sky, clearly indicating it was already late. Due to the addition of another cat, Xie Wen had stayed up late last night playing with them. So, it was only natural that he woke up a bit later today. As Xie Wen woke up, the three cats on him also gradually stirred. Meow Shirlang was the first to jump off him, looking a bit awkward, clearly still not used to this way of interaction. Meanwhile, Sanji Meow, who had been lying on Xie Wen's stomach, sat up and casually began grooming itself, licking its paws. After waking up, Kelly Meow leaned over to rub its head against Xie Wen's chin, then raised its rear and stretched. Following that, it started kneading on Xie Wen's body with all four paws, successfully snagging several threads on the new clothes he bought yesterday. Once these two little troublemakers finished their business and jumped off the bed, Xie Wen finally managed to get up. This was just with 3 cats. What would happen if there were more cats in the future? Xie Wen once again found himself troubled by happiness. Since the custom outfits for Kelly Meow and Sanji Meow were not ready yet, Xie Wen and the others had to stay in Roga Town for a few more days. So he simply took Meow Shirlang back to the clothing store and ordered a few sets of clothes for the newly arrived cats. Naturally, they continued to play around Roga Town with the 3 cats. After all, there was no hurry to learn the flying sword style. Moreover, to be honest, with Xie Wen's current strength, mastering a sword technique like the flying sword style shouldn't be too difficult. After all, the sword techniques in Rurouni Kenshin are relatively realistic compared to many exaggerated manga, especially since they can't even produce sword energy. 2 days later, the cats' outfits were finally completed, and only then did Xie Wen and the others set sail from the port of Roga Town aboard Explorer No. 1. Shortly after they left, several other ships followed suit, and one of them even fired a flare into the sky. Those guys really haven't given up, huh? Xie Wen looked at the signal flare rising in the distance and sighed helplessly. During the few days he stayed in Rog Town, even without activating his observation hockey, he could sense that someone had been watching them. However, since the other party had not taken action, Xie Wen had no intention of bothering with it. Now, seeing the situation, it seemed they had found some help. Just as Xie Wen was lamenting, several pirate ships appeared in front of them and on both sides, surrounding Explorer No. 1 along with the ships that were approaching from behind. Lord Xie Wen, please rest assured, I will definitely protect everyone. Miao Shijiro drew his sword and stood in front of everyone. Since I completed my flying sword style, I have yet to participate in real combat. This is a perfect opportunity to give it a try. You might have a slight misunderstanding about Klee and the other strength. Xie Wen patted his shoulder. You can wait until later to see your flying sword style in action. In situations like this, we usually leave it to Klee to handle. Meow? Meow Shijiro's big eyes were filled with confusion. However, he did not remain confused for long, as Klee had already pulled out a large number of boom-boom bombs from her little backpack and swiftly tossed them into the air. The bombs flew upwards with trails of flame, scattering towards the pirate ships surrounding Explorer No. 1. After throwing the bombs, Klee raised 2 fingers with one paw while the other paw opened, pointing at one of the pirate ships, and then clenched her paw fiercely. Art is explosion. Meow. Just as Xie Wen had anticipated, since his talk about the 4th Hokage and Deidara, this first major explosive artist from the Hokage series had immediately won Klee's affection. Even in Rog Town, the little plush doll had specifically pestered Xie Wen to custom make her an Akatsuki uniform. It was just that she hadn't had time to change into it after receiving the custom-made outfit. Otherwise, it would have been even more fitting. After this round of art, the pirate ships surrounding Explorer No. 1 were naturally wiped out. Given the average strength level of the East China Sea, very few could withstand even one of Klee's boom-boom bombs, at least not among this group of pirates whose strength differences were unclear. Let's go over and take a look, see if any of those guys are worth something to turn in for a bounty with the Navy. Although the bounties of East China Sea pirates were generally low, even a mosquito is meat, and they were at least near the entrance of the Grand Line. Pirates who could make it here should be worth something. It seemed that Xie Wen's words had jolted Miao Shijiro awake. His body, which had been shocked into near immobility, suddenly shook, and the sword in his hand, Kaiki, fell to the deck with a clatter. Although Klee only appeared to have thrown a few sound bombs. Miao Shijiro had never seen sound bombs that had such a wide range, great power, and could even fly. The power of these bombs was likely even beyond that of some ancient dragon's roar, he thought to himself while assessing the danger. Sorry, I lost my composure, Miao. Coming back to his senses, Miao Shijiro hurriedly picked up his sword, awkwardly wiped his face, and then looked at Klee, who was striking a pose at the bow of the ship, with eyes full of astonishment. I didn't expect Klee to have such strength. My lord, your subordinates truly are hidden dragons and crouching tigers, Miao. Due to his shock, Miao Shijiro unconsciously reverted to his initial formal address. Xie Wen didn't deliberately correct him. It was better for Miao Shilang to get used to it slowly. Facing Miao Shilang's admiration, Xie Wen proudly lifted his chin and said, "That's because Kelly is amazing." Yes, Kelly is amazing. Hearing Xie Wen praise her, the little doll stopped posing and quickly ran over, jumping into Xie Wen's arms and nuzzling her little head to act cute. As Xie Wen petted Kelly, he continued, "Moreover, Kelly's strength is the strongest among us." Miao Shilang was shocked again, but he soon showed a doubtful expression. After all, although the power of those bombs was impressive, he was capable of dodging them. Even if Kelly had stronger bombs, how much stronger could they be? Seeing Xie Wen's indulgent demeanor, Miao Shilang was more inclined to believe he was just flattering Kelly. With Miao Shilang's serious personality, he really didn't know how to hide his expressions. While soothing the slightly riled Kelly, Xie Wen explained, "I mentioned before that there's a magical thing in this world called devil fruit, right? Kelly has eaten one, the natural type, flame fruit. As long as she doesn't use haki, normal attacks can't harm her at all." At this moment, Kelly cooperatively transformed part of her body into flames, forming a giant fiery claw, pretending to swipe at Miao Shilang. Then she was gently tapped on the nose by Xie Wen and reluctantly retracted her fiery claw. However, this was enough to convince Miao Shilang. He bowed 90 degrees to Kelly, saying, "I apologize. Please forgive me, Kelly Heim." Kelly wasn't angry. She just wanted to joke with you. Kayashiro Naiken. The little doll clearly wasn't good at dealing with such serious characters, swinging her little paws and then, like dodging a plague, she scampered around Xie Wen's body and jumped onto his back. Miao Shilang looked at Kelly, whose big eyes were the only thing visible over Xie Wen's shoulder, and awkwardly twitched his ears. "I told you not to be so stiff." Xie Wen chuckled and ruffled Miao Shilang's head, just as he was about to say something else. Sanji, who was steering the ship, rushed over angrily and kicked Xie Wen's calf. "Stop chatting. Are you still going to catch those pirates or not?" "Ah, sorry. Xie Wen dodged Sanji Cat's little black paws while giving his head a pat. Then he took out a stack of bounty notices from his bag and jumped onto the few pirate ships that were eerily silent, comparing them one by one with the pirates. Nowadays, the Shosho bomb had been enhanced several times by Klee Cat, and with the strength of these East Blue pirates, it would take at least 3 to 5 hours for them to wake up, so there was no need to waste time tying them up. The cats also came along to help identify the pirates that could be exchanged for money. Soon, the valuable pirates were picked out, mostly small fry with bounties of 2 to 3 million, and the most expensive one was only 5,500,000 berries, while the cheapest was just a few tens of thousands of berries. These pirates have such low bounties, not a single one over 10 million. Klee Cat mumbled while flipping through the bounty notices. There was no way around it. The cat standards had long been raised by the pirates from the West Sea, so now seeing these small fry with bounties barely over 5 million, they naturally felt a bit disdainful. To be honest, Xie Wen felt pretty disdainful too. After all, he wasn't short on money, and the key point was that these guys were involved in human trafficking. A few days ago, Xie Wen would have rather not earned this money than let these guys feed the fish at the bottom of the sea, but now, after asking Nico Jiro and confirming that he didn't mind, Xie Wen had Sanji Cat and Klee Cat take the gathered treasures back to explore number 1 while he, together with Nico Jiro, executed the bountied pirates one by one and placed them all into Nico Jiro's rather quaint little bag, or rather, wallet. Once they returned to their ship, Xie Wen threw a few crescent moon sky slashes at the remaining pirate ships, sending the rest of the human traffickers to the seabed to feed the fish. After dealing with that group of pirates, Xie Wen finally planned to get down to business, which was to learn the flying sword technique from Nico Jiro. Although the strength level of the flying sword technique might not be high, it was cool. Moreover, Xie Wen's own monster hunt style and the thrusting sword style he learned from Uncle Buckus were essentially just slashing and stabbing, only amplified under the power system of monster hunt and pirates. Therefore, as long as he infused the power system of the pirate world into the flying sword technique, or even just existed within the worldview of pirates, it wouldn't necessarily lose to the native sword techniques of pirates. Xie Wen took out a poorly proportioned simple map he bought from the tavern in Rodtown. After struggling to decipher it for a while, he had Sanji drive the Explorer number 1 southeast. If this frustrating map, which couldn't load the dynamic map, wasn't marked incorrectly, there should be an uninhabited deserted island suitable for Nico Jiro to practice swordplay not too far to the southeast. Although these universal maps in the pirate world have different ideas about scale, they are generally reliable in terms of basic directions. So even though it took longer than planned, Xie Wen and his group still arrived at the deserted island marked on the map. "Since I don't have teaching experience, it will be better for you, Lord Xie Wen, to let Sanji-kun spar with me, so I can more intuitively showcase my flying sword style, Nikojiro said awkwardly to Xie Wen after getting on the island, holding his sword and gesturing for a while. Are you trying to eat before getting the cook to work? Xie Wen joked with a laugh, saying that on the ship, Miao Shirling finally got to taste Sanji Miao's cooking, and at that time, he was full of praise. In response to Xie Wen's teasing, the serious Miao Shirling could only manage an awkward dry laugh, still feeling a bit restrained. Meanwhile, that little rascal Sanji Miao crossed his arms with an unhappy expression, tilted his head, and mumbled, "Why should I spar with you and Xie Wen? Besides, I'm a chef, not good at fighting." Sanji was right. So let us have the two of us spar instead. Xie Wen pinched Xiao Huang's cheek, then walked to the open space ahead and waved at Miao Shirling, saying, "Stop hesitating. Even as a samurai, you should have some kind of practice partner work, right?" Miao Shirling tilted his head and thought for a moment, then was persuaded by Xie Wen. "Then, I apologize for my rudeness." Miao Shirling stepped in front of Xie Wen, drew his sword, the Kaiki Senjutsu, from his waist, and took a basic middle stance. Clearly, this samurai had no intention of attacking his lord first. Xie Wen smiled and didn't engage in pleasantries with the opponent, directly drawing his sword and attacking. "Go, Brother Xie Wen. Brother Qing Shirling, you also need to do your best." Wang Kelly, the supportive cat, waved her little paws beside them, cheering for both sides. Amidst the cheers of the little plush cat, the two swords, one large and one small, clashed together. After a brief stalemate, Miao Shirling turned his sword, diverting Xie Wen's blade to the side while he himself sidestepped to avoid the redirected strike. Following this clash, Xie Wen had a rough idea of Miao Shirling's current level. In terms of pure strength, Miao Shirling was definitely inferior to him. Even in speed, Xie Wen didn't think he had the upper hand. Miao Shirling's advantages, like those of the previous Sanji, lay in his petite stature and natural agility. However, under the perception of observation hockey, these advantages were no longer as apparent against Xie Wen as they had been against Sanji. Nonetheless, the main purpose of this spar was to witness Miao Shirling's flying sword style. Therefore, Xie Wen had been holding back his strength from the start and only made a few probing attacks. Miao Shirling understood this principle as well. After successfully parrying the initial few strikes and fulfilling his samurai rules, Miao Shirling took the initiative to launch a counterattack without needing Xie Wen's reminder. Xie Wen blocked the first strike of Miao Shirling's counterattack, but the strength behind this seemingly ordinary strike was somewhat unexpected, forcing him to take a step back. This feeling was, Airblade Slash? That's right. My flying imperial sword style is inspired by the combat techniques of hunters. Miao Shirling replied, while jumping up, twisting his body as the long sword in his hand drew a large arc, slashing towards Xie Wen's side. Flying imperial sword style, rolling flash. This is clearly the Airblade, Great Whirlwind. I could do that too, and shouldn't it be called Tornado Flash? Although Rurouni Kenshin was a manga from many years ago, Xie Wen still remembered several of its moves. But it makes sense, since it's called the Flying Imperial Sword Style. Renaming Tornado Flash to Cat Rolling Flash seems quite reasonable, right? Next, it was Miao Shirling's time to showcase his sword techniques, and Xie Wen cooperatively took a defensive stance. Grab Flash. With a dual sword, demon-like chaotic strike style. If you guessed correctly, this should correspond to Dragon Nest Flash. Pounce Flash. A heavy, downward slash from the air. No need to ask, it must be the signature move of the great sword hero, the Dragon Sword, corresponding to Dragon Hammer Flash. Hunting Flash. The core drawing technique of the Flying Imperial Sword style, which is Airou. But this move should just be a regular Airou. Xie Wen couldn't remember which move it corresponded to in the manga. Although the sword techniques Miao Shirling had just displayed were quite impressive, they all evolved from hunter techniques. Even though they had added some stylistic features, Xie Wen had already had similar experiences back in the initial deserted island period. So far, he hadn't seen any particularly eye-catching sword moves. However, Xie Wen wasn't in a hurry. After all, he remembered that there were two of the most fashionable sword moves that Miao Shirling hadn't used yet. Sure enough, Miao Shirling did not disappoint Xie Wen's expectations. After showcasing a few more relatively ordinary sword techniques, he suddenly shouted, "Master Xie Wen, be careful. Flying Imperial Sword Style, Ultimate Move, 9 Lives Flash." This was also a chaotic strike style, but this time Miao Shirling controlled the originally chaotic demon dance into the basic 9 slashing directions of swordsmanship. And the speed of his slashes was several times faster than the previous Dragon Nest Flash, feeling as if he had simultaneously slashed out 9 times. Compared to the 9-headed Dragon 9 Lives Flash, Sasaki Kojiro's secret sword, The swallow return, which only slashed 3 times, seemed very ordinary. The fact that he still had the energy to complain in this situation clearly indicated that Miao Shilong's 9 lives flash did not pose a threat to Xie Wen. Not to mention that, with his observation haki, he had already sensed the arrival of those 9 slashes. With Miao Shilong's short arms and the significantly reduced length of the orange-haired Senjutsu, Xie Wen only needed to use the common evasion technique of a small backward jump to easily escape the attack range of 9 lives flash. However, Miao Shilong was indeed a swordsmanship genius. Xie Wen's evasion action had long been within his expectations. So after his sword strike missed, he quickly sheathed his sword. Immediately, maintaining the sheathing motion, Miao Shilong took a quick step to chase Xie Wen. Flying Imperial Sword Style, Ultimate Move, Heavenly Soaring Flash. This strike was faster than both the 9 lives flash and Airou, and much faster, to the point that even Xie Wen, with observation haki activated, almost couldn't react in time. But he was on the side of attribute suppression, so even though it was a bit rushed, Xie Wen managed to block the first strike of Heavenly Soaring Flash. That's right, he only blocked the first strike. And whether it was Heavenly Soaring Dragon Flash or Heavenly Soaring Flash, there was a second strike, which should be said to be the real killing move of this sword technique. This should have been derived from the Divine Might Airou, right? Using armament haki to withstand the second strike, Xie Wen rubbed the spot where he had been cut, grinning as he thought. You see, even some hunters with decent strength from Xie Wen's inherited memories might not be able to perfectly execute Divine Might Airou. Yet Miao Shilong, a simple Airou, not only managed to do it, but also improved upon Divine Might Airou. Additionally, the original Divine Might Airou required a SH bug to assist in the attack, and it had a relatively lengthy sheathing time. Timing it perfectly in battle to execute a perfect Divine Might Airou was not an easy task. Miao Shilong's Heavenly Soaring Flash, however, not only shortened the sheathing time, but also significantly increased the speed of the strike. The only cost was reducing the perfect Divine Might Airou's 3-stage attack to 2 stages. In Xie Wen's eyes, this hardly even counted as a cost. After all, the first rule of Monster Hunter is not to be greedy for strikes, being able to reduce the number of attacks while enhancing instantaneous explosive power. Miao Shilong's improvement could be considered perfect. Therefore, this Heavenly Soaring Flash is superior to Divine Might Airou from any angle, and it's an all-around surpassing kind. It turns out that learning swordsmanship from a cat was the right choice. Because Miao Shilong's swordsmanship evolved from the techniques of hunters, Xie Wen faced no barriers in learning. Moreover, for him, the truly useful moves in the Flying Imperial Sword style were these 2 ultimate moves, 9 Lives Flash and Heavenly Soaring Flash. In his memory, it seemed that in the manga, Heavenly Soaring Dragon Flash could only be learned by defeating the previous generation, Kayashiro, using 9-headed Dragon Flash. That's why the Flying Imperial Sword style had been passed down as a single lineage. However, this situation did not apply to Xie Wen and the others. Not to mention that the Flying Imperial Sword style was a variant of Monster Hunter techniques. Just the existence of armament haki could solve the problem of the previous generation dying at the hands of the next. As for what the manga said about only being able to learn Heavenly Soaring Dragon Flash in life and death situations, it seemed more like a way for the manga to elevate the prestige of this sword technique. Anyway, after practicing about 10 times, Xie Wen learned both moves. So, although he couldn't compare to super geniuses like Miao Shilong and Kelly Miao, I guess I can consider myself somewhat gifted, right? Xie Wen, who had been severely struck down by the cats, could only comfort himself with these little things. After learning the Flying Imperial Sword style, Xie Wen and the others did not rush to leave, because after watching his practice match with Miao Shilong, Kelly Miao also felt the urge to work hard. So she pulled out a bunch of material she had just bought in Rogetown from her little backpack and began her new explosive research experiment. Sigh, it looks like this unfortunate deserted island will have to lose about 1/3 of its area. Xie Wen sighed helplessly, then quickly said to the other 2 cats, Sanji, go move our ship a little further away. Kayashiro, if you're interested in awakening observation haki, you can stay here with me. It's quite stimulating. Miao Shilong had previously heard about Xie Wen and the others practicing observation haki, so he naturally understood what Xie Wen meant. Moreover, as a samurai, it was impossible for him to leave his lord to face danger while he ran far away. So he answered without hesitation, I will stay, Miao. So, Xie Wen and Miao Shilong sat on either side of Kelly Miao, while the little puppet hummed a song it didn't know where it had heard, shaking its head and mixing various explosives together. From time to time, it would throw out a half-finished product to see the power of its explosion. Before long, The deserted island they were on was blown to pieces by Kelly Meow, resembling the surface of the moon. However, this was just the beginning. As Kelly Meow's formula gradually became finalized, the little puppet began to increase the amount of explosives used. Oh, unsurprisingly, Kelly Meow's experiment went awry again. The little puppet threw away the bang-bang that was emitting thick black smoke and quickly packed the materials and tools beside it into a small backpack before turning and running towards Xie Wen. While running, it cheerfully shouted, "Brother Xie Wen, Kelly is in trouble again." In Kelly Meow's eyes, this had already become a little game expressing intimacy between her and Xie Wen. On the other side, Meow Shirlang, whose fur was all ruffled up, was also running towards Xie Wen. However, unlike Kelly Meow, he wasn't seeking Xie Wen's protection. Instead, as a warrior, he wanted to stand in front of his lord. Although Meow Shirlang's black fur made it hard to tell, Xie Wen could sense that he was trying his best to cover himself with armament hockey. However, he had just recently learned it, and the amount of hockey he could muster was still too little, barely covering his two arms. And it became difficult to maintain around his shoulders. Xie Wen sighed helplessly, then opened his arms to embrace the two cats rushing towards him. At the same time, he skillfully turned and squatted down, protecting the cats in his arms while gathering his hockey on his back. The cat Kelly nestled in his embrace, happily rubbed her little head against Xie Wen while extending her small paw, making a fist towards the direction of the explosion. Boom! The bomb exploded as expected, but the flames that appeared in an instant were quickly contained by Kelly's ability. Only the shockwave and flying debris hit Xie Wen, which was easily, well, not so easily, blocked by his hockey. Kelly's bombs had indeed become more powerful. Feeling the immense force coming from his back and the rapid depletion of his hockey, Xie Wen gazed into the distance with mixed feelings. To be honest, he felt he might not need to find an evenly matched opponent, as Qing Jiao suggested, and exhaust himself in a fierce battle. Just by enduring Kelly's bombs, he could elevate his hockey to a new height. Shaking his head to dust off the dirt from his hair, Xie Wen turned around. As expected, this unfortunate deserted island had already lost a large chunk, and seawater was pouring in, quickly forming a small lake. Xie Wen and Kelly Meow had long been accustomed to such scenes, calmly brushing off the dust that had settled on them. On the other hand, Meow Shirlang, who was experiencing Kelly Meow's explosive experiment for the first time, had his mouth slightly agape, wanting to say something but not knowing what to say. After quite a while, Meow Shirlang finally managed to say dryly, "Lord Xie Wen, please don't take such risks in the future." "Oh, what kind of adventure is this?" "It's just playing a little game with Kelly." Xie Wen waved his hand nonchalantly, then patted the dust off Meow Shirlang, continuing, "Besides, didn't I tell you? Once we enter the Grand Line, we will definitely encounter some tricky characters. Some of them are just as dangerous as those ancient dragons, so there's no escaping it. Just work hard to become stronger. Rest assured, Lord Xie Wen, I will definitely work hard to train." For someone as serious, responsible, and exceptionally talented as Meow Shirlang, Xie Wen didn't have to worry about his safety or strength. Perhaps soon, Meow Shirlang's abilities would surpass his own. Unlike Sanji Meow, that little fool who still hadn't learned to use armament hockey and didn't train diligently, needing Xie Wen to occasionally motivate him with Airou and the Fur Tribe Elder to get him going. What would happen when they entered the Grand Line like this? As for Kelly Meow, what's wrong with a little child being playful? Besides, Kelly Meow's talent is something that Sanji Meow can't match. And she also has the protective ability of a Logia fruit. After treating his own cats differently, Xie Wen patted Meow Shirlang on the head and said, "Very good. Full of spirit. Now let's continue." Meow. Meow Shirlang was startled. "Continue?" "Yes, you don't think Kelly's experiment ended so simply, do you?" Xie Wen revealed a row of white teeth. "In order for you to awaken your observation hockey and train your armament hockey faster, I won't be actively protecting you anymore. You need to decide for yourself whether to hide behind me or not. But one thing you can rest assured about is that Kelly will control the flames from the explosion, so you don't have to worry about your fur getting singed." Concerned that Meow Shirlang might push himself too hard to become stronger, Xie Wen added, "Of course, don't be too reckless. You saw it. This level of bomb won't harm me. When it's time to hide behind me, don't hesitate." "I understand, Meow. Please rest assured, Lord Xie Wen. Preserving my useful self to continue being loyal to my lord is also one of a samurai's principles, Meow." Meow Shirlang replied earnestly. Then, the impatient Kelly Meow eagerly began the next round of experiments. "Brother Xie Wen, the bomb is about to explode again, Meow." Boom! After enduring a barrage of explosions, Xie Wen, whose armament hockey was nearly depleted, finally brought the playfully exhausted Kelly Meow and the weak-limbed Meow Shirlang back to explore number one. Indeed, Kelly Meow's bombs had increased in power again. Watching the island that had lost nearly half its area gradually disappear from view, Xie Wen sighed helplessly. You must know, once they entered the new world, the power of explosives would upgrade once again. After all, in the first half, the supersized bombs couldn't kill the armament hockey-wielding Falcon Bell. While in the latter half, a bomb with a smaller blast radius could blow off one arm of Polusalino, who also wielded armament hockey, and directly kill Airou, who also had armament hockey. Excluding the author's adherence to settings and plot requirements, there could only be one possibility. In the second half, where there are many hockey users, a formula for explosives targeting armament hockey had already been developed. Additionally, there was that power rock that only appeared in the movies. Who knows if such a thing really exists in this world? There's no way around it. Some movie plots and some TV original storylines conflict too much with the main storyline. Who knows what's real and what's fake? For example, that so-called Golden Thief Unanimous, who supposedly has 1/3 of the world's gold, only has a bounty of 60 million berries. If we say that the early movies fell out of place because Oda wasn't involved, then the later movies are relatively more reliable, although there are still some inconsistencies. Unfortunately, Zephyr's movie is one of the more reasonable ones, and the only unreasonable part is that power rock that could destroy the entire new world. The world government has such a good thing, but didn't use it in the Marineford War. But no matter whether that thing exists or not, it shouldn't be a big problem for Xie Wen. At worst, he would just need to practice his escape skills more. In the future, when Kelly Meow conducts experiments, he wouldn't choose to take it head-on, but would instead hide with the cats away from the explosion area. Moreover, Kelly Meow was becoming increasingly adept at controlling the explosive power. Perhaps he wouldn't even have to worry about the experiments in the future. Having daydreamed for a while, Xie Wen pulled his gaze away from the damaged island in the distance and looked with helplessness at Miao Shirlang, who was still slumped on the deck. Xie Wen told him not to be reckless, and he really didn't push himself too hard. However, Miao Shirlang utilized his ability to sense danger and his combat talent to adjust the distance between himself and the explosions, enduring several blasts while staying on the edge. When the armed color hockey on his body was exhausted, he obediently nestled in Xie Wen's arms to rest, and after recovering enough, he repeated the above actions until his body reached its limit. Is it the case that all swordsmen train this desperately? Thinking of Zoro's various extreme training methods in the original work, and then looking at Miao Shirlong's performance just now, Xie Wen originally thought he had been working very hard for the cats and survival after his crossing. However, if he really had to train with the same desperation as Miao Shirlang, he felt a bit hesitant in his heart. Even though his physique now has the same high endurance as the locals here, before crossing, he was just a shut-in during a peaceful era who couldn't even stick to the most basic daily exercise. Now, although he maintained some exercise every day, suddenly jumping to this life-risking level of training is still too much for him. Just thinking about those exaggeratedly powerful characters in the later stages of the pirate world made him reconsider his training volume. Maybe he should double it, or perhaps just increase it by half for now. A bit stimulated by Miao Shirlang, Xie Wen decided to give himself a little more burden. Regaining his thoughts, Xie Wen looked at Miao Shirlang again, only to see that Kelly Meow had somehow run over to him, poking Miao Shirlang with a small stick. And that little rascal Sanji, Meow, not only didn't stop her, but was also encouraging her enthusiastically. Kelly, poke here. The reaction is strongest when you poke here. Don't corrupt Kelly, you little rascal. Xie Wen walked over and gave the little yellow cat a light tap on the head, then picked up the mischievous Kelly Meow, gently pinching the little doll's face. How's it going, Qing Shirlang? Do you have any clues about observation hockey? Squatting down with Kelly Meow controlled in his arms, Xie Wen scratched Miao Shirlong's chin while asking, simultaneously activating his observation hockey to avoid Sanji Meow's counterattacks. Miao Shirlang first purred comfortably for a few moments before responding in a somewhat weak voice. I'm sorry, Lord Xie Wen, I haven't been able to sense observation hockey, but I've gained some new insights into armament hockey. After taking a moment, he analyzed himself. Perhaps it's because I have already mastered the hard eye. Its effect is quite close to observation hockey, but its sensing range is not as wide as observation hockey. Stop messing around. Xie Wen retracted his hand that was scratching Miao Shirlong's chin and also subdued the still stubborn Sanji Meow. Then, he gave Xiao Huang a thorough lesson in Kato's technique. It wasn't until Sanji Meow was contentedly purring and snuggled in Xie Wen's arms, no longer causing a fuss, that he thoughtfully nodded and said to Miao Shirlang, I've actually encountered a situation like yours. When I train my perception to a certain level, I also entered a sort of compressed version of observation hockey, or, as you say, a mind's eye state. However, that state was more like a perception of danger, commonly referred to as a sixth sense. At the same time, this state also represents a bottleneck in entering observation Haki. Once you break through this bottleneck, awakening observation Haki will happen naturally. Miao Shilong's current situation is essentially that he has skipped the earlier process of training his perception and directly entered the bottleneck phase. To be precise, he had already trained his perception to a level sufficient to awaken observation Haki before being summoned. It's just that there was no such power as observation Haki in the Monster Hunter world. In this case, Klee's bomb training method won't be effective for you. After sharing his analysis with Miao Shirlang, Xie Wen also provided a solution. So in the days to come, you need to be careful, as we could ambush you at any time. That's right, this solution is similar to when Xie Wen trained observation Haki. Since the cat's ambushes are playful in nature, the main purpose of the mind's eye for sensing danger becomes less effective. This is exactly what I want. Miao Shirlang replied, loudly with great ambition. However, before that, he needed to recover from his current state of complete exhaustion. Sanji, go make some restorative food for Qing Shirlang. Xie Wen patted the little yellow cat in his arms. Sanji Miao habitually turned his head and gave Xie Wen a bite, then reluctantly jumped out his arms and ran to the kitchen. Also, Xie Wen caught Klee Miao, who was trying to sneak away, and brought her in front of him. You little rascal, no more poking Qing Shirlang with that stick. Okay, Miao. The little ragdoll responded sweetly, curling up her limbs and speaking in a baby voice. Then Klee wants to hear a story, Miao. Xie Wen pointed at Kelly Miao's wet little nose with his finger and firmly refused. The story will be told later. I need to finish today's exercise first. Having just made up his mind, he naturally couldn't back down so quickly. After saying that, Xie Wen set Kelly Miao aside and gently coaxed. Why don't you go draw by yourself for a while? No way, Miao. Kelly Miao quickly jumped back on his Xie Wen, climbed onto his shoulder, and rubbed her face against his cheek vigorously, continuing in a babyish voice. Kelly wants to accompany brother Xie Wen for exercise, Miao. Such a cute and clingy little kitty. How could anyone resist her? Xie Wen almost softened and was about to put down his workout plan to tell the cat a story. Yanhua Shui. To Xie Wen's surprise, even though Miao Shirlang had started the counter-ambush training he had experienced before, he still couldn't awaken his observation Haki as quickly as himself and Sanji Miao. After some discussion and analysis, they found that the reason for this situation was likely because Miao Shirlang's perception and reaction ability were too strong. Even relying on his instincts, he could avoid most of Sanji Miao and Kelly Miao's ambushes, while he couldn't evade Xie Wen's ambush purely because Xie Wen was faster than him, not because Miao Shirlang didn't notice. So, having too much talent might not necessarily be a good thing, huh? Xie Wen suddenly found balance. Of course, this speculation might not be correct, and there are other possibilities. For example, Miao Shirlang's talent in observation Haki might not be as good as Xie Wen imagined. Or perhaps the anti-surprise attack training method is not suitable for Miao Shirlang. But regardless of the reason, Xie Wen, who had been severely impacted by Miao Shirlang before, finally regained a bit of his small confidence. In contrast to the slow progress, or even the lack of progress in observation Haki, Miao Shirlang made much greater advancements in armament Haki. He not only quickly learned several techniques of armament Haki, but also showed remarkable improvement in the amount of armament Haki he could use. It felt like it wouldn't be long before he could achieve full-body armament Haki hardening. It's just a matter of having a physical advantage. Xie Wen expressed that he wasn't envious at all. Not all. Aside from his daily training and improving his strength, what Xie Wen wanted most at the moment was to quickly find a reliable map of the EC to pre-render for his dynamic map. In fact, when he was in Rogtown, he had tried to sneak into a naval base to access the Navy's maps, just like he did in the West Sea. Unfortunately, although the overall quality of the EC Navy was concerning, there were still very few naval bases that were as unguarded as they used to be. Even if the cats were adorable, he ultimately couldn't manage to sneak into any naval base. Then Xie Wen tried to seek help from Morgans via phone bug. But the other party stated that there was basically no big news in such a rural place as the EC. Therefore, the World Economic Journal only set up a permanent station in Rogtown and didn't even bother to prepare nautical charts. Morgans also proactively told Xie Wen that the big pirates capable of providing big news were mostly in the Grand Line. This was why the manpower arranged by the World Economic Journal in the Four Seas was not very substantial. And it was also one of the reasons why he was so excited after receiving Xie Wen's travel notes from the West Sea. In the end, the situation turned back to Xie Wen's initial plan of borrowing the nautical charts drawn by Nami. Originally, Xie Wen planned to head directly to Nami's place, which would allow him to obtain a reliable nautical chart sooner, help solve the problem of the dragon pirates occupying the area, and earn some extra cash. But then the question arose, What was the name of Nami's hometown again? Even when he tried to change his approach and ask someone where the dragon pirates were based, no one seemed to know. This was because the dragon pirates colluded with the corrupt Colonel Mouse. So they only collected protection fees in a fixed area and rarely went out to plunder. Moreover, due to the dragon pirates' malice toward humans, whether they were plundering at sea or someone accidentally intruding on their territory, they would leave no survivors. This led to the situation where the dragon pirates occupied a large territory, yet the outside world knew very little about them. Fortunately, Xie Wen vaguely remembered that in the original manga, after Luffy and the others dealt with the dragon pirates, they came to Rogtown. So Nami's hometown shouldn't be too far from Rogtown, right? But it turned out not to be the case. Looking at the peaceful village before him, Xie Wen sighed helplessly. Even though it seemed like the main characters in the manga went straight to Rogtown after dealing with the dragon pirates, in reality, there were countless islands large and small around Rogtown, and without a reliable nautical chart, Xie Wen could only rely on luck. Speaking of luck, Xie Wen naturally wouldn't forget about Kelly Meow. However, Kelly Meow's luck was more evident in treasure hunting, and her luck in finding people was rather unstable. Therefore, Xie Wen could only pin his hopes on those rough nautical charts, aside from using them to understand which islands were nearby. He also thought that perhaps he would coincidentally see the name of Nami's hometown, thus awakening his memory. Theoretically, those long-distance merchants should have more accurate nautical charts. For example, the CP agent Cody, who was disguised in the West Sea, had detailed maps of the areas around the islands that their trading convoy usually frequented. However, Xie Wen has never encountered such a big merchant before. One can only say that the East Sea truly lives up to its title of the weakest sea. And this weakness is indeed comprehensive. So, Kelly, I have to trouble you again. After wandering around the village, checking the map, and purchasing some local specialties, Xie Wen and the others planned to leave. Before that, Xie Wen once again asked Kelly to point in any direction. Although it works sometimes and not others, it's still a method, isn't it? Are you still looking for that fishman with the strange nose? Xie Wen? Kelly asked, scratching her head in confusion. They had already encountered the fishman race in the West Sea, and with other races like the dragon people existing in the Monster Hunter world. It was just that Meow Shijuro was a bit curious about the appearance of the evil dragon, while Kelly and Sanji were already accustomed to it. However, Kelly's confusion lay in the fact that the bounty for this fishman was not high. So why look for him? Regarding this question, Xie Wen really didn't know how to explain it to Kelly. So he could only awkwardly justify his reasoning from the bounty perspective. The bounties in the EC are generally low, and the evil dragon's bounty is already the highest among the pirates in the EC. Although in Xie Wen's memory, the evil dragon, being the last villain boss in the EC storyline, had a bounty of 20 million berries, they had arrived a bit early. So the evil dragon's bounty was now only 16 million berries, the same as the Hunter Plan's Crocodile. At this time, Crocodile had not yet faked his death and gone to Usopp's hometown to plot for that lady's inheritance. Additionally, Creek's bounty had just recently risen to 15 million berries. The increase being due to him disguising himself as a Navy officer and attacking a village, which doubled his bounty. As for Buggy, who had a significant role in the original story, he now only had a mere 8 million berries. It's unclear what this guy's been doing all these years in the EC. So, Xie Wen go want to find his highest bounty pirate? Kelly confirmed, tilting her head after hearing Xie Wen's explanation. You could say that. Xie Wen thought for a moment, and he was too lazy to continue explaining. Anyway, even if he encountered Click or Clo, it wouldn't matter. Both of them were the cunning and sly type, or in other words, quite intelligent. So they should also have more precise and wider-range nautical charts in their hands. The highest bounty pirate, the highest bounty pirate, the highest bounty pirate. Kelly meowed as she started spinning in circles. After spinning for about 10 times, the little puppet finally stopped, turned her head to look at her tail, and pointed in the direction her tail was facing, saying to Xie Wen, "Let's go that way, meow." Xie Wen looked at the low-quality nautical chart in his hand. It seemed there were no islands in that direction. However, he hesitated for only 2 seconds before choosing to follow the direction indicated by Kelly Meow. After all, this shabby chart wasn't very reliable. It was better to continue trusting the cat. Besides, even if they didn't encounter the main target, with Kelly Meow's luck, they would likely stumble upon some unexpected treasure. Thus, Xie Wen and the others sailed in the direction pointed out by Kelly Meow for over an hour, encountering not a single larger island, only a few scattered rocks that wouldn't even be recognized in the hunter's manual. However, they weren't in a hurry. It was normal to go several days without seeing islands while sailing. It seemed that Kelly Meow was determined to compete with him. Instead of hanging around Xie Wen like usual, She proactively climbed up the mast and took on the lookout duties typically handled by Sanji Miao. T-Vane Hehe. Kelly Miao suddenly shouted from the mast. There's a ship ahead that looks like a fish. Miao Shiro, who was training, and Sanji Miao, who was sleeping at the bow, both scrambled up the mast as quickly as they could when they heard Kelly Miao's voice. Wow, Xie Wen, let's go check it out. Sanji Miao suggested as soon as he saw the fish ship. Miao Shiro nodded seriously. I also think we should go take a look. Xie Wen Gij. Could that be a fisherman pirate ship? Kelly Miao jumped down from the mast, skillfully climbing onto Xie Wen's shoulder and habitually tugging at his ear as she asked. Not really. Without needing to look, Xie Wen had already guessed what kind of ship it was. It's the Baratai, the floating restaurant. You should have heard about it in the other towns. All right. Kelly Miao's target is the high bounty pirates. Among the pirates in the East Sea, is there anyone more valuable than Redleg Zeph, who has been to the Grand Line and returned successfully? Oh, there are delicious foods there. Kelly Miao recalled the name Baratai, and with an expectant expression on her face, she exclaimed on Xie Wen's shoulder. Several uncles and sisters said the food there is really good. So it's that famous restaurant? I wonder if they have any special dishes I don't know about. Sanji Miao's interest was also piqued. Ever since he learned a bunch of new recipes in the Land of Flowers, going to various restaurants to learn their signature dishes had become a hobby for him. Although Miao Shiro didn't speak, his tail was held high, clearly also looking forward to the food at Baratai. As for Xie Wen, he had been looking forward to the scene of the two Sanjis meeting for a long time. Moreover, Zeph should still have their past sailing logs and charts. Though Xie Wen was puzzled about how they managed to keep the sailing logs after both he and Sanji encountered a shipwreck in the original manga, they did manage to keep them, so theoretically, he should be able to borrow them as well. Soon, they piloted the Explorer No. 1 next to Baratai. As an open-sea restaurant, Verity's hull was quite low, with the deck just slightly above sea level. Aside from the characteristic fish head and tail, and two masts used for sailing, most of the ship's area was designed as cabins, or, in other words, a three-story restaurant. The entire ship's design didn't conform to any principles of naval architecture. However, discussing ship design in the chaotic world of One Piece didn't hold much meaning anyway. Wow, what a big ship. Kelly Miao leaped from Xie Wen's shoulder directly onto Verity's deck. After quickly running around the deck, she bounced back to wave at Xie Wen and the others still on the Explorer No. 1. Everyone, come over. Kelly can't wait to go inside and take a look. Under the little plushie's urging, Xie Wen and the others also jumped onto Verity's deck. Setting aside the design issues, it was indeed stable. They barely felt any rocking when they jumped aboard. However, it was surprising that there weren't any welcoming staff or lookouts arranged outside. Their level of vigilance was almost comparable to that of a naval base in the West Sea. Xie Wen shook his head speechlessly and then pushed open the door of Baratai. Welcome, you bastard. As soon as he entered, a bald man with an indescribable smile approached. Saying what could be considered polite words, Xie Wen had a vague impression of this person's appearance. Although he originally couldn't remember the specific name, seeing the other person made him recall it. Ha ha. Kelly Miao, who had climbed back onto Xie Wen's shoulder, pointed at Patty's face, laughing uncontrollably. Xie Wen Gij. This uncle's face is so funny, Miao. Xie Wen sighed helplessly, knowing that the familiar scene was about to unfold again. Miao speak. Well, as expected of a character with a name in the original work, their acting skills are significantly better than average. Xie Wen ignored Patty, whose eyes were about to pop out, and instead looked around. Probably because it wasn't mealtime yet, there were no other customers in the restaurant at that moment. The only ones seated inside were Verity's staff, including the boss Zepp and the real Sanji. Although Sanji still looked quite young, not like the bearded version of the future, and was only about 156 meters tall, the cigarette in his mouth and his curled eyebrows had already given him away. With such distinct features, Xie Wen naturally couldn't mistake him. Like Patty and the others, except for Zepp, Sanji was also looking at the three cats beside Xie Wen with a shocked expression. However, since there were no beautiful women involved, his facial expressions weren't as exaggerated as Patty's. Don't be so surprised. Zepp, who was on a wooden leg, stood up from his chair. They should be the Fur Tribe, a rare race that is rarely seen in the Grand Line. Xie Wen had long since grown tired of explaining this issue and simply shrugged, letting them interpret it as they pleased. Are you the head chef of this place, Miao? Seeing Zepp's much higher-level chef's hat, Sanji quickly ran up to him and asked with his little face raised. Then your cooking skills must be amazing, Miao. Oof, of course. Zepp squatted down, looking at the chef's uniform on Sanji with interest, and asked back, it seems you were a chef too? That's right, Miao. Sanji puffed out his chest, saying a bit provocatively, some people say this is the best restaurant in the East Blue, so we can check it out, Miao. Is that so? It looks like I have to make a move this time. Zep, provoked, wasn't angry at all. Instead, he reached out to pat Sanji's head, but was dodged by a twist of little Huang's body. Oomph. Is my cat something anyone can touch? Watching this scene, Xie Wen suddenly felt inexplicably proud. All right, Sanji, don't be so rude. Aren't you planning to learn the signature dishes here? After feeling proud, Xie Wen didn't forget the main purpose of this visit and deliberately called out Sanji's name. Well, it has to be that their dishes are worth me learning, meow. Sanji, with a proud expression, lifted his chin, but still obediently ran back to Xie Wen's side. The expressions of the other bar time members were much more entertaining. Wait, what did you just call this cute little cat? Patty asked with a face that looked like he could burst into laughter at any moment. His name is Sanji. What's wrong? Xie Wen pretended to ask back. Ha 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 ha. Sanji. This cat's name is actually Sanji. Sure enough, after confirming Sanji's name, the bar time members, including Zep, all burst into laughter. Only Sanji had a gritted teeth expression, even biting off the cigarette in his mouth. TCH, what's so embarrassing about sharing a name with such a cute cat? When you get to Sabeti Archipelago, there's another guy who looks exactly like you on the wanted poster, waiting for you. Xie Wen looked at Sanji, who was full of resentment, and frowned in annoyance. Xie Wen, can I kick these guys to death? Sanji, who mistakenly thought these people were mocking him, naturally didn't have a good expression. Xiao Huang, with airplane ears, stared intently at Zep and the others, his tail thrashing loudly behind him. Koli and Miao Sherlang also flattened their ears in solidarity, while the little plush toy had even reached into its backpack with its tiny paws. Just as Xie Wen was enjoying the spectacle, he suddenly felt a chill. Cough, cough. Realizing he couldn't continue watching the show, Xie Wen quickly coughed twice. He pressed down on Koli, who was digging for bombs, and then pretended to be displeased as he sternly questioned, what's so funny about Sanji's name? Is this how you treat guests? Saw thee. Zep wiped away the tears of laughter from his eyes and quickly apologized. It's not what you think, guest. If it were according to the usual hospitality of Bartai and Zep, they wouldn't have apologized so politely. But cute cats always have privileges. So not only did Zep take the initiative to apologize, even the rebellious chefs like Patty were putting on smiles. Actually, we have a Sanji here too. Zep, trying to suppress his laughter, pulled out the grim-looking Sanji. Here he is, we were just laughing because of this coincidence. Speaking of which, both Sanjis felt quite similar. Look at that little yellow one. Not only is its fur color the same as Sanji's hair color, but the tuft of fur on its ears is also curled like Sanji's eyebrows. With the historic meeting of the two Sanjis, someone finally noticed that it wasn't just their names that were the same. Nonsense. I don't look anything like this dull-witted guy. Sanji exclaimed. Who would look like this idiot? You bastards. Due to the other Sanji's name causing him to be mocked, the two Sanjis had very poor compatibility and refused to admit any similarity. Who are you calling an idiot? Who are you calling dull-witted? The two Sanjis glared at each other, clearly on the verge of fight. What do you want to do to our guest? Just when Xie Wen was enjoying the show, Zep suddenly kicked Sanji away and then squatted down, looking at Sanji like a doting grandfather, and said kindly, don't mind that idiot. Don't you want to try my cooking? I'll make it for you right now. After learning Sanji's name, the more Zep looked at him, the more he liked him. However, Sanji didn't have a grandfather named Zep, so even though Zep showed his goodwill, Sanji still crossed his arms and replied seriously, I am very strict about food. As a result, Zep was even happier. He laughed loudly. Isn't that only natural? As a chef, you can't be too careless about food. You guys come with me. Zep called all the chefs from Bartai and casually grabbed the collar of the Sanji lying on the ground, dragging him along despite his protests and struggles, and energetically walked into the kitchen. Looks like we're in for a treat today. Although it was a bit of a pity that there wouldn't be a good show to watch. Being able to eat the dishes made by Zep leading Sanji and a few other chefs seemed pretty good too. Besides, Xie Wen didn't think these two Sanjis would easily let it go. After giving a meaningful glance at Sanji, who was still making faces at the Sanji that had entered the kitchen, Xie Wen patted his little head and said, all right, even if you want to compete with that Sanji, we should eat the food here first. You don't want to ruin Koli's fun, right? Oof. That idiot doesn't look like me at all. Hearing Xie Wen bring up Koli, Sanji finally calmed down a bit and returned to the dining table. Though he was still mumbling, we clearly don't look alike at all. I don't have that ridiculous curled eyebrow. Why is big brother Sanji angry? Little plush toy asked, tilting its head in confusion. Koli is actually quite looking forward to meeting a human or a cat with the same name. That would be so interesting. Sanji opened his mouth, but didn't know how to explain, mainly because he was too embarrassed to say he was just petty and couldn't stand someone sharing his name. Who knows? Xie Wen chuckled at the stuck Sanji and shrugged. Maybe they just don't like each other. In fact, Xie Wen had guessed that the meeting of the two Sanjis would develop like this. Because both Sanji and Sanji the cat were quite competitive, it was normal for them to dislike each other if the others at Bartai poked a little fun. However, explaining such matters was too troublesome. And Xie Wen knew that even if he explained, Coley wouldn't understand. So he decided to just brush it off casually. Is that so? Coley scratched her little head, feeling that it wasn't just as simple as not getting along. At this moment, Miao Shilang, who had been silent, suddenly spoke up with a relatively reasonable explanation. Some hunters with the same or similar titles would decide the ownership of that title through a one-on-one challenge. Sanji's situation should be similar, right? Why, yes, that's right. Sanji the cat immediately followed along. He is a chef too, right? I definitely want to see how good he is. Oh, Coley now seemed to understand a bit. If she encountered someone named Coley who was also good at handling bombs, she would definitely want to compete with them to see whose bombs were more powerful. No, it doesn't even need to be someone with the same name. Just knowing about bombs is enough. Xie Wen's brother once said that art is an explosion. Seeing Kelly suddenly getting excited, Xie Wen inexplicably felt a sense of unease. Your appetizers. These are the appetizers for several guests. Don't forget to give me a tip, you little rascal. Just as Xie Wen and the cats were chatting casually, Sanji, with a sour expression, and Potty, who was speaking strange service phrases, walked out of the kitchen and placed 4 plates of appetizers in front of Xie Wen and the others. That was pretty quick. Here's your tip. Xie Wen is quite confident in the food at Barati, so he didn't hesitate to take out a few bills and put them on the tray in Patty's hands. Please enjoy the food, guests. Receiving a tip, Patty's face instantly lit up, and even his service language became more normal. This is so delicious. After taking a bite of the appetizer, Kelly immediately tugged at Xie Wen's sleeve and urged, Xie Wen Gidge, you should try it too. Xie Wen picked up a fork and pierced a small piece of sausage, putting it in his mouth. Indeed, the food here did not disappoint. Even something as simple as sausage tasted much better than in other places. Miao Shilang also nodded while eating, quickly finishing the small portion of the appetizer in front of him. Only Sanji Miao, wanting to show his professionalism, disdainfully curled his lips. It's just an appetizer. It doesn't reflect the chef's true level at all. Once they finished the appetizer, the second course of soup was promptly served, brought by the scowling Sanji and the strangely smiling Potty. The soup is also delicious. Kelly Miao, always the cheerleader, exclaimed. However, after sipping a few spoonfuls, the little puppet smacked her lips and said, but it seems like it's not as good as the soup made by Brother Sanji. Indeed, compared to Sanji's soup, it fell a little short. Xie Wen and Miao Shilang, who also drank the soup, nodded in agreement. Sanji Miao, being praised by Xie Wen and the others, felt his mood improve instantly. He decided to be humble and say a few good words about the soup that was only slightly inferior to his own. This soup actually... Before he could finish his sentence, Xiao Huang noticed that Sanji's face had turned even uglier. So he quickly swallowed the half-sentence that was about to come out and changed his words. It's not that great. What nonsense are you all talking about? How can my soup possibly be worse than this fool's? Sanji Miao's words finally ignited the suppressed anger in Sanji. He had just been thinking about using his culinary skills to impress Xie Wen and the others, especially that cat with the same name, so they would be in awe. However, the result was completely opposite to Sanji's expectations. This group actually thought his soup was not as good as that annoying cat's. Did they sneak into the kitchen earlier? In any case, Sanji would never believe that his masterpiece could be outdone by cats. Even if that old man Japu said that these cats were actually a wise race called the Fur Tribe, it wouldn't change his mind. First, the cooking time. If it had simmered for another 15 seconds, it would have been more flavorful. Then, the order of the ingredients. Celery should be added last, and the salt was added too early. Sanji Miao adopted a condescending attitude, pointing and commenting on the soup. Finally, he pretended to be generous and added, but as an ordinary chef with average talent, it's already quite good that you can make the soup like this. Ah, what are you being so arrogant for, you fool? Provoked to the point of losing his sanity, Sanji wanted to teach Sanji Miao a lesson, but was tightly held back by Potty. At this moment, the usefulness of the tip that Xie Wen had just given became apparent. Don't even think about laying hands on our esteemed guest. You scoundrel, Potty said, dragging Sanji back to the kitchen while smiling at Xie Wen and the others. Please don't mind this guy. Just continue enjoying our food. What a pity. I was hoping to kick that idiot a couple of times, Sanji Miao said regretfully, watching Sanji being dragged away, swaying his little head and mumbling. Well, there will be a chance, Xie Wen said, scratching his chin, very certain. With the personalities of these two Sanjis, it was absolutely impossible for them not to fight later. and Xie Wen was not worried at all that his Sanji Miao would be at a disadvantage, having awakened his observation haki. Dealing with a Sanji who had yet to mature was still very easy for him. When the third dish was served, it was finally not Sanji but Patty and another well-known minor character, Carl, who had a scruffy beard and wore small round sunglasses. The moment this side dish was brought out, the three cats were immediately captivated. Because it was a fish dish, the little cats had absolutely no resistance to it. Once the dish was placed on the table, even the usually loud Kelly Meow fell silent, just focused on devouring the food. The quality of this dish was clearly a level above, and compared to the fish dishes made by Sanji Meow, it was equally impressive. It should have been old man Japu's handiwork. Xie Wen leisurely ate the fish on his plate while thinking. He had some understanding of Western cuisine. Usually, the head chef only managed the overall operations of the kitchen and rarely cooked personally. Even when they did, they mostly focused on the main dishes, while the appetizers, soups, side dishes, and desserts were typically handled by sous chefs and kitchen assistants. It was quite rare for the head chef to be in charge of both the side and main dishes. Could it be because Sanji had just looked down on the soup? Or was Zeppole originally planning to personally handle both dishes? But regardless of the reason, Xie Wen and the cats were quite satisfied with their meal. Xie Wen suddenly felt three intense gazes fixed on him. Looking up, he realized it was the cats that had already finished the fish on their plates, staring hungrily at the large portion of fish dish still left on his plate. A bunch of little gluttons. Xie Wen smiled helplessly, then cut the fish on the plate into 4 pieces and shared them with the 3 eagerly waiting cats. Of course, Kelly Meow's portion was the biggest. Wow, Xie Wen Gidge is the best. Kelly Meow cheered, but didn't start eating right away. Instead, she swapped her portion with the one on Xie Wen's plate, saying, Kelly has enough with this. Let me say it again. Kelly Meow is the cutest little angel in the world. While feeling embarrassed, Meow Jiulang complained about his embarrassment, but obediently accepted Xie Wen's kindness. I didn't ask you for it, but thanks anyway, Sanji Meow said, still as tsundere as ever. The fourth main dish was a very traditional steak, but the beef used here was probably from some kind of sea beast, giving it a seafood flavor despite being beef. Naturally, this dish was unanimously recognized by everyone. And Xie Wen also sped up his eating pace this time, finally not having his food snatched by the cats. Is it time for dessert now? Kelly Meow asked, holding her knife and fork and lightly tapping on the table with an expectant look. As a child, it was natural for her to like sweets. Airou, who is more human-like in terms of taste, could taste sweetness. In the Rising Flame Village, the food is mainly based on sweet treats like 3-colored dumplings. Soon, Patty and Carl brought out the dessert. Seeing Patty's nervous expression, Xie Wen knew that this dessert must have come from his hands. It's delicious, Meow. Kelly Meow was the first to give her evaluation, but it wasn't as good as what Sanji Gidge made. Although Patty's skills were not as good as Japu's and Sanji Meow's, the dessert he made was already quite tasty, and he didn't have the same obsession as Sanji. Even when rated as not as skilled as Sanji Meow, Patty still maintained his strange service smile. And knowing that the dessert wasn't made by Sanji, Sanji Meow didn't deliberately find fault and gave an objective and fair evaluation. As for the final drink, considering Kelly Meow's presence, Japu served them a type of juice unique to the East Sea, which naturally involved no skill whatsoever. How was this meal? Japu personally placed the juice in front of Sanji Meow and asked with a smile. Everything was good except for that soup, Meow. Sanji Meow's response was also not surprising to Xie Wen. And Sanji exploded again, as expected. What is wrong with my soup? You stupid one who doesn't understand human cuisine. Sanji Meow, who had long wanted to kick Sanji, was worried that he would be stopped again. So he immediately jumped up without a second thought. But unfortunately, he was still a step too late. What nonsense are you saying to me, you brat? Japu executed a beautiful spinning kick, hitting Sanji in the face and sending him spinning away. Is there anything wrong with what they said? Your soup is undercooked. The order is wrong, and you put in too little salt. Japu pointed at the Sanji he had kicked away and cursed. Have you lost even the most basic qualities of chef? Japu naturally knew Sanji's evaluation of the soup and fully recognized the issues pointed out by the cats, which is why he was so angry with Sanji. In fact, Sanji was not unable to accept criticism. What he truly couldn't accept was when Xie Wen and the others said that their culinary skills were inferior to Sanji Meow's. Seeing this, and eager to stir the pot, Xie Wen proactively suggested, Japu boss, you don't need to be angry. Since your Sanji is not convinced, why not let him compete with our Sanji? Location, the restaurant. The professions of the conflicting parties, chefs. In this situation, how could there not be a cook-off? Upon hearing Xie Wen's suggestion, Sanji, who had just been lying on the ground feeling down, instantly revived and shouted at Sanji Meow, "That's right. Let us have a good competition and see whose culinary skills are better." He still couldn't believe that his hard-earned culinary skills would be inferior to a cat. With that opponent S-size, not even taller than a stove, how could Sanji believe that Sanji Meow's cooking skills would be better than his? Facing Sanji's provocation, Sanji Meow calmly scratched his chin, adopting a masterful demeanor, and said lightly, "Since you say so, I'll reluctantly guide you a bit, Meow. What are you being so arrogant about, you idiot?" At this moment, Sanji was still too young and did not resemble the strategic brain of the Straw Hat crew he would become in the future. Of course, that was in situations not involving beautiful women and green algae heads. As for the friendly culinary exchange between the two Sanjis, both side support teams were very supportive. Xie Wen, who first proposed the idea, goes without saying, and the chefs at Bartai, most of whom were pirates before, were a bunch of lawless individuals who loved to watch the excitement. Zhapu, who saw that Sanji Meow might be stronger, also had no intention of stopping it. He was actually looking forward to Sanji Meow teaching Sanji a lesson. However, this highly anticipated cook-off could not take place immediately and was postponed to the afternoon by Zhapu. After all, it was getting close to mealtime, and Bartai, as a well-known seaside restaurant, still needed to operate. With Zhapu's personality and experience, he would never do anything that would leave people hungry. Xie Wen had no objections to this, since they had just had a hearty lunch. If they started the cook-off right away, they wouldn't have much appetite to taste the food with their still undigested stomachs. So, before the peak operating hours at Bartai passed, Xie Wen and the others took some drinks. Then, under Zhapu's arrangement, they went to the staff cafeteria on the second floor to kill time. Sanji, aren't you going to check their kitchen?" Xie Wen looked at the little yellow cat, who came along, and asked curiously. "I want that idiot to lose convincingly. I want to spy on my opponent before that." Meow. Sanji Meow was very serious about the upcoming competition and didn't want to give Sanji any excuses after defeating him. "Are you so sure you can win against him?" "Of course, Meow. That idiot's skills are okay, but compared to mine, they're still a bit lacking, Meow." Now that Sanji is not around, Sanji Meow didn't forcibly belittle the opponent, but instead spoke objectively and confidently. "If it were back when I first went to sea, I would have been so sure. But I've learned a lot of new cooking techniques in the West Sea. So defeating that idiot human with the same name as me is definitely no problem. Meow." Seeing the little yellow cat so full of energy and confidence, how could Xie Wen, the entertainer, do nothing? So he suggested to Sanji Meow, "Since you're so confident in winning, why not bet something when you compete later? Without a stake, what kind of cook-off is that?" And Sanji Meow was also a little rascal. Upon hearing Xie Wen's suggestion, his eyes lit up, and he excitedly leaned in to whisper to Xie Wen about what to bet with Sanji. "Xie Wen, Gidge, what are you talking about, Meow?" Gad, who loved to join in the fun, climbed on his Xie Wen, stretching her little head to want to participate in their conversation. "Cough, cough, I'm discussing with Sanji. If he wins later, what prize he can get from the other Sanji." Xie Wen seriously rephrased the gambling duel. "Since it's a competition, there should naturally be rewards. Right, Meow?" "Yes, that's right, Meow." Sanji, who was poked by Xie Wen, quickly reacted and nodded in agreement, saying, "I can't just spend time and effort competing with him without any benefits, right?" Nico Jiro, who was sitting in a meditative posture, opened one eye and gave these two troublemakers a complicated look. "Can Klee also participate in the competition with grilled fish, Meow?" The little plush toy didn't care much about what the reward was, but the idea of participating in the competition for a reward was very attractive to Klee. "Meow? Ahem, this is a competition between Sanji and Sanji, Klee, so why don't you just stay out of it?" Xie Wen quickly spoke up to divert Kelly Meow's attention, considering the wild cooking style of the little puppet. By the time she roasted the fish, Barati would probably be closing for the day. Moreover, if Kelly Meow also joined the food war, it would be difficult to target Sanji in the betting, which would mean he couldn't enjoy the fun. So, Xie Wen decisively hugged Kelly Meow and provided her with a full chicken-killing service. Under Xie Wen's skilled hands, the little puppet immediately started to purr contentedly, quickly forgetting about the competition. Lunchtime passed quickly, and as the customers left the shop one after another, Zep brought Barati's chefs to the second floor. "Sorry to keep you waiting." Zep was clearly interested in the duel between the two Sanjis and impatiently said, "If there are no other questions, shall we start now?" "Wait, Meow." Sanji Meow, who had been thinking about the punishment, jumped out and pointed at Sanji with great momentum, saying, "Since it's a competition, the winner should have a prize, Meow. If you lose, you have to call me teacher from now on." And you can't use the same name as me, Meow. Sure. Sanji, who had already lost his cool, immediately agreed. If you lose, it's the same for you. Of course, Meow. Sporting. Xie Wen regrettably clicked his tongue, wishing to see blood flow. The stakes Sanji Meow proposed looked serious, but in reality, once they left Baratie, it wouldn't matter much. Kelly Meow was indeed too kind. If it were him, he would definitely make Sanji wear a dress and take pictures. However, he had no intention of changing Sanji Meow's mind. After all, this was Sanji Meow's wager, and it was inappropriate to interfere too much. Well then, how shall we compete? Sanji huffed, asking aggressively. At this moment, Xie Wen naturally stepped forward, as he had watched quite a few cooking anime, such as Chuka Ichiban, Shokyuki no Soma, and culinary variety shows like Hell's Kitchen and Top Chef. He had rich viewing experience in culinary competitions like Shokyuki. Thus, under Xie Wen's suggestion, the competition between the two Sanjis was ultimately decided to be held in 3 rounds, with the events being desserts, strongly requested by Kelly Meow, seafood dishes collectively requested by the cats, and staple dishes. The last one was requested by Xie Wen because he had shared some food with the cats earlier. So he was hungry again and wanted to eat some rice or staple food to fill his stomach. Although the 3 rounds of competition were decided by Xie Wen and the others, neither Zepp nor Sanji had any objections. Xie Wen also mentioned that when the dishes were served, the judges would not be informed of which dish was made by whom, ensuring the fairness of the competition. Although the chefs from Baratie didn't care about this aside from Sanji. As for the judges of the competition, each side sent 3 representatives. Xie Wen's side naturally sent all of them, while Baratie's side was represented by Zepp along with Patty and Carl, 2 named background characters. Now, the first cooking competition of Baratie begins. With Xie Wen's command, both Sanjis dashed into the kitchen as quickly as possible. Brother Xie Wen, is it not ready yet, Meow? Not long after the 2 Sanjis entered the kitchen, Kelly Meow couldn't contain her impatience and climbed onto Xie Wen's body, tugging at his ears. Xie Wen reached out to grab the clingy little cat and, while kneading her cheeks and paw pads, gently reassured her it can't be that fast. Even if you make a bomb, it takes time, right? Kelly Meow giggled and twisted her body, dodging Xie Wen's hands trying to grab her little paws, while stretching her head to nibble at him lightly as a form of resistance. The chefs from Baratie all looked at Xie Wen with envy. Little cat, come to Uncle's side. Patty, turning his envy towards action, ran over to tease Meow Shiro, who was sitting upright. And the key was that he was sticking close to Meow Shiro with that strange smile. Meow Shiro wouldn't let him off easily and directly raised a katana in his hand, swinging it down towards Patty. Of course, Meow Shiro was aware of the situation and did not unsheath the blade. Even so, Patty was far from Meow Shiro's match. He didn't even have time to react before being beaten to a pulp, holding his head and lying on the ground, howling. Unreasonable person, Meow. Meow Shiro put the katana aside and returned to his previous sitting posture. Seeing the shocked expressions of the chefs, Zepp stroked his beard and slowly spoke. It is said that the Fur tribe are born warriors, and even the children among them possess considerable combat power. It seems this rumor is true. You should have told us this sooner, boss. The surrounding chefs all shouted at Zepp in exasperation. Meanwhile, Patty, who had been knocked down by Meow Shiro, got up, sporting a head full of lumps, glaring resentfully at his boss. In this joyful atmosphere, the Sanjis in the kitchen completed their first creations, and several chefs who had entered the kitchen with them, responsible for supervising and serving the dishes, walked out with incredulous expressions. The Sanjis following behind also looked a bit dazed. Clearly, they were all surprised by the cooking skills displayed by Sanji Meow in the kitchen. Next, the desserts made by the 2 Sanjis were placed in front of the judges. One was a zabaglione, a dessert from Italy, though it was unclear where exactly it originated in the pirate world. In any case, the culture here was a super mishmash, so anything appearing was not surprising. The other was a caramel egg pudding, quite ordinary, but a sweet treat that Kelly Meow really liked. Xie Wen knew right away which one was made by Sanji Meow without even tasting it. It's the pudding, Meow. Kelly Meow didn't even glance at the zabaglione and immediately grabbed a spoon to dig into the pudding in front of her. While Meow Shiro sniffed a couple of times and chose the zabaglione, which emitted a fragrant aroma. Xie Wen first tried the pudding, and it was indeed Sanji's creation. The flavor was clearly tailored to Klee's preferences. However, for Xie Wen, it was a bit too sweet. Then he tried the sabayon made by Sanji. Xie Wen wasn't sure if it was authentic, but it was definitely much tastier than what he had eaten at some ridiculously expensive Michelin restaurant before he crossed over. When the chef skills are similar, the taste of the dishes largely depends on the preferences of the evaluators. In this regard, the more mainstream sabayon clearly had the advantage. As expected, Xie Wen won decisively with a score of 4-2, with only Xie and Xie Wen voting for the pudding. Of course, if the judges were all kids, Sanji's caramel egg pudding would have won overwhelmingly. Haha, I told you. How could my cooking be worse than a silly one? Winning the first round made Sanji instantly smug. However, the losing Sanji was not at all dejected. On the contrary, he wore a big smile. So what if he lost a round? As long as Xie could enjoy the food, that was all that mattered. Xie Wen also guessed his thoughts, which is why he reluctantly cast his vote for the caramel pudding. Zhappu seemed to have noticed this as well. Not only did his gaze towards Sanji become more benevolent, but he also took the opportunity to give a fierce glare to the smug Sanji, leaving him confused. They're all good kids. When the two Sanjis returned to the kitchen to prepare the next dish, Zhappu sighed and said to Xie Wen. Xie Wen proudly raised his head and said, "Of course, you must protect them well." Although he had already witnessed Miao Shirlong's combat power, Zep was still kindly reminding him, a rare race like the Fur Tribe could attract some ill-intentioned individuals. Don't worry, old man. We've been out at sea for a while now, and we've seen what we needed to see. Xie Wen nodded, acknowledging the other person's good intentions. Meanwhile, Kelly Miao, who couldn't sit still and ran over to cling to Xie Wen, proudly said, "The bad guys here are much weaker than in the West Sea. Kelly isn't afraid of them." West Sea? Zep lowered his head and pondered for a moment, then tentatively asked, "Was that travel guide written by you?" Zep had this suspicion because he noticed the author's high culinary skills in the travel guide, along with the playful illustrations, which naturally reminded him of Xie Wen and the cats. Xie Wen trusted Zep's character, so he had no intention of hiding anything and nodded with a smile. Kelly Miao even raised her paw and smugly said, "The drawings were all done by Kelly. Please keep it a secret for us." Xie Wen reminded her, then asked, "By the way, old man, do you have a more accurate sea chart? Can I take a look? It would be even better if you have a navigation diary. Since you know about the Fur Tribe, you must have been to the Grand Line, right?" Just when he was troubled about how to ask Zep for the sea chart and navigation diary, the opportunity unexpectedly appeared. "No problem. Once those two little ones finish their match, I'll go get the sea chart for you." Zep stroked his braided beard. "But as for the navigation diary of the Grand Line, you might be a bit early to go now." Of course, they couldn't go right now. At least he had to finish writing the travel guide for the 4 seas first. After explaining, Xie Wen pulled out the previous all-purpose excuse. "Besides, we're not just running around to write travel guides. We're also looking for lost companions. The homeland of the Fur Tribe is one of our future goals. So going to the Grand Line is inevitable." Hearing that Xie Wen brought up companions, which is no less than a dream, Zep naturally couldn't persuade him further. So he nodded and said, "In that case, I will lend you the navigation diary as well." Meow. Kelly Miao, who was comfortably dozing on Xie Wen's lap, suddenly straightened up, her pink little nose twitching rapidly. "It smells so good, shrimp and crab." Unlike Kelly, who hated eating mon crab, Kelly Miao didn't dislike crabs at all. In front of little Miao's sharp teeth and claws, crab shells were no trouble at all, so she had no reason to dislike them. On the other side, Miao Shirlang was still sitting upright, but the restless tail behind him had already betrayed him. What could make both cats unable to resist was naturally the second dish that had just been served, since the previous meal already included fish dishes. The two Sanjis coincidentally chose different types of seafood, one shrimp and one crab. Because they were seafood that the cats liked, Xie Wen still didn't eat much, leaving the rest for Kelly Miao and Miao Shirlang. However, judging from the few bites he took, the crab meat dish was obviously much tastier than the large lobster. Indeed, when he didn't have to adjust the flavor for Kelly Miao, Sanji's cooking simply couldn't compare to Miao Sanji. As for the lobster being made by Miao Sanji, Xie Wen never even considered it. After all, Miao Sanji was a cat who had a natural advantage in handling seafood ingredients. The result of the second match was also not surprising to Xie Wen. Miao Sanji overwhelmingly won with a score of 6 o'clock. Big brother Sanji's food is the best. Kelly Miao had already felt a bit unhappy when her favorite pudding from the last round didn't get recognized by others. Fortunately, Xie Wen stood by her side and quickly calmed the little plush toy that was about to explode. Otherwise, Kelly Miao might have been planning to pull out a bomb. Now, seeing Miao Sanji achieve victory in the second round, Kelly Miao naturally cheered without hesitation. No, it can't be. Sanji, who had just been so proud, now felt just as disappointed. Sanji could barely understand the 3 votes from Xie Wen's side. After all, they might have gotten used to Sanji's cooking. But Zep and Potty, as well as Carl, all voted for the opponent, which he just couldn't comprehend. Could it really be that his culinary skills were worse than a cat's? "You guys aren't doing this on purpose to make me look bad, are you?" Refusing to accept reality, Sanji pointed at Potty and questioned him. He didn't think he was being unreasonable, because his relationship with those chefs wasn't great to begin with. This group of jerks could definitely do something like that. As for Zep's vote, Sanji instinctively ignored it. Don't embarrass yourself anymore. A loud shout interrupted Sanji's outburst. Old man. Sanji turned to the sound and saw Zep standing beside him, glaring at him with a stern face. You idiot kid. Zep's wooden leg kicked Sanji in the face again, sending him spinning like a top. Ouch, ouch, ouch. Sanji got up, grumbling angrily at Zep. What the hell, old man? Why did you kick me again? Stop whining. Zep shook his head and slammed his tall chef's hat onto Sanji's head. A loss is a loss. Instead of wallowing in sorrow, you should try your opponent's cooking and see where you went wrong. Despite Zep hitting and scolding Sanji, he actually cared about him and had always been dedicated to teaching him, albeit in a rather wild manner, which suited the pirate world. Only someone educated in this way could endure various hardships later on. If Yusaku had trained Kuina like this back then, the so-called ultimate delight ladder would probably only have scraped the skin off the little girl. While Xie Wen's mind was running wild, Sanji, under Zep's suggestion, took a bite of the crab cooked by Sanji Miao. Damn it, he really lost. Although it was hard to accept as a chef, Sanji couldn't insincerely claim that his cooking was better. However, at this moment, while still young and impulsive, his mental resilience had long been forged through childhood experiences. So after a brief period of disappointment, Sanji regained his spirits. I was wrong to underestimate your cooking skills. Sanji finally began to take Sanji Miao seriously, first sincerely apologizing to the cat. Then with a serious face, he said, but don't think I'll easily admit defeat. The match isn't over yet. Then, Sanji lit a cigarette, took a deep drag, exhaled the smoke, extinguished the cigarette, and strode into the kitchen. If this were a scene from an anime, it might have been quite a spectacular moment. But Xie Wen, as an onlooker present at the scene, thought Sanji's performance was simply cringeworthy. However, the chefs from Bartai, including Potty, were all into it, putting aside their past grievances with Sanji and cheering him on loudly. Go Sanji! Show them the true strength of Barity's second chef. Even though you're a damn annoying guy, you better do your best. Our Barity's reputation relies on you. Even Zep revealed a satisfied smile, though he quickly hid it again. Oof. Acting all high and mighty, the gap in strength can't be made up with pretty words. Sanji Miao scoffed. Meanwhile, Coley Miao tilted her fluffy little head, looking puzzled as she asked Xie Wen, Brother Xie Wen, why does that human brother named Sanji light a cigarette and then put it out? Isn't it a hassle? It seemed that the passionate mode of the pirate world still didn't affect the cats from the Monster Hunter world. Xie Wen reached out to scratch Kelly Meow's chin, but didn't answer, mainly because he didn't know how to respond. Should he tell Kelly Meow that Sanji's recent lines and actions were about overcoming inner demons and improving his cooking skills? Wait a minute. Sanji wouldn't really turn the tables, would he? After all, the scene just now could be considered falling into despair, and then Sanji, looking cool, played his part and acted tough. Plus, with the protagonist aura of a future main character, a last-minute breakthrough and a comeback is not impossible. Moreover, Sanji Miao's current demeanor also fits the underestimating the enemy and taking advantage of the situation villain trope. Seeing Sanji Miao about to walk into the kitchen, Xie Wen decisively decided to do nothing. Why should he remind this little yellow who always undermines him? If Sanji Miao really loses, wouldn't he be able to mock him properly? Sharing a post online about his cat's misfortune would be a sign of a qualified pet owner. Compared to the first two dishes, the final main course took the least time, and both Sanjis chose pasta as the main ingredient. All right, while making desserts, they made Kelly Meow's favorite pudding, but for the main course, not only did they not make my favorite fried rice, but they also chose pasta, which I'm least interested in. Good thing I didn't remind this little rascal just now. Such a naughty little cat deserves to lose this competition. Xie Wen and Sanji Cat were still as loving as usual. However, it was regrettable that after Xie Wen tasted 2 servings of pasta, he realized that Sanji had fallen short this time. Perhaps because he hadn't joined the Straw Hat crew yet, Sanji couldn't make a comeback this time. The difference between the 2 servings of pasta, although not as stark as the previous seafood dishes, was still quite apparent. Having grown accustomed to Sanji Cat's cooking, Xie Wen was unlikely to mistake his chef skills. In this situation, even if he intentionally voted for Sanji, there was no hope of a turnaround. Thus, Xie Wen reluctantly cast his vote for the tastier dish, while throwing a disappointed glance at Sanji. Without the ability, what is the point of showing off? This must be embarrassing, right? The final tally was not surprising either. Sanji Cat once again defeated his character prototype with a clean 6 o'clock vote. It could be said that he truly demonstrated what it meant for fan works to outshine the official ones. Sanji, who was willing to accept defeat, reluctantly bowed to Sanji Cat. Meow ha ha. Sanji Cat laughed wildly, then waved at Sanji, signaling him to squat down. He stood on tiptoe, patted Sanji's shoulder with his little paw, and said in an elder-like tone, "Not bad, not bad. Although your taste is a bit lacking, you're still quite honest, meow. By the way, it seems we have a clause in our bet." Sanji Cat withdrew his paw, pondered for a moment, and continued from now on. "You shall be called Squid Tentacle, meow. Just like your eyebrows, all curly, meow. Don't go too far." Sanji, who had already resigned himself to his fate, exploded again. He pointed at the tuft of fur on Sanji Cat's ears and said, "Speaking of curls, isn't the fur on your ears the same? Why don't you call yourself that?" "Because I won, meow." Sanji Cat's reasoning left Sanji speechless. The key point was that Patty and the others were still watching with glee. "Ha ha ha. What is wrong with Squid Tentacle? Doesn't it suit you perfectly? You have to accept the bet. Sanji, or should I say Mr. Squid Tentacle, puffed. If you like that name so much, you can use it." Sanji's expression was now akin to when he first saw his wanted poster. After angrily shouting at his gleeful companions, Sanji turned back to Sanji Cat and forced a rebuttal. "I only agreed not to use the name Sanji. I never agreed to let you give me a new name. Then what do you want to be called, meow?" Sanji Cat crossed his arms and shook his ears impatiently. I'll just be called Sanji 3 from now on," Sanji said slickly. Sanji Cat naturally wouldn't allow such an insincere approach. Thus, they began a new round of argument over the name. Ahem. The mischievous Xie Wen spoke up again. "How about you have another match to decide the naming rights? Of course, this time, don't compare cooking. Let us compete in something else you both excel at or can accept, like fighting or something." He certainly didn't believe that Sanji could win against Sanji Cat at this moment. However, he was looking forward to the scene when both sides used similar moves and the reactions of Zhipu and others. Not knowing what Xie Wen was plotting, the two looked at each other and simultaneously agreed. "Let us compete in that, meow." Sanji hadn't seen the scene where Meow Jiro had beaten Patty to a pulp in the kitchen, nor had he heard Zhipu's lecture about the fur tribe. So, in his heart, he didn't want to bully such a seemingly weak little cat. But now that it was about his name, Sanji couldn't care less. He didn't want to be called Squid Tentacle, not even for a moment. Moreover, given the nature of those bastard chefs at Baratai, once Sanji admitted that name, they would never let it go. So, this was a battle of reputation and dignity. If it came to bullying, he would just take it easy. Sanji was confident in his strength, while Sanji Cat was even more confident in his. After all, he had kicked a bunch of ruthless pirates in the West Sea, some of whom had bounties quite high, while the pirates in the East Sea were obviously much weaker. So a mere East Sea chef was not taken seriously by Sanji Cat at all. As for Sanji's disdainful gaze, Sanji Cat didn't care at all. Because of Ailu's cute appearance, he had been underestimated more than once or twice. So Sanji Cat was already used to such things. He didn't react much when his once proud cooking skills were looked down upon. Moreover, after hearing Xie Wen tell a story about a cut-type Ailu wearing boots, Sanji Cat even learned how to properly use his appearance to his advantage. Of course, in this battle, Sanji Cat didn't intend to use such tactics, because he wanted to make that bipedal beast who shared his name lose convincingly. The two Sanjis walked out of the restaurant and onto the deck of Baratai. To give them enough space to fight, Zhipu even opened the fins, instantly transforming the originally narrow deck into a wide area. It must be said that the technology and physical rules of the pirate world really have no logic at all. Standing on the second-floor balcony, Xie Wen couldn't help but complain in his heart as he watched the fins unfold from both sides of Baratai. Two large and thick wooden planks were hiding under the ship. But before and after they unfolded, the waterline of Baratai didn't change at all. This is simply not scientific. Wow. Kelly Cat is not like Xie Wen, who would consider so much. She was tugging at Xie Wen's ear, excitedly shouting, "Xie Wen brother, let us install something like this on Explorer number 1. Okay, meow. Our ship isn't suitable for this kind of thing." Xie Wen first denied Kelly Cat's idea, then promised. "But when we build a new ship in the future, we can add this function." The little plush toy, satisfied with the promise, clung to Xie Wen's shoulder and loudly cheered for Sanji Cat. "Go, Sanji brother." The other Sanji brother also needs to cheer on. Zero. Although it was just a side note, Kelly Cat's cheers warmed Sanji's heart, while he also felt a twinge of jealousy toward the furry creature sharing his name. Reflecting on his own brothers, and then looking at someone else's sister. Why was his family environment so tragic when they both shared the same name? If it weren't for the sister who had always secretly helped him, and the mother who had been gentle with him in his memories, Sanji would probably be feeling emo at this moment. "Don't worry, I won't go too hard on you." Jealousy made Sanji's face contort. He spoke these words through gritted teeth. In contrast, Sanji Cat was much more composed. It doesn't matter if you hit hard. After all, you can't even hit me, meow. A cat with observation hockey is just that confident. Moreover, to prove he wasn't just bragging, Sanji Cat planned to play around with his opponent using only observation hockey for a while. So he imitated the way Xie Wen usually sparred with him. One paw hidden behind his back, the other paw extended forward, and he beckoned Sanji twice. Oomph. Angry Sanji didn't hold back and kicked off with both legs, charging towards the pretentious Sanji. Chest kick. A low sweeping kick aimed at Sanji's chest startled him greatly. The reason for the shock wasn't because the move was particularly strong, but rather, Brother Xie Wen, this Sanji's moves are similar to our Sanji's. Even the names are the same. Kelly looked down at Sanji, who was continuously using kicking techniques, and tilted her little head in confusion as she looked at Xie Wen. Xie Wen shrugged and casually replied, "Who knows? Maybe it's just a coincidence, or perhaps these chefs have similar ideas. Speaking of which, Sanji's kicking techniques should be taught by Zeph, right?" Xie Wen turned to look at Zepou beside him, and the latter happened to look over as well. Just now, Kelly said that their moves were very similar. Kelly didn't lower her voice when she spoke. So not only Zepou, but even several chefs nearby heard it. Well, Sanji said, the hand or chef's life. So he only uses his feet when fighting. When Xie Wen said this, he showed no signs of embarrassment for running into the main character. After all, this was indeed something Sanji had said before. Hey, isn't that something the manager said before? A chef muttered loudly from the side. Oh, Xie Wen, skilled at playing dumb. Raised an eyebrow. It seems your thoughts as chefs are quite similar. Ha ha ha. Zepou didn't think much of it either, but felt happy that Sanji shared the same thoughts as him. What a pity. If he weren't your partner, I would really want to keep him here. Then you will be disappointed. Even without me, Sanji wouldn't stay here. Xie Wen shrugged because there were no pretty girls here. Even the lustful side is the same. Zepou and the chefs at Bartai were genuinely shocked. Huh? What do you mean? Xie Wen continued to play dumb, glancing at Sanji below, and sighed. The world is vast and full of wonders. Zepou and the others nodded in agreement. Indeed, most people in the pirate world are easy to fool. Even more so than Coley, who was currently looking at Xie Wen's head with suspicion. While Xie Wen and the others were chatting, Sanji had already recovered from shock. He continued to dodge, using his observation hockey, temporarily not switching hands. Damn it, as expected of a cat, so agile. After wasting his efforts, Sanji stopped his attack, staring intensely at the unharmed Sanji Cat, feeling anxious. After all, if he lost this round again, he would have to change his name to Squid Tentacle. Do you only know how to run away? There was no choice. For the sake of victory, Sanji had to use provocation against the cat. So, is that all your strength, meow? Sanji Cat calmly moved his feet and swished his tail, saying, then it's time to end this boring match, meow. Cheek meat shoot, meow. Sanji. He really used it. Even though he had heard about it from Xie Wen and Coley before, Zepou and the chefs at Bartai were still startled. Let alone Sanji, the party involved. You actually learn it? Sanji, kicked away by Sanji Cat, covered his cheek, shouting in disbelief. It seemed he mistakenly thought that Sanji Cat had learned his hard-practiced kicking technique while dodging just now. This is obviously my own move, meow. If it were someone else, Sanji Cat wouldn't bother explaining, but facing a human so similar to him, he didn't want to solidify any claims of plagiarism. So, Sanji Cat decided to use a few moves that the opponent hadn't used yet. His two black legs quickly rubbed against each other, instantly generating a visible static electricity on Sanji Cat's legs. Demon Wind Foot level 1 ground meat, meow. Unlike the original version with fire attributes, Sanji Cat's Demon Wind Foot was more akin to the combat style of the Fur Tribe. Xie Wen had also asked Sanji Cat about it. He couldn't do this when he was in the Monster Hunter world, and this move was accidentally developed after arriving in the pirate world. Indeed, the powers in the pirate world were quite idealistic. Then why can't I ideate some sword techniques from other anime? Xie Wen, who had previously failed to develop breathing techniques and Zoro's 9-sword style, thought with frustration. You can even do this move. Zepou was almost pulling out his own hair at this point. The Demon Wind Foot was his ultimate secret technique, and even Sanji, who inherited his legacy, hadn't mastered it yet. Yet, a seemingly younger Fur Tribe member developed it on his own. Although the two moves had different attributes, it didn't matter because Zepou clearly knew that the principles were similar. The differences were only due to racial talents. Cough, are you kidding? I didn't know the Demon Wind Foot had an electric version. Sanji, as expected of a future main character, surprisingly got back up after being hit by the electric version of the Demon Wind Foot. However, due to being stunned by the electric shock, His movements looked a bit stiff, like someone trying to stand up after squatting for too long. Meow? You still won't fall down, meow? Sanji Cat crossed his arms, shaking his head helplessly. Then I'll have to put in more effort. This is the Demon Wind Foot Power Prelude, meow? Xie Wen puff. Usually when telling stories, Sanji always pretends to be uninterested, but his ears are perked up high. I originally thought this was the limit of this proud little one. But I didn't expect that he secretly learned to imitate Klee and started performing impersonations. He really is a proud, yet secretly playful little yellow cat. After being surprised, Xie Wen quickly revealed a playful smile. Although he didn't have much research on leg techniques, he had sparred with Sanji enough times to notice that this so-called dynamic prelude had quite a few similarities to the lamb shoot. It seemed that this move wasn't something Sanji had come up with on the spot, but was still in development. Wow, it's teacher Kai's technique. As a fan of Naruto and a supporter of the investigation team, Kelly couldn't analyze it like Xie Wen. Instead, she cheered immediately. Sanji brother is so cool. This is youth. Encouraged by Kelly, Sanji's fighting spirit surged even higher. He had initially decided not to chase after the opponent he had kicked away, but now he quickly caught up using both hands and feet. Then, Xiao Huang leaped into the air, jumping above the still airborne Sanji, and then he curled his body and kicked Demon Wind Foot towards Peacock. Of course, this Peacock was still the electric version, and the punch had been replaced with a kick. In fact, renaming this move to 100 cracking kicks might be more appropriate. The black calves left behind after images as they slammed into Sanji's abdomen, causing him to fall to the deck in a near-folded position, while the electric shock that accompanied the kick made his body twitch uncontrollably upon landing. These moves seem a bit different. Zhapu didn't know the joke between these two moves and evaluated them purely from a technical perspective, but he felt they were a bit rough. Were they still not perfected? Xie Wen thought for a moment and suggested to Sanji, if old man Zepp is interested, why not give Sanji a little guidance? Zepp agreed without hesitation. Whether it was due to his fondness for Sanji or his excitement over the few kicking techniques he had seen, he had no reason to refuse. On the other side, after taking 2 of Sanji's Demon Wind kicks, even Sanji, with the halo of the main character, could no longer stand up. It wasn't that he had lost consciousness from the kicks. Sanji was still careful with his strikes. The key issue was the paralysis effect from the electric shock, which left Sanji completely unable to control his body. From now on, you'll be called Squid Tentacle. Sanji walked over with an indifferent stride, poking the immobilized Sanji's eyebrows with his little paws while speaking with an air of superiority. Ugh! Sanji, whose tongue was numb from the electric shock, could barely make any coherent sounds, only managing to emit some muffled groans to express his resistance. However, his defeat was already a foregone conclusion, and from now on, whenever he was in front of Sanji, he would have to use the humiliating name Squid Tentacle. It's a pity that Xie Wen was still hoping Sanji would forcibly bring out his modified physique. However, Sanji knew he should now be called Squid Tentacle, had indeed gone through various hard battles and even life-and-death struggles in the original work. And only after using Germa's battlesuit did he successfully change, or rather, restore his physique. It was normal for Sanji to not be able to force anything out in this less intense sparring. Moreover, upon reflection, it seemed that the battlesuit was the decisive factor in Sanji awakening his modified physique. Oh, Sanji Brother won. Sanji Brother is so amazing. Kelly jumped from Xie Wen's shoulder directly onto the deck and bounced over to Sanji, cheering excitedly. Meow ha! Sanji patted her little head, pretending to be humble as he said, "It's not that I'm amazing. It's that he's too weak. Squid Tentacle, ugh. Oh wow. What the meow? Are you still unconvinced?" Sanji stood with his hands on his hips, looking down at Sanji. "If you're unconvinced, we can fight again. All right, you forced me to change my name. Is it not allowed for others to complain a little?" Xie Wen came over and picked up Sanji, placing him on his shoulder. Kelly didn't need Xie Wen's invitation. She skillfully climbed up to his other shoulder and instinctively started to play with his ear with her little paws. Who told him that his cooking and fighting skills are both lacking, yet acts so impressive? Sanji wrinkled his nose and said indignantly, "If he had just admitted defeat from the start, I wouldn't have kept pestering him." See, I won't believe this. Although Sanji was a bit of a pervert and often undermined himself, he was essentially a good-hearted cat. If Sanji hadn't questioned his cooking skills from the beginning and stubbornly refused to admit defeat afterward, Sanji wouldn't have been so relentless. At most, he would have shouted Squid Tentacle to vent his frustration and probably would have returned the name to Sanji. One could only say that personality determines fate. If it were two Kelly or two Qin Shalongs, their relationship would definitely not be so terrible. This is your early breakfast. Squid Tentacle gritted his teeth and heavily placed several plates in front of Xie Wen and the others, immediately causing a stir among the surrounding chefs. How unfair. Clearly Sanji isn't holding it against him. He hasn't called him Squid Tentacle much in the last couple of days. Our second chef is actually less magnanimous than a cat. It's really embarrassing. She'll keep it down. If that person hears you, he'll throw a fit again. I've already heard it. You bunch of bastards. Sanji yelled at the group, openly speaking ill of him, like a demon. This was already the 5th day that Xie Wen and the others had stayed at Bartai. Naturally, Xie Wen had already finished reading the nearby sea charts and Zep's nautical diary. And he had also found the location of the dragon's paradise in the sea charts borrowed from Zep. However, Zep's sea charts did not directly label names like Dragon's Paradise. After all, Zep had been a pirate many years ago, and even if he had updated some map information in between, he wouldn't have deliberately sought out the location of a pirate's base that had nothing to do with him. Xie Wen found the location of the Dragon Pirate Cruise Base because the sea chart given by Zep marked the name Cocoa West Village, which looked familiar to him. His memory was quickly awakened by this name. Upon recalling that Cocoa West Village was Nami's hometown, Xie Wen examined the map more carefully and discovered that the Kanomi Islands, where Cocoa West Village is located, had actually been marked on a rough sea chart he bought earlier. However, he had no idea that it was within the Dragon Pirate Cruise territory at the time. Moreover, the distance was a bit far. No wonder he couldn't find it before. The distance between Cocoa West Village and Lowtown was much greater than he had imagined. Fortunately, there weren't too many other islands along the way. So even if Xie Wen navigated while heading to Cocoa West Village, it shouldn't take too much time. However, after confirming the location of the Dragon Pirate crew, Xie Wen didn't leave immediately. The main reason he stayed at Bartai was because he had previously asked Zep to give him some pointers on Sanji's kicking techniques. Of course, Sanji also didn't forget to learn some of Bairdie's signature dishes, and other chefs were happy to share their specialties with the adorable cat. Additionally, Airou had developed some interest in the chef's knife skills. According to him, their cutting techniques inspired him and could help him improve his swordsmanship. Therefore, what Xie Wen disliked the most was this kind of naturally talented individuals who existed solely to overshadow others. It turns out these geniuses were just his own cat. So that's fine. During his stay at Bartai, after calling Sanji Squid Legs for 2 days, Sanji's anger had actually subsided, although he didn't return the name. He usually referred to him with less polite terms like that guy or hey, which wouldn't make Sanji too angry. Sanji's resentment was partly because Meow Sanji had calmed down, while Patty and the others continued to tease him with the Squid Legs name. However, this issue was mostly resolved after Sanji used his black leg to reason with them. The other chefs would at most just take the opportunity to be sarcastic, just like before. Another reason for Sanji's frustration was, why was the old man so kind to another Sanji? Whether it was teaching him kicking techniques or cooking skills, he never said a harsh word. Seeing the completely different treatment that Meow Sanji received compared to his own upbringing under Zep, Sanji felt extremely unbalanced. Moreover, as long as Meow Sanji was a Bartai, the name Sanji would belong only to the little yellow cat. While Patty's group indeed stopped calling him Squid Legs after getting kicked by him, what they enjoyed the most now was to call Meow Sanji right in front of him, and Sanji could only pretend to ignore it. If this continued, even after Meow Sanji left, he might get used to the idea that Sanji wasn't referring to him. Of course, the most critical point was that all the beautiful women who frequently dined at Bartai were attracted by the cat's adorable appearances. Watching them hug Meow Sanji and shower him with affection while they merely nodded at him made Sanji feel a mix of envy and resentment. So it was only natural for him to dislike that Xie Wen and the others continued to stay at Bartai. Well, of course, little Coley was an exception. What does little Coley want for a snack today? Big brother will go make it for you right away. After scolding those unprincipled colleagues, Sanji immediately turned around and approached Meow Coley, trying to curry favor. Meow Sanji perked up his ears and glared fiercely at this guy who wanted to use his culinary skills to please little Coley. This was clearly his job. Due to having to learn kicking techniques and culinary skills from Zep, Meow Sanji had not had time to cook these past few days. And Xie Wen and the others' 3 meals were prepared by Bairdie's chefs, not to mention the snacks and desserts outside of mealtimes. Sanji tilted his head to look at the fuming Meow Sanji and showed a provocative smile. The reason he was being so attentive to little Coley was not only because the little plush toy was indeed lovable, but also because he suddenly realized that doing so would annoy Meow Sanji. Even if it meant being called Squid Legs, Sanji found it very worthwhile. So, his personality meant that he was bringing these troubles upon himself. Xie Wen looked at the two Sanjis, who were starting to clash again, and shook his head in silence. Meanwhile, Kelly, the center of the storm, was biting on the spoon in her hand, anxiously glancing back and forth between the two Sanjis. Although Sanji's cooking skills were slightly inferior to Sanji Miao's, what he made was still delicious. However, if she asked this Sanji to make her some snacks, her Sanji brother would probably be unhappy. The little plush toy was caught in a dilemma for a moment. Just say what you want to eat. No need to consider Sanji's feelings. Xie Wen patted Kelly's little head and shot a glare at Sanji Miao, who was still sulking with Sanji. Hurry up and learn Japu's skills, and we can leave soon. By then, you can make whatever you want for Kelly. Although the food at Bartai was undeniably delicious, Xie Wen, who had already tried all the local specialties, had no reason to stay any longer. He was eager to find Nami for the sea chart and to learn swordsmanship from Gung Shirlang. Under the pressure of regaining the right to cook for little Kelly, Sanji Miao quickly learned Japu's kicking techniques. With Japu's help, his Hokage-style kicking techniques were further refined, and the rest was just to deepen practice and engage in constant real combat to fully master these newly learned combat skills. Little Kelly, come play again when you have time. I'll make you delicious food. Sanji, make sure to practice what I taught you well. Qing Zhiulang, let's spar together next time. Amid the reluctant farewells from a group of chefs, including Japu and Sanji, Xie Wen, along with the cats, piloted Explorer No. 1, leaving the Bartai restaurant without looking back. Xie Wen was running so fast, not because he felt ignored by that group of chefs, but simply because he wanted to rescue the poor villagers suffering from the evil dragon as soon as possible. That's right, just like that. It will be available for subscription next year. Here, I want to once again thank everyone for their strong support, allowing this novel, which originally failed to upgrade, to still make it onto the Sanjiang list. I also want to thank my editor, Peng Lai. I usually don't check QQ often, and I only look at WeChat every few days. So Peng Lai often encounters situations where he can't find me and messages that take a few days to reply. Even so, he still helps me fight for various recommendations, and he replies quickly whenever I send message. My editor truly loves me. Enough small talk. Let's get back to the main topic. First, regarding the issue everyone is most concerned about, whether there will be additional updates upon release. Of course there will be. I've already prepared the manuscript. Following my personal habit, I've also reserved a portion of stockpiled chapters for emergencies. I will adjust the updates based on my recent writing speed. However, there will definitely be a 10,000-word update on the first day, and there will be additional updates afterward. How much I can add will depend on my writing situation in the coming days. Additionally, there was a question mentioned in the chapter comments that some readers may have missed due to closing the comments. I'll ask again here. When it goes live tomorrow at midnight, will it be a one-time 10,000-word update, or will it be 5K at night and 5K during the day? Also, will future updates continue to follow the current format of one chapter each in the morning and evening, or will there be two chapters released together? Although the platform has started to crack down on pirated content recently, as long as there are people who need it, piracy is hard to eradicate. So, supporting the original work starts with you and me. Even if some people stop reading this book after it goes live, please support the original work. Lastly, new cats will soon appear, which should be considered popular characters, although they might be a bit outdated. But what can I do? I'm no longer a primary school student, so a little nostalgia is understandable, right? To keep everyone in anticipation, I won't spoil any more details. With the main business concluded, I'm going to start my usual casual chat segment. The following content is just the author's ramblings, so feel free to skip it if you're not interested. The original intention of this book was to write about a group of cats. Initially, I planned to write about a pet store or a zoo. However, if I were to write about ordinary animals, the perspective would still have to focus on the main character. But writing about a group of animals with special abilities or high intelligence against a daily backdrop would be a bit strange. Moreover, there's a critical issue. I couldn't let the cats speak. To allow the cats to talk, the only options were demons or beastmen. I chose the latter because I've already written about demons in the past, so I want to try a different type of cat. Additionally, this time I didn't want to write cats that could completely transform into human form, but rather focus on furry forms. Thus, I picked Airou. However, the storyline and background of Monster Hunter itself are too scattered, so I had to go the route of summoning from other worlds. My tendency to nitpick details also troubles me. Therefore, when selecting the background, I wanted to find a world that isn't too logical, hoping it might cure my bad habit, which is why I chose pirates. However, it seems that this attempt has failed so far. Initially, when choosing the cats, I actually planned to focus on characters that inherently have cat-like traits, such as Hiyori, who becomes a card friend with Ichigo, or Diana, who is revered by Whitebeard, red-haired, and Mihawk due to her cocktail skills, or the Flame Lin, who has a special attack against Big Mom's Soul Fruit, etc. And finally, have Beerus suppress everything. But if I did that, it would be like summoning Airou, which wouldn't be much different from summoning the original characters. In contrast, it seems much more interesting to catify the original character's personality. Thus, the basic setting of this novel has been established. Then, there's the theme. I prefer to adhere closely to the original settings when writing fanfiction. This adherence doesn't mean I won't change the plot, but rather that I won't make significant changes to the core and the characters' personalities, striving to avoid OCC as much as possible. For the theme, I plan to focus on the adventure and freedom of pirates, and there are vast areas outside the EC and the Grand Line that can be expanded upon. However, I forgot that the selling point of fanfiction is the interaction with the original characters. Additionally, when I started writing, I hadn't recovered from the burnout of my break, which led to the earlier content appearing somewhat dull. Therefore, I've cut a lot of side story from the EC arc, and I probably won't write too much for the South Sea and North Sea arcs either. If anyone has any opinions or suggestions, feel free to bring them up in the comments or chapter discussions. Although I may not respond, I do read them all. Of course, I can't go back to read all the previous comments, so it's best to leave messages in the latest chapters. I really enjoy discussing the plot with everyone. Although I may not necessarily make changes based on your suggestions, they can inspire new ideas, such as the previously mentioned passport issue, which I hadn't considered at all because it didn't have much presence in the manga. But it was only after your reminder that I thought of the journalist credential from the World Economic Society. Originally, I just planned to write a travel guide for fun. Well, even if I get a little heated during the chat, there's no need to worry, as long as no one uses foul language or advertises. I won't delete comments or ban anyone. I haven't touched the comments from those who are against the antigen. Speaking of which, I also don't understand. These aren't notorious celebrities. Although MiHoYo isn't great, Genshin Impact hasn't caused a huge uproar like the second installment of Girls Frontline. It seems like there aren't any OPs going crazy here. So why do some people refuse to even take a look just because it has a bit of elemental influence? If they don't want to watch, that's fine. But why go out of their way to post about it? I've already written this, and you posting doesn't mean I can delete Klee. To be honest, whether it's OPs or those against the antigen, they are both incomprehensible to me. It's strange to mock extreme fans of idol stars and mindless haters while engaging in the same behavior, isn't it? As for the cats summoned later, there probably won't be any characters from Genshin Impact. I want to summon as many different characters from various works as possible, rather than just focusing on one. Everyone can share their favorite characters too, but I may not necessarily listen. Well, without realizing it, I've written almost 2,000 words, so I'll just add a bit more to meet a standard chapter. Consider this an extra update for today. Don't worry, the update tonight won't be less. Sanji, what are you doing? It has been 2 days since Xie Wen and his group left the Bartai restaurant. Although they still adhere to the principle of stopping at every island, they didn't stay long at each one. Basically, they quickly ran a lap to light up the map, and then immediately set sail. Xie Wen's desire to rescue the residents of the Konomi Islands is not entirely a lie. However, before addressing the innocent civilians, there's still an important issue they need to resolve internally. What did you learn to smoke? Xie Wen rushed to Sanji Cat, who was puffing away, snatched the cigarette from his mouth, and then punched little Huang on the head. Meow. Sanji Cat let out a shrill scream, then crouched down, holding his swollen head, baring his teeth for a long time before recovering. What the hell are you doing, you idiot? Once recovered, Sanji Cat jumped up and kicked Xie Wen, but was caught by Xie Wen, who was equally angry, and lifted him upside down. Put me down, you big idiot, Xie Wen. Sanji Cat flailed his paws and tailed desperately while being held upside down, but unfortunately, his short arms couldn't reach Xie Wen, and the only kick he could manage didn't inflict any damage against Xie Wen's haki. You still have a nerve to be angry. Xie Wen turned Sanji Cat around and vigorously rubbed his cat head, scolding loudly. How old are you? Already learning to smoke. That is not a cigarette. Sanji Cat struggled to pry Xie Wen's hands away, defending himself, its dried mint rolled up. That doesn't matter. Xie Wen had already guessed the truth, having had similar thoughts before, but he still loosened his grip, gave Sanji Cat's head a light tap, and let him go. I don't mind you wanted to eat mint, but you can't do it this way. It will lead Coley astray. Luckily, Coley Cat was still napping in the cabin. If she saw this, it would be a disaster. Seeing that Xie Wen brought up Coley Cat, Sanji Cat finally didn't sound so self-righteous. But he still mumbled in protest. Smoking mint doesn't harm the body. How could it lead Coley's sister astray? Besides, I only tried to smoke when I knew she was asleep. You know, to avoid Coley. Yet you say it won't lead her astray? Xie Wen poked Sanji Cat's head, questioning fiercely. I also think it's too early for you to be doing such things. Nekajuro, who had been practicing swordsmanship on the deck, walked over and said seriously to Sanji Cat, all right. I was just curious because that guy always had a cigarette in his mouth, so I thought I'd try it." Sanji Cat quickly raised his hands in surrender. "And to be honest, smoked mint doesn't smell good at all. Did I just hear you call Coley?" At that moment, Little Puppet, rubbing her sleepy eyes, walked out of the cabin. "Did you? You must have misheard." Xie Wen pretended to be clueless while stepping forward to pick up Coley Cat, then began giving Little Puppet a skilled massage. Coley Cat, already a bit dazed, quickly fell asleep again in his arms under the comforting massage. Phew! Both of them sighed in relief, and then Xie Wen shot a fierce glare at Sanji Cat before heading back into the cabin with Coley Cat. Sanji Cat scratched his cheek and ran off to prepare breakfast, while Nekajuro shook his head with a smile and continued practicing his swordsmanship on the deck. With their deliberate acceleration, Explorer Number 1 quickly reached the vicinity of the Konomi Islands, and from a distance, they could see the amusement park modeled after Chopper's Park, marked by its distinctive dragon-shaped tower. There was no denying it. The tower's dragon nose was just too conspicuous. The Konomi Islands were under the jurisdiction of the Navy's 16th Division, including over 20 villages, including Koko West Village. Although the geographical position near the Grand Line meant that the villages often faced raids from passing pirates, overall, it was a relatively peaceful area in the East Blue. Until 3 years ago, a group of fishmen arrived here and began their cruel rule, at the request of the dragon pirates. The residents of the Konomi Islands had to buy their lives for 100,000 for adults and 50,000 for children, with anyone unable to pay being killed. Afterward, they had to pay a large protection fee to the dragon pirates every month. In the original manga, this sustainable exploitation lasted for 8 years until Luffy and others defeated the dragon pirates when they followed Nami here. The reason the dragon was able to maintain such a long rule without being discovered was not only because he rarely ventured out after taking over the territory, but also because he colluded with Colonel Mouse of the 16th Division, which caused the other Navy forces to be completely unaware of what the dragon was doing here, naturally leading to no one coming to eliminate him. Oh wait, in the original story, a branch major was invited by a resident who managed to escape, but he never even saw the dragon. He and his ship were taken down by 3 officers of the dragon pirates working together. So, considering the overall strength of the East Blue, if it weren't for a few strong fighters and the main characters holding up the facade, it would be hard to imagine that this was the hometown of the Pirate King. Then Xie Wen thought about the poorly behaved navy he encountered in Road Town. He began to consider whether to slip some personal commentary into his Eastern Blue travel guide. Of course, all that could wait for later. The main issue now was what to do next, as they had already arrived near the Konomi Islands. Xie Wen thought for a moment. It seemed unnecessary for them to specifically gather intelligence from the surrounding villages. It would be better to directly attack and eliminate that group of fishmen. Based on the information from Japu, the evil dragon pirates first appeared in the East Sea about 3 to 4 years ago. By corroborating various pieces of intelligence, Xie Wen nearly confirmed that he was in the time period approximately 45 years before Luffy set sail. He wondered how many sea charts Nami had drawn at this time. Considering that she still hadn't completed the East Sea charts a few years later, Xie Wen held a pessimistic view. However, it was fine. It was part of Xie Wen's youth, and there was no need to consider profit at this time. Sanji, head that way. After a brief consideration, Xie Wen pointed at the jagged tower tip and said to Sanji, who was at the helm, but don't go directly over. Find a place nearby to dock, and then we'll walk over. With the unfortunate branch commander as a cautionary tale, Xie Wen naturally wouldn't be foolish enough to sail straight into the fishmen. Although there wouldn't be any danger even if the ship sank, Koi Miao couldn't swim, and Xie Wen couldn't bear to see his little plush suffer. Moreover, although he planned to change ships later, the Explorer Number 1 had been with them for so long, and knowing it could be damaged, how could Xie Wen willingly sail it into danger? Sanji maneuvered the Explorer Number 1 along the coast toward the evil dragon paradise, while the newly joined Miao Jiulang stood at the top of the mast, taking over as lookout from the multitasking Sanji. As for Xie Wen and Koi Miao, they were both seen as the ship's mascots. However, Koi Miao was someone everyone was reluctant to let work, and even if she did, it would often just cause chaos. Xie Wen, on the other hand, simply lacked the ability. Although he could steer, he wasn't as skilled as Sanji, and while he could look out, his eyesight wasn't as good as that of the cats. It wasn't worth it to keep using observation hockey for such a trivial matter. Thus, he could only be like Koi Miao, a mascot taken care of by the other cats. Lord Xie Wen, it seems there's some movement over there. Miao Jiulang suddenly pointed to the right and shouted loudly. Xie Wen quickly activated his observation hockey and explored to the right. The range isn't large enough. He could only sense some small animals in the forest. Then let's dock here. We'll head over and take a look, he decided without much hesitation. It's just that the evil dragon pirates are collecting protection fees from a village or town. The residents, there finally couldn't endure the oppression and chose to resist. Xie Town, one of the more than 20 villages on the Konomi Islands, was also attacked by the evil dragon pirates 3 years ago and has been ruled by those fishmen ever since. However, the residents of Xie Town did not give up. They constantly sought opportunities to ask the Navy for help. Unfortunately, what they didn't know was that the 16th branch, responsible for the entire Konomi Islands, had long since colluded with the evil dragon pirates. Their efforts not only yielded no results, but also attracted the pirates' retaliation. So, you guys want to find the Navy, hoping they would deal with us, right? Chew. The kissing fishman tightened his grip around the neck of the villager who sought help from the Navy, lifting him off the ground. Behind him, a group of fishmen was wantonly destroying the buildings of Xie Town and beating the humans there. The residents of Xie Town dared not resist and could only silently endure the torment from the fishmen. Why is it that the man being choked showed a look of pain, but still forced out his question through clenched teeth? Why were we discovered so quickly? Where's the Navy from the branch? The fact that he asked such a question indicated that he had already guessed a certain possibility, but still held a glimmer of hope, wishing that things weren't as bad as he imagined. Otherwise, their town, along with the more than 20 villages on the Konomi Islands, would never escape the rule of the evil dragon pirates. However, what filled the man with despair was the cruel smile the fishman showed him. It's just as you think. After the Navy received your distress signal, someone immediately notified us about it. So who do you think that person is? Chew. How could, seeing the light gradually fade from the eyes of the man he was choking, Chew lost interest in tormenting him. It seems you should understand now, so you can obediently go die. Chew. The kissing fishman pouted and aimed at the man's head, spitting out a water droplet with more power than an ordinary bullet. Bang! A stone flying from a distance blocked the water droplet, dispersing it while continuing to fly without any damage, finally embedding itself deep in a large rock. Who is it? Chew turned to look in the direction the stone had come from. Seriously, why does it feel so awkward when this kind of heroic entrance happens to me? While muttering to himself, Xie Wen stepped out from the crowd after throwing the stone to save the villager. Then he glanced around. TSK. Just one officer. I'll have to make another trip. This is really annoying. Xie Wen wasn't interested in talking nonsense with this fool, who was taken down by Usopp in the original work with a Molotov cocktail. He decisively drew out Chanyue and slashed towards Jio's neck. With Jio's strength, he couldn't react to Xie Wen's attack at all and was instantly killed with a single blow. Chin Jio, you don't need to hold back later. After dealing with Jio, Xie Wen slightly tilted his head and said to Miao Jio beside him, "Yes, Lord Xie Wen." Miao Jio replied in a deep voice, "Just in time, I don't want to hold back either." Clearly, Miao Jio, who was full of justice, had no good feelings towards this group of fishmen after seeing the tragic situation in Xie Town. Normally, when dealing with other pirates, Miao Jio would directly kill them, and this time would be no exception. This was also the reason why Xie Wen only brought Miao Jio with him. Because the evil dragon was in collusion with Colonel Mao's from the 16th Division, if there were any survivors, they could very likely be accidentally let go by the other party. Moreover, the move sink to the bottom was completely ineffective against fishmen. Therefore, Xie Wen decided to take decisive action and eliminate all these fishmen. He wouldn't show mercy just because there was a character named Octopus Man Xiaoba, who had a good relationship with Rayleigh and would be redeemed in the subsequent plot, and had some key scenes. However, as before, Xie Wen didn't want to let the child Kelly Miao see too bloody a scene. So this time, he didn't bring Kelly Miao with him. And even Sanji Miao was left on the ship to accompany Little Puppet. Damnomans. The fishmen who could join the evil dragon pirates were almost, if not all, racists. Even after seeing their strongest Jio being dealt with cleanly by Xie Wen, they still charged at him with loud cries. However, Xie Wen and Miao Jio were faster. Each of them charged into the group of fishmen with their blades, and with flashes of blade light. This group of once arrogant fishmen was instantly cut down and quickly lost their life force. Thank you so much. The people of Xie Town were stunned by the scene before them for a while, before finally coming back to their senses. They swarmed around with eager faces and asked, "Are you and this gentleman sent by the Navy to rescue us?" "No, I'm just a bounty hunter out of interest." Xie Wen, who had sheathed his sword, didn't raise his head and was flipping through the stack of bounty notices in his hand until he finally found Jio's. A cadre of the evil dragon pirates. Kissing Fishman Jio, bounty of 5 million berries. TSK, not worth much. Facing Xie Wen's response and attitude, The villagers of Kesha town exchanged glances, unsure whether to be happy or regretful. The man who had been choked by Gio earlier got up, full of indignation, and pointed at Gio's corpse, saying, "He just admitted it himself. The Navy has long been in collusion with the evil dragon. They're no longer trustworthy." After saying this, the man suddenly knelt down hard before Xie Wen and knocked his head heavily on the ground. "Please, save us and defeat the evil dragon pirates. We will do our best to gather money to reward you." Clearly having a Western face, how could this person perform such a standard and skilled ajiza? Xie Wen was silently complaining in his heart, while nodding and saying, "Even if you don't say it, I'm still going to exchange the evil dragon for the bounty." As for the reward, he glanced around at the village that looked like a refugee camp and sighed, shaking his head. "Forget it. I can see that you probably can't offer much money. Thank you so much." The man bowed deeply again, and the other villagers followed suit, kneeling down to Xie Wen. TSK. Xie Wen wasn't used to being worshipped like a bodhisattva, so he was too lazy to say anything more. He mentioned the only thing that could be exchanged for money, Gio's corpse, and quickly left with Nico Sherlang. Is this the Fishman cat? Once they left Kesha town, Nico Sherlang couldn't hold back his curiosity any longer and leaned closer to Gio's corpse to examine it carefully. Unlike Kelly and Sanji, who had seen fishmen in the West Sea, this was his first encounter with this race. It's a pity that these fishmen were actually an intelligent race. After observing carefully, Nico Sherlang expressed the same regret as Kelly and Sanji had back then. The meat was firm and the texture was clear, making it seem like it would taste really good. Well, there may not be much in this world, but there is certainly no shortage of various seafood. So let's not set our sights on these poor fishmen. Xie Wen couldn't help but rub Nico Sherlong's cat head with a wry smile. "Poor? I'm sorry, but I can't see where they are poor." Nico Sherlang frowned, looking at Xie Wen in confusion. Actually, 200 years ago, these fishmen were defined as fish rather than people. Xie Wen sighed and briefly explained the situation of fishmen in this world to Nico Sherlang, emphasizing once again, "That's why I'm not in such a hurry to enter the Grand Line. One reason is to summon more companions. But more importantly, our current strength is not sufficient, and your situation after entering the Grand Line won't be much better than these fishmen. Rest assured, Lord Xie Wen, I will definitely work hard to cultivate." Nico Sherlang made a cute face, showing a combination of adorableness and determination, and solemnly stated. Then he shook his head and sighed, to take out one's suffering on the innocent. That guy called the Evil Dragon is just a coward who bullies the weak and fears the strong. To this, Xie Wen just shrugged and didn't agree. Because if he were to put himself in the fisherman's situation, Xie Wen wasn't sure if he would, like the Evil Dragon, vent his anger on others. Perhaps he would become even more extreme. However, even so, Xie Wen would never do something as shameless and self-deceiving as the Evil Dragon, who clearly hid in the East Sea due to insufficient strength, but still set up a facade claiming to develop power from here to launch a counterattack against humans. In comparison, those fishmen who, under the name of their race, remained on Fishman Island causing trouble, while doing equally despicable things, seemed to Xie Wen to have more backbone than that Evil Dragon. Of course, if he really encountered that group, Xie Wen wouldn't hesitate to strike when necessary. He was just an ordinary traveler and had no intention of being a savior. As for the Fishman Island issue, it will be better to wait for Monkey D. Luffy, the sun god, to solve it later. With that serrated tower tip guiding them, Xie Wen and Nico Sherlang were not like Zoro, who could get lost even going up a staircase. So they smoothly arrived outside the entrance to Evil Dragon Paradise. Surprisingly, there wasn't even a guard or sentinel. Xie Wen looked at the completely defenseless Evil Dragon Paradise and couldn't help but curl his lips in disbelief. How many times had he seen such unguarded important facilities? However, considering the overwhelming strength of the fishmen in the East Sea, along with their collusion with Colonel Mouse, this level of negligence didn't seem to be a big problem. Without Xie Wen and the others, this group of fishmen could continue their reckless misdeeds for another 4 or 5 years before being defeated by Luffy and his crew. As he activated his observation haki, Xie Wen immediately captured the detailed positions and states of the fishmen inside. Almost all of the fishmen were radiating colors of brutality and hatred, along with their satisfaction after taking revenge on humans. Xie Wen confirmed the location of the Evil Dragon and then threw the Cho in his hand upwards. As it fell, he kicked it with great force. Boom! The powerful body shattered the entrance of the Evil Dragon Paradise and crashed down on the seated sawtooth shark man, Evil Dragon. Who is it? The fishmen in the paradise drew their weapons and looked towards Xie Wen and Miao Sherlang at the entrance. At the same time, some fishmen recognized the identity of the figure that had crashed in. It's Cho. He has been defeated. What? He is one of the 3 major cadres of our pirate group. Didn't he go to Kesha Town to teach those restless humans a lesson? Could it be the Navy? Amidst the chaos, the fallen evil dragon got back up. Having come into close contact with Cho, he realized that the other party had lost their life. In a fit of rage, he roared at Xie Wen. "You lowly human. You dare to kill my kin." Xie Wen scoffed dismissively. What face do a group of stinky fish and rotten shrimp, forced by humans to hide underwater, have to say such things? Xie Wen is not a racist. But when faced with the irrational racists like the evil dragons, there's no point in reasoning with them. Anyway, they won't listen, so it's best to ramp up the aggression and attack fiercely. Besides, while his words may be harsh, they reflect the current reality of the fishmen. Lady Grey, Camille Philothus, once said, "Lies don't hurt, but the truth is a sharp knife." Therefore, Xie Wen's statement directly caused the fishmen present to collectively break down, and the evil dragon's eyes were so provoked that they turned into slits. Humans are a stupid and weak, inferior race. The evil dragon opened its mouth wide and lunged at Xie Wen. "Oh really?" Xie Wen sidestepped to avoid the dragon's bite, kicked it away, and continued to taunt aggressively. "So what level of race are you, who can only rely on the protection of another human, the old man with a white beard?" "Ah!" The evil dragon, once again breaking down, could only shout unrealistically. "The fishmen are undoubtedly a superior race compared to humans. Sooner or later, we will surpass humanity." Xie Wen curled his lips and said, "If we could have surpassed you, we would have done so long ago. Why would we have been bullied by humans for so many years? It's because we have an incompetent king. Once I accumulate enough power in the EC, it will be the moment for the fishmen to take revenge on humans." "Oh, what an impressive plan." Xie Wen clapped his hands and said with a tone of feigned admiration, "Choosing to accumulate power in the EC, where overall strength is the weakest, is truly a clever method to avoid strong humans while not losing face. Truly deserving of the title Smart Fishman. Shut up, you lowly human." At this, the evil dragon not only felt defensive, but also a bit guilty. The evil dragon himself didn't realize that when he was easily defeated by Kizaru, his courage had already been completely shattered. So after leaving the Sun Pirates, he subconsciously chose the weakest East Sea as the place to develop his power, and after occupying the Konomi Islands, he didn't expand further. Instead, he colluded with the humans he despised the most and honestly became a local tyrant. But on the surface, he used the ridiculous excuse of accumulating power and relied on the sea charts provided by Nami to lull himself and his subordinates. As for the other fishmen who also came from the Grand Line, did they really not notice the problems with this plan? Thus, the fishmen of the evil dragon pirates, as Miao Shirlane commented, are just a bunch of cowards who bully the weak and refuse to accept reality. They didn't even dare to make a big noise, just hiding in this corner to bully a group of defenseless civilians. Have I hit your sore spot and left you speechless? After venting his frustrations, Xie Wen finally drew out his sword, and the pleasant conversation came to an end. "Next, let me see where you superior race are superior. Crescent Moon Sky Slash." It's definitely not that Xie Wen wanted to play cosplay himself. He was influenced by Klee and Sanji. A massive crescent-shaped flying slash tore through the ground and flew towards the evil dragon, who immediately dove to the side without hesitation. Although the evil dragon's strength was average, he had seen the world with Fisher Tiger in the Grand Line, so he naturally wouldn't be foolish enough to try to block such a dangerous-looking flying slash. Unfortunately, even though his reaction was quick enough, the disparity in strength was evident, and one of the evil dragon's arms was still severed by Xie Wen's Crescent Moon Sky Slash. Ah! The evil dragon covered his severed left arm and let out a hideous scream, his vertically slit pupils turning even redder. "I will kill you." Completely losing his rationality, the evil dragon recklessly charged at Xie Wen. Faced with such a target practically delivering itself, Xie Wen certainly didn't need to think twice. Flying sword style, heavenly dragon flash. I have to say, fishmen do have some impressive physical attributes, even though Xie Wen's slash could cut through smaller sea kings. The evil dragon was not completely cleaved in half. However, that was all there was to it. At this point, the evil dragon was like a fish that had been gutted, lying on the ground, twitching slightly. "High-class fishmen," he sputtered, spitting blood foam as he managed to squeeze out the last few words as his dying words, then breathe no more. After killing the evil dragon, Xie Wen sheathed his sword and suddenly felt someone tugging at his clothes. "Lord Xie Wen, please don't casually change the name of my sword technique, Miao." Miao Shirlang said with a slightly sulky expression, looking up at him. "Ooh, saw thee. Xie Wen smiled and scratched his head. It really wasn't intentional. Mainly, He had a deeper impression of the original name and subconsciously shouted wrong. As mentioned before, a bounty over 100 million means a higher rank, 100 million and 1 star. So anything below that is calculated as 1,000 for a lower rank star. Although the book states that the evil dragon only has 16 million in the manga, he has 2,000. Plus, rounding 16 million can also count as 2,000. As for the 2-star Lin Yang Wang and the 3-star Wild Boar King, the specific standards for star ranking hadn't been established yet, so such minor details don't need to be taken seriously. It's unclear whether it was due to confidence in the evil dragon or if people in the pirate world are just used to one-on-one duels. Anyway, when Xie Wen was verbally sparring with the evil dragon and later engaged in combat, the other fishmen just stood by and shouted insults, showing no intention of intervening. What they didn't expect was that Xie Wen severed the evil dragon's arm with the first strike and killed him with the second, leaving them no time to help. The battle between Xie Wen and the evil dragon ended so quickly, and the process was completely different for what the fishmen had imagined, that they were stunned for quite a while before coming back to their senses. Evil dragon brother. Avenge Lord Evil Dragon. Kill the human. Although there are many bad elements among pirates, one thing that must be acknowledged is that the sense of brotherhood among pirates is one of their few bright spots. Even knowing they were outmatched by Xie Wen, this group of fishmen still rushed towards him, shouting their admirable loyalty, but unfortunately, they were a group of wicked bandits. Miao Shijiro praised and stood in front of Xie Wen, saying, Lord Xie Wen, you don't need to take action against these lackeys. Leave them to me. Xie Wen nodded and did not compete with Miao Shirlang. For clan, these fishmen had once followed Tej to liberate many slaves, so they naturally recognized the Fur clan. Soon, someone shouted angrily, the Fur clan is actually working for humans. How can you face those of your kind who were captured and enslaved by humans? Flying sword-style grab flash. Miao Shirlang had no interest in arguing with them, not to mention that he was not actually a member of the Fur clan. Even if he were, with his personality, he wouldn't confuse those slave traders with other humans. Damn it. This Fur clan is too agile. I can't catch him at all. The grab, dragon nest, flash, or rather the ghostly dance, was undoubtedly one of the most suitable techniques for chaotic battles. Combined with Miao Shirlang's small size and the unique agility of his kind, the fishmen couldn't even touch a single hair on him. Instead, they were being cut and screamed at by Miao Shirlang wielding a small katana. As a six-sword-style swordsman, Xiaoba had naturally fought against Miao Shirlang. However, no matter how many arms he had, he couldn't keep up with the agile cat. Instead, Miao Shirlang easily cut off 3 of his arms. Baba appear. Moo. With half of his arm severed, Xiaoba covered his mouth and made a trumpet sound, summoning the manatee raised by the evil dragon pirate group. It was a true manatee with a cow's head and a fish's body, right? Xie Wen's eyes suddenly brightened, and then he heavily slapped his palm. This sea beast called Momo should be considered a character with quite a bit of presence in the original work, and it appeared again when Luffy and the others arrived at Fishman Island. So, according to the logic that even a snow walk can yield a summoning ticket fragment, doesn't that mean he now has the 3rd fragment of the white summoning ticket? If it weren't for the current situation being inappropriate, Xie Wen would have loved to take out the Hunter's Manual right away. In order to resolve the battle quickly and rush back to summon a new companion, Xie Wen, who originally planned to just watch the show, decided to snatch a monster from the Kojiru. Your knife is too short and not suitable for dealing with such a big guy. So leave it to me, Xie Wen said to Miao Shirlang while suddenly leaping up, instantly landing above Miu Miu, and drawing Changyue with the blade aimed at the manatee's head. Although this sea beast looked a bit silly and was more like a comedic character in the comic, it was essentially a fierce creature, not to mention its destruction of villages under the command of the evil dragon when it encountered Sanji and the others in the comic. Miu Miu's first reaction was to eat them, clearly indicating that it had done similar things often. And the most critical point was that it looked very tasty. Kelly and Sanji would probably love its meat. Monster Hunter style, charge arrow tail slash. Using spear techniques combined with the swordsmanship of the West Sea, the famed blade, Changyue easily pierced through Miu Miu's skull, deeply embedding itself in its head. The massive sea beast didn't even have time to scream. Its eyes lost their luster, pupils dilated, and it crashed heavily onto the sea surface. By the time Xie Wen dragged the sea beast ashore, Miao Shirlang had already dealt with all the fishmen. You stay here and watch. I'll go look for this group of fishmen's sea chart and treasure. Xie Wen placed the sea beast next to Miao Shirlang and then pointed to the iconic building in the center of the evil dragon paradise. Lord Xie Wen. Miao Shirlang hesitated to speak. Don't worry, I have no intention of taking their treasure. Knowing his cat's personality, Xie Wen laughed and rubbed Miao Shilong's head, explaining, "You heard it before in Kusha village. The Navy is colluding with these fishmen. If we just leave it like this, that corrupt Navy might take it away. I plan to find the treasure first and then return it to the residents here. I misunderstood. Please forgive me, my lord." Miao Shilang pretended to kneel, but was directly picked up by Xie Wen. "How did you become so serious, little kitty?" Xie Wen playfully ruffled his cat's head, helplessly saying, "I've said it many times, there's no need to be so formal. If you keep this up, I won't be nice to you anymore." Miao. Miao Shilang was taken aback, waving his little paws and looking somewhat at a loss. Xie Wen didn't say anything, just smiled and looked at him. Then he leaned his head closer to the cat. Miao. Miao Shilang struggled with his expression for a moment, then closed his eyes, stretched out his head, rubbed against Xie Wen's chin and neck a few times, and then stuck out his barbed little tongue to scratch his cheek. "Is this good enough now?" Miao Shilang, pressing his airplane ears down, glared at Xie Wen and asked. Of course, this is what makes a cute little kitty. Xie Wen completely ignored Miao Shilang's expression, rubbed against him vigorously again, and then let go of the samurai, who had already begun to wag his tail and even prepared to place his little paw on the hilt. Although he had released Miao Shilang, Xie Wen was still savoring the moment in his heart. He suddenly realized that teasing a serious cat like Miao Shilang was a completely different kind of fun compared to teasing the cute Kelly and that little rascal Sanji, with a certain thrill of forcing the unwilling. Cough, cough. I'm off to find the charts and treasures, so I'll leave this to you. Perhaps Xie Wen's smug expression was too obvious, causing Miao Shilang's tail to wag faster and faster, with an increasingly fierce look in his eyes. Although Xie Wen was pleased to see this impolite situation, he noticed that this stern samurai was subtly inclined to draw his sword due to his provocation. Xie Wen still hurriedly dropped this line and dashed towards the nearby building. Since the evil dragon had never thought that anyone in the East Sea could defeat them, the evil dragon pirates had not deliberately hidden the wealth and treasures they had exploited and plundered over the years. Instead, they had specifically found a few beautiful treasure chests to store them and had carelessly placed them in the room on the first floor. Xie Wen opened the treasure chest and took a glance, only to find that besides gold, jewels, and hard currencies like berries, there was nothing particularly special. There were no famous swords or devil fruits, and he didn't see any specialty items from the Grand Line, such as sky shells or fierce medicines. However, the large saw blade hanging on the wall, Zhanfeng, looked quite suitable for wielding as a great sword. Xie Wen took out the hunter's manual, but the weapon encyclopedia did not include the Blade of Dawn. It made sense. After all, it was something that could be crushed by Luffy's hands in the original work. It wasn't even a famous sword, probably not even a decent one, just larger in size. TCH, to Xie Wen, any weapon that couldn't be referenced in the encyclopedia was useless, and he had no intention of switching to being a big sword guy. So he decisively ignored the large saw blade and flipped the manual to the monster encyclopedia page. Sure enough, characters or items that appeared in the original work had a weight bonus, and a familiar white light flashed as he obtained the third piece of the white summoning ticket. However, after synthesizing the complete summoning ticket, Xie Wen did not rush to summon. When welcoming a new partner, it was only natural for everyone to be present. Xie Wen put away the summoning ticket and was too lazy to touch the treasure in front of him for the time being, instead continuing to run upstairs. In his memory, Nami's surveying room should be on higher floor. Xie Wen's memory was not mistaken. Nami's mapping room was surprisingly arranged by the dragon at the very top. In the small room, aside from shelves filled with information and textbooks related to navigation, there was a small drawing table and several stacks of nautical charts that were even taller than the shelves. In just a few years, she had managed to create so many nautical charts. Nami should only be around 13 or 14 years old now, still a middle school student. Looking at the drawing pen stained with blood on the table, Xie Wen suddenly felt that he had let the dragon off too easily. However, on the other hand, were all these nautical charts just for the East Sea, and they were still far from being completed. Xie Wen casually picked up a few nautical charts and looked at them out of curiosity. So that is how it is. Although there were many numbers, symbols, and annotations that Xie Wen couldn't quite understand, he was still able to grasp the extent of detail in these charts through some more intuitive graphics. They didn't just record the locations of various islands in the East China Sea. They also marked the direction of ocean currents at different times, general climate conditions, and some things that Xie Wen couldn't quite comprehend. In short, with such nautical charts, as long as you're not a super directionally challenged person like Zoro, even someone with no sailing knowledge could easily navigate these waters. So, was the dragon really deceiving itself by wanting to dominate the East China Sea relying on the charts drawn by Nami? Xie Wen scratched his head. Given the fighting prowess of the fishmen underwater and the techniques in fishman karate that control water flow, this plan that seemed like a joke now appeared to have a glimmer of success. Well, that is, assuming they didn't run into Carp, who was back to visit his grandson, or trouble with Gung Shiro in Frost Moon Village. However, even without considering the issue of powerful humans, trying to dominate the world in this way was still a pipe dream. Perhaps within the four seas, the fishmen could use this method to control the ocean. But when it came to the unpredictable climate of the Grand Line, the effectiveness of these nautical charts diminished significantly. And those like the Evil Dragon, who escaped from the Grand Line to the East Sea, could not possibly be unaware of this. In the end, they were merely deceiving themselves. Xie Wen sighed and shook his head, then put the nautical chart back. These charts were indeed very useful for the fish people who could manipulate water currents. However, he had no use for them. Xie Wen just wanted an accurate map that could be recognized by the dynamic map in the manual. As for ocean currents, climate, and similar information, he wouldn't be able to understand it if it were handed to him. So, Xie Wen continued to search through the large pile of nautical charts. And before long, he found a standard version of the map, which was a very complete map of the East China Sea. It made sense for the fish people who had the innate ability to move freely in the ocean. Simply confirming the locations of the various islands in the East China Sea was a very easy task. Xie Wen opened the Hunter's Manual again, and sure enough, the virtual progress bar for the East Sea was pushed to 100%. Wow, this is a big win. With a 100% virtual sea chart, Xie Wen can test whether there will be additional rewards after uploading a fully completed map. Xie Wen put away the Hunter's Manual and thought for a moment before picking a few books on various maritime knowledge from the bookshelf, planning to take them back for Sanji to study. Children should read more books to have a bright future. Thinking about it, Sanji should be quite touched after feeling Xie Wen's earnest intentions. As for the sea charts here, it's better to let Nami decide how to handle them herself. After putting the textbooks that Sanji would need for a while into the hunter's waist pouch, Xie Wen returned to the first floor, easily picked up the 10 or so treasure chests stored there, and walked outside. Our benefactor has come out. Thank you for saving us. Whoa, father, mother. Someone has finally avenged you. As soon as he stepped out, Xie Wen saw a large group of villagers crowding around him, expressing their gratitude in a flurry of voices, which made Xie Wen feel quite embarrassed. After all, the most commendable good deed he had done in the past was helping an elderly neighbor who suddenly fell ill get into an ambulance. Xie Wen scanned the crowd surrounding him and spotted a few familiar faces, the man he had encountered in Kesha Town, along with some of the locals. There was Jian, who had a windmill stuck in his head and a face full of scars, Noki Gao, who had blue short hair and tattoos, and Nami, who was crying loudly while hugging her. All the money taken by the evil dragon is here, Xie Wen said as he set down the treasure chest he was holding. Maybe there's still some hidden inside, but I'm too lazy to look. We can't accept this. These treasures should be your reward for helping us. The man who had almost been killed by the Xi spoke first, followed by others who echoed his sentiments. Even the greedy Nami had no objections. I have the bounty from the evil dragon. That's enough. Xie Wen waved his hand and decisively refused. Not to mention that he wasn't short on money. Even if he were, he wouldn't take these treasures. After several rounds of pushing back and forth, seeing that Xie Wen was adamant about not wanting the money, the villagers felt both moved and relieved. They indeed needed this money to restore their village's economy. Although they would have no objections if Xie Wen took it, it would be even better if they could keep the money. Then please let us thank you properly. Since Xie Wen didn't want the treasures, the villagers decided to express their gratitude in another way, by holding a feast, the most common and popular way in the pirate world. Xie Wen certainly wouldn't refuse such a thing, but he added, I have a few companions on the ship. Let me go call them. Also, I need to take this sea beast and the heads of the evil dragon and its bounty officers for the reward. That's only natural. We'll prepare food in the village and wait for you and your companions to arrive. After refusing the villagers' help, Xie Wen and Miao Shilang together carried the enormous corpse of Mu Mu towards the direction where the Explorer No. 1 was docked. As for the heads of the evil dragon and the bounty officers, they were stored in Miao Shilang's rather old-looking wallet, or rather, a cloth bag. Brother Xie Wen is back, Miao. Just as they caught sight of the Explorer No. 1, Kelly rushed down from the ship and pounced on Xie Wen. The little plush cat skillfully climbed onto Xie Wen's shoulder and looked at the huge corpse of the sea beast. Wow, such a big cow fish, Miao. Are we eating this today, Miao? Kelly's mouth sparkled with excitement. No, someone is treating us to a meal today. I just brought it back for Sanji to handle first. Xie Wen carried the cat and the sea beast to the coast where his ship was docked. Sanji Miao, who had been eagerly waiting, quickly jumped off the ship and began circling the sea beast, pondering where to strike. Xie Wen didn't he forget to take out his hunter's knife to dig for materials. But unfortunately, his luck was poor, and he only managed to pull out a cow horn. Previously, he had only gotten a pair of dragon teeth. Let us not rush to deal with this guy. Xie Wen waved to Sanji Miao, who was still busy, and then showed him the summoning ticket he was pinching between his fingers. We're about to have a new partner. This time, can we summon Sister Airou? Sanji Miao immediately dropped the ingredients and rushed to Xie Wen's side like the wind. How could I possibly know? Xie Wen spread his hand in exasperation and handed the summoning ticket to Sanji Miao. How about you try summoning this time? Sanji Miao didn't hesitate, took the summoning ticket, held it high, and shouted loudly, "Come forth, beautiful Sister Airou." Today's update of 10,000 words is complete. There will be another 10,000 words tomorrow, and a new cat will make an appearance. So please look forward to it. Also, once again, I wish everyone a happy new year, and I hope everyone has good luck in the new year. Although my blessing as a jinx might not be very effective, at least the intention is good. Off to sleep now. Good night. Sanji Miao held the summoning ticket high for over 10 seconds, but still, nothing happened. Whereas the new partner, I don't seem to see a Miao. Miao Jiao, who was participating in the summoning for the first time, thought the summoning was complete and turned his head around, puzzled. This time, Sanji Miao finally had a new reaction. He retracted his raised paw, stared intently at the summoning ticket in his hand, and complained indignantly. Why can't I do it? Does it have to be that idiot Xie Wen to summon Miao? Alright, does it really matter who summons? Xie Wen pinched the cheeks of this little rascal and took back the summoning ticket from his paws. Although he said this, Xie Wen felt a bit proud in his heart that he finally had a function that the cats could not replace. There was no way around it. The talents of the summoned cats were more exaggerated than the last, and the pressure on WakingUp Star was quite significant. So, when you summon, remember to wish for a beautiful Airou big sister, Miao. Sanji Miao looked up at Xie Wen with hope. Okay, I got it. Xie Wen rolled his eyes and repeated, summon a beautiful Airou big sister who hates Lil Huang, right? I do not hate Lil Huang, Miao. Sanji Miao, flustered, kicked Xie Wen's calf repeatedly. After kicking, still not satisfied, he jumped up and hugged his arm, giving him a bite. Originally, Miao Shirlang planned to step forward and mediate as usual. However, he suddenly remembered what Xie Wen had done to him not long ago, and the upright warrior immediately chose to lower his head and pretended not to see. After playing with Xie Wen for a while, Sanji Miao automatically stopped. After all, summoning a new partner was more important, and little Huang was still thinking about his Airou big sister. Xie Wen also stopped teasing Sanji Miao, raising the off-white summoning ticket while quietly muttering, "Come on, a beautiful Airou big sister." As his words fell, the summoning ticket in his hand began to shine with a familiar milky white light, then dissipated into countless light spots in the air. Sure enough, the white summoning ticket belonged to the general pool, and the summoning effect was quite ordinary. What magical summoning method? Was I summoned like this too, Miao? Miao Shirlang asked curiously. Pretty much, just don't know how this Airou will appear this time. Xie Wen spread out his observation hockey again, waiting for the new cat's arrival. After waiting for about 10 seconds, Xie Wen suddenly turned his head toward the seaside, and several cats' ears also turned in the same direction, accompanied by a gulu-gulu sound. Many bubbles suddenly surged up from the sea surface, and then a small, anglerfish-shaped submarine broke through the water, appearing in front of Xie Wen and the others. Isn't this shape the trade ship from Kajira, no Kora, wa, Siju and Ayutao? Could it be that a merchant is coming this time? Or a cat related to submarines? Teresa Miao? Nemo Miao? For characters related to submarines, Xie Wen could only think of Captain Teresa Ties Terosa from Full Metal Panic, and Captain Nemo from The Mystery of Sapphire. Oh, right, Trafalgar Law from One Piece is also a possibility since he has a Sanji Miao by his side. Just as Xie Wen was secretly guessing, the top cover of the anglerfish submarine opened, and a beautifully patterned Airou popped out, looking like a tabby cat. After the cover opened, this Airou jumped out directly, standing on top of the anglerfish submarine with one hand on her waist, tilting her head to observe Xie Wen and the others from a distance, exuding a charming yet carefree vibe. And of course, there was no shortage of the unique cuteness of cats. As her figure was fully revealed, Xie Wen could also see the attire of the newly summoned Airou. Her clothing was a total